Guys, some parts of the video are blurred to avoid any copyright issues. I hope you understand and enjoy the content. Without further ado, let's get to the video. In a city called Tianfeng, inside a classroom, we find some students desperately trying to awaken a rank A talent. While everyone is talking, one student captures our attention by remaining completely silent, staring at his phone. The other students continue discussing their talents and combat skills. We observe the same student holding his phone, looking a bit disheartened and worried. This is because the inheritance his parents left him is running out, and he may need to sell his house. Despite this, he fears it might not be enough to sustain himself, so he sighs and thinks that the only way might be to enter the magical domain tonight. This boy's name is Zhang Zhe. 10 years ago, he came from the earth to this new world. Zhang Zhe is the name given to him by his adoptive parents. The Zhang couple treated Zhang Zhe as one of their own children. Without them, Zhang Zhe wouldn't be able to survive in this new world, and that's why he is truly grateful to his parents. His father cared for him with great love, his mother provided unwavering support, and his sister loved him deeply. It was a beautiful and perfect family, but all of this was about to change. 12 years ago, mysterious demon caves arrived in this new world, bringing a new era of suffering, chaos, and fear to the people living there. These caves randomly appear anywhere in the world, releasing demons that bring with them misfortune and destruction wherever they go. Weapons created by humans were completely useless against these demons. Consequently, there was no way to stop them, leading the world into a true hell on Earth. Amidst all this chaos, we see Zhang Zhe completely terrified by everything happening right in front of him. Monsters destroying cities and devouring people. A man who was lying down gathers his last bit of strength and shouts for Zhang Zhe to flee. This man was Zhang Zhe's father, on the brink of death. His father pleads for Zhang Zhe to take care of his sister with all his strength and begs again for them to run away. Seeing his father in this situation, Zhang Zhe can't contain himself and starts to cry. Zhang Zhe and his little sister try to reach their father to help him in some way. However, a gigantic demon is approaching in the direction of their father, who is trapped in the debris. The monster crushes their father before their eyes, leaving Zhang Zhe completely desperate. Humans were brutally massacred by demonic beasts for a long time. That was the reality they lived in. The remaining humans, desperate to try and stop this chaos, rushed to the entrances of the magical domain. Upon entering, they discovered that people who entered became stronger than an ordinary human, and even after leaving the magical domain, those who entered still retained their newfound powers. This brought a spark of hope to everyone there, encouraging them to fight for their lives. With positive results, nations began creating magical domain fighters in an attempt to combat demons and restore peace to the world. And it was successful. The international organization known as the Magical Domain Fighters Association was soon established. The school implemented a level system for fighters, ranging from 1 to 5. The first level, the second level, the third level, the fourth level, and the fifth level. To fight high-level demonic beasts, only 5th-level magical fighters are capable of killing them. Among the 5 fighter classifications, there are 7 talent rankings that can be awakened, ranging from rank D to rank SSS. The higher the ranking of their abilities, the greater their power, making it easier to defeat demons. According to the rules, only people with rank A talent can pass the evaluation to become first-level magical domain fighters. Classes had already ended, and it was getting late. As Zhang Zhe left the classroom, he thought that tonight he would need to awaken a rank A talent in any way possible and pass all the evaluations. Upon arriving home, his sister was preparing something special for him as it was his 18th birthday. Looking at the dish his sister made for him, Zhang Zhe smiled and invited her to eat. Apologizing, his sister explained that she wanted to do something special for him since, besides his birthday, it was also the day Zhang Zhe would enter the magical domain to awaken his talent. Unfortunately, the chicken thigh turned into charred coal. Zhang Zhe approached her and mentioned that it seemed she had some problems today. Trying to take care of his sister as much as possible, he scolded her, saying she didn't need to cook every night because he had offered to do it for both of them. He emphasized that his sister's studies were their priority, so she shouldn't waste time on such things. Zhang Zhe took his sister's plate, removed the burnt part of the chicken, and said that the meat was very tender and delicious. His sister's mouth watered at the thought, and she tried to grab the plate, asking Zhangze to leave some for her, making everything right between them. As night fell, his sister mentioned she would go to a friend's house to study. She asked Zhangze to be careful when entering the magical domain later. Zhangze told his sister that she could go, but should be back before 9:30 at night, not to worry him. As soon as his sister left, Zhangze looked at his watch, which warned him that he had only 10 seconds left to enter the magical domain. Zhangze prepared himself, thinking that regardless of whether it ended in glory or disaster, he would give it his all. His watch began emitting rays, and a portal opened around him. Upon entering, a fairy appeared, welcoming him and stating that she would be his guide. Nervously looking around, Zhangze asked the fairy if this was the testing ground for newcomers. The fairy told Zhangze to choose a name and appearance to use while in the magical domain. Zhangze had already thought about it, and he chose the name Asura and the appearance Masked. While picking the name and appearance, Zhangze thought that his friends had mentioned this was addictive, so he needed to stay alert and protect himself. His fairy guide agreed with Zhangze and used her magic on him, causing him to levitate, and suddenly, a new outfit appeared on his body. The fairy's speech informed Zhangze that they were ready to activate his talent. All he had to do was place his hands on the crystal ball in front of him, and his talent would appear automatically. A bit worried, Zhangze placed his hand on the crystal ball thinking that it had to be a rank A. He concentrated as much as he could and shouted for an A to come. A yellow light began to appear inside the crystal, and a huge flash occurred. Suddenly the light disappeared, and a bit of smoke came out of the crystal, leaving Zhangze puzzled about what was really happening. Zhangze asked the fairy if it was over and what his talent was. The fairy, looking at the crystal in astonishment, simply said, "E," in a surprised tone. This left Zhangze completely scared, asking the fairy what she meant by A, and urging her to quickly explain what was happening because Zhangze didn't like to feel fear in moments like this. The fairy took a closer look and said that Zhangze had awakened an SSS-ranked talent. This astonished Zhangze, who couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked the fairy if this was really true or if he was seeing things. The fairy confirmed that the talent Zhangze had awakened was indeed SSS-ranked, legendary. No one in that world had awakened it before. Completely overjoyed, Zhangze said that if his awakened talent were S-ranked, he would already be recommended to a renowned academy with unlimited prospects. However, he awakened an SSS-ranked talent. Zhangze couldn't even imagine what this could offer him. Finally, Zhangze would be able to change his and his sister's lives. The fairy told Zhangze that this was the manual explaining his talent. He could read and consult it whenever he wanted. Zhangze's talent specifications were 0 experience to 1,000, 10 MP consumption, 60-second cooldown effect. After killing your target, you can summon a replica of it. The replica and the original are completely identical, with no time limit, and it can reach a maximum of 5 levels. Note: Level 1 summoning art can summon 10 replicas. Level 2 art can summon 30 replicas. Reading this, Zhangze thinks that his ability is truly sinister. He pauses for a moment to reflect and considers that if he kills a monster, he can summon it. This means Zhangze could create an army of monsters and lead a legion of bosses. This is really exciting. Zhangze decides to take a look at his character panel, which reads, Name: Asura, number C24, 751176, HP 100, MP 110, damage 1 to 10, speed 10. Attributes: Strength 10, common people have 10 points. Physique 10, common people have 10 points. Spirit 11, common people have 10 points. Agility 10, common people have 10 points. Points that can be allocated to attributes: 0, skill, level 1, SSS summoning art, overall rating, beginner novice. Zhangze wonders why spirit is 1 point higher than that of other people. He imagines it might be because he came from another world. His fairy guide tells Zhangze that he can officially enter the magical domain. The fairy wishes Zhangze good luck. Then, the space around Zhangze begins to change, and a large arena appears where several people are gathered. A man and a woman call all the beginners, as they are instructors and responsible for explaining the theoretical part of the magical domain. Zhang Zi is surprised by the number of people present with him, but deep down, he is happy to finally be in the real magical domain. There is a small commotion among the people, and in the midst of them, a man announces that he awakened an A-ranked talent, the Celestial Fist. Some people comment on this, expressing envy for the man who truly awakened an A-ranked talent. The other guy next to him says that his talent rating is only B, but he is already happy with that. All of this surprises Zhang Zi because his talent is SSS ranked. Another student falls to the ground completely devastated and crying because his talent is only ranked D. His friend tries to cheer him up, but suddenly, one of the instructors interrupts everyone, telling them to form a line so they can get their weapons. Once everyone is in line, the instructors begin explaining that the magical domain is not just a game. When you die there, you are really dead. The instructor emphasizes that he has seen many enter thinking it would be fun and a game, and all these people met a tragic end. The instructor says it's a lawless battlefield, so they must be careful and protect themselves from beasts and other people. Liars and murderers are everywhere there, so don't trust anyone easily. The other instructor adds that everyone should remember that. To leave the magical domain, they should return to this same place, the altar, as only with the altar could they return home. After the explanation, they began to distribute the weapons, and it finally came to Zhang Zi's turn. The instructor says that Zhang Zi needs to register before choosing his weapon. So, she asks about his talent and ranking. Zhang Zi answers that he is ranked D. The people behind him start laughing. Zhang Zi thinks that there are many people there, so he hid his true ranking. People are cruel and have evil hearts. No matter the strength of your talent, you still run the risk of being stabbed in the back. So Zhang Zi chose to keep a low profile until he really becomes a fighter. While Zhang Zi chooses his weapon, the other men in line start mocking him. The instructor offers a long wooden bow with the following specifications. Class D, damage 10 to 20, no special effects, durability 100 out of 100. The instructor says that this bow would be good for Zhang Zi since his attack is not particularly strong. At least the bow would keep him safe due to its long range. Before Zhang Zi leaves, the instructor says that cautious people always live longer. After finishing the distribution of weapons, the instructor sighs with relief as it has come to an end, feeling quite tired. The instructor approaches her and asks how many people awakened A-ranked talents or higher. After analyzing the list, the instructor says that only 3 of them were able to awaken an A-ranked talent or above. She emphasizes that each time the newcomers get worse than the previous ones. Meanwhile, the newcomers are enthusiastically heading for their first hunt. Someone is shooting at a target, and as the instructor looks, she sees Zhang Zi practicing alone. At that moment, Zhang Zi thinks that a bow is indeed more challenging to use than he imagined, as he has shot numerous times at the target and hit only once. Zhang Zi thinks that in a real fight, he couldn't afford to miss so many times and still doesn't have a creature to summon. Therefore, Zhang Zi believes he shouldn't fight recklessly. Zhang Zi thinks he needs to improve his aim, move quickly, and find the best opportunity to defeat a monster and use his talent. As the hours pass, the pile of arrows increases. Zhang Zi remains completely focused and shoots another arrow, hitting the center of the target precisely. This makes Zhang Zi level up to 4 as an archer. His current accuracy is 80%, and his hand is completely injured from so much training. Zhang Zi puts on his hood and mask, deciding it's time to put everything he trained into practice. He advances into the forest, where there are various monsters scattered everywhere. A brief explanation about magic demons. First floor of magic demons, we can find the violent rabbit, which has high speed, high agility, and low defense. The lava turtle, with high defense, high HP, and low speed. And finally, the boss of the first floor, the dark wolf, with the ability Shadow Claw, unleashing a combo of 5 attacks against the target, causing burns and bleeding. While Zhang Zi is on his way, the other participants are running desperately, asking for help as they have encountered a lava turtle. The turtle attacks the 2 participants, who fall before it. Just as the turtle is about to deliver its final blow, an arrow hits its head, causing the turtle to stop the attack and look at Zhang Zi, who was standing with open arms. Zhang Zi said the turtle was adorable and wanted to be its friend. The turtle apparently did not appreciate that and looked enraged at Zhang Zi, who realized something was wrong. The turtle starts running after Zhang Zi, who runs away screaming. Zhang Zi says it's very scary, but suddenly he spots the altar and runs straight to it. When he gets close, the altar towers identify the turtle as a threat and unleash a beam that deals a critical damage of 191 points to the turtle. The turtle has 10 life points left, and Zhang Zi takes this opportunity to launch his arrows at the turtle, which is already falling to the ground, defeating the monster that begins to transform into energy and turns into a blue orb. This blue orb is a low-grade demon soul orb. Zhang Zi thinks that his idea of using the altar's defense worked perfectly. Quick explanation: the guide of the magic demon. After the monsters in the magic domain die, there is a chance to drop a demon soul orb. The demon soul orbs are classified as low-grade common and high-grade. The color of the demon soul orb represents its attributes. Red represents strength, green represents physique, blue represents spirit, yellow represents agility. Absorbing corresponding demon soul orbs will increase attributes to a certain level. Low-grade demon soul orbs will increase by 0.01 points, common orbs will increase by 0.1 points, and high-grade orbs will increase by 1 point. Zhang Zi thinks that since the low-graded demon soul orb only increases attributes by 0.01 points, he will save it for now, as this orb can be sold for about 1,000 yuan. The system notifies Zhang Zi that he defeated a lava turtle, and now he can summon a replica. The system asks Zhang Zi if he wants to summon it, and Zhang Zi chooses to summon the turtle to experience his talent. A portal opens in front of him, and the turtle appears before his eyes. Zhang Zi is extremely happy with his talent, saying that he finally summoned his first beast while touching the turtle on its face. Zhang Zi smiles satisfied with what he just did and can't contain himself, happily hugging the turtle. Meanwhile, deeper into the forest, other participants are getting beaten up by a violent rabbit. One of the participants asks Ming to stay back. Ming is lying on the ground with his face bleeding after the punch he took from the rabbit. Ming complains about the pain he's feeling, while his companion is dismayed that even with 3 of them, they can't defeat the rabbit in front of them. The day was coming to an end and they were still fighting, but suddenly they hear a noise and look back to check what it could be. As soon as they see a lava turtle approaching them, everyone is startled because now they would have to deal with 2 monsters and were surrounded. As the turtle gets closer to the 3, they notice something strange on the turtle. Once they realize that there is a person mounted on the turtle, they are astonished. Zhang Zi smiles and asks if they are okay. Ming questions why the turtle isn't attacking Zhang Zi, as all the monsters in the magic domain are extremely aggressive. The other 2 participants wonder if it's really possible to tame a monster like that and express envy for Zhang Zi. Ming says there's nothing to envy, it's straightforward to solve. They just need to tame that violent rabbit, and when the time comes, Ming will climb on the rabbit's back and have it carry him through the forest. Even before Ming finishes speaking, the rabbit beats him up again. His 2 friends step forward and ask Ming to stay behind while they fight the rabbit. Ming is crying again, saying that the rabbit has no martial ethics. Ming's friends try in every way to catch the rabbit, but the rabbit is very fast and manages to dodge all the blows. One of the blows ended up hurting the rabbit, which became extremely angry, and its body changed quickly, growing muscles, its eyes turning red, and its teeth sharper than ever. This was the berserker mode of the rabbit. Ming says that now they're screwed. The rabbit got mad. Still, his friends try to control the situation, saying not to fear because the rabbit only has half of its life left. So, if the 3 combine their attacks at the same time, they could defeat the rabbit. But suddenly, 2 more rabbits appear behind the enraged rabbit, leaving the 3 surprised at what was happening there. Meanwhile, a little distant from there, Zhang Zi was walking with his turtle, watching the sunset and saying how beautiful and relaxing it is. A little behind Zhang Zi, we see 3 people running desperately, screaming and saying they were going to die. Yes, these people were Ming and his friends, who flew past Zhang Zi, who didn't understand what was happening. As they ran in front of Zhang Zi, one of them calls Zhang Zi Master Splinter and tells him not to stand still there. Ming emphasizes that if Zhang Zi stays there, he could end up dead. Zhang Zi looks at all of this without understanding anything and decides to see what the 3 were saying. As Zhang Zi looks back, he sees the 3 rabbits running furiously towards him. This terrifies Zhang Zi. One of the rabbits tries to hit Zhang Zi, but he manages to dodge quickly and asks the turtle to use its tail to attack the rabbits. The turtle obeys and strikes all 3 rabbits at once, while Zhang Ze uses his arrows to attack. Zhang Ze realizes that his damage is not as high as that of the beasts attacking him, and even though the turtle is very strong with its defense, it is still quite slow. This means that the turtle would not withstand the various attacks of the 3 rabbits for long. Zhang Ze had to do something to resolve this quickly, or the worst could happen. Zhang Ze decides to give his best, while the turtle strikes the 3 rabbits again. Zhang Ze jumps and shoots several arrows at just one of the rabbits, defeating one of them, which starts to transform into energy. The turtle continues to bravely attack all the rabbits. Even though it is close to being defeated, Zhang Ze, seeing this, tries to motivate his turtle and says that it is doing very well. He asks it to hold on just a little longer. The turtle hits one of the rabbits and throws it into the air. Zhang Ze takes advantage and again shoots several arrows, finishing off another rabbit. While Zhang Ze was focusing on the rabbit he just defeated, the last rabbit jumps and punches the turtle in the head. This makes Zhang Ze very angry. Zhang Ze grabs his bow and shouts that he wouldn't let his first beast die. He shoots several times against the last rabbit. While Zhang Ze was fighting the rabbit, he tells his turtle to return to the matrix so that it doesn't die there. The turtle lowers its head for a moment and closes its eyes. Suddenly the turtle rises again, leveling up from 1 to 2. The system shows that now the turtle is at level 2 out of 5, experience 1 out of 30, life 400, damage 80 to 100, defense 70, no skill. This leaves Zhang Ze a little shocked. The turtle quickly strikes the last rabbit, defeating it quickly. This gives Zhang Ze 3 more orbs. Zhang Ze happily shouts that they finally won. The system notifies Zhang Ze. Now that you have defeated 3 violent rabbits, you can summon 3 replicas. Do you want to summon them now? Zhang Ze, with a smile on his face, summons the 3 rabbits again. A portal opens in front of him, and the 3 rabbits appear before him. Zhang Ze is extremely excited about what he has just achieved. Now, Zhang Ze has a lava turtle and 3 violent rabbits under his control. The night passes, and the day begins to dawn. The system notifies Zhang Ze that he received a message. Upon opening the message, it said that all students should gather at the altar for an important announcement. Zhang Ze wonders what all this urgency could be. Everyone is already at the altar. A man begins to say that it has been a few days, so everyone should be familiar with the first floor. However, the boss of the first floor is something different that beginners wouldn't be able to defeat easily. This man says that for this reason, the academy invited a fighter from the magic domain. This woman would lead everyone so that they could defeat the boss of the first floor and open the doors to the second floor. The man asks everyone to applaud the fighter present. The fighter introduces herself, saying that her name is Liu Yueying, and her name in the magic domain is Yueying. The newcomers begin to comment on Yueying, saying that she was one of the people who awakened an S-rank talent and was recommended to the prestigious Qing Martial Arts Academy. The newcomers say that she is indeed very talented. Yueying begins to explain that the boss of the first floor, the Dark Wolf, is extremely difficult to deal with. Thus, Yueying hopes that no one underestimates it. She emphasizes that as soon as they go on the hunt, everyone there will have to follow her orders. Should anyone wish to act on their own, they will face severe punishments. After Yueying finishes speaking, the system of everyone shows an invitation from Yueying for them to join her team. The system displays that her name is Yueying, number C2475, 10, 12, name, life, MP, damage, and speed, all are unidentified. Attributes, strength, physique, spirit, agility, points that can be allocated to attributes, all are unidentified. Overall evaluation, experienced swordsman. Zhang Ze, seeing this, begins to think that all key information is restricted. This makes Zhang Ze think that she might be really strong. Zhang Ze wonders if she is stronger than all of his summoned beasts. Zhang Ze thinks that this would be a good test for him to try to defeat the Dark Wolf with his summons. After a few hours, everyone gathers in the forest. As everyone walks, Zhang Ze thinks that for now he should hide his real talent and not summon his beasts, because that could scare the other participants present. Suddenly, 3 beasts appear. 2 of them were violent rabbits, and 1 was a lava turtle. A novice girl is astonished and tells everyone to get ready to attack. but Yueying calmly takes her sword and goes after the three beasts, defeating them all quickly. This leaves the other participants amazed at Yueying's incredible strength. With just one sword, she was able to defeat all of them at once. The novices wonder if this is the power of a person who awakened an S-rank talent. After Yueying defeats all the beasts there, she turns to the participants as if it's nothing, and tells them not to stand still there because they should keep moving forward. Zhang Zhe, after witnessing such a feat, thinks that Yueying is really amazing. Zhang Zhe thinks that maybe it would be better not to try to steal her boss. Night falls, and on top of a mountain, we hear a wolf's howl. The participants hear this and stay alert. A portal opens. Yueying explains that this portal is called the checkpoint and warns that the wolf is about to appear. Yueying emphasizes that if the newcomers don't want to die, they must listen carefully to the orders given to them. Yueying tells everyone that they should always keep a safe distance and not try to attack alone. After Yueying's explanation, the wolf starts coming out of the portal. Yueying is on high alert and prepares for the fight. The newcomers behind her are nervous about everything that is happening. Finally, the dark wolf appears before them, and with the wolf comes a heavy mist that impairs the participants' vision. Yueying, at the forefront of everyone, remains calm and focused. The wolf quickly begins to move alongside Yueying, running from side to side with impressive speed. The novices are scared because they can't even see the dark wolf, let alone fight it. The novices are dismayed by the difficulty of the first floor, trying to imagine how the next floors would be. The wolf finally makes its first attack, trying to hit Yueying, who easily dodges it. Taking advantage of the wolf's low guard, Yueying prepares to counterattack, smoothly turning her body. Yueying applies several consecutive blows to the dark wolf, causing significant damage to the wolf, which falls to the ground already defeated. The novices still don't understand how it ended so quickly, but they are happy to have won. One of the novice girls says that she managed to see what happened and explains that this is Yueying's S-rank talent, the light cut. Zhang Zhe, upon hearing this, wastes no time and immediately opens his system to check what this move called light cut would be. The system shows that the move is called light cut, S-rank, level 1, 378 experience, consumption, 10 MP cooldown 60 seconds, effect attacks the target with fencing skill. Each damage cut is doubled. The last cut will use the doubled effects as a base to release a critical strike and cause immense damage. Note: Level 1. Light cut releases 3 consecutive cuts against the target, Level 2 releases 5 consecutive cuts against the target, Level 3 releases 10 consecutive cuts against the target, Level 4 releases 20 consecutive cuts against the target, Level 5 releases 50 consecutive cuts against the target. Yueying asks if everyone there had the key to move on to the next floor. The novices respond affirmatively and thank Yueying for her feat. Yueying opens her system in the chat channel and explains to her team friends that she was helping the novices pass through the first floor, but was already returning to the 5th floor to assist her team. Her team members say it's okay, and will wait for her to move forward and face the boss of the 5th floor, as Yueying was the team's main damage dealer. Yueying disconnects from the system and informs the novices that they have to pass through the door as soon as possible because the boss would regenerate in an hour. Yueying says her job there is done. She will return to the 5th floor to help her main team defeat the boss of the 5th floor again. The novice notices something strange and asks Yueying to look back. Curious, Yueying turns around to see what was happening. The portal begins to behave differently. Yueying identifies this and realizes that it means the boss has already regenerated. Yueying is confused because it hadn't been an hour since the dark wolf was defeated. But Yueying begins to feel a murderous aura, something unusual for the dark wolf. Then, another wolf appears, but this is a different wolf, belonging to the elite of the dark wolves. The novices are scared by this and start questioning how it could look like an elite boss. The novice tries to reassure the other novices, saying that Yueying was there to protect them. Yueying tells everyone to run away, because if they stay there, they will only hinder the fight. While everyone is running away, Zhang Zhe turns around and looks at Yueying, starting to wonder if Yueying would really be fine, as it was an elite boss. Yueying is a bit apprehensive because an elite boss is equivalent to 5 common bosses. Yueying thinks that because the boss is from the first floor, she probably can handle it. Yueying thinks that the first thing to do is to delay the elite dark wolf so that all the novice players can get out of there. The wolf quickly jumps and tries to hit Yueying, who dodges its attack and again applies her light cut move to the elite dark wolf. This time, her attack did not cause significant damage to the wolf, making Yueying wonder about the defense of this elite wolf. The wolf touches the ground and quickly turns to Yueying, advancing towards her again with incredible speed. This time Yueying can't dodge enough, and the wolf's attack ends up injuring Yueying, causing cuts and bleeding throughout her body. The system appears and notifies Yueying. You are bleeding. 115 points of life have been lost due to bleeding. Every 10 seconds, 1% of your total life will decrease. If the bleeding continues, you will bleed to death. Yueying is frightened by the speed of the elite wolf. Even though she tries to dodge in every way, she was still wounded by the wolf. Yueying thinks that she cannot admit defeat there, so she tries to attack the wolf again, but the wolf dodges her attack and stands right in front of her. The wolf starts moving quickly and attacks Yueying again, hitting her once more. This time, the attack was accurate and threw Yueying to the ground, wounded and defenseless. The wolf prepares for its final blow. Yueying just looks at this situation without the strength to defend herself from this attack. However, suddenly, some arrows hit the wolf, causing it to stop the attack and focus on Zhang Ze, who manages to save Yueying. Zhang Ze starts waving his arms and, calling the wolf a little puppy, asks it to come to Zhang Ze. Yueying just looks at all this without understanding very well what is happening there. Yueying lowers her gaze and remembers that Zhang Ze was among the novices. Yueying wonders what he was doing there, and why he didn't run with the other novices when he had the opportunity. The wolf tries to bite Zhang Ze, but he easily dodges, making it seem like a game and mocking the wolf that just missed the attack. Yueying tries to call Zhang Ze with her shaky voice and tells Zhang Ze not to provoke the elite wolf and to get out of there as quickly as possible, because Zhang Ze wouldn't be able to defeat the elite dark wolf. However, Zhang Ze continues to draw the attention of the wolf to himself while moving away from Yueying, who is lying on the ground without understanding why Zhang Ze, a novice, is doing this. He will end up dying if he continues like this. Zhang Ze, who is running from the wolf, thinks that the wolf still has half of its life, and facing it would be suicide. But Zhang Ze couldn't just stand there doing nothing while watching Yueying in that situation, so he had to do something to make the wolf stop attacking Yueying. While running, Zhang Ze thinks that he can't die there because he has to take care of and protect his little sister. He needs to find an open area so that his summoned beasts can have some advantage over the wolf, but Zhang Ze is almost out of energy. From running so much because the wolf is extremely fast, the wolf finally catches up to Zhang Ze, and as it jumps to attack him, Zhang Ze realizes in time and, with a quick move, dodges the wolf's attack, shouting for his beasts to appear. A portal opens again, and his summonings come out, standing between Zhang Ze and the wolf. Yueying, still lying on the ground, begins to think that this is absurd. A novice wanting to defeat an elite wolf. Yueying thinks that she needs to do something immediately to save him, so she begins to get up and tries to stop the bleeding while thinking about Zhang Ze, asking him to hold on a little longer. Suddenly a woman arrives and uses her green blessing power, starting to heal Yueying. When Yueying turns around, she sees that it's the little princess who is helping. Yueying asks her how she got there. Suddenly the rest of her team appears. The little princess says that everyone came. Yueying's teammates say that what she did was complete madness because you should not face an elite monster alone. She took a great risk doing that. They emphasize that even if the monster is from the first floor, it's still not something Yueying could defeat alone. Yueying looks away, a bit upset with what happened, and apologizes to everyone saying, "I thought I could handle it alone." Another member of her team interrupts the conversation and asks where the wolf went. Yueying panics, remembering that the dark wolf was after a simple novice. Yueying shouts for them to hurry and save him. The members don't understand how a novice attracted the wolf to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze was facing the wolf with all his summonings. Zhang Ze thinks that, although the wolf is very fast when surrounded by 3 violent rabbits, the wolf's movements would be restricted. Additionally, this helps the turtle, which is very slow, to land a fierce attack on the wolf. Nevertheless, The wolf is still very strong and quickly counterattacks, causing damage to all summoned beasts. Seeing this, Zhang Ze realizes that the wolf's damage is extremely high. Zhang Ze needs to do something quickly so that his summonings don't die during the battle. One of the violent rabbits also reaches level 2. This leaves Zhang Ze very satisfied. After seeing this, Zhang Ze devises a fighting strategy and orders his summonings to do exactly what he was commanding. Then, Zhang Ze orders them to surround the wolf, while the turtle holds the wolf's attack. Once the wolf is surrounded, Zhang Ze shouts for all the violent rabbits to enter berserker mode, but the fight drags on and one rabbit is killed. Shortly after, another rabbit is killed. Seeing this, Zhang Ze becomes furious because they had been fighting for a long time and the wolf wouldn't die at all. Zhang Ze thinks that if he doesn't kill the elite wolf soon, it will become a one-man army. Zhang Ze orders his turtle to attack with all its strength and shouts for the wolf to die. The turtle hits the elite wolf head-on, finally defeating it. Zhang Ze sighs in relief and thinks that this was extremely dangerous. Only 2 beasts and little life remain for Zhang Ze. As soon as the wolf dies, it drops some items, namely, Common Grade 4 Demon Soul Orb, Wolf Tooth Necklace 1, Wolf Bone Dagger 1. Zhang Ze, seeing this, thinks that it was expected from an elite wolf. Zhang Ze thinks he will keep the wolf tooth necklace, but the wolf bone dagger isn't very suitable for him. Although the dagger deals good damage, Zhang Ze doesn't like melee combat, so it wouldn't be as useful for him. The system shows that the wolf bone dagger has the following specifications. Grade C, damage 50 to 90, no special effects, durability 100 out of 100. The system also shows that the necklace has Grade C, spirit plus 0.5, no special effects, durability 100 out of 100. Zhang Ze decides to sell the dagger so he can go back and use the money to pay for his sister's treatment. Zhang Ze gets up, pats the head of the last violent rabbit, and thinks that, although he had 2 losses, it was necessary for him to capture the elite dark wolf. Then, Zhang Ze looks forward and summons his new toy, the elite dark wolf. A huge portal opens again, and the wolf appears. The system shows that the wolf has the following data. Level 1 of 5, experience 1 out of 10, life 3000, damage 260 to 380, defense 1500, skill shadow claw. Zhang Ze, seeing this, is extremely happy because its attributes are absolutely incredible. Zhang Ze thinks that the existence of this wolf on the first floor is certainly a miracle. Night falls again and Zhang Ze decides to go back since he still has classes in the morning. After some time, the little princess finds something and notifies her entire team. Finally, they reached where the battle between Zhang Ze and the elite dark wolf took place. Analyzing the ground, they see several marks left by the fierce fight. They definitely know the novice was around. One of them goes searching but quickly returns, saying that they found nothing. Another member says there isn't much they can do. After all, the boy was just a novice. There's no way he could have survived that. He emphasizes that the novice was able to sacrifice his own life to save another person, showing a kind and brave heart. After hearing this, Yueying hangs her head in thought. Yueying simply starts walking and says that she will personally go to the school to find Professor Liu Wei. Certainly, he is the novice's teacher, so if something happened, he will know how to answer. While leaving, Yueying blamed herself for all this, thinking that if the novice really was killed there, the blame was all hers. Zhang Ze was already at his home, and apparently, today was a great day, because Zhang Ze managed to gather several orbs to sell on the trading website. Zhang Ze looks at the system and sees that he has collected 61 low-grade Demon Soul Orbs and 25 common-grade Demon Soul Orbs. Zhang Ze decides to take one of his Strength Orbs and consume it to increase his strength a bit. Zhang Ze thinks that, as the magical domain guide says, if his strength increases there, it will also increase in his real life. Zhang Ze decides that he will test this tomorrow in the school gym. The next day, as soon as Zhang Ze wakes up, his sister is already finishing setting the table for breakfast. She asks Zhang Ze to go wash up while she finishes everything. Zhang Ze tells his sister that he asked her not to spend her time cooking because he could do it. But his sister, smiling, replies that it's just breakfast, no problem. While Zhang Ze brushes his teeth, he thinks that his sister's artificial kidney was depleting. Zhang Ze needed to pay the rent as soon as possible. He also wonders if he should tell his sister that his awakened talent is SSS rank. But as soon as he comes out of the bathroom, he thinks it's better not to say anything to avoid worrying his sister. While Zhang Zhe is drying his face, his sister notices that he came home late last night. She imagines that he didn't awaken such a good talent. So, to protect her brother, she tells Zhang Zhe that the magical domain is very dangerous and says that he doesn't need to go anymore because she has an idea to pay the rent. Zhang Zhe is curious about this and asks his sister what that idea would be. His sister simply says that she has a plan for it. Zhang Zhe finishes his coffee and heads to school, but before leaving, he tells his sister that at her age, she should focus more on studying and not worry about rent. His sister bids him farewell and asks him to be careful at school. In the 5th building, students are discussing their awakened talents. One of them mentions only getting a D-rank talent, while his friend responds that he got a B-rank talent. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe quietly walks past without drawing attention. While the students chat, Zhang Zhe sits down and takes out his phone again to check his sales. Upon opening his app, he realizes that all the items have been sold. The total sales amount to 198,000 for Zhang Zhe. He decides to withdraw this money and plans to get more orbs when he returns to the magical domain later today. The money he earned is almost enough to buy the kidney for his sister. However, suddenly, the teacher asks everyone to be quiet and inquires if everyone is present. The students notice that Yue Ying is right in front of them. The students start commenting on her, praising her beauty, but Professor Liu Wei interrupts them and mentions an unexpected event during the intense battle against the first-floor boss. Professor Liu Wei asks who helped Yue Ying attract the wolf that day and requests the person to stand up, as Yue Ying would like to express her gratitude personally. The students begin to wonder who could have done such a thing, while Zhang Zhe simply thinks that he doesn't need thanks because he doesn't want to expose himself in front of everyone. As no one in the classroom speaks up, Professor Liu Wei tells Yue Ying that the person who helped her probably isn't from this class. Yue Ying agrees and asks the teacher to inform her immediately if he learns anything. Professor Liu Wei agrees and suggests that Yue Ying should return to her classroom for now. While the two talked outside the classroom, students speculated about the hero who saved Yue Ying. One student near Zhang Zhe says he knows who saved her. Worried, Zhang Zhe tries to disguise it and asks who his classmate was, saying that while all the novices were running, one student stayed behind, and if he remembers correctly, that novice's name was Asura. Zhang Zhe tries to navigate the situation by asking if he is sure, because Asura might have just gotten nervous and run the other way. His classmate says to forget about it, and invites Zhang Zhe to hunt some monsters tonight since he had already invited 2 girls. Zhang Zhe smiles and says he can't go because he has to work at the martial arts salon. His classmate notices something and asks Zhang Zhe if his sister needs money again. Zhang Zhe says yes, but assures that everything is fine because he is taking care of it. His classmate is reassured and says it's okay, suggesting that if Zhang Zhe enters the magical domain tonight, he should look for him. His name in the magical domain is Chubby Hunk. Classes come to an end, and Zhang Zhe goes to the gym to work. While cleaning, Zhang Zhe thinks that if he can sell a few more orbs, he probably won't need to work there anymore. While Zhang Zhe was cleaning, a group of people was looking at someone named Zheng. Everyone was praising him because Zheng had just lifted 507 caddies, 7 caddies more than required to be admitted to the prestigious Qing Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, Zheng's awakened talent is ranked A, so his future was almost certain. Zheng says that this is nothing yet, as there are many stronger people out there. His friend says he's being too modest, except for the goddess Yue Ying. Zheng was the strongest there, and he dares not compare himself to the goddess Yue Ying. Zheng says she was blessed by the gods with an S-rank talent and was recommended for admission to the prestigious academy. At the Qing Martial Arts Academy, Zheng emphasizes that he would be happy to have half of Yue Ying's strength. Once everyone leaves, Zhang Zhe is alone in the room, wondering if he is really strong. Zhang Zhe punched the machine, scoring 497 points, leaving him very pleased. Even when he trained every day before, his strength never exceeded 390. Zhang Zhe thinks that absorbing only one high-quality orb has already brought such a significant breakthrough, making him very excited. So, Zhang Zhe decides that he will definitely enter the magical domain tonight. Suddenly a message arrives on his phone from his sister, saying that she would be going out again to study at a friend's house and would return late. She asked her brother to prepare dinner tonight. This leaves Zhang Ze a bit intrigued, thinking that his sister has been doing this every night, but for now, he doesn't have time to investigate. The most important thing at the moment is to quickly go to the magical domain and obtain more demon soul orbs. Again, we are in the arena, where several students are gathered. Zhang Ze opens the system, which shows that he currently has 3 beasts: the elite dark wolf, a lava turtle, and a violent rabbit. He has 7 empty slots for new beasts. Zhang Ze thinks that it's not a good idea to go directly to the second floor, as it is quite dangerous. First, he should master the 10 beasts on the first floor. So, Zhang Ze begins his hunt and calls his little friend to accompany him, the elite dark wolf. Zhang Ze, all happy next to his wolf, thinks that with the dark wolf's damage, he will definitely be able to defeat any monster on the first floor. But what he really wants is more lava turtles. The first lava turtle is found, and they start to fight. Zhang Ze sends his wolf to attack while he stays back with his bow and arrows. Quickly, he defeats several monsters one after another, and about an hour later, he already has an army of monsters at his command. Finally, he is ready to move on to the second floor. Suddenly, he hears some screams for help. Upon closer inspection, it's some rookies running out of a portal, and one of these rookies is his classmate Wang Yang, or if you prefer, the chubby hunk. As Yang ran, he shouted to the older brothers, chiefs, not to kill them, for they were just novices. Thus, there was nothing of value with them. However, the 2 brothers continued to chase them, saying that they already knew they were novices, and also knew there was nothing of value with them. Yet the brothers wanted to kidnap them and ask for money from their closest relatives in the real world. Meanwhile, Zhang remained hidden, watching all this and thinking, once someone's identity is exposed in the magical realm, criminals can take advantage of their fake identities to kidnap them. Through blackmail, it's hard to discover who these guys really are, even if the police are called. When this happens, it's difficult to rescue the hostages, even after the ransom is paid, as the criminals still choose to kill them to keep their identities hidden. Yang screamed, saying his family was poor and had no money. Thus, he pleaded for the bandits to leave him alone. However, the bandits didn't care, thinking Yang was just lying to them, as a few hours before, Yang was with 2 girls and had said his family owned a luxury house and expensive cars. Then, one of the bandits decided to use one of his powers, and all the ground below Yang turned into quicksand. The 3 found themselves trapped, wondering which talent ability this could be. Suddenly, Yang felt something on his neck. It was one of the bandits who, with an axe in his hand, told Yang to give up his parents' contact, or he would die right there. But Yang, even though terrified, said in a trembling voice that he would not give them any contact. The bandit began to laugh and said it's always the same story. Everyone is brave until they lose a hand. Then they become very obedient. Then he raised his axe, but out of nowhere, an arrow came in his direction and hit his arm, preventing him from doing anything. The bandit turned around and shouted that there was a hidden archer around. However, the bandit was extremely furious and asked who dared to attack him from behind. Thus, Zhang appeared next to a tree. The system showed his name as Asura. He looked directly at them and asked how a bunch of trash like them dared to commit such a terrible act. Another bandit, as soon as he noticed Zhang's presence, warned the others and started running towards him. Then, Zhang began to run. The leader of the bandits went into the woods after Zhang. He said Yang and his friends would be stuck there for an hour, so they had time to catch Zhang, as he wanted to cut him into pieces. Zhang kept running while the bandits chased him, until finally, Zhang arrived where he really wanted. A place where the terrain is surrounded by 3 mountains and has only one exit. Zhang continued running into that path, but suddenly, Zhang stopped and turned to the bandits who were laughing at him, for Zhang had run into a dead end and now was trapped with no way to escape. The bandits began to smile and say that just killing him was a waste of time. First, they should take everything he has. The leader said for his group to count themselves, as he wanted to savor the torture. Zhang looked at them and asked if killing people in the magical realm prevents people from the outside from finding out. The leader of the bandits started walking towards Zhang and told him to relax, as no one would know he was going to die there. Zhang crouched down and thanked them for clearing up that doubt he had. Then, energy began to emanate from his hand. Zhang summoned his monsters and asked them to give a warm welcome to the guests. Then, several circles on the ground started to appear around the bandits, and in a few seconds, an army of monsters appeared and surrounded them. The leader of the bandits was astonished by this, wondering how all these beasts appeared out of nowhere and all together. The thieves said there were too many beasts, and the terrain they were on put them at a complete disadvantage. Then the leader yells for everyone to run away, but as soon as they start running, a dense fog begins to cover the path. And in the midst of this fog, only a pair of eyes shining with blue flames appear. Then, the wolf emerges from the mist. They begin to tremble, for it was not just any dark wolf, but an elite dark wolf. Zhang from behind them loudly says, as they themselves had said before, "No one will know that he killed everyone here." Then, Zhang orders his beasts to kill everyone there. The bandits start to run and scream in desperation, but it's too late. The dark wolf begins its attack, wounding several of the bandits quickly. The lava turtles also begin to attack, one by one, mercilessly. And lastly, the violent rabbits surround the leader of the bandits, and without mercy, quickly finish him off. In a few seconds, several bodies were lying on the ground everywhere, and among them, there was only Zhang. Standing, Zhang says that they had committed various crimes and terrible things, and therefore, did not deserve to live. Zhang takes advantage, and starts to collect the items the bandits had, as there was much of value there. Zhang finds a letter, and the system window opens and notifies that this item is the Berserker Talisman Grade C. The special effect is to allow a person, within 3 meters, to enter rage mode. The durability is 100 seconds and it can be used only once. Zhang thinks this could be very useful in the future, so he decides to keep it. Zhang starts to walk and says that it's enough playing around. It's time to head to the second floor. Then he goes to the portal, but before he could enter, Yang and his friends come running, calling him hero. Yang says he knew he was all right, and thanks to the help Zhang had given them before, everyone there was fine. One of the girls, smiling, says she wanted to thank him personally, for he had saved their lives. Yang, crying, grabs Zhang's hand and says that kind-hearted heroes like him are very rare nowadays. Then, Yang offers 1,000,000 yuans as a reward, and asks if that was enough. But Zhang responds that he doesn't need to pay him anything, for he just didn't want to see those trash harming anyone. Zhang asks them to be more careful next time, but in reality, Zhang was thinking that Yang really was very wealthy. However, if Zhang accepted that money, his identity would be revealed as soon as the transfer was made to him, so it's better to leave it as it is. Zhang says goodbye and starts to enter the portal. Meanwhile, Yang thought he was a hero. One of the girls was in love with him, thinking he was very handsome. Finally, we are at the entrance of the magical realm, second floor. Zhang, seeing this, thinks he could never have imagined that the second floor of the magical realm would be a cavity. Zhang was right in the middle of the arena, surrounded by other people who were shouting to form teams. But Zhang remains silent. While people were still shouting, trying to form teams, Zhang starts to read a book and thinks it's still better for him to continue alone. The book shows that the monsters on this floor are poisonous spider, skilled in the use of its venomous fangs, spits threads to make webs. Once caught in the spider web, it's impossible to move for a period of time. Vampire bat, although its damage is not high, it comes and goes like a shadow and can suck blood to recover its life. The boss of this floor is the Sky Devourer frog, has a huge constitution, with hard skin and thick flesh. Common attacks tend not to damage it. Skills, thunder, can force a target within a certain distance into a stunned mode and, simultaneously, cause damage. Zhang was walking through a cave while reading his book and thinks that, apparently, the monsters on the second floor are relatively stronger than those on the first floor. Zhang was distracted reading the book, and a venomous spider web was very close to his head, but he quickly realizes and manages to dodge it. As soon as he looks up, he sees a poisonous spider. It was ready to attack him, but Zhang quickly summons his beasts again, and 2 violent rabbits come out of the portal and charge at the spider. But the spider quickly throws its web at one of the rabbits, immobilizing it. Then, the spider uses its venom on the rabbit, which begins to inflict damage rapidly. Seeing this, Zhang thinks that the spider's damage is not strong, but as soon as the venom comes into contact with the body, the health points start dropping quickly. So, Zhang orders all his beasts to attack at once, and they easily defeat the spider. The system appears and notifies that the venomous spider has been defeated. Zhang doesn't seem very pleased as he sacrificed a rank 2 rabbit for just a venomous spider. And on top of that, it only left behind 2 low-grade demonic soul orbs as a reward. Zhang summons his spider. As soon as it appears, the system shows its specifications. Name, venomous spider, level 1 of 5, experience 1 of 10, life 300, damage 100 to 150, defense 200, ability none. Zhang thinks that, as expected of the monsters on the second floor, Their attributes are more notable than those of the violent rabbits and the lava turtles. Zhang continues walking through the cave and starts to think that, so far, he has only defeated 2 venomous spiders. Although the monsters on the second floor are stronger than those on the first floor, there seem to be far fewer monsters. But, without Zhang realizing it, there are 4 red eyes right behind him. Then, suddenly, 2 vampire bats attack Zhang from behind. However, Zhang notices and quickly turns around, summoning his beasts again. His beasts start emerging from the portal again. Zhang thinks that, fortunately, his summoning ability has improved, allowing him to summon his beasts faster. Otherwise, the surprise attack by the vampire bats could have ended very badly. Zhang orders his beasts to kill them all. Then, the battle begins, and apparently, Zhang's beasts are doing well. But one of the bats bites one of his beasts and almost completely restores its life. Seeing this, Zhang thinks he needs to change his strategy and focus on one bat at a time. Otherwise, this would never end. So Zhang summons his venomous spider and orders it to use its venom, which hits both bats at once. Zhang starts to smile, as the venom causes damage over time, and because of this, interrupts the bat's blood-sucking. Zhang orders again that everyone attack, but this time the same bat. With that, the bats start to take several hits and can't retaliate. Then, Zhang defeats the 2 bats, but he notices that, to defeat the 2 bats, he had again suffered losses among his beasts. Zhang starts to analyze that only his strongest beasts would really be able to survive there on the second floor. Zhang summons the bats and says he now has 8 relatively strong beasts. So, he decides to face the second floor's boss. But as Zhang gets closer, he realizes that everyone is there, including several people arguing over who would try to fight the second floor's boss first. Everyone there was just arguing among themselves and saying that the experts and stronger ones were on the higher floors and didn't care about a bunch of novices. Zhang just watches all this in silence. Suddenly a group of people yells for everyone there to shut their mouths. A man says he had already reserved the right to fight against the sky-devouring toad. He emphasizes that anyone who could read should just read what was written on the sign. To fight the boss, pay 10 demonic soul orbs. He adds that those who are poor wouldn't be able to fight, so they should leave. But this ends up generating more discussion, as people find it very strange. They want to charge for such a feat. However, the group that was charging says they also had to pay fees, so they ask once more if anyone else would like to fight, as there was still 1 spot available. Zhang raises his hand and says he would fight. Zhang says that unfortunately, he does not have the 10 demonic orbs, as he had entered the magical domain just yesterday. However, Zhang offers payment in gold, offering 10 gold bars. The man who was charging asks if it was really gold. Zhang confirms, saying his family is wealthy, so if they allow him to enter and fight the boss, payment would not be an issue for them. The man hugs Zhang and says it's good this story isn't a lie, because if it turns out to be false at payment time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang tells him not to worry, as he wouldn't dare lie about something so serious. Then, the man agrees and calls Zhang, saying he would show him where the second floor boss is located. Zhang thinks it's been too easy to deceive them, so the group starts moving through the cave. As they reach the end of the cave, there's a man standing there. The group leader calls this man Captain and says that since everyone is here, they could proceed to face the boss. The system opens up and reveals this man is named Super Money Machine Man. His rating is that of an experienced fighter. People start thinking that, from what they've learned, anyone with experience in their rating can't be weak. Another man beside him emphasizes that it's better for everyone to stay close when the captain is fighting the monster, to pay attention and obey every command of his. With the whole team formed and together, they advance again. Zhang is surprised by the place, as there's another tunnel on this side of the cave. The captain says this is a world of its own, and right ahead of them there's a huge frog, which is the boss of the second floor. Zhang is stunned by what's in front of him, as the frog is indeed large and has a terrifying appearance. Zhang can't believe the size of the monster. The captain starts to take off his shirt and asks others to keep their distance, as he's going to start the fight. The captain jumps towards the frog, and fire begins to emanate from his hands. He starts a fierce and quick sequence of punches on the frog. Those watching think the captain is truly extremely powerful. Another group member says that with just this sequence of punches, the frog's life dropped by 1/3 while the captain fought. His specifications appear in the system window. Flaming Punch A Level 1. Experience, 612 of 1000. MP consumption, 10. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Effect, unleashes numerous consecutive attacks in a short time. Note, Flaming Punch Level 1 unleashes 10 consecutive punches in a short time. Flaming Punch Level 2 is 30 consecutive attacks in a short time. Flaming Punch Level 3 is 50 consecutive punches in a short time. Flaming Punch Level 4 is 100 consecutive punches in a short time. Flaming Punch Level 5 is 300 consecutive punches in a short time. Meanwhile, the fight continues, and the frog launches a giant fireball, but the captain easily dodges it. The explosion from the attack, as soon as it hit the wall behind, startled the other group members. The captain uses his flaming punch again and starts rapidly striking the frog's head. Zhang, seeing this, thinks the frog still has half its life, so he needs to calculate perfectly to land a fatal arrow and deliver the last blow to the frog. The captain prepares to kill the frog and shouts for it to die. While the captain was finishing off the frog, Zhang saw the opportunity he had been waiting for. So he takes his bow and arrow, aims carefully, and fires. The arrow hits the boss frog's eye, but it wasn't enough to kill it. However, the frog becomes enraged and knocks down the captain. The boss frog is now focused on Zhang. The group leader said they were supposed to stand aside and do nothing. So, why did this boy try to do that? Another group member from behind shouts, saying they shouldn't let Zhang kill the boss frog, because if that happens, all the rewards would go to him. The frog starts chasing Zhang, but as the group was about to do something, the captain stands in front of the portal and crosses his arms, saying no one should do anything because a novice tried to steal the rewards. So, he should die. The captain orders everyone to stand still there while the frog burns Zhang alive. Zhang hears this and becomes a bit apprehensive. The members obey their captain and stand still, commenting that this guy, with just a bow and arrows, is overestimating himself, trying to face the boss alone. Clearly, he is asking to be killed. The difference in strength between them is obvious. Any fool can see that it's not worth taking such a risk. Greed will kill him. Even if, by some miracle, he manages to defeat the frog boss, he won't make it out of here alive. While they just watched, Zhang was fiercely fighting the frog boss, easily dodging the boss's fire attacks. But as soon as the frog boss would be killed, the captain and his team would not let Zhang leave there alive. Tired of hiding, Zhang decides to use his innovations. Then, his crossbows appear surrounding the boss. This surprises everyone there with such a skill. The captain starts to watch attentively, as he had never seen or heard of a talent as strong as this. The monsters start attacking the frog boss. A notification appears saying the frog boss is weakened. Zhang takes advantage of this situation and starts firing several arrows that hit the frog boss right in the face. The system notifies that the boss has been defeated. Zhang starts to laugh. This leaves people astonished that Zhang actually managed to defeat the boss without even a scratch. They thought this impossible, for Zhang was just a novice. In front of Zhang there were several orbs, but as he was collecting the rewards, the whole group comes close to him saying, now it makes sense why he had tried to steal the boss, because he really had a trick up his sleeve. The whole group surrounded Zhang, saying he should return all the rewards he had collected, and still give the 10 gold bars. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave there alive. Zhang says he can't believe what he's hearing. How they dare say something so ridiculous, since they blocked the entrance and charged an exorbitant amount for people to enter. If you hadn't done that, clearly Zhang would have defeated the monster alone just the same. So why should Zhang comply with what you want? Zhang points out that he had a great loss in this battle, as a lava turtle, a venomous spider, and a vampire bat died. However, there is still the elite shadow wolf, so defeating all of you won't be a big problem. The captain catches Zhang's attention, saying his talent really is something incredible, but unfortunately, it's useless. Then the captain jumps and with just one strike kills Zhang's vampire bat. The captain says it doesn't matter how many beasts Zhang can summon. When facing a true expert, they are worth nothing. Zhang gets angry and says he just wanted to kill the boss, grab the key, and go back. But now things have changed. You are forcing me to do what I didn't want to do. But when the fight was about to start, someone from the back shouts for them to stop what's happening. This person shows a badge, saying he is a member of the disciplinary committee of the Magic Domain Administration team, and for that reason he has the order. The system shows that the name of this person is Divine Retribution Network. Zhang thinks it's strange to see this man there, as the disciplinary committee is a senior administration team. They conduct secret investigations to collect evidence and look for non-compliant teams. Although his position is not very high, they possess great authority. Seeing this, Zhang thinks he can relax a bit. One of the captain's subordinates says that if this guy reports everything they did there to the senior section chief, they would be lost. So they should fight with everything they have against them. The council agent says he had already recorded everything they did and would pass it on to the superiors. Then, He asks for everyone there to surrender peacefully. The captain smiles and says that unfortunately they wouldn't have that opportunity. The Magic Domain Administration agent gets a bit scared and asks if they intend to cover up the case by killing them there. And suddenly, Zhang and the agent were surrounded. The agent takes his weapon and tells Zhang not to be afraid, as he would protect him. The agent tells Zhang that the talent he has shown is something unparalleled and very promising. As soon as they manage to get out of there and arrest everyone, the agent says he will introduce Zhang to the committee. Then the fight begins. One of the captain's henchmen rushes forward, but the agent uses his ice beam and freezes him instantly. Another henchman is surprised, as the agent has an A-rank talent. However, the captain says they need not worry, as they have the numerical advantage and the recharge time for that ability is 60 seconds. This would give them the upper hand. The captain orders all his henchmen to attack at once. They charge fearlessly, but the agent skillfully dodges one of their blows and counterattacks with a kick that sends the henchman flying. The agent smiles and says he was an honor student who graduated from the Tongchuan Martial University. Did they really think he was just a four-eyed nerd? The agent emphasizes that reinforcements would soon arrive. So, it's better for everyone there to surrender at once, as none of them can escape legal sanctions. But they continued mocking, saying in their wildest dreams they would not surrender. Then, this man named Lao San uses a spell on the captain's body, who thanks him for it. The captain then quickly jumps with his hands on fire towards the agent, who uses his ice beam again. But it has no effect, as the spell Lao San used on the captain is a B-rank magical resistance spell. For 10 seconds, nothing that is magic will cause damage or effect on the user's body. The agent can't believe it. He then asks Zhang to run away while he can, as the damage from the flaming punch is too high. They wouldn't be able to withstand that attack, but the captain says none of them would escape there alive. The captain prepares his strike and yells for them to die. The agent, with no defensive reaction, just screams in fright, but something stops the captain's strike. As the agent looks, it's a lava turtle that had appeared right in front of him. On top of the turtle, a venomous spider had thrown its web at the captain to hold him for a while. Zhang says the agent could rest now, as he himself would take care of everything. The agent is startled and asks if Zhang is crazy to want to face them head-on like this, but Zhang smiles and says he wouldn't even need to move to defeat them, as others would fight for him. Then, Zhang begins his summoning, and again a dense fog starts to spread throughout the place. The other subordinates ask where it's coming from. Then, an elite shadow wolf steps out of the portal, walking. This leaves them completely frightened, as right in front of Zhang there was a shadow wolf under his command. The captain finally manages to free himself from the venomous spider's web, but as soon as the fog passes behind Zhang, the second-floor boss frog is right behind him. People there start screaming that this isn't possible. They wonder if it was really Zhang who summoned them, while others thought it was a glitch in the magical domain, as two bosses appeared in the same place. But in the end, people understood that it was indeed Zhang who had called the bosses there, and this left them even more surprised, as they thought he was only capable of summoning lesser beasts. A man says this is unfair. How can a talent be so unbalanced as to summon bosses? The woman next to him says the talent must be an A rank, but the man says it's clearly an S rank talent or even higher. Lao San asks the captain what they should do now. The captain, with a serious face, says they have no choice but to fight. Then he focuses and says they could leave the two bosses to him, and the rest of the members should kill Zhang. The agent and the captain leap to attack. The agent tells Zhang to be very careful, but Zhang does not move and only orders his beast to attack. Then the two bosses begin the battle against the captain. The captain manages to dodge the wolf and lands a blow on the frog that takes away a third of its life. The frog tries to hit the captain again, but he dodges and lands another blow, leaving the frog with only a third of its life. Zhang, analyzing the situation, thinks that he expected this from an expert. He plans to eliminate the frog before dealing with the dark wolf. Lao San starts laughing and shouting at Zhang, asking if he really thought he could defeat their captain like that. Lao San emphasizes that the captain had already killed many frogs like that, so this little power Zhang uses is nothing. The agent, seeing this, thinks that the captain really is very strong, as the defense of the sky-devouring frog is weak, so it won't be able to last much longer. Zhang, still very calm, says that since that's the case, then he will have to really show them something powerful. Zhang takes out his Berserker Talisman card. This shocks the agent. Zhang throws it to the elite dark wolf and orders it to kill everyone there. As soon as the card touches the wolf's skin, it starts to disintegrate, and a red aura begins to cover the wolf. Then the wolf opens its eyes, which now glow red, showing a murderous and cold look. The wolf roars, shaking the entire cave. The captain realizes that the wolf's killing intent is uncontrollable. Lao San and his friends realize that the wolf is clearly out of control and has entered berserker mode. The wolf, standing in front of the captain, drooling with the desire to kill. The captain, looking at the wolf, starts to think about how it entered berserker mode without the captain having attacked. He starts to run. As he runs, he looks back and thinks that clearly an elite dark wolf in berserker mode would be impossible for him to defeat. So, to save his life, the captain decides to flee. Zhang looks at this and asks if the captain really is going to try to flee, as now it seems a bit too late to try to escape. The wolf catches up quickly, and a strong fog covers all of the captain's vision. Then, several attacks begin, and the captain starts to take damage, one after another, without the slightest chance of defense. The captain continues to receive all the hits from the dark wolf. Lao San screams for his captain, but their captain falls to his knees, and with a trembling voice, begins to wonder if this kid is really that powerful. The captain understands that all this is his fault, for he completely underestimated his opponent. Then, the captain begins to fall, and the system notifies that he has just been killed. Lao San and his friends are trembling with fear and say that this kid is terrifying. They need to get out of there as fast as possible. So they start to run, but the red eye of death is behind them. The wolf begins to attack one after another. Then, Zhang calls his beast back and says that this was just a lesson for everyone there. The agent thinks that Zhang's talent is something scary. Such a talent must be controlled by the government, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. After everything is over, the agent's reinforcements arrive at the location. The agent says that they were there, and now all those who remained would be arrested. Then Zhang doesn't want to know, and immediately goes to see the items left by the captain. And as expected, he had many good things. The system opens again, and shows that the loot from the money-making Superman were 2 high-grade demonic soul orbs, 18 common-grade demonic soul orbs, and 77 low-grade demonic soul orbs, 2 blood tonics, an invitation card, and 3 pieces of armor. As soon as Zhang picks up one of the armor pieces, he sees something underneath. He picks it up in his hand and wonders what it is. The system opens again, saying that this is an invitation card to the Death Zone, Grade C, Level 1, a one-time pass to enter the Death Zone. Zhang doesn't understand very well what this Death Zone is, as there was nothing written about it in the Magic Domain Guide, but Zhang decides to leave it for later. First, he needs to absorb those high-grade orbs. The agent runs up to Zhang, saying that he had been amazing just now. The agent asks Zhang if he has any interest in joining the Magic Domain Management team to serve the nation. Zhang apologizes, but declines, saying that unfortunately, it doesn't fit into his plans at the moment. The agent is a bit confused by this response, but understands and says that everyone has their goals in life, so he would respect that decision. The agent writes down his contact number on a piece of paper and hands it to Zhang, saying that if he changes his mind, he just needs to contact him through this number. Zhang thanks him again and says he will think it over. As Zhang turns to enter the portal, the agent shouts that he needs to say one more thing before he goes. Zhang turns around. The agent says that no matter how strong Zhang becomes in the future, he should always remember that the blood of Great Xia flows within him. So the agent hopes that Zhang won't do things that would disappoint the nation and its people. Zhang turns back to the portal and says he can rest easy, because he is also a citizen of Great Xia. After that, Zhang enters the portal that leads him to an ecosystem entirely different from the previous one. In the center of the arena, Zhang looks around and thinks that apparently, there are far fewer people here compared to the first 2 floors. He figures that the higher the floor, the more powerful the monsters and the greater the dangers. So without sufficient power, one naturally shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Zhang picks up the book again to see what monsters are on this floor. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Thrower. Apparently this floor deals with more humanoid monsters, instead of beasts or insects. Zhang thinks that things are finally starting to get more interesting. But Zhang notices that it's getting quite late, so he decides to head back. Back at his home as he enters, Zhang notices that all the lights are off. He goes to Xiaofeng's room and knocks on the door, but no one answers. So he decides to open it and realizes that there's no one there. It's late at night, and she still hasn't returned. Then, Zhang remembers she had mentioned going to a friend named Pan Pan's house. So he decides to pick up his phone and call her, but as soon as he picks up his phone, he sees that there are 15 missed calls. He calls back immediately. As soon as Pan Pan answers, Zhang says he's Xiaofeng's brother. Pan Pan asks why he took so long to answer the phone. She tells Zhang to rush to the Yunding dance club because his sister is in danger. This leaves Zhang in a panic. He runs out, thinking along the way that this is the most luxurious club in the city. What was his sister doing there at this hour? As he arrives, 2 security guards at the door ask what he thinks he's doing there, dressed like that. Zhang starts to get irritated. Several things go through his mind at that moment. He thinks she was working in that place, but that doesn't matter at the moment, because if anyone dares to touch her, no one would be spared. Quickly, Zhang knocks down the 2 security guards in a matter of seconds and continues running into the club. Inside the club, there are some people, and a man is telling them to stop the nonsense and accompany young Master Chung for a drink. So why was she making all this fuss? The man offers a card saying there's 10,000 in it, so she should just get on with it and start drinking. He throws the card on the ground and says that if she works there, she's a nobody, so it's better to stop joking and do what he's telling her. Her friend steps in front of Xiaofeng, saying she would accompany Chung instead of Xiaofeng, but the man pushes the employee, saying Chung had already chosen the other girl, so that's what he would have, period. The man touches Xiaofeng's face and starts yelling at her, saying she should serve their distinguished guest well. Otherwise, suddenly, someone from behind asks what would happen if she didn't do that. That person was Zhang, coming in with a look of terror. Zhang says he doesn't care who he is or where this is. If anyone dares to touch a hair on his sister's head, he would break both legs of anyone daring to do so. Xiaofeng screams for her brother. A man from behind asks Zhang how he dares to offend the Tianqing group. Does he not fear death? The people around think that now Zhang was screwed, as he was messing with the Tianqing group. Xiaofeng's friend thinks that things are definitely out of control, as the Tianqing group has a lot of influence in Zhangbei, not to mention that they have hired many fighters from the magic domain. Zhang bends down and picks up the card from the ground. The man smiles and says he likes obedient people, but Zhang holds the card and asks if he really wanted to buy his sister with this card. Then, Zhang throws the card, saying it would never happen in his dreams, but quickly someone jumps in front of the man and catches the card. Zhang's sister, seeing this, thinks the guy was so fast that she barely saw him. The chubby man orders everyone there to grab Zhang, and after beating him up, break his legs. Then, the guards rush towards Zhang, but suddenly, a woman yells for them to stop. She asks why they were making all this mess in the Yunding Club. Don't they have any respect for her at all? This woman is named Zhang. She was wondering who he could be. She smiles and says, he is Wu Tiancheng. Then she calls him Boss Wu and asks if he is so free to visit her club. She thinks Wu Tiancheng has never been a good person, so today she should humiliate this guy. Then he comes and says that the young women working there are worthless and do not behave well. He and his friend are not satisfied with the service there. Zhang responds that he is a generous man. Why would he waste his time arguing with just 2 kids like them? So, it's better to let it go for today. Then, Wu Tiancheng starts to say he will not let it go because she can't even properly control her employees. Clearly, Tianfeng City should find a new leader. Zhang smiles and says, Wu Tiancheng is welcome to have fun in Tianfeng City whenever he wants. But she points her finger and says if he came there to bully the citizens of her city, then he might as well go back to Jiangbei. After that, the people there start to celebrate and say that's right. Jiang is correct. Wu Tiancheng starts to laugh and says they are all fools, because if it wasn't for the donations he makes to help train fighters in the magic domain and prevent monster invasions, they would all be dead by now. In the future, only the strong will be able to enjoy life. Wu Tiancheng points to Xiaofeng and says he will definitely take her with him today. This leaves her very scared. Zhang says that if that's the case, then he shouldn't blame her for what's going to happen now. She prepares to strike him, but again, the same guy quickly steps in front and with extreme ease throws her away. Wu Tiancheng starts to laugh and says this is the power of the only S rank of the last decade. Wu Tiancheng orders his guards to grab Xiaofeng and take her. Then he asks who there would dare to stop him. Just as they were about to grab her, someone quickly grabs her by the shoulder and yells for them to take their hands off her, hitting one of them with a knee to the face. Chung, seeing this, gets excited. Zhang repeats that anyone who tries to touch his sister, he would have no mercy. Chung says Zhang is really fast. Wu Tiancheng asks if he's also a fighter from the magic domain. Zhang gets up and asks what Zhang's agility attribute is because he is very fast. Chung, seeing all this movement, thinks that he recently raised his agility points to 11, which is infinitely faster than the speed of an ordinary person, but Zhang's speed is still greater than his. Chung says he wants to introduce himself formally. Then he starts saying his name is Chung, a third-year high school student from Longhu. Chung asks Zhang's name, who replies that he is a third-year student from the 5th high school in Tianfeng City, and his name is Zhang. Chung says he didn't expect both of them to be in the same year. Then, he suggests they should compare grades, but Zhang turns away with his sister and says he's not interested. Chung doesn't like this attitude much. Zhang notices something different, turns quickly, and breaks a bottle with a kick that Chung had thrown at him. Chung is surprised, saying Zhang really is very fast. But unfortunately, if Chung didn't give permission, neither Zhang nor his sister Feng would leave there. Zhang shouts that Chung is extremely strong. The weight of his punch is at least 200 catties, so they should be very careful with him. Zhang hears this and doesn't care, just asks his sister to step back a bit, that they would go home soon, as he was only going to beat Chung first. Chung says he was looking for an opponent of his level at the school in Jiangbei, but didn't find one. However, Chung says he is very lucky to have found Zhang right there. Chung says he hopes Zhang doesn't disappoint him. Suddenly Chung jumps with terrifying speed to attack Zhang. Zhang, seeing this, gets worried, as apparently Chung was hiding his real power. This punch at this speed must weigh at least 1,000 catties, but Zhang easily dodges Chung's attack. Zhang thinks his strength is in speed, so he needs to use this as his main attack. Zhang punches Chung, who defends with his arm. Chung says Zhang is quite strong, but still not compared to him. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang disappears from Chung's view, as he was moving with extreme speed. Then he appears behind Chung, and as soon as Chung notices, thinks this speed really is impressive. He manages to defend again with his arm. However, this time, he really feels the strength of the punch and starts to wonder how Zhang is so fast. Zhang disappears again with his speed, leaving Chung wondering how many agility points Zhang must have to be so fast. Tiancheng, seeing the absurd speed of Zhang, is shocked, as he didn't imagine that there was such a strong talent there, in such an insignificant place. Tiancheng thinks that this time he was very careless with his attitudes. Zhang lands a punch on Chung's back, causing him to scream in pain as he is thrown forward. Pan is surprised by this, and says she always thought Zhang was just a very kind person. She really didn't imagine that he had such great strength hidden. Feng smiles, proud of her brother, and says he was just being modest. Zhang continues to be apprehensive, watching the fight. Chung realizes he's not at the advantage he thought he would be, so he jumps and recomposes himself. However, he's feeling a strong pain in his arm, as he had defended twice with the same arm. Zhang notices this and says that Chung could no longer lift his arm. Then, he asks if he really still wanted to continue. The two stare at each other for a while. Then, Tiancheng shouts and tells Chung that a wise man would know when to retreat, as they could fight again in the future. After all, this city is theirs. Moreover, they were facing a strong expert. Leaving now might be the best option. Chung starts to say he would remember this day and, especially, the name Zhang. The National Martial Arts examination would take place in 3 months. Chung emphasizes that once he is admitted to the Qing Martial Arts Academy, he would personally go after Zhang. Zhang smiles and says that's a coincidence, as he was also planning to enter the Qing Martial Arts Academy. Zhang says they might even be classmates there. Chung gets annoyed by Zhang's calmness and starts shouting that, although Zhang was an extremely fast person, his physical strength and spirit were below standard. Chung also highlights that Zhang's financial life was crap. As if it were good, he wouldn't let his precious sister work in places like that. However, Zhang remains very calm and smiling, asks Chung not to worry about him, but about his arm, which is completely injured. So as soon as the two are in the academy, Zhang asks Chung to give his best and go after him. Tiancheng starts to take Chung away. Even so, he turns around and asks where all this confidence comes from. All the people there start to celebrate and yell for them to disappear from there, because just by having money, they thought they were better than others. The people shouted for them never to forget this day, and to stop mocking their town for thinking there was no talent there. The slap in the face they received will be remembered for a long time. Zhang hugs his sister and says it's late, so they should go back home. She smiles and agrees, but before they leave, Zhang asks Zhang to wait a moment, as she would like to thank him for what he had done there today. Zhang asks him to go with her for just a few minutes, so they can discuss some things. Feng smiles and tells her brother that Zhang is a good person. Then he agrees to listen to her. Inside a room, Zhang and his sister are sitting on a couch, while Zhang stands up and starts to thank again. Then, she hands over a payment to Zhang of 500,000 and says that this is a demonstration of the gratitude she felt for what he had done that night. He not only defended his sister, but also brought glory to the city of Tianfeng. Zhang thinks that with this amount, he would no longer need to worry about rent, nor even about his sister's kidney. However, he says that as much as he needs money, he could not accept this money just like that. Zhang says she would be very clear there. As Zhang himself had seen before, she also had unfinished stories with Tiancheng from the Tianqing group, and clearly Tiancheng had brought Cheng there just to cause problems for the Yunding Club. So, this money is actually for Zhang to help her, because if he hadn't intervened today, things could have really gotten quite ugly. Feng turns to her brother, and with a very happy face, says that he should help Zhang. Zhang sighs and accepts the money, and says that if Cheng causes problems again in the future, then he would help. Then, Zhang and his sister stand up and say that if there was nothing more to be dealt with there, they would leave. Zhang thanks again and says she would ask her team to take the two to their home. Zhang says not to worry, as they would go by themselves. As soon as they leave the club, Zhang says he never wanted to see his sister there inside again, so she would not return there. Feng says she knew she was wrong, but the salary was very high. Zhang gets angry and yells, saying no matter how much the salary was, she should never step in there again. Then he asks if she understood. She tries to change the subject, saying he looked very strong fighting there inside. Then he cuts the topic, saying he doesn't want to know more about this subject. It's very late and tomorrow she had class, so they would immediately go back home so she could sleep and rest. The next day at school, Zhang was about to leave his classroom until he hears someone calling him, and as he turns, sees Yang jumping towards him, crying, saying that they might not have seen each other again, as yesterday he almost got kidnapped in the magical domain. Then, Yang hugs Zhang tightly and says that if Master Asura hadn't saved him yesterday, he probably could have been dead now. Zhang says that Yang was really lucky, but now he must let him go and continue what he was doing, because Zhang needed to go back to his house to cook for his sister. Yang leaves enchanted, saying that Master Asura was incredibly strong, so he would choose him as his new master. Zhang is a bit disheartened by this, and thinks that Yang's memory was really good. In the corridor, Zhang meets another person who greets him. He introduces himself, saying his name is Hao, and that he had a question to ask Zhang. Then he asks if it had been Zhang who cleaned the martial arts room yesterday after training. Zhang thinks this is the guy who had awakened an A-ranking talent, and immediately remembers that he had left his punch number on the dynamometer, and thinks he might have seen it. Then he answers yes. Hao gets excited and asks if he had seen him use the dynamometer that night, but Zhang just says he hadn't seen anyone use it. Zhang looks directly at them and quickly starts to walk away, saying he had something important to do and couldn't be late. As he ran away from there, Zhang thought he needed to be more careful from now on, as it was not yet time to expose his talent. And by great luck, Hao hadn't seen that it had been him who used the dynamometer. But Hao watches Zhang as he walks away. Hao wonders if it could be him, but a guy next to Hao says that's impossible, as in last month's exam, Zhang hadn't even been among the top 100. Hao says there's nothing to worry about now, as the truth will always come out in the National Martial Arts exam. Back at his home, Zhang watches television while his sister washes the dishes. On television, a news report starts saying that recently, a dangerous fugitive had escaped to the city. So, this report was a reminder from the city department for all citizens to stay in their homes, safe, and for students, the advice is to try to stay inside their homes during the night. And, if they see a suspicious person, they should immediately call the police. Zhang stands up and tells his sister that he would enter the magical domain, and, as she heard on television, things are not safe out there. So she should be a good sister and not leave the house this time. Feng says it's okay and she would stay inside. Then Zhang, without wasting time, returns to the magical domain. On the 3rd floor, he opens his system and thinks that although he got the Sky Devourer boss, he still had lost many beasts. At the moment, there are 5 vacancies. So Zhang decides that, before trying to advance further, he would fill the remaining 5 slots. Currently, Zhang has an elite dark wolf, a sky-devouring frog, a venomous spider, a lava turtle, and a violent rabbit. Zhang opens the magical domain guide again to check the monsters on the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there are warrior goblin and launcher goblin. Zhang starts to think that the monsters on this floor are just short and long-range goblins, but he still doesn't know which would be better for his team. Zhang decides to collect one of each first to test their strengths, and then choose which ones he would put on his team. As soon as Zhang was about to start hunting, he hears a cry for help. A group of 3 people was being attacked by goblins. One of them screams and warns that the goblins' attack was very strong, so they should be careful not to be hit. Then, the guy with the shield notices that one of the goblins was going to attack and trembles in fear. The warrior goblin quickly attacks and breaks their shield in half with extreme ease, while the launcher goblin from a distance hits them with its attacks. As they ran without knowing what to do, Zhang on top of a tree just watched and studied the scene. He thinks that even 3 short-range experts were not able to defeat a single warrior goblin. Apparently, these goblins really are strong. Zhang summons the sky-devouring frog and orders it to attack. Then, immediately the frog jumps and attacks, causing 310 damage to the warrior goblin. Zhang is impressed with the power of the frog. Then he summons the lava turtle and asks it to join the battle. Immediately the turtle appears and jumps in front of the warrior goblin, but the warrior goblin blocks the attack of the turtle. This leaves Zhang impressed, as he didn't imagine they could block attacks. But suddenly, the launcher goblin starts to attack the turtle quickly, causing very large damage, which makes Zhang impressed with the strength and attack speed of the launcher goblin. Quickly the lava turtle dies. Then Zhang starts to focus on the launcher goblin and tells the frog to change its target and attack the launcher goblin. Then the frog attacks again. The goblin looks at this, unable to dodge or defend. Then the frog's attack hits the launcher goblin squarely, causing 450 damage. Zhang orders the frog to attack again, leaving the goblin with little life. Zhang calls his elite dark wolf and orders it to finish it off. But as soon as the launcher goblin sees the elite dark wolf, it starts running away in fear, which shocks the wolf, Zhang, and even the other goblin. Zhang is very disappointed, wondering why the launcher goblin was fleeing when it was about to be captured. Zhang says the goblin wouldn't get away that easily. Then, quickly, he calls his violent rabbit, and says now he wanted to see who would be faster. So he sends his rabbit to catch the launcher goblin. Zhang and his elite dark wolf come down from the tree while his violent rabbit chases after the launcher goblin. Zhang looks at the warrior goblin and says it is the only one left there. So, it's better for it to put up a good fight, and he sends his dark wolf and the frog to attack. Then, the bosses begin to attack. As soon as the goblin is defeated, Zhang goes to its body and says it was very brave, as they took 10 minutes to defeat it. Then, after the death of the goblin, Zhang summons it so he can analyze its attributes. So, as soon as the goblin is summoned, Zhang opens the system which shows the attributes. Name, Warrior Goblin. Level, 1 out of 5. Experience, 1 out of 10. Health, 450. Damage, 240 to 290. Defense, 300. Ability, none. Zhang notices that the damage and defense of the goblin are really notable. However, this was expected for a monster of the 3rd floor. Although the goblin has no abilities, its attributes are greater than those of the level 3 violent rabbit. As soon as Zhang touches the name of the violent rabbit, he notices that the rabbit hadn't returned yet. So he decides to look in the system, and the system shows that the violent rabbit was dead. Zhang wonders what happened, and how his rabbit died like that. But suddenly, he hears strange noises coming from behind a bush. Then, several goblins appear at once, screaming, "Chitter squeal," and charge at Zhang, who seeing this gets scared and thinks that now the situation was really going to escalate, as the goblin that had escaped earlier had called his partners. Zhang decides to run, as this number of goblins would easily kill his beasts, so he stores all of them and starts running towards the altar. But the goblins stop at a distance and stay there. Zhang thinks that these goblins are really very intelligent, as they even know that the altar would kill them if they got closer. The other people who were at the altar began to wonder how Zhang had called so many goblins like that. Zhang, on top of the altar, taunts the goblins. The goblin that he had hit previously shows him the finger. Then they start to retreat from there. After that, Zhang sits on the edge of the altar and thinks that these goblins are different from other monsters. Besides knowing how to flee, they also know how to call large amounts of reinforcements. So, the safest way to deal with them is not giving them the opportunity to flee. Zhang wonders how he would do that, as they are quite fast. Then Zhang remembers something. He quickly stands up and thinks that probably this would work. The people around him even startle. A few minutes later, Zhang was on top of a tree again, watching 2 goblins standing still. Zhang hides better behind the tree to avoid being seen, while he continues observing. Seeing a pair again, he thinks that the teams are fixed and divided into short and long range. Zhang then thinks it's time for him to show something entertaining. Zhang starts to call his beasts, and orders them to start attacking the short-range goblin. Zhang takes advantage and sends the dark wolf and the frog to attack the launcher goblin. Quickly, the warrior goblin dies. Zhang looks at the launcher goblin and smiles, saying that now he couldn't do anything against them. Then they face each other. Zhang smiles and says he was the last one. The dark wolf growls at the goblin, which is low on life. Then the goblin starts running again, leaving the wolf behind, but Zhang had anticipated this. So he starts to summon his beast, the venomous spider, and orders it to hold him with its web. Quickly, the spider jumps and manages to hold him with the web. Then, Zhang with his beasts surrounds him, and he asks why he is not running now or calling for reinforcements. Zhang orders his beasts to finish him off. The goblin trembles in fear, but there isn't much it can do. After a few minutes, Zhang is with the system open. looking at the attributes of the launcher goblin, and is impressed with the launcher goblin's damage. The system shows the following attributes: name, launcher goblin, level, 1 out of 5, experience, 1 out of 10, health, 300, damage, 290 to 330, defense, 280, ability, none. Zhang says the attack of the long-range goblin is almost as strong as that of the dark wolf. No wonder their attacks hurt so much. After seeing the attributes of both goblins, Zhang decides that he would catch some more. So he calls his beasts and says they would exterminate the goblins. Then, they start hunting the goblins, and easily Zhang goes killing them one by one. Zhang, seeing the spider using its web, thinks that these skills really are very useful. He will have to learn to use them more frequently from now on. Zhang continues capturing goblins. In the last encounter, his level 3 lava turtle dies, but that was what Zhang wanted, as this way he could replace it with another goblin. Currently, Zhang has a small army of beasts, consisting of 7 goblins, 3 of them launchers and 4 warriors, an elite dark wolf, a sky-devouring frog, and a venomous spider. And with this, Zhang thinks he can take a look at the 3rd floor boss. After a few hours, Zhang finally arrives at the village where the Goblin King resides. As soon as Zhang sees all this, he is impressed, and thinks that the Goblin King clearly would be quite complicated to deal with, as he has a whole structure protecting him, plus several goblin subordinates on guard. So he thinks fighting alone really would be very difficult. Looking back, Zhang sees a person shouting that they had an S-ranking talent, and were organizing a team to fight the 3rd floor boss for free. The team would consist of 100 people, and was almost full, so there were only a few spots left. Zhang, seeing this, thinks there are many people who take novices to get rewards by killing monsters and defeating bosses. Since there is no supervision there, those who just increase the number without real qualifications get opportunities like these. These scammers are very common around there. Sometimes the people who accompany them can even lose their lives due to the recklessness of the leaders. Zhang thinks they are just a bunch of fools, but the man with S-ranking talent calls Zhang and asks if he had any interest in joining his team, as there were still 5 spots available. The man says it's all for free, and that the items the monster drops would also be theirs, as he wouldn't want anything. Zhang thinks there are many people there, so it wouldn't be so difficult. He could enter with his summoned beasts. Then he turns and refuses the invitation, saying he would go alone. The people there start criticizing Zhang, saying that even when a specialist personally invited him, he did not appreciate the kindness and wanted to go alone. Some said he was crazy, as if he went in there alone, he would end up dying. After analyzing the entrances, Zhang finds one with few goblins, so he thinks it would be his best chance of victory. Then he prepares and calls his beasts and orders them to attack. Quickly, the battle starts, and all the goblins at the entrance are killed with some ease. Consequently, several demonic orbs were dropped. Zhang thinks that finally, he was lucky this time. Then he picks up his book and looks at the map there, but he hears another scream for help coming from inside a huge tent. And with that, obviously, Zhang realizes that the Goblin King would be inside there. The screams continue asking for help. Zhang is a bit confused, as by the time it was impressive that a person was already in there, fighting against the Goblin King. Inside, the people from the previous team were being attacked, and those who remained were running and screaming that the goblins were killing everyone there. The Goblin King attacked along with his subordinates, without the slightest mercy. Suddenly, those who remained were surrounded. Zhang takes a look and sees the people being attacked, and thinks that it is indeed the group he had seen before. But something was strange, as the man in the purple cloak, who claimed to be the team leader, was not helping them. Meanwhile, the fight continued. The goblins attacked furiously, finishing several quickly, and consequently, all those who listened to that man ended up dying there, leaving none of them alive. The Goblin King sits back down, laughing, while the bodies of the novices who were killed turned into orbs. Zhang, seeing this, says he now understood everything. That man before did not have an S-ranking talent. He just led them all there so they would die. After they were all dead, he planned to return and steal the orbs and items left by those who died there. Zhang picks up one of the orbs and thinks that these low-grade orbs were exchanged for the lives of all these novices. Zhang thinks that the man in the purple cloak is a despicable monster. But suddenly, a dagger flies quickly and breaks a pot right in front of Zhang, startling him. Then, he realizes that this is really bad, as he had awakened the Goblin King. As soon as he looks, he sees the Goblin King standing, with his soldiers around him, saying that there was a reckless intruder there. The goblins start to run to attack Zhang, who quickly calls his goblins and asks them to block the attacks. Then, The warrior goblins begin to block the attacks from the other warrior goblins. Zhang looks at the chief and thinks that if his goblins hold off the king goblin's subordinates, then he would have a chance to fight. Then, without thinking twice, Zhang starts to attack the goblin king, using his venomous spider to hold the king while he prepared to attack with his bow. Zhang also sends some goblins to attack the king, who gets angry and screams that they were nothing much, and starts to spin rapidly, breaking one of the goblin's swords and killing one of them in just one hit. Zhang is impressed with the goblin king's whirlwind fist ability, as it had absurd damage. Thanks to that then, Zhang decides to attack from afar, and prepares his launcher goblins and the sky-devouring frog, and joins them and orders all to attack the goblin king together. Then, all of them attack at the same time. The goblin king just looks at the attacks coming his way. Then, the goblin king picks up his 2 swords and defends the attacks, saying that the intruder was reckless and therefore, he should die. Zhang is impressed again, as besides the strong attack, the goblin king could defend with the swords. Besides the fireball from the sky-devouring frog, he can block other physical attacks and weaken their damage by half. The king's subordinates continue attacking Zhang, but quickly his goblins defend him from the attacks. Zhang thinks that the damage and defense of the king are very high. His beasts would not last much longer if it continued this way. So, he starts to think about what he should do, but while thinking, someone grabs the dagger again and yells for Zhang to die and hits him from behind, causing 399 damage in one hit. Zhang turns with the wound and realizes that the one who attacked him was the man in the purple cloak. Zhang finds it strange that he hadn't noticed this guy and calls him despicable. The man says that, even with a critical hit, Zhang didn't die. Clearly, his attributes were remarkable. He adds, saying his talent is stealth. As long as he doesn't attack or take damage, he can remain invisible. He asks if that talent isn't really incredible. Zhang responds that the talent is rubbish for fighting monsters and bosses, but for deceiving people, it was quite useful. And based on that, he did what he did with the novices. The man in the purple cloak says that's right, and that if it weren't for Zhang, now he would be with another batch of demonic orbs, and therefore, he should die. At that moment, Zhang was completely screwed, as behind him was the Goblin King, and in front, the man in the purple cloak. Both in front and behind there were enemies. Suddenly the Goblin King kills another one of his goblins, and the system notifies that another warrior goblin has been killed, leaving Zhang a bit scared, pondering what he should do now since he was injured and surrounded. Zhang thinks he cannot be defeated by this guy. He had to think of something. It was his duty. The man in the purple cloak laughs and asks if Zhang really still intended to fight. Suddenly, Zhang has an idea and calls his venomous spider, and orders it to bind the man in the purple cloak. Zhang says the man in the purple cloak is very inattentive. Quickly, Zhang is standing, looking at the man in the purple cloak, who grumbles and asks if Zhang really thinks he would escape just by binding him there on the ground, as the Goblin King was focused on Zhang and not on him. Zhang tells the man to shut up and says he wasn't planning to run. He just had to wait a bit and collect the corpse of the man in the purple cloak from the ground. Then, Zhang calls all his beasts back, leaving the path clear for the Goblin King. The man, now trapped, asks if Zhang was going crazy. As Zhang runs from there, he tells the man not to be hypocritical now. Zhang's plan is to remove all his beasts and get out of the field of vision of the Goblin King, thus leaving only one target for him to attack, namely the man in the purple cloak. The man becomes desperate, thinking he hadn't imagined he would fall into this trap. Thus, the king prepares to attack, but the man uses his ability, making the Goblin King stop and become a bit confused. While he was invisible there, he thinks he would never forget Zhang's face, and that as soon as he escaped from there, he would go after him to the ends of the earth. By the man's count, there were 25 seconds left until the venomous spider's web would end, but Zhang returns and stops right in front of them. This confuses the man. He wonders why Zhang had come back there, what he was really planning. Zhang smiles, takes his bow and arrows, and says he had figured the man would turn invisible. Then, Zhang shoots an arrow that hits right in the man's chest, making him visible again. Then he screams, saying he was invisible. How did Zhang hit him like that? But as soon as the man looks back, he sees that the king had noticed him again. Then the king, with eyes red with rage, returns to attack mercilessly, throwing the man to the ground who was trembling. The man says there were only 5 seconds left for the web to end, but suddenly another web is thrown at him, and the countdown starts at 60 seconds again. The man becomes furious, saying he would kill Zhang. Then Zhang starts to laugh and says he doesn't need to see the man, Just the web was enough. Zhang prepares another arrow and tells the man to taste his own poison, as he used to watch all the novices die, one after the other without doing anything. So now it's his turn to be killed by the boss. Zhang hits another arrow into the man's belly, then the king prepares to attack again. The man, seeing his death approaching, screams and says that even if he dies there, he would not let Zhang get off scot-free from all this. Then the king strikes the man with all his strength, killing him. Zhang says he who sows the wind reaps the whirlwind. Zhang decides once and for all that he would defeat the king with everything he had. So he calls all his beasts again. Now only 2 goblins remained on the king's side, but there were several orbs scattered on the ground and some items as well. Then, Zhang starts to pick up some orbs and items. He ends up finding a glove named White Silk Gloves. It is of grade A, attributes. Damage plus 50, special abilities. None, durability. 100 out of 100. Zhang thinks this is pretty cool, as plus 50 damage points would definitely significantly improve his attack strength. So he decides to test his attack and attacks the king. His arrow is indeed faster, but when it hits the king's head, it does nothing beyond leaving a small mark on his head. Zhang laughs nervously and thinks this was not the result he was expecting. The king attacks again, quickly killing 3 goblins, saying they were weak. Zhang starts to run out of options and thinks the damage of this boss is terrifying. If he doesn't do something in the next moves, all his beasts could end up dying. The king screams that they are weak, and he will kill everyone and charges at Zhang, who quickly uses his venomous spider and asks it to use its web. This traps the monster on the ground, causing it to miss its attack. Then, Zhang takes advantage of this, and removes his short-range beasts, and calls all his long-range ones and sends them to attack the Goblin King, who was trapped. Then, all of them start attacking together. The king manages to defend against some of the attacks. Zhang smiles and asks if that is enough. Then, the sky-devouring frog attacks with its flames and hits the king directly, leaving him with just 9% of life. Zhang yells for his beasts to hold on tight, as they were almost winning. He orders everyone to attack again, and as soon as the frog uses its fireball, the Goblin King just looks at it, unable to defend. Then, the fireball hits the king, causing great damage, enough to defeat him. The system appears, congratulating Zhang for defeating the Goblin King. Zhang celebrates with the rest of his beasts, who finally manage to defeat the king. Suddenly, the king's throne begins to crack and a portal forms there. The system announces that the entrance to the 4th floor has appeared. Zhang, seeing this, thinks now it makes sense why he hadn't found it before. It was hidden in the king's throne. Many orbs were scattered on the ground. Zhang picks one of them up and thinks that, as expected of a boss, he dropped a high-grade demonic soul orb. Zhang calls his beast, the Goblin King. As soon as he is fully summoned, he looks at Zhang, who looks back at him with a happy face. The king bows before Zhang, who gives him a knock on the head, saying he was very tough to deal with. Because of him, some beasts had died. But suddenly, Zhang pats the head of the Goblin King and says that all of this is in the past, as now he was part of the family. Zhang opens the system and thinks that now he had 3 bosses, the Elite Darkwolf, the Sky-Devouring Frog, the Goblin King, and to complete, there was one more venomous spider and a launcher goblin. Zhang reviews and thinks that, although the Darkwolf has the lowest attributes there, it is still of an elite class and will level up soon. Excluding these beasts, there were still 5 slots remaining. Zhang decides to go back and get 3 more warrior goblins and 2 launcher goblins. He reviews all his beasts and thinks it over, and decides to go to the 4th floor, as soon the 3rd floor's boss would come back to life, not to mention that later he could try to summon more bosses and goblin kings. Thus, he would become almost invincible. But before he can enter the portal, someone shouts for him to stop. Several people surround him and yell for him to surrender peacefully. Zhang looks at this and sees that all of them carry a logo on their chests, and this logo is from the Magic Domain's administration team. One of them asks where are the victims who joined Zhang's team, but he simply responds that he hadn't created any team, and possibly they were getting the wrong guy. The man points his sword and says that's a lie, as they had received a report that a person was posing as a specialist in deceiving novices. Right there, in 1 year, 3 cases were opened and hundreds of people died because of this. A woman takes the lead in the conversation and says they are the inspection team from the Magical Domain Administration. She says that Zhang wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he should throw all his weapons on the ground and follow them peacefully. Otherwise, he should not blame them for the consequences of his actions. She gets ready and aims her bow and arrows at Zhang, saying that it would be futile for him to try to move to the 4th floor, as they had also set a trap there. This is his last chance. If Zhang doesn't drop his weapons right now, they will attack. Zhang assesses the situation carefully. On their side, there are dozens of people, and by their appearance, and the fact they are a team from the magical domain, they are not ordinary fighters. Thus, if Zhang decided to fight, the chances of winning would be slim. Zhang drops his weapons and says he has no choice but to surrender because his day was not going well. But suddenly, a person from the back shouts, telling them to wait, because the person they were arresting was not the real culprit. Zhang is happy to see who it was, as it was the agent who had fought with him on the third-floor boss. This man is the section chief. He smiles and waves to Zhang, saying it was a coincidence they met again. Zhang asks him if he wasn't just an inspector when he had become the section chief. The agent smiles again and says that all this is thanks to Zhang, because of the case they worked on together last time. The superiors made an exception, and thus he got the chance for promotion. Now he is the section chief of the magical domain inspection team. He, the agent, thanks Zhang again for his help that day. Zhang is flattered by this but says it was nothing special, so no thanks were needed. The woman from before comes up to her chief and says that when they arrived at the place, there was only Zhang there standing. If it wasn't him, then who else could be the culprit? The chief draws everyone's attention and begins to explain that Zhang is a good friend of his, so he faithfully believes that he is innocent. Moreover, according to the people who made the complaints, the one responsible for deceiving the novices and making them lose their lives is called Kiss of Death. The chief takes advantage of the situation and asks Zhang if he had seen this so-called Kiss of Death, and about the victims he deceived. Zhang shakes his head and says they arrived too late. All these novices were killed. The chief is surprised, because if this really happened, they were talking about hundreds of lives lost. The chief gets angry, and cannot believe that more than 100 lives were lost. Again, he emphasizes that this Kiss of Death is really very dangerous. They need to catch him as soon as possible. Zhang says that unfortunately, they will never be able to catch him. This leaves the chief scared and puzzled. Zhang opens his arms and says that he had killed the Kiss of Death. The whole team crowds around Zhang, saying that according to their records, Kiss of Death claims to have an S-ranking talent, not to mention that he is an expert who has been wandering the magical domain for many years. He is also known as a skilled assassin, an extremely scary and cruel person. Is what you just said really true? Zhang says it is indeed true, and if they do not believe, they could check the death list that Zhang had made. Then he opens his system and shows the death list, which records the names of all the opponents that a person has killed in the magical domain. As soon as they look, the woman is completely shocked by what she sees, as a novice had just arrived on the third floor and killed a skilled expert. Another man said that in addition to all this, it was done alone. The chief sees the list and confirms that Zhang had indeed killed him. Then he asks how Zhang had done it. The members of the chief's team start to cry, as when they were novices, they did not even compare to Zhang's strength. The chief comes closer and thanks Zhang once again, saying that he has once again renewed his hopes. The younger generations really have great potential, the chief says once again. Thank you to Zhang for eliminating a potential threat. Zhang simply says it was nothing special. He turns around and says that if there is nothing else to resolve, he needs to go. The chief asks him to wait a bit, and says there is one more thing he needs to know before he goes. The chief begins to explain that the man who was killed, Kiss of Death, was a member of an illegal organization known as Dawn. The name does not seem so scary, but in reality, the organization is extremely dangerous. Kidnappings, thefts, and murders. They committed all the criminal activities Zhang could imagine. The Magical Domain Administration team has been constantly investigating them, but due to how hidden they are, as well as how powerful and cunning, they still haven't been able to make any substantial progress. The chief emphasizes that Zhang just killed one of them, and possibly he would become a target for them. So for his own safety, the chief invites him again to join the Magical Domain Administration team. Zhang stops and thinks about it for a while. A few seconds later, he turns around and says there was no need for him to join the administration team. Zhang thanks for the invitation and says he would remember the name Dawn and would be very careful. The chief just crosses his arms, saying nothing, and after Zhang leaves, the chief smiles and says that one day he will join their team. On the fourth floor, the scenario is completely different. A desert and some scattered bones. But as soon as Zhang arrives at the center of the altar, he notices that something is wrong. A barrier was surrounding the altar and trapping everyone inside. Zhang looks at all this and asks what was going on, while some people, monitoring the population, were shouting that this was nonsense, as the magical domain was for everyone, and they had the right to come and go. Another complained that they had errands and needed to go. Otherwise, they could be fined and fired. One of the men there shouts, saying that only a madman would believe that the death zone appeared out of nowhere on the 4th floor. He accuses the guards of hiding something behind their backs. Zhang puts his hand on his face and thinks that it is always the magical domain administration team that causes this uproar. As the shouting still rolled on within the altar, Zhang begins to think a little about what everyone was talking about and what this death zone really was. He remembers he has an invitation card to the death zone in his inventory. Could it have something to do with all this situation? A man in a black cloak starts saying that the administration team always worked to maintain harmony and stability within the magical domain. They would never lie to the people. He continues saying that the death zone indeed appeared on the 4th floor of the magical domain. Maybe many people do not know exactly what the death zone is. This man emphasizes that, as there were no records of this death zone in the magical domain guide, he himself would explain to everyone there. The so-called death zone is actually another dimension, and they have not yet been able to conduct deeper research on these dimensions. Within these dimensions, there are unknown monsters that have made several victims over time. The only precise thing they know is that it appears randomly on any of the floors of the magical domain, causing victims and problems wherever it goes. Thanks to this event called Death Zone, the 4th floor, currently, in terms of difficulty, compares with the 10th floor, and that is why they are prohibiting everyone from moving through the 4th floor. It is extremely dangerous. The man asks for everyone's understanding. Another man in front of Zhang starts shouting, asking why they should believe him, and even after all this story he still wanted to enter. Then the man in the black cloak decides to let, and says that if he really does not believe and wants to enter, then he would let him. However, he would have to bear all the consequences alone. The man spits something that was in his mouth and runs out, saying he was not afraid of anything, much less of them. As soon as he passes, the man in the black cloak says he was not raised to be a coward. Then he runs out. The man in the black cloak says that if there is anyone else brave enough there who wants to go, he would not stop them. Some people start to discuss whether they should go and wonder if there really was a death zone right there. But suddenly, the man who had left earlier screams from the back, which draws everyone's attention there. He screams that they mutated and that it was completely terrifying. He continues saying that it was extremely scary. The mutant monsters went crazy trying to catch him to kill. However, he managed to run fast enough to escape. Otherwise, he would have died there without being able to do anything. One of the people from inside asks if they really did mutate. The fallen man says that there really is a death zone there. The man in the black cloak asks if now everyone there believed him. He emphasizes that it is better for no one to enter the 4th floor for the next few days. It would be better to wait until the death zone completely disappears before entering again. One of the novices says that since it was going to take so long, he would leave to take a break. Zhang just looks, saying nothing to anyone. He looks around and thinks that it's getting late, and as no one could enter, then he would also go back to his home. And tomorrow was Saturday, so he could relax a little more. While there was a person fighting against a giant zombie, he prepares and grabs his sword. He jumps, and with just one blow defeats the monster. The system opens and shows that the Titan zombie is dead. The orb falls to the ground. Then the man goes to it and picks it up. The system notifies that he had a message and asks if he wanted to read it. Then he opens the message, and the message says that the Kiss of Death was killed by Asura. He smiles and thinks that this Asura would be a pretty interesting guy. A colossal monster appears before that fighter. This was the boss of the 22nd floor. Back at Zhang's house, while Zhang and his sister were having breakfast, Zhang asks her not to go out and to finish her homework. He would have to leave quickly. A message appears on Zhang's cell phone. He tells his sister that Pan Pan's cousin had a suitable job for him. Feng is worried and says that she heard that her cousin's profession is quite scary and dangerous. Zhang, while leaving, tells his sister not to worry, as now she knows what he is really capable of, and emphasizes again that she should not leave the house. She says goodbye to him and says okay, and asks him not to do anything too dangerous and to stay safe. A few hours later, Zhang had arrived at the marked address, a place that looked abandoned. He was walking around lost, as the address was correct, but he had not seen anyone yet, until he notices something and, looking to the side, sees Pan Pan waving and calling him, saying it was that way. She opens a gate and asks him to enter, as her cousin was inside. Zhang says that this place looked abandoned for a long time. The two enter, and apparently the place is a warehouse. In the center, there were 4 people talking about something. Pan Pan draws everyone's attention and introduces her guest, Zhang, whom she had mentioned to them earlier. Pan also introduces her cousin, saying that his name is Kai. After that, Kai says that Pan had mentioned that Zhang had great abilities and needed money. Kai extends his hand and asks if Zhang was interested in joining his team. Zhang puts his hand on his head and says that he really needed a job, but still did not know exactly what they would be doing. Kai sighs and says that they would be going to zones occupied by the enemy, but this surprises Zhang. Kai starts to explain that monsters from the magical domain have been invading and occupying many cities recently. However, in these cities that the monsters attacked and dominated, there are not only monsters. There are also treasures like properties, antiques, rare works of calligraphy, paintings, and so on. Various rich people are interested in these things and wish to collect them. Kai emphasizes that this job is extremely dangerous, as there is always a chance of encountering a monster. Additionally, since the National Security Bureau prohibits ordinary citizens from entering these zones, what we are doing is illegal. However, it's all for the money they need, so they can't be too concerned about the risks involved. Another guy named Steele arrives and adds saying no risk, no reward. So, Zhang should join them. Madman, another member of the group, says each would earn 300,000 per trip and asks Zhang what he thinks about that amount. Right behind him was the fourth member, Laoba, who just listened, without saying anything. Zhang starts to think about it and realizes that 300,000 is indeed a lot of money, not to mention that his sister couldn't wait much longer. All that Zhang had so far was 800,000. 500,000 he had earned from Miss Zhang, and another 300,000 from selling the demonic orbs. However, a kidney is very expensive. These 300,000 would be excellent for his sister's treatment. After a while thinking, Zhang smiles and agrees with the terms and says he accepts. Kai quickly hugs Zhang, happy, and says that he really has courage. Kai says there is more good news. Their boss doubled the payment, so they would receive 3 million. However, the job would be more difficult. The rest of the group celebrated, as now they would receive 600,000 each. But Zhang was a little apprehensive and asked what they would be searching for this time. Kai replies that it is a scroll of painting and calligraphy from the 5 Dynasties period. Kai says this scroll is in the Jiangdong Museum. This museum is probably a reference to the National Palace Museum in the Jiangdong district. After everything was confirmed, Kai says they should meet at 4 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning at Zhang's house, he has just woken up and sees his sister already awake and asks why he is waking up so early. She needs to rest as much as possible to get better. Feng tells Zhang not to worry, as she knows he was going to work today. So she prepared breakfast for him to eat in peace. Zhang approaches her to grab a toast, but notices there are 2 apples on the table. So he asks where his sister got these apples. Feng, smiling, says the neighbor who just moved in gave them some as a welcome gift. Feng emphasizes that he seems like a very nice gentleman. While Zhang eats, he says that, with the current lack of resources, especially fresh fruits and vegetables, 2 apples must have cost at least a few hundred. The new neighbor was really generous. Zhang turns around and says he needs to leave. He says goodbye to his sister and tells her she could keep the apples, but next time she should not accept things from strangers. Feng agrees with him, says goodbye, and asks him to take care. While walking, Zhang thinks that today's operation is very dangerous, and therefore, before sleeping, he had absorbed the demonic soul orbs he still had. Zhang opens his system window to look at his current status. Name: Asura. Number: CV2 47-51176. Life: 110. MP 120. Damage: 4-14. Speed 15. Attributes: Strength 14. Normal people have 10 points. Mentality 11. Normal people 10. Spirit 12. Normal people 10. Agility 15. Normal people 10. Skill: Summoning Art Level 1, ranking SSS, equipment: none. Overall evaluation: Beginner Adventurer. Zhang thinks his current strength has already reached 14 points, and even though he hasn't tested it yet, Zhang is sure he can already surpass 600 kilos. Not to mention his agility, which is already at 15 points. If they encounter a Devil's Cave monster, he could probably handle it. But Zhang is still apprehensive about this, and hopes that this mission will be as peaceful as possible. Finally, Zhang arrives at the meeting point. His companions are already there and wave for him to come quickly. Kai offers a dead and plucked chicken to Zhang, saying that at the right time, he would need it. Zhang takes the chicken in his hands and asks why he would need that. Kai begins to explain that the monsters of the Devil's Cave like to eat corpses. If Zhang became the target of any monster, he should just throw this at the monster's face and run to save his life. Zhang says he understands, and puts the chicken in his bag. Madman shouts for them to hurry up. Kai says they are going, and then they start to climb the wall with a rope. As soon as Zhang reaches the top, he joins his team and sees the tragedy that occurred right in front of him. The city completely destroyed and dominated by monsters. Kai comes next to Zhang and says he is Panpan's friend, so he doesn't want anything bad to happen to him. Kai tells Zhang that he just needs to stay close to him and listen to his commands. Then he would return home whole. Zhang says he understands and would try to do everything right. Madman begins to enter the city and asks them to hurry up, as it is getting late. Thus, everyone enters the city and begins to walk through the streets. Laoba turns to Kai and says that, after this, he should find a way to get rid of the boy. It is inconvenient to deal with dead weight. Kai responds that he was thinking about this as well. They reach a point that is all destroyed and with no exit. Kai smiles and says they have arrived. Zhang asks how they have arrived, if there is not even an entrance there. Kai looks forward and asks Madman if he had found anything. Madman, who is on top of some rubble, crouches down and finds a sign under some rocks pointing to the entrance. Kai says it is now time for Laoba to act. He gets ready and asks everyone to get out of the way. Laoba punches with strength that, as soon as it hits the wall, causes a small explosion and throws rocks everywhere, creating a hole in the wall. Kai looks at Zhang and says that Laoba is the strongest among them, and that his strength is currently at 12 points. Zhang thinks that, if he has 12 points, Laoba's strength is lower than his. They start entering through the hole in the wall. Kai warns everyone that the monsters of the Devil's Cave like to lurk in dark places. It is pitch black inside, so there could be monsters hiding there. Everyone must stay alert. They continue advancing through a corridor where there are human bone remains scattered around the corners until they find a door. Kai goes ahead and tries to open the door. After opening the door, they finally reach the main exhibition hall. Kai asks everyone to be very careful from then on. Kai starts to look at the paintings on the wall, searching for what they really came for. At the bottom of the paintings, there are some names marked, identifying each painting. After looking at this, Kai realizes that it is not what he really wants. Zhang finds a painting titled, "A Gift for the Prince," and asks if it is what they are looking for. Kai goes up to the painting and compares it with the image on his cell phone, and realizes it is exactly what they were looking for. Kai smiles and says they found it. He takes the painting off the wall and stores it in his bag. Everyone gathers. Madman laughs and says it was a great job. As soon as he receives the payment, he would go straight to a Yunding club to have fun. Zhang turns around and notices something wrong, and asks if they were not missing a person. Everyone starts to look around, and Madman asks where Steel is. Kai takes his phone and tries to contact Steel, but so far there was no response. Laoba starts to get irritated, asking how it is possible for someone to just disappear like that. Kai turns to them and says they could not stay there waiting, as it is very dangerous. Kai emphasizes that he left a message for Steel, and that they should head out first. But while they were talking, something was on the roof looking at them. Everyone starts running towards the exit. Zhang notices something and suddenly, something falls to the ground causing a cloud of dust. Kai turns around, startled, and says that, unfortunately, they ended up finding one. Zhang, not understanding, asks what was this thing that had fallen in front of them. Suddenly, a monster begins to emerge from the midst of the dust cloud. This monster is level 2 of the Devil's Cave. Quickly, Laoba runs out and jumps to attack the monster, saying the others could go ahead. He would take care of the monster. The monster looks at Laoba, who, without hesitating, grabs his dagger and tries to strike the monster, but it doesn't work. The monster easily breaks his weapon, leaving Laoba surprised, as the monster's skin was extremely thick. As Laoba stood there, stunned by what happened, the monster, without wasting time, turns and goes on the attack. Laoba realizes he wouldn't have time to dodge, so he tries to defend himself using his arms. The monster's blow was so strong that the entire place fills with dust, which leaves everyone there surprised. Kai shouts for Laoba, as he didn't know if he was okay after that blow. The monster remains standing and the dust begins to dissipate, and Laoba begins to appear. He is kneeling. Laoba says he's fine, although he has broken both arms. Zhang, after seeing all this, thinks this monster really is terrifying. As Laoba weighs more than 120 kilos, and yet was thrown into the air with just one blow, the monster opens its mouth and makes a very loud noise, which completely frightens Zhang. He takes his chicken and throws it to the monster, which gets distracted with the chicken. Kai screams for everyone to run as fast as possible, but quickly the monster turns its attention back to the group and starts to chase everyone there. Zhang looks back and realizes that the monster was very close to Madman and Laoba. Then Madman turns around and yells for Kai to get everyone out, as he would stay and fight against this monster with everything he has. Madman's attacks start to have a small effect on the monster. Laoba shouts that, as friends, even if he died there, it would at least be fighting together. Laoba grabs a grenade in his hand and throws it at the monster, shouting for Kai to get out. The grenade gets very close to the monster and explodes right in front of it, creating a dense smoke that covers even Madman and Laoba. As soon as the flash from the explosion passes, Zhang turns around screaming for the names of his companions. Kai, still covering his face, complains about the whole situation. Kai, crying, shouts to Zhang that now was not the time to mourn. They needed to get out of there if they wanted to live. Kai grabs Zhang by the arm and starts running towards the exit, saying that as soon as they could get out of the tunnel, they would be safe. The two begin to exit through the hole they entered, but as soon as Kai looks outside, he is completely scared because the monster was right in front of them. And it was not just one, but several, and from all sides, leaving the two completely surrounded. The monsters begin to approach the two. Kai throws his bag to Zhang and says that the scroll is inside and asks Zhang to get out of there. However, he had one request. Kai says that from now on, Zhang should take care of Pan Pan as if she were his sister. Zhang yells, saying he wouldn't accept that. If they were going to get out of there, it would be together. Kai aims his gun at the monsters while screaming and starts firing several times against the monsters, screaming for them to die. But this isn't being very effective against the monsters that continue to advance. One of them tries to hit Kai, who quickly jumps back, dodging the monster's blow. While Kai moves quickly, he grabs a grenade and throws it at the monsters, causing another explosion, covering his view. Suddenly, one of the monsters appears right behind him. Zhang screams for Kai to be careful, but the monster manages to hit him, throwing him far away, crashing hard against a rock. Kai is still awake but can't move properly. The monster comes running towards him. He wonders if this will really be his end. The monster jumps with everything to hit Kai, who is already hopeless as he can't move. Zhang starts to move quickly and gets in front of the monster in the blink of an eye, standing in front of Kai, who is surprised by this movement. Zhang, at that moment, is angry and yells, starting to move towards the monster. With just one punch, he throws the monster away. Kai, seeing this, is completely amazed and asks how Zhang is so strong, as with just a simple punch he threw the monster away. The monster starts to get up. Zhang looks at his hand and says that, even though this is not a big problem, he is still not used to fighting monsters with his own hands. Zhang points out that if several monsters decide to come all at once, they would have no chance of beating them all. Kai tells Zhang to stay calm, as the monsters from the Devil's Cave have an unusual habit. They do not kill the prey of another while that monster does not give up. The others would not attack. The monsters prepare again. Zhang turns to all of them and says that if that is the case, then it's fine by him. The monster screams and prepares to attack Zhang, who remains calm in front of the monster. He looks at the monster and says it really is strong. But is it fast enough? The monster gets angry and tries to hit Zhang, who jumps and quickly appears on top of the monster and yells for it to die while hitting a punch in the monster's face. One of the monster's eyes gets injured, and green blood begins to flow. The monster tries again to catch Zhang, who is right in front of him. Kai, seeing this, is quite relieved. He even praises Zhang, saying that all this is beautiful to watch. The monster still tries to do something, but simply falls in front of Zhang. He cleans himself and says that his attack was indeed quite risky, but he was fast enough. Zhang looks at his hand and thinks that was one down, now only 3 left. Zhang looks at them all and says that today, they would all be defeated, no matter what methods he needs to use. The monsters prepare, and one of them starts to advance towards Zhang. He prepares but suddenly feels something. Someone stepped on his shoulder. It was a woman with a flower tattoo on her arm. She delivers a strong blow to one of the monsters and stops among them. One of the monsters tries to attack her, but she jumps again and dodges the attack with some joy. She looks at the monster and lands another blow, resulting in a critical attack, breaking the monster's bones and throwing it away. Zhang sees her movements and thinks she is extremely strong. Her kick easily reaches 2,000 catties. She stops in front of Zhang and calls him. Zhang tries to say something, but a car appears just in time and stops in front of him. This woman asks him and his friend to get into the car quickly. Zhang agrees and picks up Kai by the arms while the woman pushes one of the monsters that was near away. The man inside the car calls the woman to get into the car as well, because another group was approaching. She agrees and comes running to the car. As soon as everyone is inside the car, she yells to get out of there quickly. Then, they engage the gear and accelerate the car quickly, getting out of there as fast as possible. Several monsters are left behind, trying to catch the car, but they can't. Zhang looks back and sees a monster trying to hit the car, but the car manages to pass them without much difficulty. The man driving the car says they cannot head for the city wall, as there are too many monsters behind them. If that number reaches the wall, they could invade Tianfeng, and that would be terrible. The woman thinks a little about this. She looks back and tells Zhang and Kai to do something instead of just watching. Zhang turns around without understanding much of what is happening. The woman begins to open the sunroof of the car and says that if they don't want to die, then they need to help. She takes her bag and throws it to Zhang, telling him to stand up and start working, as she didn't want to have risked saving them in vain. As soon as Zhang opens the bag, he sees that there are several grenades. The woman says they are just flash grenades. He needs to throw them all behind them to scare those monsters. Zhang and the woman climb up to the sunroof while the car continues to flee and start launching all the grenades. The woman then stops Zhang for a moment. Then she takes one more grenade. He takes another, and they throw several at once, which start to explode right in the middle of the monsters, causing a big explosion. They finally manage to escape. Zhang sits down, a bit apprehensive, thinking who this woman could be, and how she has so many weapons and supplies like this. The man driving the car turns around and asks Zhang and Kai what they did to attract so many monsters from the Devil's Cave. Kai takes the lead and quickly begins to say that they did nothing wrong. They just wanted to return home and pay their respects to the deceased, but they did not expect to encounter monsters from the Devil's Cave. Kai thanks them for saving him and his younger brother. Zhang just watches silently while the woman assesses all this without saying a word. The woman turns to Zhang and asks what his name is, because when he was fighting the monsters, he was very agile and brave. It was admirable. Zhang is startled by the question and answers that his name is Zhang. The woman puts her hand on her chin and tells him to listen carefully. In the future, he should not enter areas occupied by enemies, as it is extremely likely that he will lose his life doing such a thing, unless he becomes a fighter from the magical domain. Zhang thinks that, although this woman's identity is a mystery, she seems to have no bad intentions. Finally, they arrive at the wall. The woman says that if they were injured, they should seek help at the nearest hospital. They would leave them there. The two thank her and get out of the car. Zhang, holding Kai, asks him who that woman was. Kai replies that he doesn't know either, but it seems they are fighters from the magical domain. Otherwise, they would not have defeated those monsters so easily. Zhang looks at his bag and notices it was torn. He apologizes and says that, unfortunately, the monsters tore the bag, so they lost the scroll they had taken. Kai sighs and says that, unfortunately, it's fate, but fortunately they did not lose their lives. Later in the hospital, Zhang was walking through the halls, saying that the day had been very long and stressful. Today, as he looked at his phone, Zhang thinks that if that mysterious woman had not suddenly appeared, he and Kai could have died. It is also really a pity that the scroll has disappeared, and they did all this for nothing. As Zhang was going up the stairs, he bumps into a masked man who was coming down. Zhang apologizes, but suddenly feels something and realizes that the man's face was very familiar to him. The man says nothing, just lowers his head and continues walking. Zhang turns back and looks again. Then, Zhang remembers Steel and wonders if it could really be him. Zhang is a bit confused, as he had disappeared mysteriously in the ruins and now simply could be there. Zhang is troubled by this situation and thinks he would like to know where this man was going. Zhang starts to follow this man everywhere until they arrived at an alley. Zhang looks discreetly. The man takes out his phone and starts talking to his boss, saying that he was already in the place and was sure that he was not being followed. Zhang, seeing this, begins to think if all this was his fault. Suddenly, two men start to come. An old man and his bodyguard arrive at the location. The old man asks if he had what the old man wanted. Steel answers yes, and takes what was on his back. As soon as he opens the scroll, it was inside. He asks about the money, and the old man replies that he could rest easy, as not a penny would be missing. The old man takes the scroll and opens it to check. While looking at the scroll, the old man says he likes Steel because he was cruel and ruthless. To keep the 3 million, he betrayed all his friends who had been working with him for 10 years. That is indeed a relentless person. Zhang, watching this hidden, thinks that Steel was really a bastard, as he was able to leave his entire team behind just for money. The old man closes the scroll and says everything was right. Then, his bodyguard takes a briefcase in his hands, and as soon as he opens it, he shows the 3 million in cash. Quickly, Steel takes the money and says that to survive, one must be ruthless. But as soon as Steel turns his back to leave, the guard takes a gun in his hands and points it at Steel, who is puzzled. Steel turns around and sees the gun pointed at him and screams, asking what the meaning of this is. But mercilessly, the bodyguard shoots. killing Steele on the spot. The old man looks at Steele on the ground and repeats the same words he said. To survive, it is necessary to be ruthless. And emphasizes that this was very well said, but the old man was more ruthless than Steele. The old man turns around and says he despised trash like Steele. The two stop. Jang quickly hides, covering his mouth with his hand, and thinks that with just one shot, they killed Steele without hesitation. Jang wonders who this boss Lee could be, but first, he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Sometime later, Jang was arriving at his house. His sister runs outside. Jang was nervous and sighing. His sister smiles and waves at him, asking how his day at work was. Jang gets close to her and asks them not to lie about it, as it was really a big story. First, they should enter their house. As they were about to enter, the neighbor comes out with a black bag in his hand. Feng looks at him and greets him, calling him uncle. Jang is confused by this and asks who this uncle was. Feng, smiling, says this is the uncle who had given them apples earlier. The neighbor looks at the two and smiles and says hi to them. He asks if the man next to Feng was her brother. As soon as Jang looks at him, he becomes a bit apprehensive, as the scar on the neighbor's face was extremely similar to that of Lee's bodyguard. Jang tries to disguise it and smiles, thanking for the apples earlier. The neighbor smiles and extends his hand, saying there were no problems, as they were all neighbors there and needed to take care of each other in the future. Feng is happy with this and says that's right, and asks if he would like to have dinner with them. Jang puts his hand in front of her and screams for her to wait. He looks at the neighbor and says that his day was very tiring, and he was very exhausted. Then, he says they should arrange another meeting to get to know each other better. After that, he calls his sister to enter. Feng looks at the neighbor and tells him to find some free time to have dinner with them any day. As soon as Jang takes his sister inside, he slams the door while the neighbor is looking. He keeps looking at it without saying anything, with a strange face. Feng tells her brother that she would prepare dinner, but he doesn't even respond, as he was a bit worried. Jang starts thinking that this is very strange. It can't be just a coincidence, as the scars were exactly the same. Jang remembers something and tells his sister that he would go out for a while. Feng looks at him and says that he just arrived. Why would he go out again? Jang opens the window and tells his sister not to leave the house at all. He thinks he needs to be sure of what's happening, even if it means putting himself in danger. After Jang leaves through the window, he jumps between the balconies of the building. As soon as Jang arrives at his neighbor's balcony, he realizes that there are ashes scattered on the floor. But as his agility was at 15 points, it would be easy to avoid it. Jang opens the window of his neighbor, thinking that an ordinary person would not put ashes on their balcony. Quickly, Jang enters the room and sees only a simple bed. This makes him think that this guy is definitely not an ordinary neighbor, as putting ashes on the balcony, and such minimalist decoration is not common to see around. Jang crouches down and looks under the bed, finding a hidden box. As soon as he opens the box, he realizes that there is a paper inside, along with some other things. As soon as he picks up the paper, he realizes it is a fighter authentication certificate from the magical domain. The certificate said, "Huang, congratulations on passing the first order of the magical domain fighter evaluation. This certificate is issued hereby." Jang gets nervous when he sees this because now he was sure of what he was thinking. Indeed, his neighbor was the man who was in that alley. Jang thinks he is pretending to be a good neighbor and rented a room next to his. What is he really planning? Suddenly, someone makes noise from the other side of the door. Jang turns around in fright as Huang opened the door, yelling for him to get out of there. But as Jang had realized earlier that someone was opening the door, he hid under the bed. However, Huang continued at the door, yelling for him to come out quickly. Zhang hopes Huang thinks he escaped through the window, because if he really found him there, Zhang would have to face him alone. Huang starts to smile and, with a gun in his hand, he starts to enter the room. Zhang still continues under the bed, sweating cold. Huang, while walking through the room, tells Zhang to come out. Then Huang points the gun and says he knew he was there. This puts Zhang in panic, as Huang knew he was there. Huang was a good fighter and was still armed. The clock starts to approach 8 o'clock and suddenly the clock alarms, leaving Zhang not knowing what to do. Huang, with a cold look, smiles and says he found him. Zhang freezes in fear. Huang turns his gun to the noise of the clock and fires, but the clock started to open the portal, and as soon as the shot was going to hit Zhang, a blue glow lights up the entire room. Huang closes his face and analyzes all this. Suddenly, he kicks the bed up and realizes that Zhang was no longer there. He crouches down and picks up the bullet that was on the ground. He analyzes the bullet and sees that there was no blood on the bullet. Then Huang realizes that the magical domain opens at 8 o'clock, probably Zhang had gone there. Huang smiles and says he would stay there waiting for him to return with a killer face. He drops the bullet on the ground, smiling. Meanwhile, Zhang is in the middle of the portal. Some system screens start to appear for him. Zhang thinks that surely his neighbor would be waiting for him to return, and he could not stay there forever, because after 12 hours he would run out of stamina and would be forced to return. Zhang keeps thinking about what he could do. The system window opens and says, "Welcome to the magical domain. To which floor would Zhang like to go?" Zhang thinks he needs to get much stronger in these 12 hours, otherwise he will have no chance against that guy. So, he chooses the 4th floor. As soon as he enters the 4th floor, he realizes that the 4th floor is still being controlled, and thinks that maybe the death zone had not disappeared from there yet. This is really complicated because with this, Zhang could not leave the altar and consequently would not get stronger. 2 people were talking about the death zone. One of them says that the management team said that the death zone would end soon. The other, a little annoyed, says that he had been waiting for more than 10 hours and nothing yet. They continued to talk, asking each other how the situation was, if anyone had any new news about the death zone. A group of people next to Zhang starts to comment on the subject. One of them says that the death zone can only disappear after its boss is defeated, and it seems a lot of powerful people are preparing to enter the death zone. Another man says that from what he heard, only those who have an invitation to the death zone can enter it. Another says that's right, only the bosses receive the invitations, and it's quite difficult to get, because out of every 100 bosses, only one receives the invitation. The man emphasizes that they, who are novices, should not think about it. As much as the rewards of the death zone were very good, it still isn't worth the risk, because the death zone is a very dangerous place. That's why he wouldn't care if he got an invitation. Zhang opens his inventory and takes his invitation in hand. The system shows that the death zone invitation is grade C. It is used to enter the death zone, and can be used only once. Zhang looks at the invitation and has an idea. A notification appears for him, saying that the death zone was already open and asking if he would like to enter. Zhang thinks of all the monsters he has defeated, and all the other floors he has passed. It made no sense for him to go back now, not to mention that he couldn't even leave the 4th floor. And on top of all that, there was his neighbor, who was a fighter waiting to kill him on the other side of the gate. So he had no choice. Zhang presses the yes option and decides to use his death zone invitation. The system updates and says that the use was successful. Zhang will enter the death zone in 3 seconds. The system asks him to get ready. A countdown begins. At 3, energy begins to envelop the invitation. At 2, the energy begins to envelop Zhang. At 1, a glow starts below his feet. The system announces that he is entering the death zone. Suddenly, he is thrown into a place where everything is red, a destroyed city, bats everywhere. In front of him, there was a group of people. He looks at all this and wonders what could have happened there. Zhang was confused and wondering if the magical domains were intersecting, as there were people from other countries there. Suddenly, a hand touches Zhang's shoulder, calling him. As soon as he turns around, he is surprised, because who was there was Yue Ying. She was all happy because she had finally found him. Yue Ying says that last time, he had saved her life, and since then, she has been looking for him to return the favor, but she never found him. She really didn't expect to find him right in the death zone. Liu asks if Zhang really saved her with the elite sober wolf last time. Yue Ying goes near Zhang and says that's exactly it. Zhang had saved her life that day. Zhang nods at them and says it was nothing. They don't need to mention that day. Yue Ying introduces her companions. The first man in a black cloak is her uncle Liu, known as Killing the Wind. The young man behind him is Yue Ying's younger brother, known as A Midsummer Night's Dream. Liu crosses his arms and says that Feng really had courage, as he came to the death zone alone. Liu points out that this place is completely different from the magical domain, as there are many scary monsters and many foreign adventurers. There are always situations where people fight for monsters and items, and that's why Zhang shouldn't be alone. Liu extends his hand and asks Zhang to join them. Yueying's brother says that this is really a great choice, as his uncle Liu is an adventurer ranked as excellent, so certainly Zhang would be safer if he went with them. As soon as Zhang hears that he is ranked as excellent, he is surprised, because according to the magical domain guide, the skill ratings of an adventurer are as follows: novice, proficient, powerful, and maximum level. This man Liu is ranked as excellent. He doesn't seem to be weak. Zhang thinks for a moment and says it's his first time coming to a death zone, and it really is quite dangerous. They shake hands and say it's their first time there, so it would be really good if they stayed together. Liu holds Zhang by the shoulders and says he is liking Zhang more and more, because in addition to being brave and strong, he is not arrogant. Yueying just smiles beside them. Yueying looks at Zhang with a happy face and thinks that she was afraid he would refuse the invitation, because if that happened, she wouldn't be able to return the favor. Zhang opens his system and forms a group with them. Liu says that now, officially Zhang was in the group, so they should talk about their skills one by one so they could help each other in the future in case a problem arose. Zhang agrees with this, saying that Liu was right. Liu holds his sword and says his talent is ricochet. Suddenly, a monster attacks them. Liu looks at the monster and strikes it with his sword, throwing it away. The monster falls to the ground. The system announces that the ricochet talent can push the target 10 steps back while stunning it for 30 seconds. A Midsummer Night's Dream says his talent is illusion. With it, he can create an illusion of the target for an hour. He begins to conjure his energy in his hand, concentrates, and creates an illusion of himself. However, this illusion cannot fight. Yueying says her talent is light slash. She says that Zhang probably saw it last time they met. She asks what his talent was. Zhang feels a little apprehensive but thinks that sooner or later people would end up knowing his talent, so there was no problem in saying it there. So, he starts to say what his talent is, and a glow starts around his body. Zhang conjures energy in his hand while everyone watches, and a goblin warrior appears there. Zhang says his talent is summoning art. A Midsummer Night's Dream doesn't understand anything. Liu thinks that it could be strong. Yueying is impressed, thinking that it is very strong. She asks if all the summoned beasts obey his orders. He replies that yes. Liu turns and asks them to join as quickly as possible. Since everyone had introduced themselves, they should run. There were already people in the village, and if the boss was stolen from them, they would have to return empty-handed. As they ran down the road, Zhang asks if the boss in the death zone is much stronger than those in the magical domain, and if that's the case, would it leave much better rewards, right? Liu replies, "That's exactly it. The death zone is equivalent to a separate instance. It will leave things like attributeless demon soul orbs, high-level equipment, rare items, and other good things. But at the same time, the danger is multiplied." Liu says that this time, to have better chances, he had called Yueying and her brother Littler. Suddenly an explosion occurs right in front of them. Zhang is impressed and asks what had happened there. Some adventurers were fighting against villagers. Liu says that these villagers must be possessed by something, and that's why they are acting like this. Liu says they need to ignore this and look for the boss first. They start to run and ignore everyone. Liu asks everyone to stay alert and as close to him as possible. He says that this village is built like a maze, and that's why almost everything looks the same. As they ran, Zhang stops and yells that they had already passed by there before. Yueying turns around and asks if they were really walking in circles. Zhang notices something else and warns everyone that they are coming. Yueying is frightened by this. Everyone stops and stays on alert. Suddenly screams of monsters are heard, and a group of them was coming, leaving Liu and his group surrounded. He asks no one to panic. He takes his sword and says he would take care of the front. Yueying would stay at the rear. Littler and Zhang would stay in the middle. They would fight while moving, so they couldn't lose focus because of the monsters. They get into formation and the monsters start to run to attack. The monsters scream and jump from everywhere to attack. Zhang summons 2 goblins, 1 warrior, and 1 caster. He looks to his side and sees that Littler was trembling with fear and thinks that he must be a novice too. The two summoned goblins die quickly. Zhang is surprised by this, as the attack and defense of these monsters are very strong. Another monster jumps towards Zhang, but quickly Liu jumps in front of him and cuts the monster in half. Liu looks back and thinks that because Zhang had saved Yue Ying, he thought Zhang was very strong, but unfortunately he doesn't seem to be. Suddenly clouds form quickly, someone yells for Liu to be careful, and a lightning bolt strikes right on his head, making him think that someone attacked him. The lightning causes 277 damage to Liu. A person in a red cloak catches Liu's attention, saying that they have met again. This man is called Mysterious Professor. The two stare at each other. The professor begins to conjure his magic on his staff. He points the staff at Liu. A large ball of lightning begins to form. Liu says that he is under the effect of something paralyzing, so he couldn't move. He yells for everyone to be careful. After a few seconds, the red energy explodes above Liu, making him fall to his knees on the ground. Yue Ying screams in fright, asking if her uncle was okay, but without anyone noticing, an arrow was coming towards Yue Ying. Someone yells for her to be careful. She manages to see the arrow in time and defends herself, cutting the arrow in half. She looks up from one of the buildings and sees a person. This person is called Night Spirit. Zhang summons another goblin and asks it to attack, but another person appears in front of them and attacks with great force, throwing the goblin away. This man is called Harrison. Zhang realizes that Harrison's attack strength is really scary. Liu yells that, unfortunately, the three of them met again. Liu says he thought they wouldn't appear again, causing trouble after he let them go last time. They are nothing but ungrateful. The professor says that Liu brought 3 novices to the death zone. How could they let such an opportunity pass? If they can laugh at the end of it all, what's the harm in being ungrateful? The professor attacks again with his lightning, hitting Liu. This leaves Liu paralyzed again. He thinks that if this happens, they would certainly die there. Liu takes a potion in his hand that can remove paralysis. He thinks that clearly the professor and his companions are eager to kill them. How would he protect the novices like this? He takes the potion. Yue Ying, by the name of her uncle. Liu thinks that Yue Ying is the hope of his family, so he needs to give everything for her safety. A green energy begins to run through his body. The potion takes effect. Now he can move. The professor laughs because the potion that Liu took, activation, nullifies all penalties for 30 seconds. However, it comes at a high cost. The user receives 20% more damage. Yue Ying is worried about her uncle because he really took the activation potion, and that means he is ready to put his life on the line. Liu faces the 3 right in front of him. He yells for Yue Ying and the others to run away and not worry about him. Yue Ying doesn't know what she should really do because she feels that if her uncle is left alone, he would certainly die. The professor orders Harrison to attack. He goes all out and says that no one would escape from there. Liu says they are talking too much, so this should end now. Liu hits Harrison, throwing him away. Yue Ying just watches the fight apprehensively, unable to do anything. She turns and calls everyone to run away, but the archer Night Spirit aims her arrow at them and says, she won't let anyone leave. She shoots 4 arrows at once while the 3 run. Yue Ying is in charge and says for them to hide, but Zhang turns and realizes that these are not simple arrows, but tracking arrows. Yue Ying asks everyone to be careful and says this is the talent of Night Spirit. She takes her sword and uses her talent, but one of the arrows manages to pass, hitting her in the chest, causing 407 damage. Yue Ying screams in pain. She takes the arrow and pulls it out of her body, saying that their target is Liu, so they wouldn't try to get rid of them for now. Littler asks Yue Ying what they should do. She says they need to find a place to hide and, once the boss of the death zone is killed, they could leave. So, the 3 start running again while they look for somewhere to hide. Yue Ying sees only the professor's lightning falling from the sky. Yue Ying says she had a question. As far as she knows, adventurers can only fight against the monsters of the magical domain of their own country. So how did Liu meet all these foreigners? He opens his inventory and says that only 2 furry goblins and 3 hidden bosses that have not been summoned yet are left. Yue Ying responds that, indeed, magical domains from different countries do not intersect, but death zones do. Yue Ying thinks that her uncle probably fought these guys before. Littler says it's all his fault, as if he had known that death zones were like this, he wouldn't have insisted on coming, since his talent is completely useless. Yue Ying gets angry at this and asks if he is a man or not, as he has only encountered a small problem and is already crying, trembling with fear. Zhang tries to cheer up Littler, saying that his talent is strong, they just need to find an efficient way to use it. Littler puts his hands on his head, almost crying, and asks Zhang to stop trying to comfort him, as his talent is very strong, capable of summoning monsters and helping, but an illusion is completely useless. Yuang notices something and asks them to stop talking for a minute and asks if they heard something. A loud noise echoed everywhere. They turn quickly and Zhang realizes that it can only be one thing. A huge foot with chains, a strange face with a mouth in the belly, a hook in one hand, and an axe in the other. This is the Butcher of Death. The three look at each other, and Yue Ying is scared, thinking that this is really the boss. Littler thinks they are very unlucky, as they just escaped death and now encounter the Death Zone boss. Yue Ying is worried, thinking what they would do, as without her Uncle Liu they would have no chance. Zhang asks for silence, as it seems the boss hasn't discovered them there yet. Littler falls to the ground in panic, saying that behind them there are foreigners trying to kill them, and in front of them, the Butcher of Death. This time they are really doomed to death. Zhang thinks they cannot just wait for death like this. He takes action and says that if there's no other choice, then they will defeat the boss together. He takes his bow. Yu Ying is scared. Littler yells, not reconciling with this, saying that the monster in front of them is the Death Zone boss. How are they going to defeat it? Yu Ying puts her hand on Littler's shoulder and tells Zhang that this time Littler is right. How are they going to defeat the Death Zone boss? Zhang turns to them and says, he really doesn't have a plan for this, but waiting there for death is unacceptable. He prefers to fight for life than to sit and wait for death. Littler goes to him and says that's also correct, but what if the three foreign adventurers decide to attack them while they fight the Death Zone boss? That would certainly be the end of them. Zhang smiles and says that at that moment, Littler's talent will be perfect. Littler doesn't understand and asks how his talent would help with anything. Meanwhile, the professor and his companions were nervous, as Liu had a random teleportation scroll. They would never have predicted such a thing, as that thing is really expensive. As far as they remember, it cost tens of thousands on the platform. Liu is really a very rich guy. Night Spirit, while picking up one of the orbs on the ground, says that Liu was very lucky this time, as she could have taken her revenge tonight. The professor asks her not to feel bad like that, as Liu fled with only 10% of his life. If he is unlucky enough to have teleported to a place surrounded by monsters, he certainly wouldn't come out alive. Night Spirit smiles and thinks it would be even better if he fell straight into the boss. Harrison laughs and says that would be excellent. Suddenly, the professor feels something and yells for the other two to look behind. They turn around in fright, as behind them is the Death Zone boss. The three are right in front of the boss at the moment. Harrison starts laughing and thinks they finally won the lottery, as they would earn a lot of money if they killed the Death Zone boss. The professor laughs and says they were really lucky this time, so they would have to quickly take advantage before other people got there. Night Spirit aims her arrow and says that the S-ranking equipment that the monster drops would be hers. She jumps and starts firing numerous arrows at once at the boss, but they all pass straight through and do not cause any damage to the boss. The professor, seeing this, wonders if the boss is immune to physical damage. Then, he conjures his magic again and says that if he doesn't take physical damage, he will take magical damage, and uses his technique, Fire and Lightning Arts. Fires and lightning come out of his staff directly to the monster, but they also pass through the monster without causing any damage. The professor yells, asking what was really going on there because he didn't take any damage. Harrison says it's really very strange. He himself had never faced a boss like this. The professor thinks this might be some ability of the boss. He becomes immortal when attacked. Meanwhile, Zhang, Littler, and Yue Ying watched all this through Littler's crystal ball. He asks Yue Ying and Zhang to be quick, because he could only keep this up for an hour. Yue Ying turns to Zhang and asks how they were going to fight the boss. He replies that they cannot be careless, and therefore should start with a small test. Zhang summons all his beasts, saying it's their turn to have a little fun. As soon as everyone goes out, Yue Ying puts her hand to her mouth, impressed by the strength Zhang had in his hands. She says he could just summon goblins, but he summoned the bosses of the first, second, and third floors. The Dark Wolf was drooling, wanting to play. He had just leveled up to level 2. Zhang says they didn't have much time, so everyone should attack at the same time. Then, his beasts prepare for the attack. Then, they begin to attack the Death Zone boss. The boss says they are nothing more than an ant horde. The boss prepares to attack the Dark Wolf. Zhang notices it and orders it to dodge. The boss hits with great force, screaming for the wolf to die, but the wolf had dodged and counterattacks quickly, causing only 109 damage to the boss. The boss asks if they can feel the breath of death and attacks again, hitting the Dark Wolf squarely. This time causing 380 damage to the Dark Wolf, who falls to the ground while the boss screamed for him to die. Zhang realizes that this really is the Death Zone boss, and what they are doing. There is no joke, as the strength of the monster is something completely out of the ordinary for them. The boss continues to swing his weapons and says that an ant horde can't hurt him. Zhang tells Yue Ying that the strength of the monster is no joke, but she takes her sword and says that the elite Dark Wolf alone won't be able to defeat the monster. So, they should attack together to try to do something. Zhang uses his venomous spider and orders it to use its web. The monster gets stuck and can't get rid of the webs. Yue Ying leaps to attack and uses her talent, causing multiple damage to the boss. Zhang takes advantage and uses his long-range attacks. The frog and the goblin attack together, causing more damage to the monster, who gets angry, saying he would eat everyone's flesh and drink their blood. Zhang is impressed with the intelligence of the monster, as it seems. The monster knows that it should attack him first. The monster goes all out. Zhang orders his Goblin King to defend. The king manages to hold the first attack, but the monster uses its second weapon to attack again, causing 343 damage to the king. Zhang realizes that the Monster King uses the skill Bone Crush. The strength of this is terrifying, as the attack, defense, and speed, in addition to the damage of its opponent, is reduced by 20%. The Dark Wolf tries to attack from behind, but the boss turns quickly and strikes the wolf, causing 687 damage to the Dark Wolf. Zhang screams seeing this. His wolf falls to the ground and dies. Zhang gets angry with this because the boss really killed his Dark Wolf. Yue Ying turns and says, "It's not time to mourn, because if they don't deal with this situation, soon they would also be dead." Littler starts to feel tired and asks them to hurry up because he won't last much longer. Zhang takes his bow and says it's time for him to really enter the fight. He asks the spider to use the web again. Zhang asks everyone from a long distance to attack together again. The attacks hit again, causing damage to the monster. Yue Ying takes advantage and attacks again. She notices that the monster is entering its second phase and asks everyone to be careful. The monster's life was currently at 30%. It screams and a red energy runs through its body. Zhang emphasizes once again that now everyone must be very careful, as it is already in the second phase. Suddenly, the monster starts to run, and the two wonder what is going on there. Zhang wonders why it is running away like that. The monster reaches some dead monsters and says it needs to eat meat and starts eating, and its life begins to heal little by little. Yue Ying, seeing this, thinks that now they are really screwed. Zhang can't believe that the monster is really healing by eating meat. Zhang shouts for everyone to attack and disrupt the boss's health recovery. Their long-range attacks strike together while the boss was eating the meats. The frog's attack causes a big explosion, which makes the boss very angry and charges forward. Zhang uses his poisonous spider to trap him, preventing the boss from getting close to the frog. Quickly, the spider uses its web to bind the boss to the ground. Yue Ying takes advantage and uses her talent once again, Light Cut. The Goblin King also doesn't waste time and attacks right after. The boss can even see the Goblin King approaching but can't do anything because he was trapped. The Goblin King lands a strong blow on the boss's back, causing a lot of pain. Zhang shouts for everyone to do the same thing again, as they were almost defeating the boss. Yue Ying gets excited and shouts that they would finally succeed. Everyone attacks together again, causing great damage to the boss who can't retaliate or defend against so many attacks at once. Zhang grabs his bow and aims his arrow, and while aiming, he says it's time for the boss to die. Then, He fires an arrow that hits right in the middle of the boss's forehead. The boss screams in pain and says he wouldn't accept this, but the boss ends up fainting and falling to the ground with a thud right in front of Zhang. Everyone looks at this without understanding. Littler asks if they really defeated the boss. Suddenly, a huge announcement appears, saying it was an important announcement. The boss of the Death Zone, the Death Butcher, was killed by Asura. Congratulations to him. The monster that was lying down begins to dissolve and leaves several orbs and a bow on the ground. Littler picks up one of the orbs and says, "It's really impressive. It's a big adrenaline boost after all. It's a Death Zone boss." Zhang looks at the items and sees the bow on the ground, then he bends down to pick it up. As soon as he holds it in his hand, he thinks that this is an S-rank weapon. The system says the bow is called Dark Longbow, S-grade, damage 410 to 650, special ability. When used against opponents, 10% of the damage will be absorbed by the user, contributing to life regeneration, durability 300 out of 300. Yue Ying is impressed with the bow, saying it's really an amazing weapon, as it has the life regeneration ability. Moreover, the bow is perfect for Zhang. Yue Ying says it's very lucky, as there are many people who spend decades wandering the magic domain and never even saw an S-rank weapon. Zhang picks up the bow and shoots an arrow upwards to test. A red ray shoots out with great speed from the bow, which surprises Zhang with the strength of the bow. He says he can even feel the bloodthirst that the bow possesses. Zhang opens the system and says the boss dropped a total of 16 demonic soul orbs without attributes, a random teleportation scroll, and 4 potent regeneration potions. He says he would keep the random teleportation scroll, and the rest they could divide among everyone there. Yue Ying is surprised by this, and says that Zhang doesn't need to share anything with them, after all he did almost everything alone. But as she was speaking, a notification appears for him saying that Asura had sent items. She needed to check the mail to claim them. This surprises Yue Ying a lot. Zhang raises his hand and says he had already sent her the items, and asks her not to refuse. After all this, they defeated the boss together. Everyone worked to contribute something. Yue Ying, a little embarrassed, starts looking at the items and thinks that even though these items can help her in her second-grade fighter exam, the one who fought the most, there was Zhang. Suddenly, the professor shouts from afar saying that it seems they were all there all the time. Behind him was his entire team. He said he couldn't believe they were going to deceive him with illusions all this time. Littler gets scared when he sees everyone there. Yue Ying is outraged that they showed up again. At the moment, everyone stares at each other until Harrison shouts that he wouldn't waste any more saliva or his time on these trash. He charges forward saying he would just kill them and steal all the rewards. Zhang looks back and says the only summoned beasts remaining were the Frog and the Goblin King. Thus, their chances of winning would be low. They should leave the Death Zone immediately. Littler agrees, saying they had already defeated the boss and obtained the rewards, so they could leave. Yue Ying remains silent with her head down and just says no. She grabs her sword and says the two of them can go ahead if they want. Yue Ying emphasizes that these people might have killed her uncle. Thus, she wouldn't forgive anyone, let alone let them leave alive. Littler turns to run and says he doesn't care about that, he just doesn't want to die, so he will leave first. Zhang looks at the whole situation and thinks that Yue Ying is very stubborn. She wouldn't leave. He starts to wonder if he should leave her alone there. Yue Ying turns and sees Zhang still standing there. She asks why he hasn't left yet. What she is doing is her personal issue, and he has nothing to do with it, especially not with the three in front of them. Zhang starts to gather his energy in his hand again, while saying that even though he has nothing to do with it, he can't just stand there and watch the strangers kill her. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in front of everyone. Zhang shouts for them to taste the power. As the smoke clears, Night Spirit and Harrison can't believe what's in front of them. The Death Zone boss starts to appear in front of them. They start to ask what it is and if it's possible that the Death Butcher regenerated. Another one says they had never heard of a case where the Death Zone boss regenerated after being killed. They wonder if it's a dream. The professor says it's not a dream. The Death Butcher is really alive in front of them. Harrison, scared, asks why the Death Butcher isn't attacking Zhang and Yue Ying while they are face-to-face with the boss. Yue Ying cries and says she would avenge her uncle. Just as she is about to attack, A message appears in her system saying she received a message from Killing the Wind and asking if she would like to read it. At that moment, Yue starts to tremble and can't believe it. She opens her chat window and starts talking to her uncle. He says he's not dead, so she shouldn't fight to the death against the three strangers. Yue can't believe it and asks if it's really her uncle. He says yes, and asks her not to waste any more time and to leave the death zone quickly. Littler had told him what happened. He praises her and Asura, saying they did very well. Yue is happy with that and says she won't waste any more time. She will leave the death zone immediately. She smiles and tells Zhang that her uncle is alive and well and asks them to return. He looks at her and says, "That's great news." Yue starts to retreat and says they should meet at the altar when they return. Zhang stays there and thinks he doesn't really know what to think about Yue. She's amazing. While all this is happening, the Death Butcher was preparing to fight the three. Harrison charges forward, but as he's about to strike, his attack goes straight through and hits the ground. He doesn't understand anything and wonders why the Death Butcher disappeared again. Back in the 4th floor magic domain, Yue and Zhang reunite with Liu and Littler. Her uncle comes all happy, saying the two did very well. While Littler quickly looks on from behind, Liu goes up to them and touches Zhang's shoulder, saying he's truly a special young man and that all this proves he was never wrong about his real strength. Zhang says Liu flatters him. Liu turns to Littler and compares him to Asura, saying he's useless. Littler just stays quiet. Liu hugs Zhang, who doesn't understand what's happening there. He starts saying that their family has blue blood, and that Yue coincidentally is single, and as they are the same age, they should talk more. Yue gets embarrassed by this and yells at her uncle. He starts laughing and says he won't talk about it anymore. Zhang cuts off the topic and says he needs Liu's help with something. Liu says he can ask for whatever he needs. Zhang asks Liu how he could defeat a first-level magic domain fighter. Zhang thinks he'll celebrate later, as there's an assassin waiting for him in the real world. Zhang believes that even though Yue family may not be the strongest in Xia, it is still quite powerful, so its strength should not be underestimated. Liu ponders for a moment and asks Zhang if he's gotten himself into trouble. Liu places his hand on his chest and says Zhang shouldn't be embarrassed and should just speak up, as he could help him. Zhang smiles and thanks him for the offer of help, but feels he needs to handle this with his own hands. Zhang thinks that the hardest favors to repay in this world are those from true friendships. He needs to do this alone. He remembers he has 8 high-level demonic orbs, without attributes. When he absorbs all of them, his abilities will drastically advance. Littler calls Zhang brother, and says that the magic domain fighters are much stronger than he thinks. Littler emphasizes that Zhang shouldn't underestimate them, as he could lose his life. Yue is worried. Liu steps forward and says that to defeat a magic domain fighter, Zhang will need more than just physical strength. He needs to know the weaknesses of his opponent to fight with strategies. Zhang lowers his head and asks what Liu really means by that. Liu starts to explain that, as everyone knows, to become a magic domain fighter, one must pass a series of exams. In fact, the first level of the magic domain exam is quite simple. As long as one's attributes meet the necessary standards, the person passes. However, to stand out more than others, many magic domain fighters focus on strengthening just one type of attribute from the beginning, such as warriors strengthen their strength, assassins strengthen their agility, mages strengthen their advanced spirit. This causes an effect. For example, magic domain fighters who put all their resources into just one attribute will be extremely strong. Their damage will be much more critical than the rest, and the same applies to spirit and agility. Zhang says he now understands the situation better. In summary, this means that even among fighters of the same level, there are differences in their abilities and attributes. Zhang opens his system and notices that among all his attributes, agility is the highest, with 15 points. Zhang thinks that if he continues to add more points and advance in agility, his movements and attack speed will be much higher than other people's. During a battle, this can give him an advantage and help him win. Zhang remembers Huang and thinks he still doesn't know which attribute Huang is proficient in. Littler raises his hand and shouts that time in the magic domain is ending. They need to go back. Yue says if it's not a problem, she'll go first. She sends a friend request to Zhang, starts to leave the magic domain, and asks Zhang to be careful, He says he'll be as careful as possible, accepts the friend request and sighs, thinking it's time. He collects all the rewards at once. They all start to circulate his body with strong energy around him. Zhang thinks that before returning, he'll absorb all of them. The energy around him begins to expand and become denser. He thinks that with this, he will have a total of 26 skill points after absorbing them. Lightning surrounds his body. He prepares and thinks it's time to give his all in the real world. Inside Huang's room, a blue light illuminates the whole place. It was Zhang who had returned. But as soon as he looks around, he sees no one there and wonders where Huang could have gone. Suddenly he becomes very scared, as there's only one place Huang could be. He runs out of Huang's house, thinking his sister is in danger. He bursts open the door of his house, shouting his sister's name. As soon as he looks into the living room, he sees his sister sitting on the sofa, and next to her, Huang is holding a knife, cutting an apple. Huang greets Zhang, who stands still, looking at the scene. Feng looks at her brother with tears in her eyes. Huang uses the knife to pick up a piece of the apple in his hand and says that Zhang returned earlier than expected and that he wasn't in a hurry, so he invites Zhang to sit for a bit. Huang starts eating the apple while smiling and says he wants to chat for a bit. Zhang yells, saying he should leave his sister out of this. Afterward, they could talk calmly about anything. Huang looks at Feng, who gets scared. He says that, unfortunately, he can't let her go because she has seen his face, and, as he is wanted, this could cause a big problem. Zhang starts to get angry and asks what the hell he wants there. Huang starts laughing and holds Feng with the knife at her neck. Feng starts crying and says she wouldn't say anything to the police, so he could leave them alone. Huang continues smiling and says that if he chooses to sell their organs on the black market, they would become his greatest wealth. Huang gets very close to Feng's face and says that's why he can't hurt her body too much. Feng continues to be terrified by all this. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, startling everyone. Huang gets annoyed, asking if Zhang had called the police. Zhang replies that he didn't do anything like that. Huang asks him to open the door and not try any funny business, or he knows what would happen. Zhang thinks that the only thing he did was send a message to Liu Wei, but he arrived too quickly. It can't be him. Zhang starts to open the door slowly. As soon as he finishes opening the door, a woman holding a food package says that the food delivery has arrived. Zhang, not understanding what this was, says he didn't order anything, so the address is probably wrong. The delivery woman says that's impossible. She looks at the door and says that the address was definitely this one and asks if this was some kind of prank. She sees the two on the sofa and asks if they hadn't been the ones who ordered. Zhang gets annoyed with this and slaps her face, saying he didn't order anything, so she should just leave, and he closes the door. Outside, the delivery woman knocks on the door again, annoyed by this, and says that it's not right to do that because delivery people are also human. She turns and starts to leave, thinking Zhang thinks too highly of himself just because he lives in the city, but she starts laughing and takes off her cap, saying that it's right here and that the reward would surely be all hers. Huang gets up from the sofa with the knife in his hand and Feng in the other, telling Zhang to open the door. They were going out. Outside, they go to an all-black car. Zhang asks where they were going. Huang says it's not the time for small talk. He should just get in the car, and that's it. Feng looks at her brother with great fear, but Zhang tells her not to worry, as he would protect her from anything. Huang tells them to get in the car quickly, but something starts approaching them and hits Huang in the arm. He gets annoyed, asking what that was. Huang puts the knife close to Feng and says he should back off or the girl would die. The delivery woman from before starts laughing and says, "It looks like she made a mistake." She emphasizes that if he wants to kill Feng, he better do it quickly, because it would be easier for her to fight that way. Zhang looks at the woman and thinks she's the delivery woman from before. Huang smiles and asks if she was a bounty hunter. Huang says she's really fast but she won't be able to catch him. She smiles back and asks Huang not to judge her by her appearance. She attacks again and says she'll show what she's really capable of. Huang smiles and says that, unfortunately for that attack, he had Feng as a shield. Zhang starts to lose control seeing this and yells his sister's name. He steps into the middle of the attack, causing one of the weapons to divert, making Huang release his sister. Quickly, he grabs his sister and takes her to the back. He did this so fast that Huang can't understand how it happened. The woman is extremely impressed with the speed Zhang showed, as he was able to catch her darts in the air, divert one of them, and grab his sister in the blink of an eye. Zhang turns and yells, saying that the woman almost hurt his sister. She smiles and says it wasn't her intention, as it wasn't her fault if his sister was in front of her target. Huang starts laughing again and says that fighting wasn't in his plans for today, but it seems he wouldn't have a choice. The woman prepares to attack and says that now that no one else was in front of her to hinder her, she wouldn't miss again. Huang looks at her and thinks she must have focused on her speed, but as soon as he takes off his glasses, a power begins to emanate from his eye, putting the woman in a trance. She stands still in front of him. Huang starts laughing, saying that because she had only focused on her speed, the rest of her attributes were just trash and, thanks to that, it was impossible for her to resist his spiritual control, which made her be captured instead of capturing him. Feng looks at this still frightened, as she had never seen strong people fight like this. Zhang also becomes apprehensive and doesn't understand why the woman had stopped attacking like that. Zhang analyzes better and thinks this might be spiritual control. Probably Huang's attribute focus was on the spirit attribute. Zhang sees an opportunity to attack and quickly charges at Huang. He thinks Huang should pay for what he's doing, so he would show the strength of his speed. Huang realizes Zhang was coming at him, but the speed was so great that Huang couldn't do anything and is struck in the belly. As he falls, Huang yells at Zhang not to get cocky and points the gun at him, but Zhang was so fast that before Huang could even fire, Zhang hits another blow to Huang's face, throwing him and the gun away. Huang, lying on the ground, asks how Zhang could be so fast. Zhang sighs and thinks that if Huang had the gun in his hand, he could have died. Feng comes running to her brother, asking if he was okay. He replies that yes. After defeating Huang, they look at the delivery woman from before. Feng asks what's happening with her. Zhang replies that it seems she's hypnotized. Probably, she came just for the money, since she didn't care if she would hurt Feng or not. Feng goes further and asks if they could help her. Zhang asks why Feng wanted to do that, as this woman didn't deserve help since she didn't think twice about hurting an innocent person because of money. Feng turns to her brother and asks if he had one of those pens that don't come off easily. Zhang says he does and runs to get it. 10 minutes later, there were several police officers at the scene and some people filming. While all this was happening, Liu Wei goes to Zhang and says that what he did was very reckless, as he had already warned in a message that Zhang shouldn't do anything alone, and the police and he were going to help. Liu Wei emphasizes that this man named Huang is a serial killer who had already killed 7 people. Zhang puts his hand on his head and apologizes to Liu Wei, saying he didn't have time to look at the message. He needed to do something. A police officer comes up to them and tells Liu Wei that this is not the time for a lecture, as now Zhang had become the savior of the city and needed to have his glory. The police officer says that for 2 whole years they tried to catch Huang, but he always escaped. The police officer tells Liu Wei that since it was one of his students who captured Huang, he should feel proud of his student. Liu Wei points to Zhang and says that pride is not the most important thing. He was really worried about the safety of Zhang and his sister Feng, but suddenly Liu Wei stops for a moment and asks how Zhang managed to defeat Huang, as he was extremely strong, in addition to being a first-level magic domain fighter. Zhang thinks it's not yet time to tell about his abilities, so he points to the woman from before, saying that if it weren't for her help, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Huang. He also says she was hypnotized, as she had been standing there for a long time. The police officer looks at her and says her name is Mengdi. She is a bounty hunter and does anything for money. Feng says her name is quite beautiful. The police officer continues saying that she is very strong and is on the same level as Huang. She has captured other wanted criminals and has caused several problems for the police. The police officer looks closer and asks what happened to her face. Feng sticks out her tongue and says she doesn't know anything. When they saw her, she was already like that. Her face was covered in drawings and scribbles. The police officer says he understands and would take them to the police station. As they were putting Mengdi in the car, the police officer says that the reward for capturing Huang was 1.5 million. Since Zhang and Feng helped capture him, they could split that. He asked them to go to the station in a few days to collect their part of the reward. Zhang is impressed, as 750,000 raise for him and his sister was a lot of money. His sister smiles and is happy about this. Zhang holds his sister's shoulders and thanks the police officer for this. With this money, they would be able to pay the rent and even buy Feng's kidney. The next day at 8 o'clock at night, Zhang was lying in his bed, thinking that it was time. As he had defeated the Death Zone boss, the 4th floor should be open now. He activates his watch and decides to head to the 4th floor. At the altar of the 4th floor, everything seems normal. People were organizing into teams as always, and the guards were no longer there. Zhang thinks that his team had many losses in the last fight, but now he has the Death Butcher and the Goblin King, in addition to the Frog's long-range fireball, so he wouldn't have problems with that for now. Zhang picks up the Magic Domain Guide to see the monsters on the 4th floor. The guide shows that there are 3 types of monsters there: Pighead, Birdman, and the floor boss Bullhead. The guide didn't give much information about the monsters' strengths or abilities, so Zhang thinks they seem to be quite strong. He decides to hunt them immediately. Then, he heads alone to the Death Forest, a strange place where there are bones on the ground and some monsters hidden among the trees. Suddenly the hidden monsters start to appear. Zhang crosses his arms and starts calling his beasts to play a little with his guests. The Goblin King and the Death Butcher appear. The monsters look at this, prepare themselves, and charge at the Goblin King. Zhang orders the Goblin King to hold the 2 without any difficulty. The Goblin King defends the 2 attacks, but the damage suffered was still considerable. Zhang orders the Death Butcher to take action and attack them. The Butcher starts his attack and hits both monsters at once, causing absurd damage to the 2. The first one receives 471 damage, while the second one receives 426 damage. Zhang is impressed with the strength of his beast, the Death Butcher. However, while he was focused on the fight in front of him, a Birdman was approaching from behind. Just as the Birdman was about to grab him with its claws, he notices and dodges at the last moment. Zhang thinks that the Birdman is really fast. He takes his bow and aims at the Birdman, saying he would try this S-rank weapon. As soon as Zhang fires, his arrow misses. He gets annoyed with this and calls the frog and asks it to burn this bird quickly. The frog prepares and starts firing its fireballs, but the bird starts dodging all the attacks until finally one of them hits, causing a big explosion in the sky and dealing 339 damage to the bird. Zhang starts laughing a lot with this, telling the bird to dodge that. An hour later, the battle had ended. Zhang starts picking up the orbs on the ground, thinking that the defense attributes of these monsters don't seem to be that good. If they were, he probably would have a big problem defeating them. After collecting the orbs, Zhang calls the Birdman, saying it was the last one. All the beasts were gathered there now. Zhang opens the system and says it's finally full. Currently, he has a sky-devouring frog, the Goblin King, the venomous spider, the Death Butcher, 3 pigheads, and 3 birdmen. With this, Zhang thinks he can move on to the floor boss. As he starts walking, he hears another scream from someone asking for help, saying that someone wanted to kill her. Zhang looks at what's happening and just stays quiet. A woman was running from a man who was yelling at her to stop, saying he would teach her a good lesson today. Zhang stops and starts thinking that this kind of thing happens everywhere he goes. Should he start to mind only his own business? But as he was thinking, the woman throws herself at his feet and grabs his leg, begging him to save her because the man chasing her wanted to kill her. The woman's name in the magic domain is Moonlight Bunny. She looks up, crying and begging for help as she would die. Zhang looks at her and says that unfortunately, he can't do anything. She should run to the altar, as she would be safe there. She starts saying that she had completed the task he had given her, and now that they were there, he couldn't just abandon her like that. This confuses Zhang. He asks what she is talking about. The man finally catches up to them. This man is called Fierce Dragon King. He points at Zhang, saying that apparently he was the mastermind behind this woman's actions. The man was very angry, saying he despised people like Zhang and, for that reason, he would do society a favor by getting rid of him. Zhang asked the Fierce Dragon to wait a bit, as he was being very aggressive. Zhang thinks he doesn't even know what's happening there, and doesn't know this woman. The man starts yelling while attacking, saying that abandoning his accomplice when things get tough is not worthy of being called a man, so he should die. Zhang says that besides this man having a bad temper, he is also stupid. The woman leaves Zhang behind and says she would go ahead while he takes care of this. The system shows that the woman had stolen 3 common orbs from him. Zhang realizes that this woman is a thief, and that's why the fierce dragon was angry with her, probably because she had stolen from him as well. The fierce dragon yells at Zhang to return the items that the girl had stolen from him. Zhang says he really doesn't know her, and besides, she had just stolen from him as well. However, the fierce dragon doesn't listen and continues attacking, saying that Zhang just wanted to deceive him. Zhang starts to get annoyed and says this man is really an idiot, and this won't end unless he shows his strength. Quickly, Zhang calls 2 beasts and orders his venomous spider to trap the man with its web. The fierce dragon doesn't understand what's happening and asks why there was a venomous spider on the 4th floor. The man turns to Zhang and asks if his talent is to summon monsters. Zhang says nothing, just stares at the man and orders the frog to attack. The frog lands its attack, causing good damage. The man grabs the potion in his hand and says that if Zhang had the courage, he should stop using his monsters and fight man to man, so they would know who is truly stronger. The man takes his potion and becomes stronger. Zhang wonders what potion this guy had taken, as he was able to free himself from the web. The fierce dragon charges at Zhang again, who just looks at him without moving, and as the man gets close, Zhang easily dodges his attack. The fierce dragon is impressed with Zhang's speed. The fierce dragon starts attacking again, but suddenly his attack is blocked. The Goblin King appears in front of the man, who is outraged by this, and asks how many monsters Zhang can summon. The man is scared of the Goblin King, and thinks that although he was the boss of the 3rd floor, it is basically impossible to defeat him alone. Zhang starts laughing and calls another beast, and, behind the man, the Death Butcher appears. The man looks back and can't believe what he's seeing. At this moment, the man is completely surrounded. He drops his weapon on the ground when he sees the Death Butcher. He wonders how someone is able to control such a strong monster. The man falls to the ground and asks them to stop fighting. He surrenders. The man takes his healing potion and shows the middle finger to Zhang, who was walking towards him. The man says that even if he surrendered, he still wouldn't accept it, and says again that if Zhang had the courage, he wouldn't summon monsters and would fight alone. Zhang asks if what the fierce dragon is saying is really fair, as his talent is the art of summoning, and if the fierce dragon doesn't let him use his talent, how would he fight like that? Zhang extends his hand and asks what Moonlight Bunny had stolen from him. The man starts yelling that he can't accept this, and asks why Zhang was asking him this. As if the two were accomplices, he knew what was stolen. Zhang opens his system window and says he is not an accomplice of Moonlight Bunny, and says that if the man really doesn't trust him, then he should look with his own eyes, as his items had also been stolen by her. The man smiles and says that indeed he was wrong. The Dragon King scratches his head and apologizes to Zhang, saying that he had indeed misjudged him. Zhang thinks that although the Dragon King has a bad temper, he is still a good person. He corrects his mistakes when he recognizes them. Zhang looks down and sees that the Dragon King was reaching out to him. The Dragon King smiles as he reaches out to Zhang and says that they haven't even met yet due to the previous fight, but now they could be friends. Zhang smiles and thinks that this is the first time he has met someone so well. The Dragon King's personality is really what Zhang is looking for, as he is a fair and correct person, although he has a somewhat rough temperament. Zhang takes the Dragon King's hand and accepts his friendship request. The Dragon King turns and starts to leave while waving to Zhang and says that if he needs help, he can message him at any time. However, he now needed to go back and find his friends, as they were going to face the 4th floor boss. Zhang waves back to him while thinking that the character of this Dragon King is a bit too simple and rough, but quite interesting. Zhang opens a map and thinks that he has already lost a lot of time. He needs to move forward and find the 4th floor boss soon. He opens a map that shows him and the boss. He realizes that the drawing on the map looks like a maze. If it weren't for this map, it would be easy to get lost inside the 4th floor. Zhang looks ahead and says that according to the map, the right path is the one in front of him. Then he starts walking until he reaches the stone forest. As soon as he arrives, he hears a scream for help again. Zhang is annoyed by the situation, as every time he arrives in a new place, someone is asking for help. He never has peace. However, he notices the voice and realizes that this voice is from the Moon Bunny. As soon as he looks in the direction of the screams, he sees that a giant bull was with an axe hitting an ice wall that protected the moon bunny, while another monster waited patiently behind. The huge bull is called Tauren Commander. He didn't stop attacking and the wall began to break. The moon bunny was trembling and desperate, begging for help. She starts crying while panicking, asking for someone to save her, as she didn't want to die. Zhang continues looking at her while thinking that this was certainly a punishment for her stealing things. However, Zhang begins to look at the pig-headed monster that was behind Tauren Chief. He finds this a bit strange. This monster seemed to be aware of what it was doing. Suddenly the monster starts talking and calls the moon bunny cursed for stealing his things, and that's why she deserved death. Zhang closes his face and thinks that, although it was really wrong everything the moon bunny was doing, still the crime she committed does not match this sentence. A death penalty is too heavy for a person who just steals. This is going too far. Meanwhile, Tauren continues attacking and manages to break a part of the ice wall. Quickly, Zhang jumps and grabs his bow and arrow, and without hesitation, hits Tauren's head, causing 121 damage. Tauren gets angry and looks up, asking who it is that attacked him. The pig-headed gets angry and points to Zhang, shouting for him to stop meddling in other people's business. This woman was a thief, and that's why she deserved death. Zhang jumps on top of one of the stones there and starts saying that he already knew that the moon bunny was a thief. However, this does not give anyone the right to take her life in this way, not to mention that she is a young person. She can try to change her habits. Tauren is not interested in Zhang's words and goes all out. The pig-headed sees that Zhang won't convince anyone to be generous just with words, as he hasn't experienced the same pain as them. The pig-headed emphasizes that if Zhang wants to be a true hero, then he needs to show his strength. This one attacking you now is Tauren, the 4th floor boss. Surely Zhang won't win alone. Zhang starts laughing a lot and tells the pig-headed not to worry, that he would take care of the boss alone. Zhang stops and calls his beasts. A small army of monsters appears. The pig-headed is impressed by this and shouts, asking if Zhang really had summoned that many monsters at once. He can't believe that Zhang had these hidden skills. Tauren continues attacking quickly. Zhang orders his venomous spider to use its web to trap Tauren. He tries to strike the web to avoid being caught. Zhang aims his arrow at Tauren again and tells his beasts that they would attack all together, and so the fight begins. Several monsters attack Chief Tauren, while Zhang remains in their midst with his bow and arrow. The Death Butcher lands a very strong blow on Tauren, throwing him back and causing 419 damage. Zhang orders his sky-devouring frog to attack along with him. Zhang wants to finish this quickly, so his monsters all attack rapidly and together, causing extremely high damage to Chief Tauren. The pig-headed sees that among the monsters, the floor bosses and even the Death Zone boss were among them. This shocks the pig-headed with the magnitude of Zhang's force. The pig-headed believes that this man could become invincible. The pig-headed is annoyed, as his skills compared to Zhang's were complete trash. He turns to the moon bunny and says that she was lucky this time to find someone so strong and willing to save her. She is just impressed by Zhang's talent while hiding behind the rest of the wall that remained. The explosions caused by Zhang's attacks light up the whole place. The moon bunny couldn't believe the overwhelming power that Zhang had in his hands. With no chance of winning, the fight, Chief Tauren, is defeated with a crushing defeat. He starts to disappear in front of Zhang. The system appears and congratulates Zhang for defeating the 4th floor boss, Tauren Commander. Zhang bends down to pick up the orbs that the boss had left. Zhang thinks that exactly what was expected happened. Of all his monsters, only one died. The 4th floor boss had no chance against him. From afar, the moon bunny was looking at him, a little embarrassed. She gathers courage and goes to Zhang. As soon as she gets close to him, she starts apologizing. Zhang turns around and starts listening to her. The moon bunny starts saying that she was wrong and wanted to apologize to him, and also thank him for saving her once again. She emphasizes that she was really sorry for what she had done. Then, she takes the 3 orbs that she had stolen and returns them to Zhang. He looks at her face and realizes that she really wanted to return the orbs to him. So, he thinks that all this that she went through, all this fear and terror because of Chief Tauren, was enough as punishment for her. Zhang takes the orbs back, and the moon bunny turns to go on with her life, happy to have done the right thing. As she leaves, Zhang shouts from afar for her not to steal again, as he wouldn't be so nice the next time he saw her going through these things. After a while, Zhang finishes picking up all the orbs that were on the ground. He says that he has already lost a lot of time, so he needs to call his beast quickly and advance to the 5th floor. Zhang calls Tauren. Zhang says he will activate the 5th floor and return home earlier. In another house, a portal begins to open. A man appears. This man is called Sunbath. He was complaining that he was so close to seeing the moon bunny dead, and suddenly that brat Zhang came to mess everything up. This is something that annoys Sunbath a lot. He grabs his food while complaining that he really had bad luck. As he eats and looks at his cell phone, he notices an ad. The ad had a picture of Zhang, saying that he was wanted. The ad had the following information: name, Asura, gender, male, occupation, archer, age, unknown, appearance, masked. Any person who can get any information on Asura will receive a reward. The reward amount corresponds to the information, ranging between 1 to 5 million. The client who advertised this is the Dawn Guild. Sunbath smiles and says that finally Zhang was done. Now, the next day, in the school building, the students were in the hallways chatting, while Zhang passed by some of them. He hears them talking about the Magic Domain Forum. The Down organization posted a certain wanted notice for a person. This person was number 1 in rewards. This will certainly be bad for that guy. Zhang starts to think what this Magic Domain Forum would be. He takes out his cell phone to check and starts to see several news saying that the Magic Domain Forum did not belong to any country and no one has been able to find out where it is from so far. Adventurers from magic domains all over the world can enter the forum, exchange experiences, and practice freedom of expression. Currently, it is the most active and powerful magic domain communication platform. Zhang finds the announcement and, upon reading, he thinks it is true. Someone is offering 5 million for other people to investigate him. This scares Zhang. He thinks that probably before dying, the Kiss of Death must have sent a message to the organization, and that's how they found out that it was Zhang who had killed him. Zhang thinks that he will have a lot of trouble ahead. He starts to think that he will need to find reliable allies in the magic domain and thinks about his current companions. With them, Zhang would not need to worry about someone betraying him behind his back. As soon as Zhang arrives at his classroom and opens the door, he starts to hear someone talking about the death zone that had appeared on the 4th floor. People commented that because of this, the entire floor was blocked by the magic domain administration team, and no one was able to pass. This news had already spread everywhere, and everyone was already aware of it. Zhang enters the room discreetly, while the students continued commenting. One of them says he was there at the time, and later he heard that the boss of the death zone was defeated by a group of great people from Xia. Those foreigners had to go back home disappointed. Just thinking about it, the students felt satisfied, as finally the citizens of Great Xi could finally hold their heads high. A girl asks if her friend knows who killed the boss of the death zone, as that person brought glory to the whole country. He deserved recognition and rewards. The man says it was a certain Asura. Everyone who was there at the time received the notification. It appeared 3 times, saying that Asura had killed the boss of the death zone. The man emphasizes that this was extremely exciting. Zhang finally arrives at his desk and sits down. A person calls him. It was his friend Yang, who grabs him by the shoulders and yells, saying that his idol Asura defeated the boss of the death zone. Yang said that Asura was like a god. He needed Asura to become his master. Zhang just listened in silence and with an uncomfortable face. Zhang pushes his friend away and asks him to stop hugging. If he wants Asura to become his master, he needs to find him and ask. Suddenly someone enters the room and yells, asking who Zhang was. This catches Zhang's and his friend's attention. Yang quickly turns to see who was there. A man arrived, kicking the door in. His name was Crocodile. He started intimidating the students who were closest to him, saying that he was looking for Zhang. The rest could run away from there. The students ran out of the room and said that this guy was the boss of a gang called the Crocodile Gang. He had awakened a B-rank talent. The girl who was there says that Zhang was going to suffer for having provoked this kind of person. Yang says that this guy's name is Crocodile. He's a delinquent. Yang says he heard that he can kill a bull with a single punch. Zhang stands up angrily and says, "It's all right," asking Yang not to get involved and just watch. Crocodile grabs a chair and turns to Zhang, asking if he was the real Zhang, and apparently he wanted to replace him. Zhang says he doesn't know Crocodile, so there must be some mistake. But Crocodile doesn't want to talk and yells that just by looking at Zhang's arrogant face, his hand itches. He jumps with the chair and yells for Zhang to just die quietly. The chair was about to hit Zhang. He gets serious and prepares. In seconds, he lands a punch on Crocodile's face, making him spit blood, throwing him away, hitting the wall. Crocodile falls unconscious to the ground. His companions arrive to help him. Zhang just looks at this. He snaps his fingers while wondering what kind of powerful figure Crocodile could be. The students who were outside couldn't believe it. Everyone was amazed at this strength that Zhang had. One of them asks when Zhang became so strong to defeat Crocodile with just one punch. It was so fast that the woman who was there couldn't even see what really happened. She asks if it was already over. One of the students looks at the screen and thinks that Zhang's punch was about 1,016 caddies. He looks at Zhang and wonders what he was doing, how he had become so strong suddenly, as a few days ago Zhang's punch caddies points were only 497 according to the school's measuring device. But now it's over 1,000. This man is how. He thinks he can't let someone steal his spot at the Great Qing Martial Academy. Night falls and Zhang was already inside his house. He warns his sister Feng that public safety has not been very reliable recently and therefore she needed to make sure to stay safe at school. The two were cleaning the house while Feng was washing the dishes. She tells her brother not to worry like that, because at the girls' school she studies at, all the security guards were fighters from the magic domain. Zhang is more relieved and says that this is really good. He points out that it's almost time to enter the magic domain. Feng says she has been noticing that every day her brother Zhang enters the magic domain to fight monsters and is getting stronger and stronger. Feng asks what his true talent is. Zhang turns around and smiles, saying he would tell her as soon as she awakens her own talent. She turns away sulking and continues cleaning the plate. She asks what is so special about his talent, so it wouldn't take long for her to awaken hers too. Zhang enters the magic domain. The system asks him which floor he would like to go to. Zhang chooses the 5th floor. Soon he appears at the 5th floor altar, which is extremely different from the other floors. It's like a world on a floor. Zhang takes his magic domain guide, but before looking he notices that there are way more people on the 5th floor than on the 4th floor. Zhang notices that there are several people looking at him. With this, he deduces that the wanted notice is really having an effect, and, with the absurd value they put on his head, those people who were there would have no problem coming after him. Zhang thinks that if he leaves the altar now and alone, he would clearly be the target of several people, and this would be a big problem for him. So, he thinks a little, and decides to flee to the 4th floor to get more bosses, and form a team of bosses only. This way, he would get a better force to protect himself from possible future attacks. He simply disappears from the altar in front of everyone. No one expected that. The hunters complained about it. One of them says he must have felt their presence there. The other says they can't know which floor he went to, and it will be quite complicated to catch him like this. Back on the 4th floor, there was no one waiting for him. So, he hurries and quickly goes to the middle of the forests. As he walks through the forest, he thinks that this time he escaped, but the hunters would not stop. So, his priority is to collect the bosses. Zhang realizes that there is someone spying on him. Suddenly, he turns around, ready to fight, but before he noticed, the moon bunny was clinging to his leg again. He looks at her and asks why she was doing this again. She starts to scream, apologizing, saying that she knew it was wrong to steal, but she had no other choice. She needed money. She says she needs to reach the 30th floor and begs for help. Zhang, awkwardly, tells her to calm down and let go of his leg first. She starts to cry and yells, saying that if he didn't promise to help her, she wouldn't let go. Zhang says that if she continues crying like this, she won't get anything. Just cry unnecessarily. He promises to listen to her and help her. She asks if he was telling the truth. He says yes. The moon bunny gets up and takes all her items and says that there was everything she had of value with her, and she would give all this to him. Zhang refuses to take the items and asks her to keep them all well stored. He points out that he was going to fight the boss and she could come with him. Zhang makes it clear that he is just a beginner too, and therefore he doesn't know how far he can help her. However, he promises to do his best to make sure everything ends well. The moon bunny says that's okay. She thanks him again for the help he is giving her. Zhang creates a team, and the moon bunny joins the team. As the two walked, Zhang asks the moon bunny if her ability helped her steal. She answers yes. Her ability is called Slithering Snake. Although she doesn't like it, she had no other choice. Zhang stops for a bit and looks at the moon bunny and says he had an idea for him to understand her ability better. He says he would control the bosses so she could use her abilities and steal. He wanted to see what she would be able to take from the bosses. She agrees, but points out that she had never stolen from a boss before. Zhang says that wouldn't be a problem. He also takes the opportunity to ask why she was wanting to reach the 30th floor. She answers that her father had disappeared on the 30th floor, and she wanted to find him. Zhang lowers his heat and thinks that there are only two reasons to explain a person's disappearance inside the magic domain. The first is death by some monster. The second is death by some adventurer. Because even if a person gets lost inside a floor of the magic domain, after a certain time, she is automatically expelled from the magic domain and returns to the real world. After some time walking, the two finally arrive at the 4th floor boss. The boss was fighting some people who were losing, some were already dead. The Tauren, as always, attacked without hesitation, killing all the other adventurers nearby. After everyone on the team was defeated by the Tauren, Zhang says they should go now, as everyone there was already dead. The Moon Bunny agrees with this, so they start the fight. Zhang calls all his beasts to play a bit. Zhang tells the Moon Bunny that he would attract the boss to him so she could use her abilities freely. He emphasizes that he would protect her from anything so she could be at ease. She looks at him and agrees, saying she was ready to attack. Zhang takes his bow and arrow and tells his beast to attack. The Death Butcher attacks, causing extremely high damage, much higher than the first time. His total damage was 684. The rest of his beasts don't waste time and all attack at the same time, causing again absurd damage to the boss. The boss gets angry and enters berserker mode and advances furiously towards Zhang. He in turn remains calm and motionless. He calls the venomous spider and asks her to use her web and hold the Tauren boss. As soon as the spider uses her web, he yells at the Moon Bunny to act now. She quickly goes near the boss and says she's going to start now. She starts to use her ability, and a pink aura starts to come out of her hand and reaches the boss. The system announces that she got a stiff bullhorn. She is impressed with this. She turns to Zhang and asks what this item she just got is for. The boss, still trapped in the webs, notices her standing there and lets out a very strong roar. The Moon Bunny crouches down and screams in fear. Zhang walks over to her and asks her not to be afraid. As with him by her side, it's impossible for that boss to touch her. She stops screaming and calms down. The Tauren boss was very angry about this, but Zhang didn't care about anything, and just looks at the Moon Bunny and says that she should continue taking the boss's items without worrying about anything. She gets very excited about this and asks if she can really continue taking the items. Zhang says yes. She gathers courage, closes her eyes, and continues using her ability. Zhang, behind her, is very happy with the result. This time, she manages to get cowhide. The boss lets out another roar of anger, but this time she is calmer and taunts the boss, saying that he can't touch her, so she would continue stealing until there is nothing left. While she continues taking things, Zhang takes his magic domain guide and says that the horn she had taken is definitely a material, but there is nothing in the magic domain guide about its use or what product it would serve. Zhang says he would keep it with him for now. She turns and says, "That's fine." Zhang closes his book and says, "That's enough. Probably there won't be any more items." He orders the Death Butcher to take care of the rest. The Butcher goes and delivers another blow, causing 434 damage to the boss, causing his immediate death. As soon as the boss was killed, the portal opens again. Zhang says the Moon Bunny should go to the 5th floor and wait for him there. He would go back to the 3rd floor and get more bosses. The Moon Bunny agrees with him and says she would wait for him at the 5th floor altar and goes to the portal. He waves to her, and as soon as she leaves, he summons his new beast. He opens his system window and says he can't waste too much time, so he must go back to the 3rd floor as quickly as possible to get another boss. On the 3rd floor, already at the boss's house, we hear some explosions. Inside was Zhang with all his beasts. He had already defeated the 3rd floor boss without any difficulty. Zhang crouches to pick up the orbs that the boss left and says he was lucky because no one tried to steal his boss. After he captures the Goblin King again, it will be complete. He opens his inventory and looks at the beasts he currently has. After checking, he thinks that's enough. Even if he faces other adventurers with the current strength he has, he feels confident. So, he decides to go back to the 5th floor. A portal opens and takes him to the 5th floor. As soon as he arrives on the 5th floor, the Moon Bunny comes running to him. She points out that there are many people there who saw the wanted notice and they want to get him, so he needs to be very careful. He looks at her and says, not to worry. As soon as they see his real strength, no one would dare to do anything. Suddenly, from afar, Yuang shouts the name of Asura, and says that they have finally met again. The Dragon King sees the Moon Bunny and points to her, calling her a thief. Ying doesn't quite understand what's going on. He goes to Zhang and questions him, asking why he was walking with that thief and if they were really working together. The Moon Bunny gets scared and hides behind Zhang. He responds that it's not what the Dragon King was thinking. The Moon Bunny had changed her thoughts and promised not to steal anymore. She comes out from behind Zhang and returns the 3 orbs she had previously stolen from the Dragon King. She apologizes and says she really didn't want to steal anymore. The Dragon King scratches his head and says that real men don't fight against women, so he would forgive her this time. Another man comes from behind the Dragon King, calling for Zhang. He introduces himself and extends his hand to Zhang. His name is Titan. He says he heard from Ying that he had saved her from the attack of the elite Shadow Wolf. He says he intends to make friends with Zhang, but Zhang says it's not a good time to make friends with him, as there is a group of people waiting to try to kill him for a reward. Another person who was there has her eyes shining and is impressed to know that Zhang now had a bounty. Her name is Liddy, Princess. She runs and grabs Zhang's hand, asking what the value of the bounty is. She emphasizes that she wouldn't let anyone take it, as she wanted it for herself. The Dragon King comes close to her and scolds her, as she only thinks about money. He points out that it's not worth betraying anyone for money, and that not long ago, Liddy had already received a bounty of 1.5 million. She gets irritated and says that the bounty she had received she had to split in half with a boy named Zhang, and that's why her savings were misaligned this month. And that makes her very upset. As soon as Zhang hears this, he remembers the hunter named Mengdi. He really didn't expect that a rich princess like this would be the hunter Mengdi. Titan comes close to Liddy and touches her shoulder, saying that it's enough to play like this, as Asura had saved Ying and was a friend of the Dragon King, so they should be obliged to get along well. She agrees with this and says she already knows that. The Dragon King goes to Zhang and says that his talent is really amazing. He can summon monsters to fight and even bosses, all under his personal command. Another man introduces himself named One Autumn Night. He asks if Zhang can really summon monsters. He says that if Asura can summon monsters and command them, then his talent is S rank. Zhang, awkwardly, says it's a bit higher than that. The Dragon King is impressed that he is seeing a person with a talent higher than S rank. He points out that there are no more than 500 S rank adventurers registered in Great Xia. Titan says he never imagined that they would have the luck to meet an adventurer with SS rank talent. Zhang feels embarrassed, thinking that his talent is actually higher than that. His talent is SSS rank, but he says nothing and just says he is flattered. But he is still a beginner, and therefore they should focus on taking good care of each other. Titan says that now that everyone has introduced themselves, they should add each other as friends, as he had never had contact with an SS rank person before. The Dragon King is also excited and says that having an SS rank friend is enough for them to win against others without problems. Zhang decides to add everyone as a friend. The Moon Bunny is impressed and with shining eyes looking at Zhang. She thinks that she was all this time with a guy with SS rank talent by her side and didn't know. As soon as Zhang accepted everyone as friends, he looks at the Moon Bunny and says that if they are going to form a team, they should put her in the middle, as he had promised her that he would help her reach the 30th floor to reunite with her father. He says he would take responsibility for her and that she wouldn't steal from anyone there. She is impressed with this, as even surrounded by strong friends and with a talent given by the gods, he still didn't abandon her, even though he had nothing in return for it. The Dragon King says he wouldn't mind having her on the team, but he doesn't know about the other members. Suddenly, Liddy screams, drawing everyone's attention there. She turns and says they won't say anything, pretending to be the good guys, but he should pay for their help after all. They were in front. The Dragon King doesn't like this at all, and says that all she does is think about money. The team captain, Titan, says that's enough. They shouldn't fight over this. If the problem is that, he himself would pay the work fee. She turns and says that if that's the case, as he is the captain, she wouldn't charge anything, but she wouldn't give anything in return either. Ying goes to Zhang and says he shouldn't be offended by this. Liddy is the only healer on the team. Her character is very important for the team. Although she has a bad temper, Zhang thinks that Liddy really only has eyes for money. The leader, Titan, calls everyone and says it's time to depart. Their goal is to defeat the boss of the 5th floor. Last time they couldn't do it, but this time, They have plenty of healing potions, and on top of that, they have the help of Asura, so he believes they will definitely defeat the boss. The Dragon King is happy and agrees with that, saying that's right. They were definitely ready. Zhang looks around and thinks that it now seems much calmer, since the assassins wouldn't attack him in broad daylight. Yueying warns Zhang that from the 5th floor, the little monsters and bosses are much stronger than before, and the requirements for adventurers have recently become higher. Thus, only their teamwork can make the goal easier and safer for everyone. Zhang agrees and says he understood. They begin to leave the altar. Zhang points out that there were still quite a few people behind him, so they shouldn't let their guard down along the way. Zhang emphasizes that they should make quick and smart decisions. Not far from the altar, the group of adventurers already encounters a group of monsters in front of them. Quickly, the monsters begin to attack. Titan takes the lead of his group and uses his shield to protect everyone. He uses his skill, and a magical circle appears on the ground. This ability is called Defensive Aura. It is at level 1, experience 857 out of 1000, cost 10 MP, cooldown 60 seconds. The effect within 3 meters improves the defense of all team members by 50% without a time limit. Zhang is impressed, thinking that this ability is extremely strong. He didn't imagine that Titan had an S-rank ability. The monsters continue their attack, but soon the Dragon King jumps from behind the shield and lands a very strong blow on the monster, causing 428 damage. However, another monster, a magic user, begins to use healing magic on the first monster, which astonishes the Dragon King. Yueying shouts that she would try this time and leaps to attack, using her light slash ability. Easily, she defeats one of the monsters, causing 443 damage. The magic-using monster is astonished by her strength. The ice fighter, called Autumn Knight, begins to use his magic and says that they should finish this quickly. He traps all the monsters, using ice magic and freezing the feet of the monsters. Zhang is impressed with their teamwork, as everyone was fighting perfectly. Moonlight Bunny is astonished by the strength of everyone, as she had never seen so many strong people fighting together. The group takes advantage of the monsters being frozen and begins to attack them all. Zhang looks at the fallen monsters and thinks that being part of a team as powerful as this is beneficial for him. Then, he decides and says that from today, he would not fight alone. However, Zhang feels a bit out of place, as he is new to the team and everyone is performing their roles very well, which makes Zhang unable to find a place where he can get involved. Quickly, all the monsters were defeated, and the team of adventurers continues on their way. Ahead of them was a huge stone. Titan approaches it and touches it, causing a blue glow that envelops his body. He asks everyone to put their hand on the stone. As soon as everyone receives the blessing of the water deity, they would enter the water. Zhang is confused and asks what all this was about. Yueying begins to explain that they need to do this because the boss of the 5th floor is at the bottom of the ocean, and therefore, they need to enter the water to fight the boss. Basically, that's why they need to receive the blessing of the water deity. After hearing the explanation, Zhang approaches the stone and puts his hand on it. A few seconds later, a notification appears in his system saying that he had received the blessing of the water deity, and it would last for an hour. With this, he would be able to stay underwater for an hour without needing to breathe. Zhang is impressed, but alert, as they would have to enter the bottom of the ocean and had to finish the fight before the hour was up. The Dragon King looks at Zhang and says, that's exactly what he's thinking. They need to defeat the monster within an hour. Otherwise, they would enter a drowning state and lose 10% of their lives every minute. The Dragon King emphasizes that last time they failed, but he hopes that this time they would finally defeat the 5th floor boss, Blackfin. Everyone starts to enter the water. Zhang comments that, in the Magic Demon Guide, it only states that Blackfin is a monster that casts magic, but there is no detailed description of it in the book. Liti says that Zhang is a bit slow sometimes. She explains that few fighters are able to fight against Blackfin, which is why the books that detail its abilities are extremely valuable. Only a fool would give this information in the Magic Domain Guide. Zhang begins to think that the Blackfin boss must be extremely strong, as Yueying's team is strong and very good at teamwork, but they still failed last time. Zhang starts to think that he needs to get in there at any cost. Already at the bottom of the ocean, all the adventurers were walking normally. The Dragon King begins to laugh and asks Liti if she is still afraid of water, as he heard stories that there are still several floors that will have underwater battles. What would she do? Liti gets angry at this and tells him that if he continues to talk nonsense, she will not heal him. Liti sees some people ahead of her and asks Titan if they were there to fight Blackfin as well. He asks the man in front of him how he is, but the man interrupts him and says that they failed again, as the Blackfin boss is very difficult to deal with. This man is named Whirlwind. He emphasizes that they did not reach the third stage before 2 waves of attacks almost killed them. If they hadn't retreated at that time, probably his entire team would be dead by now. Titan sighs and says that Blackfin's ability in the third stage really is something terrifying. He had also been defeated by it. Whirlwind wishes good luck to Titan. He says that he would go back to land with his team and that they had hired someone to help them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get through Blackfin. Whirlwind and his group begin to leave. Titan tells Zhang that Whirlwind is also an S-rank adventurer. However, he has been stuck on the Blackfin boss for about a month, and only now they decided to hire someone to help them get through. Titan emphasizes that this is why Whirlwind would spend millions. Zhang asks Titan what is so special about the Blackfin boss that no one can defeat him. Yueying takes the lead and begins to explain that Blackfin is different from the bosses of the previous floors. The battle against him is divided into 3 stages. During the first stage, Blackfin is not the one who attacks, he summons monsters to protect himself. If, after 3 waves of attack from the monsters, there are still adventurers alive, Blackfin will finally make a move and advance to the second stage. In the second stage, Blackfin will use a skill called Charge of Darkness, which causes heavy damage to the adventurers. If the adventurers manage to withstand this and continue the fight with Blackfin, as soon as his life falls to half, the final stage, Stage 3, will finally arrive. The final battle phase finally begins. This is the hardest part to complete. In this part, Blackfin uses his ability called Sacrificial Death, which causes damage to the team as a whole and has a stacking effect. The first hit causes 20% damage to life. Each subsequent hit increases the damage by 20% until it reaches 100%. If this happens, the entire team dies at once. Zhang starts to think and says that he understood the situation. It really seems to be something completely difficult to deal with. Titan says again that the first and second stages are not a problem for them, as they have done it other times. The real problem lies in the third stage. That's where they were stuck. However, this time they would allocate roles. Titan says that he would be responsible for directly countering the boss. Yueying would act as the team's damage dealer. Autumn Knight would be the team's control, paralyzing anyone with his ice. The Dragon King and Zhang would be responsible for keeping the monster spawn area under control during the third phase. As long as they can prevent Blackfin from using his monsters effectively, they could defeat the boss to death. Everyone shouts that they understood. Titan is very confident in his team and shouts to Blackfin that they have returned to resolve the issues that had been left behind. They stare at each other from a considerable distance. Blackfin begins to use his magic to summon his monsters. Quickly, Titan begins to prepare to be his team's shield. He yells for everyone to stay behind him for now and asks Autumn to use his magic to control the monsters that would come. The team begins to prepare for the tough battle. Everyone positions themselves behind Titan. He uses his ability to protect everyone. Soon after, Autumn freezes the approaching monsters. Yueying doesn't waste time and uses her ability to start slashing the monsters that were there. The Dragon King begins to control the advance of the monsters. Zhang also positions himself and summons his beasts, saying that it's better for them to defend from there instead of making precise attacks. Everyone agrees and stays within the range of Titan's ability. The monsters continue to attack, going after the Goblin King, and quickly the king is defeated. Zhang is impressed with this and says that the monsters on that floor are really terrifying. Even the normal monsters have high damage. Meanwhile, Blackfin continues to call more and more monsters, sending them all to attack. Yueying fights bravely, cutting several monsters at the same time. She asks everyone on the team to be careful, as it was almost time to enter the second stage. Suddenly, Blackfin moves quickly, appearing close to the group. Titan is impressed with this. Yueying shouts for the Dragon King to be careful, as Blackfin was right behind him. However, the Dragon King doesn't understand very well and asks what Yueying was saying. She tries to shout again, saying that Blackfin was behind him, but Blackfin was already ready to attack. He uses his magic and hits the Dragon King directly, causing huge damage. 759. Zhang is worried about this and shouts to know if the Dragon King was okay. Liti runs and begins to use her healing, Green Blessing. The Dragon King begins to get up and says that Blackfin is as annoying as ever. The Dragon King gets angry with this and jumps, with hatred in his eyes, to attack Blackfin. While he is in the air, he asks, why it is always him who suffers the first attack. However, Blackfin disappears again, and the Dragon King's attack goes straight through. In the blink of an eye, Blackfin ends up behind Yueying. As soon as the Dragon King realizes this, he shouts for her to be careful, but she is attacked and can't avoid the blow. While she was falling, Blackfin was already casting his magic to hit her. Zhang notices this and quickly jumps and catches Yueying, holding her in his arms. He looks at her and asks if she was okay. Yueying is very embarrassed and averts her gaze, saying that she was fine. Autumn steps forward and uses his magic. A strong wave of ice comes towards Blackfin, managing to freeze him. As soon as this happens, Autumn shouts for the Dragon King to attack now. Quickly, the Dragon King jumps to attack. He manages to hit his attack squarely, breaking the ice and causing 698 damage to the boss. After that blow, Blackfin disappears again, returning to his place. The team regroups again within the range of Titan's ability. Blackfin begins to concentrate a large amount of energy. Titan notices and shouts for everyone to be very careful, as they have finally reached stage 3. From then on, everyone needed to constantly check their life, otherwise they could die. Titan emphasizes that now is the time for everyone to prepare for the formation they had discussed before. The Dragon King begins to run ahead and shouts for Zhang to follow him, as now it was their turn to shine. Zhang begins to run along and says that he understood. He begins to summon his beasts. He summons 3 bosses: the Tauren, the boss of the 4th floor, the Frog, the boss of the 2nd floor, and the Death Butcher, the boss of the Death Zone. He stands in the middle of them and says that he hopes they can handle it. Titan shouts that the 3rd stage has begun. A huge portal appears in front of Zhang, and several monsters start to come out from there. The monsters begin to head towards Zhang. Quickly, he orders the Death Butcher to attack. With this, he defeats several monsters quickly. He opens his arms and says that, to win this battle, they would have to use the resources obtained during the battle. Zhang says that it's time to show the true strength of his summoning art. The monsters he just killed, he summons and sends them to attack the other monsters that were coming. The Dragon King is impressed with Zhang's strength and says that this is what is expected of an SS rank talent. The Dragon King notices something on his back and turns quickly to see. As soon as he looks, he realizes that the monsters ignored him and went directly to Blackfin. He begins to kill the monsters to use his ability, Sacrificial Death. After he absorbs the energy of the monsters, a dense aura begins to emanate from his body. This aura begins to hit the people. The first is Zhang, causing 815 damage. A notification appears for him, saying that he was under the effect of the Death Curse. It is at level 1. Its effect, when active in the body, increases each of the magical attacks by 20% in damage. Zhang thinks that this ability is the strongest he has seen so far. Titan begins to take the front line and coordinate his team. He asks Autumn to freeze the monsters. As soon as everyone is frozen, Yueying should finish them all off quickly. They cannot let Blackfin charge his magic again using the monsters, as this would be extremely dangerous. Autumn begins to use his magic, freezing the monsters around him. As soon as Yueying notices that the monsters have started to be frozen, she prepares and uses her ability, quickly cutting the monsters. The Dragon King was attacking with everything he could to prevent the monsters from going to Blackfin. Zhang looks at his team and thinks that, at this moment, they were out of ideas to deal with the real problem, which is time. If they continue wasting time with the monsters instead of killing the boss, the blessing of the water deity would end. And that would be a problem. And for that reason, he needed to think of something as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Blackfin begins to accumulate his magic again. After a few seconds, he uses his power again, causing 1,147 damage to the group. Liddy begins to heal them immediately, but their situation was not good at the moment. They were cornered by the overwhelming power of the boss Blackfin. The Dragon King was with less than half of his life and shouts for Liddy to heal them as quickly as possible. She says that she is doing what she can, but it is getting complicated to keep up with the damage. The monsters did not stop coming. They were being pressured at every moment of the fight. Yueying continues to kill the monsters that appear, but she realizes the mistake and shouts that they could not continue like this. While they waste time defending the attacks of the monsters, Blackfin was charging his next attack, absorbing the energy of the remaining monsters around him. He was almost ready for another blow. After finishing absorbing the last monster, he uses his magic again, which was even stronger, causing 1,566 damage to the group. As soon as everyone is hit by the magic, the group is one step away from death. Autumn says that if they continue there like this, they would die. Ying kneels before the pain she was feeling. Meanwhile, she thinks if this is another failure of theirs, because if they die in the magic domain, they would die for real. The monsters begin to use their healing magic and, with this, heal the entire team. Ying can't understand what was happening to them. The Dragon King celebrates because their lives were getting full again. He looks ahead and shouts for everyone to look too. This healing magic was the collar tide, used by the monsters, but the monsters were under Zhang's control. He looks at his partners and says that his talent is really amazing. The Dragon King smiles and says to Zhang that if he hadn't done that, probably the whole team could be dead right now. Titan also smiles and says that Zhang is always surpassing his limits and surprising everyone with good ideas. This is what is expected of an SS rank talent. Litty is also happy, and thinks that with the help of the monsters' healing, they would now have enough power to truly win this battle. Titan encourages his group like a true leader, saying that they just need to hold on a little longer. Then, they could win this tough battle and not have to spend all their money on someone to help them. With Zhang's healing and these words, the group rises again and begins to see a way out of this battle that was lost minutes ago. Everyone prepares again to face Blackfin. Ying shouts for everyone to join their forces again. The battle starts again. Autumn begins to use his magic, causing a large dust curtain with the amount of ice he was creating. Ying wastes no time and begins to attack, cutting everything in front of her while shouting for everyone to attack at once. Zhang grabs his bow and starts to aim. He calls the frog and says that now is the time. He was thinking that he needed to deliver the final blow to be able to summon Blackfin. Meanwhile, the boss continued to absorb the energy of the monsters to attack once more. However, he realizes that he was in trouble. As soon as he looks up, it's too late. The frog's attack causes a huge explosion and devastating damage. The frog's attack dealt 1,977 damage. Everyone was impressed with this destructive power. With this, the boss was defeated. As his body was decomposing, a light begins to emerge behind him. Liddy looks at this and starts to laugh, while shouting that it's the portal. They finally managed to win. The Dragon King also begins to celebrate, saying that he couldn't believe they really managed to get through. Titan says that they finally got the key. Now, they could advance to the 6th floor. The system notifies, congratulating them for having defeated the Blackfin boss. Moonlight Bunny starts to look at Zhang, who apparently was thoughtful. The Dragon King comes close to him and calls him. On the ground, there were many orbs. Titan says that the boss was finally defeated. Moonlight Bunny is impressed with the number of drops the boss had left. Ying says that all this was thanks to Zhang. He saved the team and contributed with the attack power with absurd damage, and for that reason, he could be the first to choose the rewards. He agrees and says that it's okay with him, so he bends down to check what he would pick up. As soon as he bends down, he notices that there was an invitation card to the death zone. He thinks that last time, he managed to get the powerful Death Butcher, so it would be good if he went there again. He holds the card in his hand and thinks about what more he could find there. Zhang turns and says that they could keep all the rest and share it among themselves if he could keep this invitation card to the death zone. Titan agrees with this and says that he could take the invitation card for himself. The group says that, because Moonlight Bunny didn't help with anything, she couldn't take rewards. She says that it was okay, as she would never be able to reach the 6th floor alone. The Dragon King is very excited and asks everyone to hurry up, as he wants to enter the 6th floor and see what it's like. Titan says that they can't wait any longer due to the time they have left underwater, and for that reason, they should enter the 6th floor right away. According to the Magic Domain Guide, the 6th floor is a mine, and the monsters consist of miners with dog heads. The Dragon King puts his hand on Zhang's shoulder to thank him, but they hear someone shouting, impressed. As soon as they turn around, they see the same group from earlier. Whirlwind was impressed, shouting and asking if they really had passed the Blackfin boss. He continues to approach, saying that he couldn't believe it, as they had been trying for a month and couldn't get through, and had to hire someone to help, spending a huge amount of money. Titan puts his hand on his head and smiles, saying they were lucky. He wishes Whirlwind good luck and says he has to hurry because of the time. He asks Whirlwind to meet him on the 6th floor once he gets through as well. Whirlwind says that's fine, as soon as he gets through, they will meet again. The specialist hired by them complains, as Whirlwind did not check how the 5th floor boss was. Now that he's dead, it would take 24 hours for him to come back to life. He emphasizes that this is a complete waste of time, and he will not refund the money for it. Whirlwind is startled by this and apologizes, saying the man was right. They should have checked before summoning him there. Zhang just watches this from afar, saying nothing. Yue Ying heads towards the portal and calls Zhang to come with her. He keeps looking at the others who were there, saying nothing. After that, he tells her he's coming. Yue Ying enters, and soon after her, Zhang begins to enter the portal as well. As he enters, he wonders if, when he becomes a magic domain specialist, people will ask him to carry them like this too. After everyone crosses, they appear inside a mine, where there are various minerals on the walls and an altar in the center. In the middle of the altar, everyone was already there. Zhang says that, according to the Magic Domain Guide, the 6th floor is a labyrinth. It seems the paths are really complicated. Titan confirms this, saying the fact that it's complicated comes from the labyrinth constantly changing, so there is no exact path. They all must remain alert, avoiding getting lost, otherwise they could be stuck there forever. Lidi stops and starts looking around, saying she doesn't see the Dragon King anywhere. She asks if anyone knows where he went. Zhang looks ahead and says that, apparently, he was really not there. Suddenly, someone comes screaming from a cave, asking for help. Zhang turns quickly to see who it was. As soon as he looks, he realizes it was the Dragon King running and shouting that there were many dogheads there. He continues running to the center of the altar. The monsters stop as soon as they see the altar. The Dragon King throws himself on the altar and falls face down on the ground. Autumn goes to him and asks what he did to provoke so many dogheads like that. The Dragon King shows a red stone in his hand and says they started chasing him because he took this stone from them. Lidi comes running. As soon as she sees the stone, she quickly grabs the stone from the Dragon King's hand and raises it, asking what kind of stone it was and if it was valuable. The Dragon King just looks at her with an angry face. A man looks at them and asks if this is their first time on the 6th floor of the magic domain. He starts smiling and says the materials there were extremely valuable, and the most valuable was the black gold ore. He says a stone like that could be worth 500,000. This makes Lidi's eyes shine. The man continues saying exactly that, and this is because these ores can be used to improve weapons and equipment. Suddenly, the stone in Lidi's hand disappears. She doesn't even see what took it from her hand. Suddenly, Zhang appears with the stone in his hand and asks the man if these are the minerals used to improve equipment and how they would use this to improve. Behind him, Lidi was angry, asking him to give the stone back to her. The man there starts explaining that to improve weapons and equipment, they must head to the forge of the Dwarven blacksmith on the 10th floor. The higher the level they want to increase their equipment, the higher the grade of their ores must be. The man emphasizes that the stone in Zhang's hand was a common ore, and, therefore, it was valued at about 10,000. Lidi rushes and grabs the stone again and says that 10,000 is also good. If she gets a few dozen of those, she would be reaching her goal. While Lidi was there playing with the stone, Zhang thinks that his bow is S rank and has very high damage, but its level is still the lowest, and it's time to change that. Autumn suggests they could collect some stones while fighting the monsters, as they could be quite useful in the future. Liti celebrates, saying they would indeed be useful to her. Liti asks what they were waiting for to leave. She calls them to explore at that very moment, as she was very eager to explore more. Titan smiles and says it's already late and they spent a lot of time and energy fighting the black fin monster. It's probably almost dawn. He emphasizes that they need to go home, rest well, and take care of their bodies, as that was the priority. Liti is a bit sullen and says it's too early. They should at least get one black iron miner before going back. The Dragon King smiles and says she usually is the one who wants to go back as early as possible. He asks why she had this change of attitude. Suddenly he points out that the power of money really is an incredible thing. Yue Ying touches Lidi's back and tells her they need to go back and rest. Tomorrow, when they are rested and their energies are full, they will come back there. She agrees with this and says it was fine. Zhang says he would also leave. He says goodbye to everyone there. He was thinking about his sister, as it was already very late. She should be sleeping at this time. The Dragon King looks at him and says, "It's okay." Then, everyone says goodbye and leaves the magic domain. The next day, in the real world at the police building, Zhang went to collect his reward. A policeman hands him an envelope with money inside, while next to him was a woman leaning against the wall. He takes the envelope and thanks the police officer. The woman turns and tells Zhang that she would keep him in mind. She approaches and says that besides him, taking half of her reward, they also drew a turtle on her face. Zhang turns to her and says she doesn't need to be careful with what she eats, but she has to be careful with what she says. He says it wasn't him who drew a turtle on her face. She gets even closer to him and points her finger at him, saying he had the nerve to lie in front of her like that. She emphasizes that even though she was in a state of hypnosis, her consciousness was still awake, so she was sure it was him and his sister who did that. She complains that it took her a long time to get all the ink off her face. Zhang says they didn't even come close to what she had done for money. She didn't care about anyone's life, attacking without thinking twice about who was in front. She turns and says that the most important thing for her is money, as only those who have money have an important position in society. Anything other than money didn't matter to her. Zhang says nothing, just thinks she must have gone through something in her past because she loves money so much that it can't be normal. As they leave the police building, several reporters start to arrive from everywhere, shouting that they were the heroes who captured the criminal Huang. From what they heard, the one who really managed to knock him out was Zhang. They run and ask him if he had anything to say and if he could describe what happened. The reporters surround them, leaving them a bit scared. The questions don't stop coming. They start to say that Zhang was still just a student. They ask which college he was thinking of applying to. They also point out that from what they heard, Zhang was in a moment of great urgency, as if he hadn't acted quickly. Miss Mengdi, who was also there, could have been killed by the criminal Huang. They ask what Zhang was thinking at the time, how he faced fear to save her. She steps forward and shouts, saying she didn't need him to save her. The reporter says they saw the CCTV footage. At the time, she was under the criminal's hypnosis and was frozen. After all this, Zhang finally arrives at his home. As soon as he gets there, his sister picks up her phone and looks at the news, and it was written that the city's hero, named Zhang, bravely fought a criminal and eliminated a threat. The city rewarded him with a reward of 1 million. His sister says there's more news and asks him to listen to the title. She starts reading. A young man helped the police arrest a criminal, achieving a great feat and spreading his name throughout the city. Zhang turns and says he didn't do anything special, it's just a common arrest of a criminal. After some time, everyone would forget about it. It's better for them to stop with this, as normal people like them getting deluded. Feng asks her brother if he doesn't know. She emphasizes that he needs to become famous as quickly as possible. He turns and asks her what she has learned. He tells her to hurry up and, as soon as she finishes dinner, she needs to do her homework. He would enter the magic domain again. She puts down her phone and says it was okay, she would do it now. Back on the 6th floor of the magical realm in the middle of the altar, Zhang was looking at his system while thinking that he had picked up 4 tide callers to act as healers. With this, he probably wouldn't have big problems in the future. Currently, Zhang has a total of 3 bosses, namely the Frog, the Death Butcher, and the Black Fin, 3 melee monsters, and 4 healing monsters. As he looked at his team, Liddy appeared right in front of him. She waves and winks at him, saying she's surprised to see him there before everyone else. He looks at her and wonders what she was doing there at that time. He's thankful she hasn't discovered his real identity yet. Yue Ying also appears behind Zhang, saying that the bounty on him has just gone up. She points out that the bounty on him is now 5 million. Yue Ying asks what Zhang did to provoke the Dawn Guild like that. She says they want his life. Zhang looks away and puts his hand on his head, saying he didn't want to draw their attention, but problems kept coming to him. Yue Ying says the reason doesn't matter now. She asks Zhang not to walk around alone. He should stay with them as much as he could, so everyone would be fine. Yue Ying looks directly into Zhang's eyes and says that whenever he needs help, he could call her, and she would come running to help him kill the monsters. That way, they would be fine. A message arrives in Zhang's system with Yue Ying's name. As soon as he opens it, he realizes it's her real phone number. He looks at her and says that sharing her personal number like that is a risk to her privacy and security in her life outside the magical realm. He questions her, asking if she really thinks it's safe to do that with someone she doesn't truly know outside the magical realm. Yue Ying lowers her head and closes her eyes while saying that Zhang didn't hesitate to put his life at risk to save hers against that elite shadow wolf. And for that reason, she believes he's not a bad person and wouldn't harm her. Zhang thanks Yue Ying for the trust she has in him, but he refuses and says he wouldn't save her number. Yue Ying gets a little irritated with that and starts to leave, saying that now it's up to him. Zhang looks at her as she leaves angrily, but he doesn't know why she's angry. The rest of the team also arrives. Titan asks how everyone is doing and if they're ready because he wants to leave immediately. The Dragon King laughs and points his staff forward, telling the dog-headed miners that they're there again. They would enter a mine and kill everyone in their way. The group begins to advance inside the mine while Zhang thinks that the monsters of the magical realm are getting stronger and stronger because at the time he thought the lava turtle on the first floor was extremely powerful. But after a quick comparison, he realized that now the lava turtle is extremely weak. As they walk through the mines, everyone starts to hear a noise as if something were hitting the walls nearby. They look up to see where the noise is coming from. Suddenly they see a monster mining right in front of them. Titan yells for everyone to be alert, as right in front of them there are some monsters mining. The monsters realize they're there and quickly stop mining. The monsters go after them. Titan yells for them to use the same strategy as always. He would stay in front, being the shield of the team, while Autumn controls everyone who was there. Lydie would focus on healing, while the rest of the team is responsible for eliminating the monsters. The battle begins, and the monster hits Titan, causing little damage, a total of 79. Zhang is impressed with the strength of the monsters because, at a quick glance, it seems to be little damage, but Titan's defense is really incredible. Being able to lower his life, even a little, is just something fantastic. Right after that, Titan uses his ability to give armor to everyone, while Autumn pushes the monsters away with her magic. Titan warns everyone to be careful not to let them get too close, as their damage is quite high. Autumn continues using his magic to help everyone. He manages to trap and attack at the same time, causing a total of 2,031 damage to the two monsters. The Dragon King takes the opportunity and advances for the attack, hitting one of the frozen monsters, causing 399 damage. Yueying also advances, using her light slash ability, striking the monsters 3 times quickly, causing a total of 3,871 damage. However, the monsters were still standing. Zhang begins to summon his beasts again, but he thinks that for now, he would avoid summoning the Blackfin boss, as monsters that use magic have low defense, and if the Blackfin is killed there, it would be a considerable loss for his beast army. The monsters that were there, frozen, managed to break free and quickly go after the Dragon King, landing a blow on him, causing a lot of pain and good damage, totaling 496 damage. The Dragon King complains that it hurts a lot. Autumn shouts that he doesn't understand what's happening, as his freezing spell should last 60 seconds. But the monsters managed to get out before that. He asks if the monsters could have some kind of resistance to this type of spell. Zhang thinks that the spell Autumn used is rank A, and even so, it still wasn't enough to hold the monsters for a considerable time. This surprises him. While the Dragon King was trying to defend himself from the monster, he turns and shouts for Lydie to heal him as fast as she can, as he was starting to lose the fight. Zhang, seeing this, thinks they need to improve their weapons and equipment as soon as possible, because if they don't, their abilities would be the same as trash on the next floors. Lydie begins to use her healing magic. Zhang also calls some of his healers and asks them to help the Dragon King. With this, the Dragon King manages to hold firm in the fight against the monster. Yueying takes the opening and jumps to attack, using her light slash ability again, causing huge damage to the monster, defeating it instantly. She looks back as the monster dies and says that they finally defeated the monsters, but there was still one attacking Titan, who was already with less than half of his life, as he was holding all the blows one after another. He screams asking for help and asks his team to attack the monster as fast as they can. Zhang looks at this and calls the frog, takes his bow and says that now it was their turn. The two attack the monster, causing an explosion and throwing the monster away. The Dragon King and Yueying run away not to be hit. As soon as the explosion passes, everyone attacks the last monster at the same time, killing it without difficulty. The monster dies, leaving the orbs on the ground. The whole team gathers. Zhang bends down to check the orbs, while Titan says they underestimated the strength of the monsters on the 6th floor. With this battle, he fears they won't be able to get past the 6th floor boss. He suggests they stay there for a while, killing the smaller monsters and improving their battle skills before taking the next step. Zhang says that the common monsters of this floor already had high damage and a large amount of life. Based on this, he can't even imagine how terrifying the 6th floor boss is. While they were there talking about what they should do, Titan hears a noise. He quickly looks back to see what it is and realizes that there were more monsters there. He shouts for everyone to be alert again, as the monsters have returned. Quickly, the monsters attack again, starting another fight. Quickly, Autumn controls them. The Dragon King begins his attack right after, as the freezing wouldn't hold them for long, but this time it was worse than before. The monsters broke free with extreme ease. With this, they managed to catch the Dragon King off guard, and end up landing a counterblow on him, throwing him back. Zhang tries to provide cover for the Dragon King, and uses the Death Butcher to attack the monsters, and it really works. The Dragon King manages to retreat behind Titan. He complains of pain, and says he can't do this anymore, and wants to go back to the 5th floor. Titan asks everyone not to be discouraged, as he has heard that it is common for adventurers to get stuck there for a month, fighting against the smaller monsters. Liddy is shocked when she hears that they would stay there for a month. Yue Ying goes over to Zhang and asks what he was looking at so intently. He replies that he just discovered something that could help them defeat the monsters more easily. Yue Ying is impressed by this and asks what he had discovered. Zhang asks if they hadn't noticed anything in common among the monsters. He begins to explain that all of them were carrying the same thing, and those things were candles. Yue Ying looks at the monsters to confirm this and points at them, saying that Zhang was correct. They all had candles. She asks if they use them to see things better. Zhang looks at a monster that was running towards them and says that's exactly it. He takes his bow and aims at the monster. Zhang says that in the other fight, he accidentally knocked off one of the monster's candles. Right away, the monster stopped attacking and started walking in circles. He fires his arrow, saying that the candles are the weaknesses of the dog-headed monsters, and he would prove it now. His arrow pierces one of the candles, cutting it in half. At that moment, the monster stops advancing and becomes desperate, looking for the light of the candle on its head. Yue Ying is surprised, and says it's true. With that, the monster seems unable to see anymore. The Dragon King smiles and says that the candles really are their weaknesses. He tells Zhang that he did a great job, as always. The Dragon King takes advantage of the fact that the monster Zhang used as an example was blind and attacks the monster, landing a very strong blow on its head, causing 2,231 damage to the monster. Yue Ying advances soon after, using her ability again, causing high damage as well. With that, the monster was killed with extreme ease. The Dragon King, who was previously discouraged and demotivated, now smiles seeing the dead monster. With this, the whole team is happy. Titan says that after they get past this floor, he wants to meet Zhang in life outside the magical realm, because what he was doing for the team was something they had never seen. A fighter being so versatile. Zhang is able to contribute to the attack, defense, healing, and even strategies for the team. Liddy is excited about this and asks them to meet at the last restaurant they went to, because she loves the fish from that restaurant. Zhang just looks at her with crossed arms. Zhang turns to Titan and says to leave that meeting for another time, as he still had a bounty on his head. He stresses that he is afraid that his real identity will spread, and with that, he will bring problems to everyone around him. Titan apologizes and says that he had forgotten that small detail for a moment. He agrees with Zhang and says they would talk about it later, as they first had some things to sort out. While Yue Ying and the Dragon King were looking at the rewards, Zhang was looking at his new monster. He thinks that according to the Magical Realm Guide, on the 6th floor, there is a special mine where the boss is located. He is the owner of the mine with a dog head. Zhang takes a look at the boss's statistics, which in his system was saying that the boss's level is 1, experience 1, life 56,000, damage 1,220 to 2,050, defense 3,500, skill, dynamite explosion. Titan tells the whole team that they were now clear about the weakness of the dog-headed miners. With that, all battles would be much easier from now on. He asks everyone to act quickly and always give their best, so they would look for the 6th floor boss as soon as possible. Everyone smiles and agrees with that. They continue to advance deeper and deeper into the mine. Suddenly they come across a huge cavern. A noise comes from inside. They stop in front of the entrance. Zhang says that this is probably the cave where the boss lives. The Dragon King smiles and says they finally found it. He calls everyone to enter and take a look inside. Titan goes in front of them and asks again for everyone to be twice as careful, as the boss is extremely stronger than the monsters they had faced so far, in addition to having a very powerful ability called dynamite explosion. He stresses that it's not just high damage, but it also causes dizziness in those hit, so they must be more careful than ever. As they enter deeper into the cave, they spot another group fighting against the 6th floor boss. The boss's life was almost at its end, which impresses Titan's group. Zhang says that it seems they were one step behind, as there was already a team fighting the boss before them. They look to the side and see a red-haired woman leaning against the cave wall. Liddy asks how she was already there. The woman looks at Liddy and says, she was wondering who was making all that noise, but it seems it's Miss Liddy. This woman's name is Celestial Fairy. She continues mocking and says that the magical realm is really too small, as she didn't expect to find Miss Liddy there. She asks if Liddy's family has managed to pay off all the debt she had made. Liddy gets angry and yells at the fairy, asking how she can be such an arrogant person. She stresses that although her family rejected a parvenu like the fairy, she had no right to talk to her like that. The fairy smiles and continues mocking, saying that she is very rich. The group of fighters fighting the boss are her subordinates. The fairy asks Liddy to take a good look at the group, fighting to see how strong they were, while Liddy's group looked like a bunch of incompetents. Liddy gets angry again and tells the fairy to shut up and curses her as filthy. She shouts that her companions are not subordinates, but her friends. Zhang turns to the rest of the group and asks who this woman arguing with Liddy is. As it seems, there are many resentments between the two. Yueying says that it seems to be someone Liddy knows in the real world, but it doesn't seem like they need to intervene in this situation. The Dragon King smiles and asks them to stay calm, as if Liddy needed help. She would speak up without any doubt. The two continue arguing. The gunman from before approaches the two, calling the fairy. He says that the boss would soon be defeated. He asks her if she knows these adventurers who were there. The fairy shouts and points to Liddy, and says that she does know her. She would never forget the person who humiliated her in every possible way. The fairy says it was because of Liddy that she swore to recover all the honor she had lost. The fairy starts talking to Liddy's whole team and asks them to leave her and join the fairy's team. She promises to pay $1 million a month to each of them, not to mention that everything the boss drops would be theirs. Liddy starts to tremble with anger at this. The Dragon King shouts at the fairy to save her dirty money, as he might be poor, but he would never abandon or betray a friend. Titan agrees with the Dragon King and says he doesn't know exactly what happened between the two in the past, but now they were friends with Liddy, and there is no money in the world that can buy that. The fairy says they are all just fools, but if they want to be poor with Liddy, it's fine. But she just wanted to make it clear that the boss of this floor was only hers. The Dragon King gets furious at this and shouts that she doesn't own the magical realm, so she has no right to do such a thing. The gunman points his gun at the Dragon King, but the Dragon King continues saying that it's wrong and says he's not afraid of them, so they could look up. Zhang touches his shoulder and says that the gunman was covered in S-grade Gauss equipment. How could they defeat someone like that? The fairy smiles and tells the gunman that he's very good. The gunman tells Zhang that if he already knows he can't defeat him, then they should all leave quietly. The Dragon King asks Zhang why he intervened like that. Zhang tells them not to worry, as he found a better way to deal with everyone there. Titan asks what that way would be. The first group of adventurers continues to fight against the 6th floor boss and is almost finishing the job. However, in the midst of all that fight, Zhang quietly shoots an arrow. This arrow destroys one of the bomb barrels that were around. A great explosion occurs, leaving the fairy frightened. She screams and asks what was happening. Zhang keeps at it and attacks other barrels nearby, causing another explosion. The explosions start becoming a problem, hitting the adventurers fighting the floor boss. They begin to run away from the explosions. The fairy shouts at them as they run, wanting them to come back immediately to finish off the boss. Liddy looks at all this and laughs heartily at the havoc Zhang is causing on his own. The Dragon King looks at Zhang and says he did a great job. The fairy hears this and points a finger at Zhang, asking if he really did that. She becomes very angry and calls him poor. Meanwhile, the boss was low on health, but everything starts shaking. Yueying screams, asking what was happening, as the whole cave was collapsing. The Titan tries to calm everyone, asking them to stay calm. Suddenly, the adventurers fighting the boss realize the ground is splitting and try to jump away. The fairy and the gunslinger start falling too. As they hit the ground, the gunslinger is fine, but the fairy fell awkwardly and struggles to move. Normally she screams for help, but as she manages to get up, she looks up and sees countless monsters staring at them. The gunslinger says there are too many monsters there and that they are completely surrounded. The monsters start advancing. The fairy shouts at the gunslinger to do something, as if they died there. They would die for real, and she didn't want that. The monsters keep coming and are getting closer. The gunslinger looks at the fairy and says, "Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do as there were too many monsters." He yells that he didn't want to die either and uses a random teleportation scroll, leaving her alone with the monsters. She can't believe it and screams that he was an ungrateful bastard. The monsters finally get close enough and jump to attack her, and she can do nothing but close her eyes and scream in fear. However, at the last second, Autumn manages to freeze all the monsters with her magic. The fairy is left baffled by what was happening, as she was expecting death. As she looks up, she sees everyone from Liddy's team there. Liddy says hi to her. The fairy starts begging for help, pleading desperately. Liddy says she would love to save her, but they were very poor. Liddy asks the fairy to give 5 million to each of them. The fairy screams, asking if it was really 5 million for each, because that was a lot of money. Liddy turns around and crosses her arms, saying that if that's too much money for her, then they would leave. The fairy, seeing she had no other choice, agrees to this desperately and screams, saying she would get Liddy's bank details and ask her butler to make the transfer. But they needed to get her out of there quickly. Liddy smiles and begins to use her magic, saying that since Miss Fairy is so generous, they would help with the rope. They managed to get her out before the monsters thaw. 10 minutes later, the transfer was made to Liddy. She smiles and says that now the fairy was free to go wherever she wanted. The fairy starts to leave and says they don't need to worry, as in the future she would remember everyone, and would repay them for saving her life. The Dragon King looks at Liddy and says she really is an amazing person, as she managed to earn 35 million at once. She smiles and says, "The fairy is very rich. This money in exchange for her life is nothing to her, not to mention they couldn't do it for free." Everything was very nice, but Zhang interrupts them and points downwards, asking what they were going to do with the boss that was stuck there, because if they didn't defeat it, they wouldn't be able to move forward. They decide to finish the job, but there were many smaller monsters around the boss. The Dragon King looks at Zhang and says he was the only chance they had to kill the boss, as he was the only long-range damage they had. The Dragon King says the rest of the team would descend to deal with the small monsters there, while Zhang should focus only on the boss and try to kill it as quickly as possible. Zhang agrees, and they quickly spring into action. While Zhang stays at the top, the rest of the team descends rapidly. As they descend, they say that everything would depend on Zhang now. Liddy says his last arrow was beautifully shot. At the bottom of the hole, their team forms the same formation as always. Autumn would control the approaching monsters. The Dragon King would be responsible for attracting the monsters, while Yue Ying finds an opening to attack and eliminate all the monsters. Liddy would focus on supporting and healing the team, as always. With that, they were ready to start the battle. The Dragon King looks at a monster and asks why there were so many candles on one monster's head. He starts counting and sees that there were a total of 10 candles on the boss's head. Zhang says they didn't need to worry about that. He would take care of the candles. He shoots some arrows and manages to hit one candle, but the boss notices this and starts defending against the arrows using its weapon. This surprises Zhang, as he didn't imagine the boss would know to protect the candles on its head. Meanwhile, Autumn was fighting bravely. He says there were many monsters around, so he would try to freeze as many as he could to relieve some pressure on them. He begins to use his magic and freezes several monsters at once, without wasting time. Yue Ying uses her skill and starts cutting down all the frozen monsters quickly, but her damage wasn't enough to contain everything. The floor boss throws a bundle of dynamite at them. The Dragon King shouts for Yue Ying to be careful, as if it exploded on her, it could cause big problems. The explosion's damage was significant. She is scared by it. However, an arrow hits the explosives, throwing them aside. He calls one of his beasts, the toad, and orders it to target only the boss. They both shoot at the boss together and manage to hit, causing an explosion. The Dragon King celebrates, saying that was a great job. As they continue to whittle down the boss's life, they would be able to conquer this floor as well. However, the boss gets up angry and roaring loudly. The Dragon King is shocked, as he didn't expect the boss to still have so much strength. The boss gets irritated and starts throwing several bombs one after the other. The bunny and Zhang protect themselves at the top of the hole. The Dragon King takes a good hit and starts to fall. The Titan protects him and Liddy. He asks her to heal everyone quickly, but she says it's not good for them, as the boss was starting to attack again with the bombs. The boss roars loudly with the bombs in hand. When the monster was about to attack, an arrow comes and hits another candle. The Titan from behind says it was a precise shot and at the right time, Zhang shouts for them to attack the boss as quickly as possible, as he would keep hitting the candles and trying to prevent it from igniting the bombs. Liddy starts healing her team. Yue Ying says they really need to be fast, as the boss's bombs were extremely dangerous. If they continue to delay, they could get into a huge problem. She jumps attacking the boss several times with her skill. The Dragon King gets irritated and says he doesn't care anymore. He would attack with all his strength, as either he would come out alive or the monster would. He attacks the monster with his staff with great force. The Titan continues to use his abilities to defend his team. He shouts for everyone to attack at the same time. Zhang orders his beast to attack with him. Thus, the two shoot again. The attacks begin to hit the boss, causing damage and explosions. An arrow from Zhang comes right after, finishing off the boss. The Dragon King celebrates, saying it's finally over. However, the Titan notices something strange and shouts for everyone to run, as the monster was going to self-destruct. Everyone is completely scared by this. To save his whole team, the Titan acts like a true leader and takes the lead. He jumps towards the monster and uses his shield to corner it against the wall, saying he wouldn't let this happen. Liddy and the Dragon King shout for the leader to come back, but he doesn't listen, and a huge explosion occurs. Zhang starts descending, thinking that this boss is really dangerous, as it even has self-destruction. With the explosion, a curtain of dust rises, leaving everyone unable to see clearly. They were worried because they couldn't see their leader anywhere. As the dust begins to settle a bit, they see pieces of the Titan's shield lying on the ground. Zhang finally reaches the bottom of the hole and comes face to face with the Dragon King and Yue Ying crying, as everything indicated that the Titan had been killed in the boss's explosion. Suddenly, someone starts coughing and asks why they were crying. The three who were there are surprised by this and look in the direction of the voice. As they look, they see a hand behind a pile of rocks. The hand pushes the rocks aside, and the Titan emerges, saying they don't need to cry as he was still alive. His body was injured, and his clothes destroyed, but he was okay. Quickly, everyone runs to him. Liddy was angry and worried. She scolds him, saying he was very reckless to act like that. The Dragon King says he was very scared, thinking that the worst could have happened. Autumn says that if the Titan does that again, they wouldn't be friends anymore. The Dragon King helps their leader to stand up. The Titan says that unfortunately, this was a big loss, as all his equipment was completely destroyed by the force of the explosion. The monster begins to disintegrate, leaving many orbs as a reward. Among the orbs, there was an item that he had left. The Titan tells them to see what item it was. Liddy was intrigued by this. Yue Ying kneels to try to see what it was. Liddy bends down to pick it up and says it could be a black gold ore. She says it was really different from the others they had seen before. The Dragon King asks if it's really worth more than $1 million. He smiles and says it's no surprise that the fairy had taken her adventurers to fight this boss. In the end, it was all for her personal profit. To everyone's surprise, Liddy takes that item in her hands and extends it towards the team leader, Titan, saying all of that was for him, as he contributed more than anyone else to this fight. Autumn agrees with this. He emphasizes that if the Titan hadn't risked his own life to save everyone there, they would be dead at that moment, especially Liddy and Autumn, as both were low-life mages. The Titan says he can't accept this alone, even though he did it. He wouldn't be a match for the monster alone. Everyone fought bravely, and so they should split everything equally among everyone. The Titan points out that the real hero there was Zhang. Besides stopping 2 direct bomb attacks, he managed to quickly extinguish the candles, giving everyone a chance to fight. Without him, they would all have been wiped out by the boss. Zhang tells his leader that he should accept everyone's sincerity. Moreover, all of his equipment had been destroyed, so he should take the ore to buy new equipment. The Titan accepts the ore and says that for his equipment, he would accept it. He says they should stop there for today. They would explore the 7th floor. As soon as he gets his new equipment, everyone smiles and agrees to it. They continue walking a bit more there. As they walked, Liddy approaches Zhang with a smile and asks if he was going to do anything after leaving there. He replies that it's still early, so he would be free. She says that's great, winks at him, and says that she, the Dragon King, and Zhang should meet at the 6th floor altar to earn some extra income together. He starts to leave the magic domain and says that's a good idea. He would be out for a while, but in half an hour he would meet them at the altar. She waves to him and says it's a deal. Meanwhile, at Zhang's house, he was in his room sitting on his bed looking at his phone. He thinks he has half an hour until he returns to the magic domain. He decides to use this time to take a look and maybe buy some equipment from the trading platform. He thinks that, in addition to the $5 million he got from the fairy, He had also received another 5 million from the bunny. This should be enough for an S-grade equipment, or even 2. He starts looking at the equipment and thinks that, even though he has a good amount of money, the equipment is still extremely expensive. Looking at the items, he sees a pair of boots. He thinks these boots would be perfect for the bunny. He thinks it's not fair for her to give all her money to him, even though it was her choice. He should buy things for her too, so she can be a little safer. He looks at a silver necklace. This necklace gives an additional 5 spirit and has an effect that permanently increases talent by 10%. The durability is 500 out of 500. He thinks this is very useful, as it would increase his talent by 10%. It seems like almost nothing. But for him, the ability to summon his beasts gains an additional monster. He buys the item without a second thought. The system notifies him that he successfully purchased 2 items, awaiting the seller's confirmation. After the purchases, he checks the time and realizes it's almost time to return to the 6th floor altar. So he goes back to the altar with the bunny. As soon as they arrive there, they see the Dragon King and Litty. He asks if everyone was already there. The Dragon King asks Litty how she was planning to make this extra income she had mentioned before. She begins to explain that they would steal from some miners. She asks the Dragon King if he remembers where he had picked up that stone the first time. He pauses for a moment to think and says he remembers perfectly, but he asks if that wouldn't be a little dangerous for them. As the last time he did that, several monsters started chasing him to the edge of the altar. Zhang thinks he was right all along. He already imagined that Litty would try to steal ores to get more money. They start walking while Litty says it wouldn't be dangerous, as the first time the Dragon King had gone alone. Now he would have her help to heal everyone, and Zhang's protection with the arrows extinguishing all the candles. The Dragon King agrees with that and says that if that's the case, he would be willing to try. Litty emphasizes that she would make one thing very clear there. Everyone should believe in their fighting skills, as only those who help in the fights would earn money. The bunny says it's no problem. She wouldn't want to earn anything from them, but all the items she gets she would share only with Zhang. Suddenly, they hear some rocks falling to the ground. As they look, some monsters were coming directly towards them. Zhang starts extinguishing the candles and asks everyone to prepare for battle. The Dragon King starts advancing fearlessly, as he was receiving all the healing from Litty. The bunny moves quickly behind the monster. The Dragon King gets annoyed by this and asks her to keep her antics away from him, as he wouldn't try to protect her if the monsters started focusing on her. However, the bunny says he doesn't need to worry about her, as she was capable of protecting herself. She starts running around the monster quickly, leaving it confused. After that, the bunny returns to Zhang's side, smiles, and says she managed to steal quite a lot. Zhang continues aiming at the monsters and says it's not a problem. She just needs to be careful not to get hurt or put herself at risk. One of the monsters was already dead. The Dragon King says he was already finishing off the other one. He says that further ahead in this cave would be the place where he got the stone for the first time. After the end of the first battle, Litty runs ahead, shouting that they should walk quickly so they wouldn't take too long, as time is money. The Dragon King asks her to take this a little more seriously, as once they get to the place, she would see that it wouldn't be as easy as she was thinking. As they arrived at the place, Litty becomes extremely excited and impressed, as there were several miners in several different ways. She looks at the miners and says there were many of them. She emphasizes that if they could get everything, they would become rich. The Dragon King asks if she's being deliberately stupid. He said that last time, he could only manage to carry one, and it felt like he was carrying more than 10 kilograms in his hands with just one ore. Litty gets annoyed at this and says it's too heavy. She asks if they couldn't at least carry a few each. While the two were talking, Zhang begins to think a bit. He thinks that in the magical realm, the higher the strength attributes, the heavier the items he can carry. Now, Zhang's strength was at 16 points, and one of his punches equals about 1,000 caddis. According to the Dragon King, a miner's bag would weigh at least 2,000 caddis. So, he alone cannot carry a miner's bag. He asks everyone to check their attributes and inventories so they know how much they can carry. Zhang starts speaking first. He says he can carry about 60. The Dragon King says he can carry about 50. However, he finds it difficult to walk with that weight, let alone fight with it all. Litty says all her points are focused on spirit, and that's why she can only carry 18. Zhang grabs his bow and says they need to lure one monster at a time, otherwise they'll be in danger. The Dragon King says that's a great idea, as he didn't want to die just for the sake of some ores. Zhang jumps, saying he would attract the monsters to them. He asks the bunny to hide somewhere where she would always be safe. She tells him she understands and says he doesn't need to worry so much about her. While one monster was mining, an arrow flies past him quickly. He turns and looks up, seeing Zhang. The monster doesn't hesitate to attack Zhang. As it lunges, the Dragon King takes advantage of the monster's lowered guard and attacks it from behind. An hour later, they had killed all the monsters they saw there. The Dragon King says it's very tiring to kill them one by one. Litty tells him not to complain anymore. They just need to endure a little longer. And once they get out with the miners, everyone would be safe for a while. She says that as soon as she sells everything, she would invite him to a party. They start collecting the ore. Litty says they need to sell these ores quickly. The bunny tells her to stick with them. Zhang notices this and asks where she had gone. She said she had wandered around a bit, and later wanted to show him something good. She's happy about it. Zhang asks what it would be. She blushes and says it's a surprise. She can't tell him yet. After they collect a good amount, they start heading back to the altar. As they arrive at the altar, Litty says she hopes they sell these ores for a good price. The people there are astonished, as the amount of ore was quite large and of high quality. Two people in the middle of the altar shouted that they were selling high-quality black gold ore for over 500,000 on the trading platform. They shout for people with stock to hurry and withdraw theirs. Litty approaches them and says they don't have black gold ore, only common ores. He asks if they would be interested. One of the men responds that they were not interested in common ores. Litty gets angry and asks why they wouldn't want them, as her ores could also be sold for a good value. She says they were being very inflexible. Suddenly, another man arrives at the altar. He asks how the two sellers were doing, as their young master was getting impatient with this. They say they had been shouting there for over an hour, but they had only received one so far. The man gets irritated and shouts at the two, saying that young Master Chung had been stuck on the 7th floor for days and urgently needed black iron ores to forge equipment. He says that if the two of them delay young master's admission to the Qing Martial Academy, then they would pay with their lives. The two are scared by this, and say they will do their best to make it possible as soon as possible. The Dragon King, seeing this, says that the other guy is very bad, as it's horrible how he threatens others. As Zhang hears this, he remembers that he had a fight against Chung at the Yunding Club. He thinks that it wasn't over yet. Now that Chung was ready to enter the 8th floor, he should hurry and get stronger than Chung. Litty starts to leave the magical realm and says that since they couldn't sell the ores there, they would sell them directly through the platform, and as agreed before, the profit would be divided among the three of them. The Dragon King agrees with this and says he would leave too, as it was late, and he still needed to make food for his father. Zhang says goodbye to both of them. As soon as the two of them leave, Zhang thinks that it really was getting late, and he needed to go back home. However, the bunny approaches him a little shyly, and says she wanted to send him a gift, and it was something good. She takes his hands and shows him. As he looks, he sees that she had some black gold ores. He is astonished by this, and asks where she had managed to buy these. The bunny starts to explain that while they were fighting the monsters, she was wandering around and managed to steal these from one of the monsters. She smiles and says that at first, she thought these materials were junk. She didn't imagine they were black gold. Zhang smiles too and says she's really lucky. He says she had already given him a lot of money, so she should keep these ores for herself. However, she moves closer to him and smiles, saying no. The bunny says these materials could help him quickly improve the fighting skills he had. She emphasizes that the stronger he becomes, the faster he will be able to take her to the 30th floor so she can find her father again. So she begs him not to reject this gift. He says that if that's the case, then he would accept, but he would reward her for it. She says that's perfect, says goodbye to him, and says she hopes to see him tomorrow. He says he would also leave and bids her farewell. She hands the ores to him and starts to leave the magical realm. He looks at the ores in his hands and thinks that although his weapon is of grade S, it still has many skills to be improved. Its grade and damage are still very low. He thinks this could hinder him from killing bosses once he enters higher floors, and therefore he should use these ores to improve his weapon. That way it would be extremely more useful. The next day at a large hospital, a doctor attends to Zhang. He asks him to sit down. The doctor asks if his sister was okay and if she was feeling any pain. Zhang responds to Dr. Yang that he was there to acquire the permanent right to use an artificial kidney. The doctor is extremely surprised by this. He turns to Zhang and says that the permanent use of both artificial kidneys for his sister is a bit expensive. The total cost of this is 10 million. The doctor asks if he managed to get all that money. Zhang smiles and says he was borrowing from a friend who is richer than him. However, now he only had 7 million there. He asked the doctor if he could buy the permanent use of just one kidney for now. Within 6 months, he would have the money for the other kidney. The doctor says that would be perfect, but he has a small suggestion. The doctor starts to say that next month, they would have a new stock of artificial kidneys. These new kidneys were much better in terms of capacity and human compatibility. However, the costs were a bit higher. The doctor asks if he wouldn't want to wait 1 more month. Jang says he would wait 1 more month then, because he wanted to give the best of life to his sister. The doctor is happy with that. Suddenly, someone opens the door of the doctor's office. The two inside are puzzled as to why someone opened without saying anything and was coming in. This man says he had an extremely urgent matter to discuss with Dr. Yang. Quickly, the doctor taps Jang on the back and smiles, saying he could go back home, that as soon as they had any updates, he would be the first to know. Zhang looks at the doctor with a serious face and says that if anyone causes trouble for him, he just needs to ask for help, and he could take care of it. The doctor says he doesn't need to worry, as this was nothing. Zhang starts to leave, and for a moment, the two cross paths. Yang asks the man why he was in such a hurry to see him. The man calls the doctor chief and says they had a message from the HQ about an important task they needed to do in the magical realm tonight. Meanwhile, Zhang was walking inside the hospital. He thought he still didn't have the money he needed. He had to find a way to get more money to provide the best for his sister. He thinks he needs to find a way to earn more money in the magical realm. In the magical realm, 7th floor, inside the giant's cave, people were scared, saying they were killing everyone they saw. It was terrible. Yue Ying's uncle was there. He tries to calm the people, telling them not to panic. He turns around and sees that Zhang had just arrived. He says it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Zhang is surprised to see Liu there. He says he didn't know he was also on the magical realm administration team. He asks if something was happening, as no one was going out to fight the monsters. The Dragon King begins to explain that out of nowhere a crazy group appeared and started killing all the adventurers they saw. This group is very strong, so normal fighters can't fight against them. Liu says that the Ministry of State Security joined forces and formed a magical realm administration team to send a large number of magical realm fighters to maintain order. Now there are assassins on every floor targeting solo adventurers. Liu suggests that they all stay away from the magical realm for the next few days and come back once the problem is solved. The Dragon King says there's no way around it. It seems he has no choice but to stay out of the magical realm for now. Suddenly, a person is caught outside the altar. People scream that there was an assassin there. On the other side, another person is caught, and people scream again, saying there was another assassin. One of the assassins smiles while holding the sword near the face of one of the adventurers. This assassin is known as Devil. He yells at the magical realm administration team, saying that's what happens when they care about their businesses. The adventurer who was captured starts screaming and panicking. They kill the two they had caught and start to disappear. Liu is angry about this and says that these people are members of the Dawn. How dare they do this in front of everyone? Liu can't take it and runs after them in anger. Yue Ying is worried about her uncle and runs after him. Zhang, seeing this, starts running after them without thinking twice. As he runs, he says that this Dawn group was really full of themselves. Zhang shouts that he wants to see what they are really capable of. The people at the altar point and shout, saying the three of them were really fearless as they left the altar to catch the assassins. Other people shouted, asking them to come back, as it was extremely dangerous. They could be running straight to their deaths. However, none of the three hesitated in the choice they made and continued to advance quickly. They reached a place that had 2 entrances. Liu turns around and asks why the 2 were coming with him. Yue Ying simply ignored the question he had asked and asked which way they should go. Liu says there's no time to think about it. They would simply enter either one of them. Liu emphasizes that the 2 should stay by his side at all times. The 3 prepare for the possible fight ahead. They begin to walk through one of the entrances. As they walked, a monster looked at them. The monster starts laughing and turns into smoke. Suddenly the devil emerges from within and says that today the 3 of them would be his prey. The ability the devil was using is called Shape-Shifting Art. It is ranked A level 2, with an experience of 1,704 out of 3,000, consuming 30 points of energy, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The effect can transform into a monster and improve all attributes by 10% for 60 minutes. The 3 notice something behind them and quickly turn to confirm what it could be. Liu takes the lead and yells for Yue Ying and Zhang to stay behind him and be very careful, as these monsters are known as barbarian giants. They are one of the monsters from the 7th floor. Although they are slow in body and mind, they are extremely strong, and their attacks cause a lot of damage. In front of them, there were 2 giants. One of them was called Amit. Liu says he didn't expect there to be giants around, especially not this type. Quickly, Zhang opens his system and looks at the statistics of this giant ogre. The system shows that it is a giant ogre at level 1 max 5, with an experience of 1 out of 10, 7,550 life points, 350 to 550 damage, and 700 defense. Zhang says that from what he was seeing, the abilities of the giant ogre are incredibly heavy. Liu says that's right. The silent spell of the giant ogre can seal talents. Zhang is truly amazed by this. Liu rushes towards one of the giants, catching it by surprise. As he attacked, he shouted that if they wanted to pass through there, they should clear the entire area. Seeing Liu advance, Zhang and Yue Ying also prepare to fight. Zhang takes his bow and begins to shoot his arrows, while Yue Ying quickly advances with her light-cutting ability. Zhang calls some beasts to heal his team while attacking with his bow. Liu notices that he was being healed and tells Zhang that his beasts are really incredible at healing, as the amount they can heal is excellent. With this, he advances quickly and cuts one of the giants, causing huge damage. Quickly and with some ease, they manage to defeat the giant that was alone. The 3 regroup. Liu says that, in a way, it was easy to deal with that one, as it was alone. Zhang says that the remaining 2 will not be as easy as that one, as they were together. With that, they move closer to some rocks and, analyzing the situation, Liu begins to say that these 2 giants are very close to each other. Fighting one would alert the other. They should focus on dealing with one giant ogre first. Although they can seal talents, their life and defense are not high. They could deal with this first before dealing with the barbarian giant. After deciding this, Liu begins to advance and yells for Yue Ying to come with him. She quickly begins to advance with him. Liu also tells Zhang that he would leave their lives in his hands. Zhang says they don't need to worry, as on his turn nobody dies. With their advance, the giant Amit notices this and yells, "Enemies!" The barbarian giant is on alert and shouts, "Kill," preparing to hit them. With this, Amit also prepares for the fight, conjuring a spell in his hands. Amit notices Yue Ying above and decides to attack her first, using the spell he had conjured in his hands. This surprises Yue Ying, who was not expecting this attack. She was hit by the spell and screams, saying she couldn't use her light-cutting ability anymore. A system window appears for her, warning that she had been hit by the silent spell of the giant ogre and could not use her abilities for 180 seconds. Liu takes advantage of the distraction and advances with his sword, which was charged with energy. The barbarian giant sees him approaching and starts shouting, "Strong enemy, kill enemy." The barbarian giant and Liu clash their weapons in the air. He shouts to Yue Ying, asking how much time was left for her to be able to use her ability again. She says there were still about 40 seconds left to be able to use her light cut, while Liu was holding the barbarian giant so he wouldn't advance. The giant Amit begins to conjure his magic again. Yue Ying shouts for her uncle to be careful, as Amit would attack again. Amit's attack comes quickly towards Liu, who cannot dodge it, as he is holding the barbarian giant. He just accepts that he will be hit. Zhang notices this and acts quickly, putting his body in front of the attack. Liu is surprised by this gesture, as Zhang stepped in front of the attack without hesitation. After having his talent sealed, Zhang turns to Liu and says that he is their team's main damage dealer, so they cannot afford to lose him. Zhang emphasizes that he attacks from a distance with his bow and arrows, so he will be able to bear the weight of the giant Amit's silent spell. Liu is even more surprised by this, as even in a situation of despair and danger, Zhang did not stop to think for a moment, not to mention his extremely fast reaction time. Zhang shouts for them to quickly attack the giant Amit, as they cannot let him attack again with his talent. The 3 focus their attacks on the giant and quickly deplete his life, killing him. The monster screams and falls to the ground. With that, Yue Ying goes after the other giant without fear, causing several attacks and damage to the giant. While she attacked, Liu says that now there is only one left. Victory is certain. Zhang pauses for a moment and says that something seems wrong. Liu starts running to help Yue Ying and asks Zhang what he meant by that. Zhang says that there were 3 giants there, one more isolated and 2 together, blocking the passage. If the giants were still there, and with full life, how had the assassin passed through there before? As Zhang explained the situation, he notices something and shouts for Liu to be careful, as there was a monster behind him. Liu quickly turns to see what it is, As soon as he sees the monster, he wonders what it is, as this monster was known as that. Liu wonders how it was possible to have a lizard on the 7th floor, but suddenly the lizard transforms into the devil. With that, Liu is confused and says that this is not right, as this rascal can assume another form. The devil returns to its lizard form and manages to land an attack on Liu, causing a good amount of damage. As he takes the hit, Liu screams, saying that the damage from this bastard is really high, they should be careful. The devil stops in front of him and starts laughing, saying that, unfortunately, he had realized this too late. Today all 3 of them would be his prey. Liu shouts for Zhang and Yueying to run to him as fast as possible. The 3 quickly regroup, each facing a different direction. Liu tells them that the assassin has transformed again into a lizard, and this is allowing his skin color to change rapidly, so he can easily camouflage himself in things, and therefore everyone there should be careful of the stealth attack. Yueying says that indeed the assassin is dangerous. Zhang says that unfortunately, he had no choice. Since it had come to this point, he would no longer hold back. He would show his true power. Zhang begins to call his beasts, the toad, the death butcher, and the black fin. The devil was looking at Zhang and thinks that he is just an archer with not many attributes, so with 2 strikes he could kill this archer. However, he sees Zhang calling his beasts first. He sees the toad and wonders how that toad could be on the 7th floor. After that, he sees the death butcher and is impressed by it. He wonders if the archer was really summoning all these bosses. Zhang orders the toad to attack from all sides and force this cowardly assassin to reveal himself. With that, the toad begins to shoot several times from all sides and manages to hit one of the attacks, revealing the lizard. Zhang quickly sees and alerts his team that the lizard was there. He prepares to attack with his bow. He sends the death butcher to attack along with him. The 2 manage to hit the blow and cause a great deal of pain to the assassin. With that, he reverts to his human form and falls to the ground, in pain. The devil gets up, sweaty and wounded, and tells Zhang that he really is a very strong person, and a better teammate than anyone else. So today, Zhang could say that he was lucky. The assassin begins to use a random teleportation scroll. A magic circle begins to open around him. The devil starts laughing a lot, saying that Dawn never gives up on their targets. They just have to wait and see. Liu shouts and advances, saying that this is not good, because the assassin was trying to escape. However, Liu's attack was not able to hit him in time, and so he managed to escape. Liu was angry because the assassin managed to use a random teleport and escape. Yueying says that this assassin really was terrifying. Liu says that they are an organization that should never be underestimated. In the past, the administration team dispatched a small squad to suppress them. However, everyone who was part of that small squad simply disappeared. Liu emphasizes that all the members of that small squad were strong and capable for such a thing, but they didn't even have a chance. Yueying asks her uncle if Zhang was their target, then he would have to be more careful. Liu sighs and says that's exactly it. Zhang should be as careful as possible so that nothing bad happens to him. Zhang agrees with this and says he will act accordingly. The 3 start to return to the altar. Liu says that whoever knows where that guy went, they should quickly return to the altar and stay out of the magic domain first. They could meet and discuss things once everything calms down a bit. Zhang agrees with this and says that this is the only option they have at the moment anyway. They would need to wait a little to avoid bigger problems. Elsewhere, a portal opens and the devil appears. He sits on some rocks and opens a system window. He says that Zhang is not easy to deal with. Anyone who underestimates him will end up dead, as he is extremely strong and versatile. Therefore, he needs to report this to their boss in the team channel within the system. The devil begins to report everything that happened. He warns that Zhang's talent is summoning art. He asks everyone to be careful. Another member called Knight asks if this isn't the same guy they were looking for. The devil says yes, it was him who killed Death's Kiss. The devil emphasizes that he was not alone. He was also with 2 people, one called Liu Yueying and the other was Killing the Wind, Liu. Another member called Violent Blade gets angry at this because the Liu family always gets in their way. He asks their boss to let him lead a group of people to take care of this. Knight asks if Violent Blade is going crazy. Knight asks him if he knows the history of the Liu family. They are descendants of the 10 founding fathers of the Great Xia. If Violent Blade dares to touch them, he will not be able to see the light of day. The next day, the group's boss appears and says that the Liu family is not something they can deal with at the moment, so Violent Blade should know his place. Their task is to cooperate with the main headquarters to gather information in Xia, so no one should mess things up. Everyone says they understand, and thus the conversation ends. The next day, suddenly, a large explosion occurs in the city. People start running desperately. From afar, inside their house, Zhang and his sister see this. Zhang says that the sound seems to be coming from the city wall. He asks his sister to change clothes. He was going out to take a look. His sister asks what was happening outside. Suddenly, Feng sees a monster and screams to her brother that there was a devil's cave monster there. She says she was getting very scared. Zhang runs to her and tells her to calm down, that he was there, and nothing would happen to her. Quickly, the monster reaches their house, entering through the window. He shouts for his sister to run, because they would go to the emergency shelter, where they would be safe. The two start running through the streets. As they ran, several monsters were scattered throughout the city. People were screaming for help, as the monsters were invading the entire city. Zhang sees a monster approaching a little child who was alone and crouched in fear in the middle of the street. He thinks that this is not good. Quickly, he manages to pass by the monster and pick up the child in his arms, hitting the monster with a kick and throwing it aside. He shouts for his sister to come faster so they can reach the shelter as soon as possible. However, they are surrounded by 3 monsters. Zhang asks his sister to stay close to him with the little boy, telling her not to be afraid. He says that, to defeat all these monsters at once, he would need to use more. Suddenly, a strong blow comes out of nowhere and hits one of the monsters. A female voice is heard from afar, shouting for the monsters to try to catch her. As Zhang looks to see who it is, he realizes that it is the same woman who appeared in the enemy-occupied zone last time and also saved him. She shouts for attention. One of the monsters tries to hit her, but she manages to dodge quickly. Zhang analyzes the fight and thinks that she is really very fast. She counterattacks the monsters. Zhang realizes that besides being fast, she is also strong. The monsters scream in pain. She finishes off one of them easily, standing on top of her weapon, which was stuck in the monster's abdomen. Some other men come running to her, calling her commander. She gets off the monster and tells her men to take the monster and bring it to Professor Wu Yang. They say they will do it immediately. She starts walking and reaches Zhang. She begins to say that, as he lives there, he should run to the emergency shelter right now and only leave when the monsters retreat. He looked at her with a somewhat embarrassed look and says that everything is fine. After that, she jumps through the buildings quickly to continue containing the monsters. Feng asks her brother if he knows her, because she seems super strong. He doesn't answer and just watches her jumping through the buildings while he looks at her enchanted by her form. He asks her to give him some time, that he would quickly surpass her. The next day, the damage was great. Several buildings were broken and cracked. Stones and debris were scattered on the streets. On a giant screen, a news report was saying that so far all the monsters had been eliminated. But the recent invasion by creatures from the Devil's Cave had seriously impacted transportation within the city. For safety reasons, citizens are advised to stay in their homes. Zhang was lying on his bed in his room. He was looking at his phone while thinking that the Dawn organization was killing people in the magic domain, and then there was an invasion of monsters from the Devil's Cave. He thinks it could be the Dawn organization that was linked to the Devil's Cave. He was looking at some messages on his phone. He sits on his bed and thinks that things are definitely not as simple as they seem. He should enter the magic domain tonight and find out what is really happening on the 7th floor magic domain. In the center of the altar, there were some people standing. Zhang's whole group was there standing. Suddenly, he also arrives and meets everyone. Titan says that this time the invasion was incredibly serious. He heard that more than 10,000 people died. Yue Ying says that her uncle Liu also said that the National Security Bureau and the Magical Domain Administration are taking this incident very seriously. They are currently recruiting a large number of magical domain specialists. The Dragon King gets angry, saying that it's a shame he is too weak. Otherwise he would definitely wipe out all the monsters. Titan turns to him and says that he is right. They should focus on getting stronger first. He says he heard that the members of the Dawn organization are no longer around, so they could figure out how to defeat the next boss now. Zhang begins to say that according to the Magic Domain Guide, only a maximum of 3 people at a time could fight the boss on this floor. The Dragon King doesn't understand and asks what that means. He says that only 3 people can fight at a time. This is ridiculous. Titan says that this is true, so they should discuss their strategy while they walk. Everyone starts walking and agrees with that. Already outside the altar, Titan begins to say that the cave where the boss resides only opens once every 12 hours. After the opening, only a team with a maximum of 3 people can enter at a time. Litty asks how they would combat this. Each of them has a necessary role to play. It's not good if they are even 1 person short in the team. Titan stops and says he had an idea in mind. They could split into 2 groups of 3 people. The first group would consist of himself, Autumn, and Liddy. He says he would be the tank, Autumn would be the control, and Liddy would be responsible for healing, while the second team would consist of Jang, Yueying, and the Dragon King. Titan says that Jang is versatile. His fish monsters can heal everyone's life. The Dragon King and Yueying are the main damage dealers. With the 2 attacking, the battle will be very efficient, so the 3 of them can pass this floor faster than the first group. The Dragon King pauses for a moment and says that this is definitely not bad. The bunny asks what would be left for her. Zhang puts his hand on her shoulder and says that as soon as he manages to pass, he will come back and help her pass too. She is relieved and says that if that's the case, then it's okay. Titan takes the lead and says they would need to try it this way first. The cave where the boss is located is right in front of them, so they should continue immediately. Zhang emphasizes that he understands, but they don't encounter monsters on the way there, so this means that other people were ahead of them. With that, they continue walking towards the boss's house. As soon as they arrive, they can't believe what they were seeing, as there were about 50 people in front of them, and that was a lot. 2 people were near the gate. As soon as Zhang sees them, he recognizes Chung, that arrogant kid from the club. Titan begins to say that they can tell that this layman is an expert, or at least of excellent level. Layman says that today it is crucial for young Master Cheng to fight the boss of the 7th floor, so everyone should stand aside and wait. The adventurers don't like it and begin to complain that he doesn't have this right. The boss is for everyone to fight. They can fight whenever they want. He doesn't have the power to control this. After that, Layman begins to draw his sword and says that the words of this young boy should be trusted in his strength. If they do not listen to his advice, then they will not be able to complain about the consequences. Layman strikes his sword on the ground, causing a strong wind, throwing people away. Zhang is impressed by this. Titan says that this elder is really strong. They should observe everything first. Zhang agrees with that, but without them noticing, the Dragon King jumps angrily to attack Layman. The Dragon King shouts, saying that the old man is an idiot and asks him who he thinks he is to act like that. He lowers his staff with great force to hit Layman, but Layman, with just one hand, manages to defend his attack without much difficulty. Layman smiles and tells the Dragon King that he overestimates himself too much. The Dragon King steps back a bit because he lost some life. He thinks that Layman is truly strong, even though he held the blade with one hand and just defended himself. The impact was still able to lower his life. Zhang tells the Dragon King to stay calm because Layman was able to injure him with just one sword and still has another one on his back. Autumn says that Layman's skills have unforgettable depths. He doesn't even need to look to feel an attack coming from behind, which means his spirit is extremely high. Chung starts laughing and says that in the magic domain the strong always dominate the weak, so if they didn't have the ability for such things, they should just sit down and obey until they pass the boss of the 7th floor. This irritates the Dragon King a lot, so he tries to attack again, but Titan holds him back this time, shouting for him not to be impulsive. Yueying asks the Dragon King to listen to Titan. They should observe them first, and besides, wasn't he curious to know what they were waiting for? Zhang says that Yueying was right, because Layman is really strong, but they are still not fighting the boss. Chung asks Layman when the smaller monster would be there, as they had been waiting for half an hour. Layman tells Chung to be patient. This smaller monster does not have a defined regeneration time. However, as soon as it appears, the cave door will open, and they can enter immediately to deal with the boss. Liddy is a bit confused and asks what this smaller monster would be, what kind of monster it would be, and why they were waiting. A man who was there smiles and says that Liddy is a silly girl. This should probably be her first time there. He begins to explain that the boss's door on this floor is usually closed, only opening when the smaller monster comes to deliver food to the boss. Zhang adds that since the legger monster's regeneration time is not fixed, this means they can fight the boss depending on their luck. The man behind them says that's exactly it. That's why Layman is forced to occupy this place. After hearing this, Zhang says he had an idea. Yueying asks what it would be. Suddenly a monster comes with a plate of meat in its hand. As people start to see the monster, they begin to shout for everyone to move away. As soon as Layman and Chung finish with the monster, it will be their turn. The smaller monster continues to advance with a pork plate in hand. Chung points to the monster, asking if it was the smaller giant. The doors open, and they can enter immediately and defeat the boss. Layman says that's right. Very soon he could enter the 8th floor. Suddenly, an arrow comes towards the monster, defeating it. Chung shouts, as he would not be able to fight the boss that way. Chung turns around and asks Chung if he was going crazy because he had attacked the smaller giant. Until he defeats the boss, he will never have a chance. Jang says he doesn't care if he can fight the boss today, but he must take down this smaller giant. Chung gets angry and asks if Jang is a lunatic. How dare he cause trouble for him like this? He takes a crossbow in his hand and points it at Jang. With that, Jang begins to say that Chung did not want to let them fight the boss, so they would not let anyone else in. Jang says he wants to see who can waste more time there. The Dragon King agrees with that, and says that if they were upset, they could come at them. Titan says that Jang is right. Besides, he is part of the team, so if things go down, everyone will fight. Chung starts screaming and says he will show how strong he really is, but before he goes up, Layman tells him he should not fight anyone. Chang is a bit confused as to why. Layman explains that recently Dawn caused major problems in the magic domain, and so the domain's management team and the National Security Bureau are still conducting investigations. If someone dies in there, it would probably be a big problem, not to mention that Chung's family would have big problems because of it. After that, Chung screams again, telling them that they were lucky today, but he emphasizes that as long as he can't defeat the boss, no one else will fight, so everyone there will just wait. Jang asks people not to worry because, even if he kills the smaller giant, he could still make everyone fight the boss. Chung starts laughing and says that Jang is a complete arrogant. How will everyone fight the boss? Chung asks him to wait until next year. Maybe then what he says will come true. Another smaller giant appeared. Jang killed it again. Everyone stands there looking at it while the monster dies again. This drives Chung crazy with anger. He shouts that he will remember Jang, and when things calm down, he will demand retribution. Layman tells Chung that now that the smaller giant is dead, it will take another time for it to regenerate again, so they should go back and rest for a while. After a while, they would return to the magic domain. As soon as the smaller giant comes back to life, Layman promises that as soon as it happens, the boss will be his. Chung says it was unfortunate for them to encounter fools like these. Chung tells two of his men to stay there while he and Layman go out for a short break. People sigh and start saying they would also leave, as no one knows how long it will take for them to pass. Jang raises his finger and tells everyone that he had already said he would let everyone fight the boss. He asks them to wait just a moment. People start getting irritated and say that he had already killed the smaller giant earlier. It would take at least 4 to 5 hours for it to regenerate, and after that, Chung would already be back, so they would be unable to fight the boss again. They say that everyone there knew he had only spoken here to try to comfort the people there. One of them turns around and says that instead of standing there wasting time, he would rather fight some common monsters, collect some demon soul beads, and make some money. The two guys who were there say that that group of idiots doesn't know what's good for them, as they even dared to oppose Boss Chung. The other man says they did it for their own dignity after losing their lives, but they still couldn't fight the boss. Titan turns to Jang and says he definitely admired his act, but he still didn't understand why he did it. Jang just smiles and says he will answer that question right now. He begins to call a beast, and the smaller giant begins to appear, shocking everyone. Yueying smiles and says she now understands his plan. The Dragon King also smiles and says they are so stupid they forgot that Zhang's talent was summoning art. Finally, he understood. He says that, as always, Jang was smart and one step ahead of everyone. Jang orders the smaller giant to open the cave doors. With that, the smaller giant starts walking towards the cave door. People are amazed by this. As soon as the smaller giant reaches the door, they begin to open. People turn around frightened, shouting and asking what the hell was happening with the doors. With the doors open, the Dragon King says it's thanks to Jang's intelligence. Yue Ying begins to say that as soon as the battle ends, they will return and have their disagreement. They begin to enter the boss's cave. Inside, a two-headed giant was sitting. He notices there were 3 people there and looks directly at them. The Dragon King quickly jumps to attack, shouting for the boss to meet his death. Yue Ying tells the Dragon King to be more patient. The boss's 2 heads begin to argue with each other. One of them asks where the food was, as he was hungry. The other shouted, saying the horned head was an idiot, that there was no food because there were intruders there. The horned head says the idiot was him. They should kill the intruders right away. While they argued, the Dragon King managed to hit one of the heads. It screams that it hurts a lot. The other head shouts to attack the intruder. The boss grabs a giant axe that scares the Dragon King, as it was really huge. The Dragon King manages to dodge the attack directly, but he is still hit by the impact on the ground. Zhang is impressed by this and says the boss is really strong. They should be careful with that. Zhang calls his monsters to heal the Dragon King while Yue Ying fights him, but she can't cause much damage to him. Suddenly, the boss manages to grab one of Yue Ying's legs, leaving her frightened. The boss holds her up and then slams her to the ground with great force, causing a cloud of dust. The Dragon King runs screaming that he will help her, but the boss uses her body to hit the Dragon King, causing a shock between the two. Yue Ying starts bleeding, unable to do anything to free herself. Both are thrown to the ground, wounded, but Zhang uses his beasts to heal them. Thus, the two manage to stand and keep fighting. After healing them, Zhang orders the toad to attack with him, causing an impact on the monster and distracting it, while the rest of his beasts advance towards the boss. The boss starts to notice that Zhang has summoned more beasts. The other head says they should act quickly and show them some pain. The boss begins to use magic and manages to summon a small giant to help. This giant starts to attack. Yue Ying shouts for everyone to stay alert. Zhang prepares for the fight. The giant tries to hit the summoned beasts, but misses. He tries again, but the Dragon King manages to block the attack, noting that his strength is extremely great. He tells the others that they need to stay alert, as this boss is terrible. Zhang, watching the fight, says he needs to think of something quickly. The monster continues to attack, shouting "Die" over and over again. He manages to kill the dog head that Zhang had summoned. Zhang keeps looking at the boss, thinking that he is really strong, and this only increases Zhang's desire to defeat this monster, so he could summon him again. Zhang shouts to the Dragon King, saying that they would attack all together. Yue Ying and the Dragon King jump to attack the boss, while Zhang stays behind attacking with his bow and arrow, and using the Death Butcher to help with the damage. They all attack together, leaving the boss confused, not knowing where to defend. Finally, all the attacks hit, causing high damage. Zhang is impressed with the damage they managed to cause to the monster. He asks how the two of them managed to do so much damage. However, the Dragon King was also not understanding anything. Yue Ying asks what was happening there. The boss puts his hand on one of the heads, saying that it hurt a lot. The other head shouted, saying that it really hurt too much, and that's why they needed to die. Zhang takes the lead of the group and begins to aim again with his bow and arrow. He tells the Dragon King and Yue Ying to try to do the same thing they did in the last attack. They agree, even though they don't understand very well. With that, they all attack again, causing another high damage, but not as strong as the last time. As soon as they fall to the ground again, the boss is very angry with this and prepares to attack. The Dragon King says he needs to kill them all. Zhang asks what is really happening there, because this time the attacks did not combine like last time. The boss manages to hit the Dragon King, throwing him away. As he flew with the attack, he shouted that it hurt too much. He asks Zhang to use the fish monsters to heal him. Yue Ying gets angry for not being able to understand how they should attack the boss. She wonders if they failed this time, if the success rate depends on probability. Zhang says he understood. He aims again and asks his companions to try again. He orders the Death Butcher to attack immediately, without thinking twice. Yue Ying and the Dragon King go up again to attack the monster, and this time the attacks were combined, causing a lot of damage to the boss, making him scream in pain. The Dragon King smiles upon hearing that they succeeded. Yue Ying shouts happily that they managed to fit the attacks again. Zhang says that, as he had thought, a combined attack only works if the skills used are also offensive. It seems that the summoned beasts increase the probability of success of this combined attack. However, the boss was still not dead, but very angry. He attacks everyone with great anger. Zhang shouts for everyone to dodge and stay alert. The boss attacks where they were, but only hits the ground when they jump. Zhang can see that the boss has 2 lives, one for each head. He thinks that the monster could only really be defeated when both heads reach 0 life. As soon as he realizes this, he shouts to Yue Ying, saying that they would attack the head that can use magic first, then deal with the other one. In other words, they would deal with one at a time. Zhang attacks the head together with the toad, causing good damage to it. Dragon King and Yue Ying also go up. Yue Ying shouts to the Dragon King, saying that they should do another combined attack so they would be closer to finishing off the boss. The Dragon King laughs and agrees with that. They manage to hit the combined attack again, zeroing the life of one of the heads. The other head tries to talk to its brother, asking what was wrong, but the head was already lifeless. The Dragon King laughs again and says they needed to take advantage of the shock the other head was in and attack again, so they managed to catch him off guard. Zhang begins to concentrate his attack. A dark energy begins to envelop him. He shouts for the two to move away because he would make the final blow, so he would be able to summon him back. He shoots his arrow with impressive speed. The monster looks at it without understanding, but in seconds, the arrow hits him, piercing his body and throwing him back. The three smile, thinking they won, and the monster is lying on the ground with both heads, not speaking or moving. The monster finally begins to disappear, and the portal opens in front of them. The system notifies Zhang, congratulating him for defeating the boss of the 7th floor, Etin. The Dragon King is very happy and says that was really incredible. They managed to defeat the boss of the 7th floor. They start approaching where the monster died and begin to see many rewards. As they look closer, they see a mountain of gold coins and many orbs. Zhang sees something and runs to get it. As soon as he gets it, he says it's a grade A single-handed sword. He offers it to Yue Ying, saying it suited her perfectly. With this, Yue Ying is a little surprised and a little embarrassed. With this gesture, she puts both hands on her chest and blushes. Zhang tells her not to hesitate to take it, because only she can use that sword, so she is a master now. Yue Ying thanks him for the words and for the gift. As she takes it, Zhang hands a grade A armor to the Dragon King, saying that the current armor he was wearing was extremely worn out, besides being too heavy for him to wear. The Dragon King is also impressed with this, and as he takes it in his hand, says he never thought he would be able to use a grade A equipment in his life. Yue Ying says that since Zhang was generous enough to give up the 2 grade A pieces, he could keep all the other items. The Dragon King agrees with this, that the rest is all Zhang's. After the division, Zhang begins to absorb the monster. He says they should open the altar of the 8th floor and then go back to meet the others. As they arrive on the 8th floor, it is an extremely beautiful place. Yue Ying is completely in love with the place. The Dragon King says it's a beautiful grassland landscape. He says his father used to say that before the Devil's Cave invasion, they lived in the countryside. It's a shame that place is now occupied by the enemy. Zhang thinks the last time he saw something so beautiful was in his past life. Suddenly, Zhang hears a noise and turns to see what it is. He asks the two if they knew what it could be. As soon as the Dragon King looks, he starts screaming because he was seeing many centaur knights. Some people were running, screaming for help, because the centaurs were very strong. The Dragon King says it's a real army. There were hundreds of them grouped around there. How were they going to fight this? Suddenly, an old man who was near them begins to say that it is impossible for anyone to defeat them alone. There should be at least a few people in a team attacking together to have a chance to eliminate this army of centaur knights. The old man points to the 3 who have just arrived, saying they are adventurers who have just entered this floor. He asks if the 3 of them wanted to join his team, as they were still a few dozen people away from completing 300 members. Once they have a number like that, they could start eliminating those knights. Zhang asks if it's really necessary for them to join like this. The old man responds that of course it is. First, he must obey all commands. Second, all loot is distributed after the group leaders make a unified decision. And lastly, all group members must pay 10 demon soul orbs for the group fee. After all, since he is so old, then recruiting a few hundred people for a battle is extremely exhausting. The old man tells Zhang that he probably wouldn't mind giving that to him as compensation for the efforts he is making. Zhang tells everyone to be quiet and thinks he was expecting this, an old guard. Zhang thanks him for the kindness, but at the moment he doesn't need to join a team, as his friends are still waiting for them on the 7th floor. He apologizes, but declines. The old man tries to negotiate, saying they shouldn't give up on the group like that, because if they don't have 10 orbs, they could just be 5. But Zhang and his group return to the 7th floor. Back on the 7th floor, the Dragon King says that old man really thought they were stupid to do such a thing. So he says that if Zhang hadn't stopped, he would have definitely cursed that old man. Yue Ying says they should just ignore those kinds of people. What's the point of stooping down to their level? Zhang says that's right. He's not an old man who turned bad, but a bad man who turned old. As they arrive again at the entrance to the boss of the 7th floor, Yue Ying greets her companions who were there. Everyone is surprised to see them. The bunny is happy to see Zhang back. Chung was also there. He points to Zhang and asks why he was there, as his subordinates had told him that he had entered the boss's cave. One of the subordinates shouts and points, saying that archer named Jang summoned the smaller giant who delivers food. Chung gets angry and shouts, asking how he can summon the smaller giant like that. Jang completely ignores Chung and tells his leader Titan that he would open the doors for them. When the three finish, he would like to bother them to go back and help Bunny get through as well. She is very happy to hear that. Titan smiles and says it's a deal, they would come back. Zhang starts calling the smaller giant. Soon he goes to the door and opens it. His other three team members get ready to enter. Titan looks at Jang and asks him to stay well, because as soon as they finish, they would return immediately. Zhang says they would wait for them right there. Layman smiles seeing this and asks if there really is so much talent. He says he saw Zhang summon the smaller giant who brings food, so his talent is very interesting. He asks if he could know if it's rank A or S. The Dragon King hugs him and says his talent is rank S and asks, "Isn't it fantastic?" Zhang just looks at him, not knowing what to say. Layman says that an S-rank talent is really fantastic. He says he has connections with the National Security Bureau. Talents like this are very needed by the nation. He asks if Zhang is interested in joining the National Security Bureau. This impresses the Dragon King. Zhang looks at him and thinks he definitely didn't expect Layman to have connections with the National Security Bureau. This bureau is the most important department of the Great Xia. Zhang turns around and thanks Layman for his kindness, but currently he is a student and hasn't even received a magic domain exam certificate yet, a first-level fighter. From now on, he says he has no plans to join the bureau. Chung gets nervous about this and asks if this invitation really fits Zhang. Layman says yes, his talent is extremely powerful, so if he can't benefit from it, then he will definitely bring disasters. Layman says that if Zhang decides to pass under the Dongfang banner in the future, they would need to get rid of him immediately. The Dragon King tells Zhang that he really takes his hat off to him. If he doesn't even want to join the bureau, then what does he want to do in the future? Fly to the sky and become a god? Zhang says he just didn't have a good feeling about Layman. He says he always has the unsettling feeling that he is not just a simple man. The Dragon King says Zhang was going crazy. Yue Ying smiles at Zhang and tells him not to blame the Dragon King for saying that. His father's biggest expectation is for him to join the bureau, so seeing someone reject that causes this feeling. Zhang says he can understand perfectly. Each person has their own path to walk. 3 hours later, they were all on the 8th floor. The bunny is impressed with the 8th floor. She says it's like a dream come true. She was finally on the 8th floor. Autumn tells them they are amazing, as they took less than 30 minutes to defeat the Etten. The Titan laughs and says it was the second time fighting the boss, so they were already familiar with the battle. Plus, they had Zhang's summoned beasts, which are very powerful. He alone commanded his summoned beasts to beat the Etten. The Titan says everyone should have seen it, as it was beautiful to watch. The Dragon King says it's getting late, it was already past 3 in the morning. If he doesn't rest soon, he won't be able to take it anymore. The Titan says they must all be exhausted after tonight. They should all go out and rest a bit now. Yue Ying says she really needed that. They start to leave. Before leaving, Yue Ying turns to Zhang and smiles, saying she was leaving, but she would see him again tomorrow. He waves to her, saying they would indeed see each other the next day. At Zhang's house, he was leaving his house and tells his sister that he was going to school now. She says it's okay. As soon as he leaves the house, a black car comes quickly and stops at his door. A woman gets out of the car. This woman was Jiang, the club owner. As soon as she gets out of the car, she asks Zhang to quickly get in the car. She would take him to the biggest charity event in Tianfeng City. Zhang says he wasn't very interested in this event. She says this is not a medium event. All the public figures of Tianfeng City will be there. She says she heard that today's guest of honor is the CEO of Gauss Medical Advices Corp. As soon as he hears this name, he asks if this company isn't the supplier of his sister's artificial kidney. Zhang starts to push him into the car and says they would talk more when they were inside the car, as she still needs to buy him a new outfit, as the event would start soon. Zhang asks why he needed to change clothes. Sometime later, they arrive at the event. The place was beautiful, full of rich and well-dressed people. Zhang was in a suit, a completely different person from what he normally was. Beside him was Zhang, beautiful as always. Zhang turns to Zhang and says she wasn't lying when she said several important people would be there today. She tells him to take care, as she had to meet some people to greet them, while grabbing a drink. Zhang says he understood. He asks her to do what she needs to do, as he would be fine. He grabs his drink and starts walking. Suddenly someone recognizes him and asks how he was there. Zhang turns to see who it was and realizes it was his friend from school, Yang. He asks Zhang who had taken him there. It's impossible for someone without invitations to enter there, but right behind Yang was Chung. Yang asks Zhang if he knew this guy, but he replies that he didn't. Chung starts drinking and sees a girl in front of him. This woman was Yue Ying. He says she was so difficult. She turns to him and asks what he was saying. He puts his hand on her face and says she was very difficult in the magical domain yesterday. Yue Ying pushes his hand away and asks him not to touch her. He smiles and tells her not to be so angry, as they were engaged, so why don't they promote some feeling for each other? Yue Ying says Chung was clearly crazy, as she had no idea what he was talking about. He gets closer to her and steps in front of her, asking her where she thinks she's going. She is speechless to see this. With that, she starts to get irritated and shouts in the middle of everyone, drawing attention to them. Suddenly, someone calls her by her name. This person was Zhang, who was approaching them. She doesn't exactly know who this person is, but she notices that he is very familiar to her. Zhang calls her and asks her to come with him, as he wants to introduce a friend to her. Yue Ying agrees to this and begins to walk towards him. Chung starts shouting and tells them to stop right there. He says that this person's name is Zhang, and he remembers it very well. Chung approaches him and asks why he's always crossing his path. Zhang asks him who he is, as he doesn't remember. Zhang says that something must be wrong, because he doesn't remember this guy. Chung gets even more irritated and shouts that what happened at the Yunding Club is not over yet. Zhang makes a mocking face and says that now he was remembering. Chung is the guy who was humiliated by him. Chung jumps in anger to attack him, asking if he really wants to die. Zhang doesn't even move, and just holds his punch with one hand effortlessly. Uncle Liu arrives there and asks them to stop. He asks Chung if he really wants to turn this place into Jiangbei. They turn around and see Yue Ying, seeing her uncle there. He says that even though her old man arranged a marriage between him and Yue Ying, everything can change in seconds. Besides, this place is Jiangdong, so it's better for Chung to contain himself. Chung says he had a lot of fun tonight. Anyway, he turns around and says that as soon as he finishes the national martial exam, he would personally propose. Yue Ying says that this guy is just another degenerate. Leo tells her not to worry about her engagement, as he had found a chance to persuade her grandfather. Leo smiles and turns to Zhang, thanking him for helping Yue Ying out of trouble. He asks if they already knew each other. Zhang smiles and says that he was also very familiar, but he doesn't remember where they could have met. Zhang says his friend was still waiting for him, so he needed to leave. He apologizes for leaving like this. Zhang thinks that he still can't show his true identity. With that, Zhang starts to leave. As soon as he leaves, Leo asks Yue Ying if she also feels that they know each other. Leo says that for him to take that attitude in front of everyone, clearly he was liking her. Yue Ying says he looks very familiar, but she can't remember where he's from. She is embarrassed by her uncle's words and asks him to stop joking, so he smiles and says he will stop. This big shot will be there soon, so she needs to follow him. This is today's main event. Yang tells Zhang that he has a lot of courage. He even dared to provoke Chung. Zhang says he really didn't want to do that. He asks if they were waiting for someone. Suddenly the doors start to open, and someone announces that the general director of Dongfang was there. He starts walking and greeting everyone. People start saying that as always he was in a great mood. As Zhang sees them, he asks if this is really him, the general director. Yang is impressed by this and says there's no chance he knows the director of national security. The woman looks at him and thinks she didn't think he would be there. Zhang begins to present the event and wishes everyone a great night who was there. She says she would start the second event, an auction. The first product was a gift for the prince, and this calligraphy and painting scroll. Zhang is shocked by this. How could this scroll be there? He looks around and thinks that, as he imagined, Chief Li is there. This bastard traded Laoba and Madman's lives for money. How despicable. He should be brought to justice. Zhang goes to Yang and says he needs help with something. He asks what that would be. Zhang goes to his friend's ear and speaks very quietly what it would be. Yang asks if this wasn't something very risky to do. Zhang says that if he doesn't want to do it, that's okay. He will find another way to do it. Yang says he won't let his friend alone, so he will help. Yang starts walking to a locked place, while the product was being announced for 5 million. Yang was behind a wall, just watching what was happening there. Suddenly, the woman notices something strange. Images of the old man stealing the item begin to be shown on the screen. People start to notice what was happening. Li shouts, asking who was broadcasting this. The next scenes were even stronger. They showed him killing a person. People start to scream and point at him, asking what this meant. He owed an explanation to everyone immediately. Suddenly, Zhang appears behind everyone, telling Li that if he did something bad, people would inevitably find out. He can no longer hide that he killed someone in exchange for money. He shouts, asking where this bastard came from and how he had the courage to do this. Zhang asks if anyone there wanted to know who the murderer in this video is. Zhang goes to the woman and asks her to help him confirm the situation. He asks her if the murderer in this video is the serial killer who was arrested a few days ago, Huang. People start to question this, as Li was involved with a serial killer. The woman says she checked, and the murderer in the video is indeed the serial killer Huang. She orders her guards to take the man named Li. The people who were there watching Li being taken away say that what he did is not right. They were there thinking he was a patriotic businessman, not expecting him to be a murderer. Zhang just looks at this and thinks of his friends Laoba and Madman. He finally avenged them. The general manager smiles and tells Qin that she definitely has a good eye, as this young man is very interesting. She is a little embarrassed and asks him to stop saying that. He laughs again and says that she is not even modest. However, this young man does not seem to be an easy person to deal with. When the time comes, do not forget to teach him well. Uncle Liu tells Yue Ying that Zhang is intelligent and courageous, not to mention that he has many tricks up his sleeve. In the future, he will be an extremely powerful man. She just laughs at that. He calls her to talk to the general manager. They approach the director and greet him, saying that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The general manager asks him if his father was still well. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since the last time he saw him. Liu says that his father often remembers the general manager. The general manager smiles at that. Liu tells the general manager that the person next to him is his niece, Yue Ying. They would like to recommend her as someone interested in joining the National Security Bureau. He says that he understands that the Bureau requires candidates to have at least an A-ranking talent, and they must also have a second-level Magic Domain Fighter exam certificate. He says that his niece was very lucky and managed to awaken an S-ranking talent. Although she is still a first-level Magic Domain Fighter, he dares to say that in less than a year, she will definitely pass the second-level Magic Domain exam. He greets the general manager. His uncle continues saying that's why he would like to make this request with him and hopes he accepts. The general manager greets her back and says that the younger generation should be trusted. Definitely. The director begins to talk to Liu and says that personally he does not oppose, but procedures must be followed. After all, they cannot have rumors about this. Liu says he is right about that. The general manager says that the section chief Qin is currently responsible for human resource management at the bureau. He says that Liu should talk to him about this. Liu responds that he was fine with that, then he smiles and says that he would have to look for her to take care of his niece when she applies to the National Security Bureau. Qin smiles and says that she would definitely take care of her, as long as she meets the requirements. Of course, there will be no problem if she applies, but if she does not meet the requirements, then she hopes that Liu understands. He says he understood perfectly. After a while, Zhang talks to Zhang again, saying that he really is something amazing. Who would think that he would expose such a strong poison to Li? She says she made a deal with the CEO of Medical to prioritize arrangements for him once the new artificial kidneys are released. He smiles and thanks her for it. He says if there's nothing else, he would leave. She touches his shoulder and asks why he wants to leave so early. She points out that tonight is a great opportunity for him, as it was full of influential and powerful people. She asks if he wouldn't want to meet any of them. He smiles and thanks her again, but says he had some important things to do, not to mention he's not very good at interacting with other people. With that, he starts to leave and waves to her, saying that if she needs anything in the future, she could call him again. She smiles and waves back at him, thinking he is still very young. This night is an opportunity that many would kill to get and wouldn't achieve. As he starts to leave, Yue Ying notices this and becomes a little apprehensive. Her uncle tells her not to worry, as she must be fine to enter the National Security Bureau. She says it's not that. She was just looking at the person who helped her before. She stares at him and is very shocked. She asks her uncle if he wasn't finding him identical to someone. He asks who that would be. She says he was Asura. Her uncle asks if she was talking about Asura from the magic domain, the archer. She replies that's right. Her intuition was screaming, saying they were so alike that they were possibly the same person. Her uncle asks why she doesn't go to the magic domain and confront Asura. With that, her eyes widen with this idea. She tells her uncle he was right. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She is very happy about it and says she would enter the magic domain immediately and ask him about it. Her uncle is happy about it. She runs off, saying she would do it now. Her uncle thinks she seems to have sincere feelings for him, Asura. He has a lot of charm. He even managed to attract the pearl from the family's hands some time ago on the 8th floor altar. Zhang had just arrived. He sees his team completely injured. Autumn says they weren't hunting monsters, but being used as punching bags. The Dragon King says that's exactly it. He never cut such a sad figure before. Zhang is shocked by this and shouts, asking what happened to them and what monsters they found on the way. The Titan sighs and says he hadn't even said that. But Yue Ying was busy, so she didn't come up with it. They went out to fight monsters, but they found over 300 centaur knights. The Dragon King says it was terrifying. 300 of them surrounded them. It's a miracle no one was dead. Zhang asks if there really were 300 centaur knights. This is not something a small team of adventurers can withstand. Zhang emphasizes that he was afraid that not even a dozen teams can handle this. Maybe these knights can only be defeated by the strength of a few hundred or 1,000 people. The Titan sighs and agrees with that. There are still 3 months left until the second-level Magic Domain Fighter exam. If this drags on, it will be very difficult. They enhanced. Suddenly, someone else starts to arrive. This person was Yue Ying. She apologizes for being late. She says participating in the reception delayed her a bit. They tell her she wasn't late, after all. They were the ones who received the spankings. As she approaches him, she wonders if he was already there, and if he really is Zhang and Asura are the same person. Why he didn't confirm it when Uncle Liu asked. She thinks maybe he doesn't fully trust them for that. Liddy is happy and runs up to him, saying that now everything was fine. They were all there, so they could continue fighting. Zhang takes the Magic Domain Guide and says that, according to it, the monsters on the 8th floor are different races of centaurs, divided into 3 groups. Titan took advantage of them being gathered and said they would talk as they walked around. However, everyone should stay alert, as the monsters on this floor were very strong. Titan begins to explain that the centaur archers specialize in long-range attacks and their aim is terribly accurate. Moreover, they are extremely vigilant and never allow enemies to approach them. However, as soon as they perceive danger, they try their best to keep their distance from the adventurers. On the other hand, the centaur soldiers, who are as fast as the adventurers running, wear heavy armor and wield a large axe in their hands, which makes their defense and damage high. Centaur knights are very fast when they move. They wear leather armor and wield scimitars in their hands, causing critical damage to ground targets. As for the floor boss, he is known as the Centaur General. Rumors say he is located on a high platform in the centaur pasture. Next to the boss, there are 3 troops that the boss controls using his token. As the group walked, Titan emphasized once again for everyone to stay alert, as centaurs could appear ahead. A little further ahead, the centaurs finally appear. Titan is the first to see them and shouts for everyone to be prepared to fight. Right in front of them was a group of centaur soldiers. Titan positions himself at the front, using his ability to provide more defense for his team. With his ability active, he warns Zhang not to summon his most valuable beasts, as they would be fighting a group of centaurs. This could cause major losses in bosses. First, they would try to lure one away from the others and thus gain a numerical advantage. Zhang agrees with this and thinks his leader is right. He should carefully use each boss he has, as going back to previous floors to capture another would take too much time. With everyone ready, Zhang shoots an arrow at the nearest centaur, drawing its attention. Their plan works. The centaur starts running towards them, alone. Titan says this is perfect. Now they just need to focus their attacks on the centaur to get rid of it quickly. The centaur reaches them and attacks Titan, but barely does any damage since his ability was active. The Dragon King and Yue Ying waste no time and immediately attack. A little further away was Autumn, controlling the centaur so it couldn't dodge the attack. Zhang shouts that he would draw the centaur's attention to him, so the others could attack the lower part of the centaur, where there was no armor to protect its body. Once Zhang manages to draw the centaur's attention, the Dragon King rushes in and starts attacking. Autumn continues to use his magic, freezing the centaur's hooves to the ground. Yue Ying takes advantage of the centaur being immobilized and attacks with her ability, Light's Cut. This was enough to defeat the centaur. The Dragon King smiles and says he's really impressed with the damage Yue Ying dealt to the centaur. He points out that her ability has increased significantly. As the centaur's body begins to disappear, orbs start falling to the ground. Titan begins to collect them all and says they would divide them later. Zhang analyzes the situation and says that killing them one by one would take too much time to advance, so he asks what they think about dealing with the rest of the centaurs all at once. Zhang crouches down and begins to summon his beasts. Suddenly, all the beasts come out at once. The Dragon King agrees with this, as if Zhang used his beasts from the beginning. Neither he nor Yue Ying would get tired throughout the day. Titan agrees that Zhang's beasts are indeed very strong, and it would be much easier for them to proceed this way. However, they shouldn't stop improving themselves, as on the next floors they would encounter much bigger challenges, and each of them should be able to handle their opponents alone. The Dragon King smiles and ends up agreeing with his leader. He says he would train hard to always be evolving. However, this time, he wanted to take advantage of Zhang's help. Titan eventually gives in and accepts the help of the beasts. Zhang wastes no time and says they should finish off all the centaurs now. With that, the fight begins. The centaurs grouped there start coming all at once. Titan opens his shield again, activating his ability. Yue Ying and the Dragon King continue advancing with him. Zhang sends his beasts into the fray. In a matter of minutes, all the centaurs end up being defeated. While Titan picks up the orbs on the ground, he says their team was doing very well, as they defeated 3 centaurs with extreme ease. Zhang seizes this opportunity and asks them why they don't create a guild. Everyone is shocked by this. Liddy asks him if he would finance the creation of the guild. Titan says they had this idea before, but they needed a lot of money to create the guild. Not to mention they would have to take responsibility for all the members. Titan continues explaining that orbs, blood tonics, weapons, and equipment should be provided to the members by the guild. Autumn adds that if by any chance a guild member were to die in an accident, the guild should give a good amount of money to the family as compensation. Zhang analyzes all this and says that it's really not as easy as he thought, but it's almost mandatory for adventurers to join guilds as they start climbing the floors. Titan says Zhang is right, but they shouldn't think about it at the moment, because ahead of them was a village where the boss probably resided. Zhang looks at a person in the midst of others and says he had seen him somewhere before. Titan says they do know each other. That's Whirlwind. While people were wondering how they would manage to win, Titan approaches them and greets Whirlwind, asking what was going on there. Whirlwind greets him back and says no one had occupied the boss yet. The problem there was that the Centaur General was not a common boss. This was an elite boss. Zhang excitedly shouts about this, asking if they were sure it was an elite boss. Litty begins to say that an elite boss from the 8th floor is really dangerous. Its strength is immeasurable, and that's why there are so many people standing there. While everyone was apprehensive, Zhang remained excited. He says that the elite boss of the 1st floor was already very strong. Imagine the magnitude of the strength of the elite boss of the 8th floor. The Dragon King sighs and tells Zhang to calm down and not even think about attacking now. For today, they should stop. Titan agrees with this and says that apparently today it would be almost impossible to defeat the boss. They should go back to the altar and rest for a while. Litty says this time they were unlucky to encounter an elite boss right away. Under pressure from the other team members, Zhang ends up agreeing with them and decides to leave the magical domain. Yue Ying notices that he's already leaving and tries to talk to him, asking him to wait a bit. However, it's too late. He's already gone, and she doesn't get to ask him what she really wanted to know. The next day, at the school building, Zhang enters the classroom and his friend Wang Yang says there was someone there earlier looking for him. Zhang asks who that person was. Wang Yang shouts at him and asks what kind of relationship he had with his goddess, Yue Ying, because it was still morning, and she had come twice looking for him. Zhang gets a little nervous with this kind of question. Suddenly, Yue Ying appears at the classroom door and asks Zhang to accompany her for a moment. The two go outside the school, and all the other students stay at the window watching them, wondering what kind of relationship was happening there. Some people said Zhang was not a suitable person to be with the goddess Yue Ying. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yang says they were all wrong because no one knew Zhang more than he did, and that's why he would explain to everyone what was really happening between Zhang and Yue Ying. The students turned to him, curious, saying that the two were always together, and clearly they were good friends. So, what Wang Yang had to say could really be true. All the students sit in front of Wang Yang as he begins to say that, as everyone already knew, the level of the goddess Yue Ying was very high, and that's why she never accepted Zhang's love. However, Zhang actually always liked her, and that's why he always tried to win that love. And finally he managed to win Yue Ying's heart, and that's why they were now together. The students can't understand this story. One of them says that all this is very strange. He asks what Zhang did, since Yue Ying personally went to look for him, and now the two of them were going to an isolated place. Wang Yang asks everyone to be silent, and asks them what a man and a woman who are together don't want others to see. A girl in the midst of everyone shouts, asking if this means that Yue Ying is pregnant with Zhang's child. The rest of the students are shocked by this. Wang Yang tries to deflect and says it was her who said that, not him. In the schoolyard, Yue Ying begins to thank Zhang for what he did yesterday. She says she doesn't really know how to repay him, so she would like him to have this diary. She emphasizes that the diary contains the knowledge of inner martial arts, and this would help him when he takes the national martial exam. Zhang looks at the diary and says that here is the result of Yue Ying's hard work all this time. It's very special for him to accept it. Yue Ying says that this time the school only has 2 spots available for the martial arts school, and one of the spots was already hers, so there was only one left. She wishes him good luck, and asks him to work hard because she would wait for him at the Qing Martial Arts Academy. Zhang looks at this situation and thinks that maybe she still doesn't know who he really is. After a long day, Zhang returns home. As soon as he enters, his sister introduces Qin, saying she is the new vice principal of the school where she studies. Zhang looks at her and says so it was her. He wonders if she was there because of what happened at the charity reception. Qin smiles and greets him, saying she was just visiting today. She asks why he was standing at the door. Was he scared by her presence there? Feng goes to her brother smiling and offers him fruits, saying it was Qin who gave them. Zhang thanks her for the gift. Qin gets straight to the point, saying she had already read his file. Zhang sits next to her and says he could take care of his sister and asks Qin not to worry about it, but she begins to say that millions of dollars a year to rent a kidney is not a small amount. Qin looks at Zhang and asks what his real plans are for the future. Zhang is at a loss for words, as he didn't expect this. Qin stands up and hands him her card, saying he knows very well who she really is, and if he needed anything, he could contact her any time. Qin emphasizes that Zhang is no longer a child, and he knows very well that this is not just about him, but also about his sister, so he should think carefully before taking any action. Qin says goodbye to them and leaves. Feng asks her to stay a little longer, as she had just arrived. Zhang remains silent, thinking about the real reason why Qin wanted him to join the National Security Bureau so much. As soon as Qin leaves, Zhang calls his sister and asks her when Qin became the vice principal of her school. Feng says, as far as she remembers, it was in the middle of last week. Zhang thinks that Qin became vice principal of the school recently and was already visiting the guardians of the students. This doesn't make much sense. It seems she had been keeping an eye on Zhang for a while now. Zhang asks his sister to make dinner for her, as he would have to enter the magical domain earlier tonight. Feng says he enters the magical domain every night. She asks if it's really interesting there because she wanted to take a look. Already on the 8th floor, Zhang has just entered. The Dragon King greets him and says he was hoping that the elite boss had been defeated by a powerful senior. Titan says they would only know once they got there. Suddenly, Zhang hears an argument behind him and asks what was happening there. A young man was arguing with the old man, asking why he wasn't accepting archers. Were they not good enough for him? The old man replies that, compared to mages, the damage and defense of archers are very low, and therefore they would only be a burden to healers. Not to mention they would take up space from others who could really help. This young man who is arguing with the old man is called Arrow. He can't accept this. The old man asks him to find another team. Titan explains that in the magical domain, many archers find themselves in circumstances like this. Zhang gets annoyed with this, goes to Arrow, and starts to say that he saw everything that happened to him. Zhang also explains that he is an archer too, and was thinking of creating a guild just for archers. He asks if the archers present would like to participate. Titan, hearing this, is puzzled by what was happening. The archers who were with Arrow ask if it's really a guild just for archers. Zhang says he understands their confusion. However, he emphasizes that while they are in his guild, they wouldn't have to worry about problems. Not to mention he wouldn't charge anyone a cent, much less cause any harm. Zhang continues to say that, on top of all that, he would ensure that everyone passes the 8th floor. After explaining all this, he looks at everyone and asks if they were prepared to risk it. Other people who were there start laughing, saying that this was a joke because an archer guild was just trash. They would be the trashiest guild among the trash. Others laughed and said that Zhang was just another scammer who promised the world. After a while, he charged absurd fees and disappeared. Titan draws Zhang's attention, saying that things weren't as simple as he was thinking. A group formed only by archers wouldn't be able to defeat the boss of the 8th floor. Titan asks Zhang what he expected the archers to do when the centaurs attack them, since they didn't have defense or life to withstand great damage. The Dragon King agrees with Titan and asks Zhang to listen to the advice of his leader. They should leave while the situation hasn't escalated yet. Zhang simply ignores everything he heard and says that if he was able to speak such words, it's because he can fulfill what he says. Arrow feels more confident when he hears this and shouts, saying that it was fine by him. He would place all his trust in Zhang. He asks if it's just joining the guild and nothing else. Zhang says that's exactly it, and also states that he would participate because they, the archer class, have been considered useless for too long. Arrow feels welcomed and shouts that they would do it, and if they died, then they would all die together. Zhang smiles and says that's right. Zhang adds Arrow as his friend and asks if anyone else would like to join, because today he would accept 100 people into his team without charging any fees. Zhang emphasizes that after they pass the boss of the 8th floor, anyone else who wanted to join would have to pay, so everyone there should think very carefully about it. Several archers start running towards him, shouting that they also wanted to be part of it. They have always been rejected by everyone, so they wanted to be part of it because they didn't want to be treated as trash anymore. Titan looks at all this and says that now it's impossible for Zhang to stop what he's doing, because he has already recruited many members for his guild. It wouldn't be possible to dismiss everyone. The Dragon King doesn't like the idea very much, however. He says that Zhang is their friend and has never spared efforts to help everyone there. The least they should do was to support him and join his guild too. Autumn agrees with this and says that they really should stand by Zhang and his decision. On the other hand, Liti gets irritated with this and says they were kidding her because they were all archers and it would be impossible for them to fight monsters. Yue Ying doesn't hesitate and says she would be part of it because she fully trusted Zhang and believed he had his reasons for doing this. The bunny also says she would join them. The Dragon King reiterates that although Zhang is a bit stubborn, he is still a friend to everyone there, so everyone would support him. Titan, as the group leader, says that since everyone agrees, they would join the guild too. After all that, the Dragon King starts laughing non-stop and says that now he realizes that this guild is made only for archers. He asks Zhang if he would allow them to join too. Zhang also laughs at this situation and says that he never thought of leaving them behind. In addition to accepting them into the guild, they would also be VIP members and enjoy the best benefits. Titan calls Zhang and says that they would discuss the benefits later. Now they had to focus on the current issue. Titan asks Zhang how he was planning to help all these archers to pass the boss of the floor, the Centaur General. Zhang says that Titan would see that only when the time comes. Seta, all excited, asks Zhang what they were going to do now, as they had already reached 100 members. Zhang is impressed with how quickly they reached 100 members and says that's great. Now each of them should open the negotiation forum and buy a shovel. Seta doesn't understand and asks what this shovel would be for. Zhang says it's a common shovel. If they couldn't find a shovel available on the market, it could be any other equipment that can dig the ground, like long blade axes. These items would be very important when they were facing the monsters later on. Even without understanding the goal very well, Seta agrees and says he would pass the order on to everyone. Zhang shouts for everyone to hear that the show would start soon. After everything is ready, they begin to leave the altar. As they leave, the people around them start mocking them, saying that these people were going crazy because they would die, as they didn't have any defense class. They laughed and said they would watch to see how these idiots would end up dying in a pathetic way. All the archers were in line, following their new leader. After walking for a while, Zhang signals for everyone to stop, as he spotted several centaurs together. Zhang emphasizes that from now on, everyone must follow his orders without hesitation, as there is no room for errors. Seta agrees with this and asks how they should fight. Titan says he could tank all of them while the archers attacked from a distance. Autumn begins to say that they should be very careful, as the centaurs are very fast. Even a few dozen meters away, they would take about 5 seconds just to reach them. Zhang starts to tell Titan that he doesn't need to worry this time. He should just watch. Zhang grabs his bow and takes the lead. Yue Ying is worried about him and asks him to be as careful as possible. Zhang starts to lead and tells the archers to pay close attention to his orders. None of them should attack before he gives the command, but they all need to be ready to shoot. He asks everyone to aim at the centaur that he draws attention to, and as soon as he gives the order, everyone should shoot. After explaining what should be done, Zhang shoots the centaur. His arrow goes directly to the centaur and hits its body directly, catching its attention. The centaur turns to them and starts to advance very quickly. Zhang shouts for everyone to aim. A few seconds later, the shooting order comes. Several arrows start flying towards the centaur, killing it almost instantly. Everyone is amazed by this, shouting that the combined damage of 100 people equals 10,000 points of damage. This is scary. The attacks don't stop, and a new rain of arrows is fired, hitting several centaurs at once and defeating all who were there. Seta starts to laugh, seeing the extent of the strength they had. He shouts, saying that archers are not trash, they just hadn't found an effective way to fight. The true power of an archer is only shown when they join with other archers. Zhang says that's exactly it. When you gather several archers in one place, their true power appears. Zhang goes to the centaur's body and starts collecting the orbs, saying they need to continue eliminating all the monsters that are there, as there were still many. The people who mocked them at the altar are completely shocked by the terrifying strength of the archers. They wonder how they had never thought that the combined damage of a group of archers would be so strong. Zhang draws the attention of a new group of centaurs and starts running. As he runs, he asks them to shoot again. Another rain of arrows is fired towards the centaurs following Zhang, and again the centaurs are killed within seconds. Titan looks at this and says that Zhang is truly a natural talent, a genius. While Zhang is collecting the orbs, the Dragon King goes to him and asks what made him come up with the idea of gathering so many archers and combining their attacks. It was a brilliant idea. Zhang says it's nothing special. He just remembered from previous wars between the states. The state of Qin had a powerful troop that advanced from victory to victory, sweeping through all 6 main states. These troops used bows and arrows as weapons. The Dragon King was a bit confused by this, saying he had never heard of this period of war between states. Zhang smiles and thinks of course he wouldn't know about it, because this story is from a different world. After clearing the area around, they finally reach the village where the floor boss resides. Seta looks at Zhang and says he still hasn't explained what they should do. Another member says they still don't know what to do with the shovels Zhang told them to buy. He asks if Zhang was thinking of having them fight directly with these shovels as combat equipment. Zhang says that just ahead of them is the entrance to the fortress, and their next step is to use the equipment they bought to dig a deep hole around it. He emphasizes that the depth of the hole should be at least 10 meters. Titan asks Zhang if he was thinking of defeating the Centaur Knights while they were trapped inside this hole. Zhang says that's right, because even with Titan's great defense, they wouldn't be able to withstand several direct attacks from hundreds of centaurs at the same time. So only with this method they would be able to defeat all of them effectively and without taking any damage. The Dragon King laughs and says it's incredible the strategic capacity Zhang has. All guild members start doing what Zhang asked, and quickly the pit begins to take shape. Titan says he understood the plan, but still has a question. He asks Zhang how they are going to lure the centaurs into this pit. Zhang says he had already thought about that too. He himself would lure them into the ambush. Titan doesn't agree with this, saying it's too risky, as he is an archer with low defense stats. If the Centaur Knights start chasing him with no one else to help, Zhang would be in danger. Yueying gets worried and shouts, saying that Titan is right. This is way too dangerous. Titan offers to do it himself. He says he is the only one there with a large defense and HP. Even if the Centaur Knights managed to catch him, he would still be able to resist for a while. Zhang takes a vial in his hand and says again for Titan not to worry. Zhang starts to explain that his agility is almost at 50 points, and his body size is also quite tall. Additionally, he has something that can help him survive. The vial he was holding is a great potion for increasing agility. Series B, damage 0. The special effect? Agility increased by 200%, lasts 60 seconds, one-time use. Titan is impressed and says that Zhang really thought of every detail of his plan, but he emphasizes that even though he has the situation under control, he still worries. So, he asks Zhang to be as careful as possible. 10 minutes later, a large pit was opened, with a stone on each side and a rope tying both stones. Seta says they had already finished digging the hole. Zhang asks everyone to get ready, because he is going to lure all the Centaur Knights and use the rope to jump. Titan, once again, tells him that his safety is the priority there. If things start to get out of control, he should abandon his plan and run as fast as he can. Yueying is also very worried about him and asks him to stay safe at all costs. Zhang starts running to put his plan into action and says he understood everything, but they didn't need to worry. The Dragon King looks at all this and asks if Zhang is really going to be able to do it. Yueying says that all they can do at the moment is to believe in him. Zhang was already inside the fortress. As he ran through it, he thought there were many tents there. No wonder the general could command over 100 centaurs. Suddenly, Zhang notices something ahead. He stops running and hides near one of the tents. As he looks closer, he realizes that the boss that was there was still the elite boss. This means that no one has passed this floor yet. Zhang thinks there's no point in dwelling on it too much. After all, it doesn't matter if the boss is elite or not. He would die anyway. Zhang gets up, aims at the boss, and fires an arrow. The boss notices it and quickly turns to Zhang. The general starts shouting that there was a foolish intruder there, raises his flag and shouts, calling all his soldiers and ordering them to kill this intruder in the name of their battle flag. Zhang looks at this and thinks that this yellow flag is probably to control the centaur knights. Suddenly, many centaur knights start running towards him from all sides. There were centaurs everywhere. Zhang starts taunting them, shouting and challenging them to fight. He takes the potion he had brought with him. After taking the potion, he starts running at an incredible speed. As he ran, he shouted, provoking the centaurs, saying that even with double the legs, they couldn't keep up with him. The centaurs kept following him. On the other side of the pit were the archers. They shout that it was time and everyone should be ready. Zhang was still running ahead of the centaurs. Everyone was anxious at this scene as the centaurs chased him. Zhang starts crossing the rope and thinks that whether they win or lose depends only on this moment. He jumps and lands on the rope. Ying shouts his name, scared. The centaurs keep running after him and start falling into the pit one after the other. Already on the other side, Zhang takes the lead and orders them to shoot. All his 100 archers start shooting non-stop at all the centaurs. Once again, the sky is covered by arrows. As expected, the centaurs start receiving the arrows that kill them quickly. The Dragon King asks why he is feeling chills all over his body. He shouts that this was truly insane. Liti shouts that the archers are really extraordinarily strong. She would never underestimate any of them again. The archers on the edge of the pit start saying that this was amazing. The feeling they had was like when they chose to be archers. Another member says that's right. In the past, when they fought monsters, they could only release flares to attract the monsters, shooting some arrows while being chased. The method Zhang used was really amazing. Another person says that he finally felt like he could hold his head up high. Now, he no longer felt like trash. The centaurs' bodies start disappearing and leaving orbs. Zhang asks everyone to help collect all the orbs that are there. They should put all of them in the guild's inventory. Once they finish with the boss, he will share them with everyone. The archers are happy to hear that everyone will earn orbs equally and jump into the pit, smiling with happiness. While the other archers also jumped into the hole, they said that there were over 300 centaur knights, and they wondered how many orbs there could be there. The Dragon King said that he felt their presence there was unnecessary, as they didn't have to do anything. Meanwhile, the Titan goes to talk to Zhang and warns him that the boss of this floor controls 3 waves of knights. This was just the first. There were still 2 waves to come, and they would be more dangerous. Therefore, he again asks Zhang to be as careful as possible. Ying also becomes worried and agrees with the Titan, saying he was absolutely right. She felt that things were getting dangerous. Zhang asks them not to worry so much, as he had prepared enough potions to handle the situation. Having said that, he jumps to the other side of the hole and asks them to take care of cleaning up the battlefield while he would attract the second wave of monsters. Ying says that was fine, she would take care of it, and asks him to stay safe. They watch again as Zhang re-enters the boss's fortress. Soon, Zhang comes running back with another army of centaurs behind him. The knights were almost catching up to him. The Titan becomes worried, saying that this is bad, as these are armored centaur knights. Zhang jumps the hole again while the Titan shouts, asking if the arrows would be able to pierce the centaur's armor. Zhang replies that they didn't have time to think about that at the moment. They should just attack. The knights begin to fall again, and Zhang asks all the archers to start firing with all their might. That way, they might be able to pierce the armor. All the archers line up and Zhang asks them to use everything they have, even their abilities, as they could not afford to be stuck in such a critical moment. The archers shout that they understood and begin to fire their arrows. Some arrows fail to pierce the strong armor of the knights, however some do. The Titan looks at the centaurs inside the hole, still alive, and says that this damage was minor. The arrows are not effective against the knight's armor. He asks what they would do now. The Dragon King says that if they continue attacking with this damage, they would not be able to kill these monsters until the boss fully recovered. The Titan turns to Zhang and asks what they should do now in this situation. The Dragon King says that perhaps it would be a good time for them to retreat, as they had managed to kill an entire wave with no loss. Zhang thinks that if they go back now, all the work they had done up to that point would be wasted, not to mention that it would shake all the guild members' confidence in their leader, and that might even make most of the members want to leave the guild. Suddenly, Zhang raises his hand and asks everyone to stop attacking. The Titan asks if they were retreating. Zhang smiles and asks how they could do that without killing the boss first. The archers and even the Titan are puzzled by this. They ask how they would kill the boss, if they were not even able to kill these armored knights. Zhang says that if they were not managing to kill them, then they should not kill them yet. The Titan, still confused, asks why they would not kill them yet, and says he is totally confused by these words. Zhang raises his weapon and says that if they were not managing to kill these knights, they should not waste time on it, and therefore they would leave everyone there trapped. Zhang emphasizes that he would go back in and draw the last wave, so they could deal directly with the floor's boss and kill him without much difficulty. Yue Ying is completely frightened by this and screams at Zhang, saying that if he continues to attract the knights and the boss alone, he could end up in trouble. The Dragon King shouts, saying that's right, that Zhang must be going crazy to say such a thing. He asks what Zhang would do if he would require all 9 lives to kill him, and even then he would take 10 lives, and in the end, Zhang would lose. The Titan says they were right, for even if Zhang managed to lure the boss in the last wave, they still would not be able to defeat them. Zhang listens to everyone, looks at them, and asks for just one thing, that they believe in him one more time. It wouldn't take long. They should just wait there. Zhang tries to run back into the boss's fortress, but Yue Ying runs alongside him and holds his hand, saying he couldn't go back there. Zhang looks at her, wondering why her face was so red. Yue Ying continues to shout that Zhang should not forget that this boss is an elite boss and that, with just one hit, he is capable of killing everyone there. She asks him not to put himself in danger and to return with everyone to the altar. He realizes what her red face means, looks directly at her, and says that if she really wants him to go back with her to the altar, she should let him kiss her. This makes Yue Ying's heart race and her eyes widen. She lowers her head in great embarrassment, lets go of his hand, and allows him to kiss her. However, as soon as she releases his arm, Zhang runs to the other side and chuckles, saying it was just a joke and that she shouldn't take things so seriously. This makes her yell, calling him an idiot. The Titan says he is the guild leader, so they should just wait for his return. He starts to summon one of his beasts and shouts for everyone not to worry, as nothing would happen to him. Zhang thinks he was really surprised by Yue Ying, as he didn't imagine she would care so much about him. The archers are astonished and shout, "What the hell is this? The guild leader is mounting the mine boss with a dog head to fight." Zhang gets on top of his beast and reaches the boss. People say this is really incredible. As soon as he reaches the boss, he orders his beast to use its explosive ability. The beast starts throwing its bombs, and Zhang joins in the attack. The elite boss sees Zhang and immediately begins to attack, saying, "You should die." Several centaurs start coming again. Zhang says it all depends on the dog-headed boss. He asks his beast to explode all the centaurs that were coming. Zhang begins to take his potion, while his beast grabs the explosives in its hands. The beast throws the first bombs, sending several centaurs into the air. Zhang thinks that if he can't finish off a good part of them, he wouldn't be able to fight the boss. As things progress, Zhang realizes he has only one option left. He apologizes to his beast, but says it needs to be sacrificed. He aims his arrow at the boss. The boss sees this and screams, "Human, the only result for those who dare enter my camp is death." The boss jumps to attack him, but Zhang jumps back and shouts that they still don't know which of them would end up on the ground at the end of this fight. He mocks the boss and tells him to catch him if he can. The dog-headed boss continues fighting against all the centaurs, exploding everything he can, but he is about to die. Zhang starts to run, calling the boss with him, while the dog-head stayed behind, distracting the centaurs. Zhang shouts once more, apologizing to his beast. He says it was necessary. The dog-headed boss agrees and starts to self-destruct. He closes his eyes and howls. Soon after, a massive explosion occurs that everyone could see from afar. The people waiting on the other side for Zhang are astonished, asking what was happening there. This explosion could only be the dog-headed boss self-destructing. Others shout that their leader was coming. Zhang was running ahead while the elite boss ran behind him with a few more centaurs. Zhang was thinking that he would like to know how strong the elite boss was. He was eager for the end of this. They shout that Zhang alone had managed to kill more than 100 centaurs at once. The Titan shouts for everyone to be on alert. As soon as the boss comes within their attack range, everyone should attack together. The boss throws one of his weapons at Zhang, screaming for him to die. However, Zhang dodges and shouts that the boss was there. They should attack. The archers start shouting, saying that everyone should attack with everything they had, because the guild leader risked his life to lure the boss. They couldn't disappoint him now. Another volley of arrows flies towards the boss and his centaurs. The archers continue shooting without hesitation. Several centaurs begin to be hit, but the boss manages to defend himself. He shouts, "You dare come after me with this petty trick?" The boss grabs another of his weapons and throws it towards the archers, saying, "Despicable humans, I will sacrifice your lives for my army." His spear flies with great force towards a group of archers. The boss's attack hits an archer and nearly kills him with just one blow. Quickly, the others gather around the archer who was hit. They are frightened by the boss's strength and scream that the boss managed to defend against several arrows and his damage is terrifying. The archer who was hit is Arrow. The VIP members gather around him. Titan uses his ability to better protect them. Titan shouts that no one else should be hit by an attack, or they would be in trouble. Zhang is encouraged by this, and says that this was expected of an elite boss. He prepares and says that if that's the case, then it's fine. Zhang starts summoning one of his beasts, and says that it's finally his time to take the stage. The wizard Blackfin appears in front of everyone. The archers continue to be scared seeing the beasts appearing out of nowhere. However, the Dragon King begins to laugh, saying that this is brilliant. He had forgotten about this. Zhang positions himself and says it's time for black magic to steal the show. The boss Blackfin begins to use his magic, summoning and consuming his monsters. He starts to gather magic. More and more magic is accumulated. The dark aura begins to hit the centaur boss and the centaurs who were trapped in the hole. The curse deals the first damage, causing huge damage to the boss. 18,855. The system window shows the ability Death Curse, Grade 1, Level 1. Effect: when you are under the effects of Blackfin's curse, each of your magical attacks increases the damage by 20%. Titan gets excited and says that this choice of beast was simply perfect, as Blackfin's attacks are magical, and the centaurs have no magic resistance. Not to mention that their life is large, and Blackfin's magical attack is based on the percentage of life. In other words, it's completely the opposite of the centaur. Yue Ying also gets excited, saying that the larger the life of her opponent, the greater her damage will be, regardless of the opponent's life. Once the death curse reaches the 5th level, all those affected by it would have no escape from death. The centaur realizes this and wonders, "A curse? Damn you, Blackfin, you must die." The centaur chief prepares to attack with another of his spears. The spear comes at great speed towards Blackfin, who is caught off guard. However, Titan steps in front and tanks the attack without major problems. He shouts, saying they can't let the boss attack the wizard Blackfin without hesitation. The Dragon King advances, shouting for Yue Ying to come with him so they can attack up close, as he had been holding back for a long time. Yue Ying jumps along with him and says she couldn't wait for this to happen. Zhang calls another beast and shouts for all the long-range attacks to attack along with him. Everyone starts attacking the boss. Blackfin continues using his curse, and the second wave hits, dealing a total of 37,598 damage. The system window opens, notifying Death Curse, Grade 2, Level 1. Effect: when you are under the effects of Blackfin's curse, each of your magical attacks increases by 40% the damage. Zhang looks at the boss and shouts that now he was dead. The boss begins to get angry and shouts, "You despicable humans! You will all die!" The boss raises his front hooves and slams them down hard on the ground, causing a shockwave. A system window opens saying, Thunderous Shock Level 1 effect causes 1,000 points of damage to all opponents within a 5-meter range, while simultaneously inducing them into a state of dizziness for 15 seconds. At this moment, both Yue Ying and the Dragon King were affected by the boss's ability. Seeing this, Zhang jumps, shouting for Yue Ying to be careful. The Titan also advances fearlessly to help the Dragon King. Zhang stands in front of Yue Ying, who had fallen. He begins to summon his beast, Etin. The boss starts shouting again, declaring that everyone should die, and energy begins to accumulate in his spear. Zhang notices this and says that this is not good, as his spear was charged with a lot of power. He targets Blackfin and attacks. Zhang can do nothing to prevent this attack and just watches as the spear pierces Blackfin's chest, dealing 61,643 damage. Blackfin writhes in pain, the curse begins to dissipate from the boss, and shortly after, Blackfin falls dead to the ground. The system announces, "Your summoned beast Blackfin has been killed in battle." Zhang gets nervous about this and shouts that the attack was really strong, but he realizes it's not the time to dwell on it. He starts to attack the boss and shouts that he will fight the boss until one of them dies. He orders once more that all long-range attacks target the boss and gives the command to fire. Hundreds of arrows begin to fall again on the boss. The toad beast uses its fireball along with the arrows. This entire attack hits the boss, causing 92,885 damage, leaving the boss with very little life. Yue Ying stands up, smiling. Zhang celebrates, as the damage was extremely high. Yue Ying advances again. She manages to use her ability, Light Slash, and realizes the damage was very substantial. She says now she understands everything. The effect of Blackfin's curse was not dispelled with his death. All magic used against the boss is still amplified, including her Light Slash ability. Zhang jumps and says his weapon has a life absorption effect, and with this, his damage should also be increased. But when he attacks, his damage only deals 22 damage to the boss. Yue Ying is on one side and Zhang on the other. The boss is in the middle and shouts, "Lowly humans, you will not be able to kill me." He lifts his front part again to use his ability. Zhang gets irritated, asking why his damage is still so low. Therefore, he orders his toad beast to explode the boss, as he could not use his ability again. The toad beast begins to accumulate its fire and releases it all at once, causing a massive explosion behind the boss, dealing 82,245 damage. This was enough for the elite boss to finally be defeated. The boss falls face down to the ground and finally dies. The Dragon King can hardly believe it and asks if they really managed to kill the elite boss. The system appears above Zhang's head and says, "Congratulations, you have killed the boss of the 8th floor of the magic domain, the Centaur General." Arrow shouts, saying that the guild leader really managed to fulfill everything he promised. Bunny celebrates, as she will be able to advance to the next floor. The rest of the archers shout, celebrating, saying that the guild leader was extremely strong and fulfilled his promise. As soon as the boss dies, Liddy is amazed by what she is seeing. She looks at the hole and jumps in, shouting that she has never seen so much wealth in her entire life. Zhang raises his hand and asks everyone to gather and clean up the entire battlefield. He begins to approach to see the items the boss had left behind. He picks up a dagger that was there, and quickly the system opens. Golden War Dagger. Grade S, damage from 1,650 to 3,400 special effect. Increases attack speed by 20%, usage 700 of 700. Zhang looks at it and says that it really is an S-grade weapon. He laughs and says that its special effect is to increase his attack speed by 20%. This is truly worth being an S-grade weapon. Zhang raises the weapon and tells the members that this weapon is S-grade. It came from the Centaur General. He emphasizes that if anyone needs it, just to call him, as they would distribute it based on demand. Some members present ask what he meant by distributing based on demand. A member tells him to just keep it for himself, because if he, the guild leader, hadn't led them through the ranks and killed the Centaur General, they, just despised archers, would have been stuck there for a long time. Perhaps they would have become grandparents waiting for someone to help them. The other members start to agree and smile, saying that they were happy with the orbs they were collecting from the centaurs, and therefore they would leave that loot for the strongest. They say it was thanks to the guild leader that they regained dignity and confidence, and that is priceless. How could they think of asking for anything else? They mention that everyone there knew this. The current market price is 100,000 per person to ask a master to help them clear, and the boss of the 8th floor was an elite boss. Probably the cost would go from 100,000 to over 1 million, and yet the guild leader did it all without needing to and without asking for a real in return. Everyone there should be grateful for that. The Titan goes up to Zhang and places a hand on his shoulder, saying that today he was a true leader. He created fight strategies, risked himself to achieve the goals of his plans, and directly helped in the main fight. He deserves the loot more than anyone. After listening attentively to everyone, Zhang steps forward and shouts that he knew what everyone was thinking. However, there are so many loots today that he couldn't carry all now that they are all guild members. As the guild leader, it's natural that he himself defends the interests of all members. Therefore, no matter how much someone contributes directly to a battle, as long as they are part of the guild, they will always receive their share. Litty shouts and celebrates, saying her card was maxed out. All the other members celebrate too. Zhang says everything was resolved and that they should head to the next floor. As everyone walked, a group arriving later to fight the boss is surprised, asking what was wrong, where the elite boss and all the centaurs protecting him were. One of them realizes that those below are the archers who had earlier gone to face the boss. He says he thought they had all died already. However, everyone was laughing and celebrating. Probably they had cleared all the centaurs, including the boss of this floor. They start to question this, asking how this was all possible, as they were just archers, a class considered inferior. It was hard to believe, yet their leader says that even if they didn't want to believe it, there wasn't a live centaur or the boss. How would he explain that? The man says they probably called a professional to help. Clearly that was what happened there. Meanwhile, in front of the portal, Zhang led his entire team. Bunny is very excited, shouting that she could hardly wait for the 9th floor. After they cross, they finally arrive at the 9th floor, a very strange place. People are astonished, asking what kind of place this was. It even seemed like an underworld. People start to comment and say that, according to the Magic Domain Guide, the 9th floor is a dreadful place. The monsters there are also terrifying, walking the path of evil, cruel and murderous. This really seems to be the case with this floor. Liddy starts to tremble with fear and asks if she could skip this floor, as she was feeling a bit sick. The Titan says they were quite tired from the intense battle they had just had, so he wanted to ask everyone to rest, and tomorrow morning they would explore the 9th floor more calmly and with more energy. Zhang agrees, and says that if the boss says so, that's settled. Yue Ying approaches them and says it really seems to be getting late. The Dragon King says he was completely exhausted after everything that happened. Zhang says today's battle was very intense and exciting. The Titan says everyone is also tired and asks them to go rest, and they would return early tomorrow. Yue Ying walks past Zhang and tells him he should also leave the magical domain and rest well. He tells her he will. The two say goodbye and he leaves the magical domain. Yue Ying watches where he was and wonders if he is the same person or not. The next day in the school building inside the classroom, Wang Yang was worried because the national martial exam was approaching. He asks what he should do. Zhang thinks that Wang Yang might have a chance in these last few days if he risks his life to train. Wang Yang says he heard that there had already been 2 nominations for the Great Qing Martial Academy from their school. Zhang says he heard about it, but it doesn't matter to him because, nominated or not, he would enter the Qing Martial Academy anyway. Suddenly they notice a big commotion happening. A woman standing and a guy on the ground. They shout to Biao asking if he isn't ashamed, as they couldn't lose to a woman. He can't embarrass his brothers like that. Wang Yang says it's normal. Whenever the national exam approaches, fights start to happen at school. The woman starts to shout and mock everyone there, asking if there really wasn't anyone she could truly fight there. She asks if this is the level they want to bring to the Great Qing Martial Academy. This woman's name is Lily. She sees Zhang passing by and points at him saying he should join in the fun, but he ignores her and tells Wang Yang to just ignore what she was saying and keep walking. However, she continues shouting, saying she was talking to him. Being ignored, she gets irritated and curses them and starts to run towards them. She jumps to attack them, but Zhang easily catches her attack, leaving her startled. He pushes her away. She turns and says to him that his agility is really impressive. He managed to stop her attack without any difficulty. She attacks again, shouting that she wants to see how he would stop this attack now. However, Zhang easily dodges again and thinks that apparently Lily specialized in leg attacks, and in the book that Yue Ying gave him had counter tips specifically for this type of attack. He sweeps her legs out from under her, throwing her to the ground hard. Her friends run to help her up, but Lily thinks that the move he just used is called the moon hidden in the clouds. She is upset because she can still remember how her master and the young woman used that same move before. How could this kid do the same? Zhang turns his back on her and waves, saying he had more important things to do. If she wanted to fight him again, she could look for him when he entered the Great Qing Martial Academy. She is annoyed by that. People are impressed, saying he is the boy who used to clean the training room before, and that he defeated Lily very easily. Not to mention that he is very reserved. Who would have thought he would be a great fighter? Others say they don't care who he really is, as he ended those annoying girls, and that's very good. After a while, on the 9th floor altar, Zhang complains that he slept too much and therefore woke up late. He receives several messages from his companions, asking about him and telling him to wait for everyone once he sees these messages. Zhang decides to wait for everyone at the altar. Suddenly, someone shouts, calling him the guild leader and saying they finally found him. Zhang looks back and asks if he was a guild member too. The man says yes, he is one of the loyal members of the guild. Zhang apologizes for that and explains that he added several people at the same time and therefore couldn't remember everyone. He asks if there was any problem with that. Zack shouts, telling Zhang to immediately return to the 8th floor and save his guild member. Zhang is confused and asks if they hadn't followed the boss Titan to explore this floor. Zack is surprised. He kneels down and starts crying, saying they were not sufficiently prepared, which is why they didn't gather the arrows through the heart, and the others, in their effort, decided to hone their skills first on the 8th floor. However, no one expected they would be attacked by 5 armored knights. That's why they panicked and ran in any direction they saw, and in the rush, some of them jumped onto a path and, before they could realize, they were in a dead end. Zack begins to beg for help. Zhang asks him to stop crying as he would help. He just needs to send a message first. Zack stands up and says it was all right. He would take him to where the others were. As Zack walks away from him, he starts laughing. Once on the 8th floor, they arrive at a strange entrance. Zhang says it looks like a normal ravine. Zack says they were inside. The two begin to enter, and Zhang continues questioning, asking if this was really the right place, as there were many defense structures and flags there. Zack says this was indeed the right place. The flags on the ground were probably left by the Centaur Knights. After walking a bit, they arrive in front of a tower. Zack points to the top of it and says they were trapped up there. Zhang starts to look intently and tells him not to rush. Zack is a bit confused by this. Zhang looks and sees there are 7 armored knights and thinks that saving his people is the priority there. He begins to summon his beasts, and the elite general appears right in front of them, startling Zack with what he was seeing. He yells, saying that this is the Centaur General. Zhang tells him not to be afraid, as this was one of his beasts. He commands the general to attack. The general roars and charges forward. The centaurs that were surrounding the tower see this and begin to advance as well. All the armored centaurs encircle the general. Zhang asks Zack what he was waiting for while he was drawing the monsters. Zack should go up there and save everyone. Zack says he understands and turns around with a not very pleased look on his face. He runs to the tower, while Zhang continues to fight against the monsters. He thinks he should finish this quickly, as this place is quite strange. The general was very strong and was defeating the other centaurs. Zhang yells, asking why no one had come out yet. What were they doing? He notices something strange in the general, and also senses something odd behind him. He turns and asks who was there. The general steps forcefully on the ground, causing the person who is hidden there to appear, fallen on the ground. Zhang says he expected this, and asks the general to grab this man. The general kills the man with just one strike. An arrow comes from the top of the tower towards Zhang, but he easily dodges it. He says that Zack really had deceived him. Zack begins to laugh from the top of the tower. He says that the guild leader can't blame him for this. The only one who can be blamed is the guild leader himself. Zack asks why he had to annoy the members of Down. His head was currently worth 15 million. They were crazy with that much money. Zhang begins to attack and says that they alone wouldn't be able to capture him. His arrow flies toward them, hitting Zack, who screams in pain, saying that Zhang would die today. Zack says that this place is used for centaurs to train. Zack says it's time for the general to return. Unless Zhang can defeat all of them, he won't escape. The centaurs begin to appear. The protagonist looks back in fear. An army of centaurs is running towards him. Zack says they have finally arrived. He asks his friend to record it so they would have proof and become rich. Zhang and his beast are surrounded by centaurs. The system appears, saying, "Would you like to use a random teleportation scroll? Yes or no?" The protagonist thinks that he can't let someone like Zack go unpunished for what he did. Zhang starts running, with people asking what he is doing, if he is going to kill himself, or beg to enter the tower. Zack says it doesn't matter, because as soon as he dies, they just have to wait for the money. Zack looks at him and asks if he has given up. If he wants to be saved, he should give more money. The centaurs continue advancing. Zack keeps laughing, saying Zhang is dead. He can already feel the money in his hands. The protagonist tells them they made a big mistake by abusing his kindness, and because of that, he will hunt them down now. Zack says Zhang is scared, and that if he wants revenge, he can do it after dealing with the 500 centaurs behind him. The centaurs continue advancing and surrounding the protagonist. He smiles and repeats that he will kill them all. Zack is shocked and yells, asking what is happening there. Zack's partners, wondering why the centaurs are not attacking, start to question if Zhang's summoning talent has something to do with it. However, Zack says it's impossible, because if he could summon all those knights at once, he would have already dominated the entire magical domain. The protagonist commands his general to control all the centaurs and surround the tower. The general begins to lead the centaurs. They advance to the tower, completely surrounding it. Zack and his partners don't understand the reason for this. The centaurs ignored Zhang and went directly to them, surrounding the tower. They wonder what they will do now. The centaurs start breaking the tower. The tower begins to fall while Zack screams that Dawn will never leave him alone. Zhang asks if they remember what they did, because if they deceive him, they will all have a slow and miserable death. As the protagonist leaves, a person watches him and says that he really is skilled. This person is called Silent Death. He opens a conversation window with Dawn and says that his plan failed. The other members say they had warned him that Zhang is not an easy person to deal with. A bunch of trash like them wouldn't be able to kill him. They ask where the team that attacked Zhang is. Silent Death says they are all dead. They were killed by the centaurs. The others ask how this happened. Their leader asks him to send the video that was recorded. After watching that video, they say that the protagonist is getting very strong. He already has an elite general. If this continues, they won't be able to defeat him, as he is strong, calm, intelligent, and brave. However, he has a weakness. He is very compassionate and not cruel. He helps anyone who asks for help. One of the members says that if it were him, he would have simply ignored the people asking for help. Their leader says that it is precisely because of his kindness that Zhang is at a high level. Through his kindness, he formed a guild and got close to the Liu family. The members ask what their next step will be. The leader says he is impressed with the protagonist's talent and strength, so he wants to meet him personally. On the 9th floor, Zhang meets his team. They say this floor is very terrifying. Seta says there are traps everywhere and the pagans are too strong. The protagonist says the monsters there are pagans, divided into two groups of believers, one green, one red. When the reds die, they come back to life in an undead form. Their defense and strength are increased, and ordinary attacks have no effect. The greens are even worse. They are weaker in both defense and attack, but as soon as they die, they curse the person who killed them. Titan says the curse can cause weakened attack and defense, constant health loss and dizziness, not to mention that multiple curses can be cast. The Dragon King says that all of this lasts for an hour, and the time is according to the magical domain. Titan highlights that the worst is the boss, the Archbishop. His room is full of snake venom. This venom has the effect of a toxin. When a person is hit, they will constantly lose health, so they need to detoxify immediately. The Archbishop will not attack until all the snakes are eliminated. He uses dark magic, which makes all attributes drop to 0, and this lasts until he dies. As soon as he is killed, his body is possessed by evil spirits, turning him into a demonic creature. For this fight, 10 strong fighters need to be present. Otherwise, it's not even worth trying. The protagonist says they need to find someone who can remove curses. That's the only way to fight. Titan says it's difficult, as support adventurers like Liddy can only heal and not remove curses. Zhang tells them to buy tonics. That way they can fight. The Dragon King says they are very expensive. Liddy says each one cost 5,000. Titan says they are rare and even with money they might not find any. The protagonist asks why Yue Ying wasn't there. The Dragon King says she had to take care of some martial arts matters, so she wouldn't join today. Zhang tells them to take a break today, since many people are already under the curse's effect. Titan agrees with this. With that, they return to the real world. At the Li family mansion, Yue Ying is training. Someone enters the gym. A woman smiles and apologizes for being ignorant. She asks Yue Ying to go easy on her. This woman is named Chao Wei. Yue Ying tells her to stop pretending because she is ranked 40 among the fighting champions. Yue Ying points out that Chao Wei has SS talent and is part of the bureau. Chao Wei attacks and asks why Yue Ying always says she won't be able to get into Qing Academy. Yue Ying dodges and asks her not to underestimate the Class A that Yue Ying helps every year because they are second-level magical domain fighters. Yue Ying attacks, but Chao Wei also dodges and asks if that's all. She emphasizes that maybe her Class A isn't such a big deal. Suddenly, Lily arrives and interrupts them. Chao Wei notices something on Lily's shoulder and asks if she is injured. Lily says she went to the school to meet the students, but she encountered a boy using the Tang family techniques. Chao Wei asks her if she is sure about that. Lily says she is absolutely sure of what she said. Chao Wei gets angry and leaves, saying a nuisance has appeared. She thinks it's an illegitimate son of her father. She says she will show what they are made of. Lily tells Chao Wei that maybe they are not siblings because the boy had nothing to do with her, but she gets angry and says she will face the boy herself. Yue Ying looks at the two and thinks that her cousin never really trains, yet still manages to get accepted into Qing. Talent is truly something you can't envy. The next day, at the school entrance, some students are talking about the registrations. The protagonist notices his phone ringing. Pan Pan asks him why his sister is not at school and if everything is okay. He gets annoyed by this because they left home together to go to school. Pan Pan says she will try calling her. A message arrives on his phone. In the message, there was a picture of his sister tied up and a text saying he should give up taking the martial exam and leave the city. Otherwise, his sister would be in danger. He gets completely furious, wondering who could have done this. He wonders if his identity had been exposed, but he thinks it's impossible. The protagonist begins to despair, wondering what to do. He remembers the card he received from Qin. Zhang takes the card and calls her, explaining the situation and asking for help to find his sister. Meanwhile, in the ruins on the west side of the city, a group of people was on guard. They ask how long they should stay there with Feng. The two start to stutter, and their leader asks why they are doing this. When he looks back, Zhang is standing behind him, angry, shouting that he is there for his sister. The leader is startled and tells him not to come closer, or he will have to defeat him. The protagonist kicks the leader in the face, sending him flying. The three surrender and say that his sister is fine. Zhang asks who ordered them to do this. If they talk, he will let them live. Their leader says it was Hao who ordered them to take his sister. Hao said that Zhang was the only person who could defeat him, so he wouldn't be able to enter Qing. The protagonist becomes very angry at this, thinking that Hao put his sister's life in danger just for that. After rescuing his sister, he runs to find Hao. Zhang is so fast that people are shocked by his speed. Inside, Hao had already been informed that his plan had failed. He says he didn't expect Zhang to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives, kicking the door open. He enters the gym and tells Hao to get out of there right now. The protagonist starts shouting, saying that to take him out of the exam, Hao was capable of paying the crocodile to kidnap his sister. Hao says that Zhang has surpassed all limits and become the strongest in the school, and that could hinder him. Hao takes a vial and says that to enter Qing, he will eliminate anyone. He starts drinking from the vial. An aura begins to emanate from his body. Zhang asks what he took. Around Hao's eyes begin to turn purple, and his eyes become red. Hao attacks the protagonist, saying he will find out what he took and then go to hell. The two exchange punches. Zhang notices that Hao has become stronger. He is thrown back and thinks that Hao's punch must have been at least 2,000 catties. He wonders where this strength came from. Hao tries to attack again. Zhang asks what he took. Hao tells him to ask the King of Hell when he gets there. Hao continues attacking non-stop. However, none of the punches hit the protagonist. Hao asks if he will just keep dodging the attacks. Hao hits a punch on the wall, breaking it with his hand. The two pause for a moment, and Hao asks Zhang to fight like a man, instead of just dodging. The protagonist says he's not stupid enough to fight directly with someone who is using something, so he will focus on Hao's weak points. The two start fighting again. However, Zhang manages to land a punch on Hao. Hao falls to the ground, trembling, and calls the protagonist a coward. Zhang says that punch was for his sister. Hao gets even angrier and stands up with rage, attacking once more. The protagonist is surprised by this. Hao manages to grab Zhang by the neck. He holds and starts squeezing very hard, asking why Zhang isn't doing anything. The protagonist can't break free. Suddenly, a kick hits Hao, sending him flying. Hao flies and crashes into the wall with great force. Qin asks the protagonist if he is okay. He says that if she had taken any longer, he might have died. She mocks him, saying that if she knew, she would have come later. She orders the guards to take Hao to the lab. Hao is completely unconscious on the ground. Zhang tells her that Hao took something that drastically increased his strength, but he doesn't know what it is. She says she came exactly for that. She suspects that what he took might be a tonic from the magical domain. The protagonist is confused. He says that as far as he knows, items from the magical domain can't be brought into the real world. She says that a lot has changed, and that about 2 years ago, a group of criminals created a ship and used it to bring some items from the magical domain to the real world, and that's why she thinks it was from the magical domain. However, she will only be sure after it is examined. Feng arrives running with the guards, shouting for her brother. The two hug, and she says she was very scared. He tries to calm her down, saying that he is there with her. Qian asks Zhang to go home and stay with his sister. She will stay there to resolve some things. The protagonist thanks her and says that he will return home and that if she needs anything, she can call him immediately. Feng asks her brother if he managed to register for the exam. As they leave, he says yes, she can be assured that he will enter Qing Academy. She asks if that way she will also be able to enter the magical domain. Sometime later on the 9th floor, Yueying asks Zhang why he is entering only now. She also asks if something happened. He says there was a problem, but everything has been resolved. Everyone gathers together. Titan asks how they are going to pass this floor. Seta emphasizes that without support, it is very difficult to continue. The protagonist says he made an announcement on the forum, but no one has offered to help yet. Titan says that support is hard to find, and finding a strong one is even harder. The Dragon King says he knows someone who is very strong and a support, and she knows more support people. Everyone gets irritated with him and asks why he didn't say so before. Litty tells him to stop messing around and tell them. He starts to say that this person is very greedy and has a huge appetite. Litty asks how huge. He says she would want to take all the loot. Everyone is astonished by this, asking why she would want to take everything for herself. Litty is impressed and says this woman is worse than she is. The Dragon King says that's why he didn't mention her before. This person is from his father's class and was the only support to be part of the bureau. However, he gave up on that and found support followers. Titan says that if he was from the bureau, then he must be very strong indeed. Zhang says that is exactly the person he was looking for and wants to see how strong he is. The protagonist says what they need is a powerful support class. The Dragon King says it's okay. He will talk to the man tomorrow. They should wait. Seta says that if that's the case, then he will leave the magical domain. Zhang says he wants to take a look at the sanctuary and calls Titan and Seta. The two agree. Titan tells the others to rest and come back tomorrow. He emphasizes that all the monsters were inside the sanctuary, behind that door. Zhang says that is where they are going then. People look at them and say that they are just 3 people. This way, they will die. They continue walking. As soon as they enter, a mist hangs in the place. Titan asks everyone to be careful because it is demonic chi. The system opens and says, Effect. Once under the influence of demonic chi, all curse ability damage will increase by 10%. The protagonist says this place is really terrible. They haven't even encountered a monster yet, and are already under a debuff effect. Titan warns them that the boss is at the end of the corridor, and that there will be many pagans there. Seta says that it was exactly there that they were hit by the curse last time. Zhang says it is better to wait for help. He also asks Seta to take the archers to the 8th floor to train a little. Seta says he will do that right away. The protagonist tells the others to leave and wait for the Dragon King until tomorrow. In the outskirts of Tianfeng City, there were several police officers around. They were taking Hao. One of the officers says he is quite difficult to deal with, even though he is young, but as soon as he meets Professor Ouyang, he will talk quickly. Suddenly, Qin is startled by what she sees. She shouts that a stone is coming towards them. The stone hits the car's tire, causing the car to flip over. Qin gets out. All the cars are stopped in the middle of nowhere. As she looks up, she sees that there is a person on top of one of the buildings. The man calls out to her and says she is as good as they say. She jumps to try to capture the man. She reaches him, shouting and asking who he is. She attacks the man, but he dodges her attack. Qin is surprised by this because the man is very fast. She asks again who he is. The man looks at her and says his identity doesn't matter. All she needs to know is that sooner or later the victorious dawn will illuminate the whole earth. She asks if he is from the dawn. The man disappears, and several bats begin to appear. She turns and shouts that this is not good because the man successfully lured her. A massive explosion happens in front of her. The next day at school, the students start gathering again. The protagonist says that it's almost time for the martial exam. Suddenly he hears someone calling his name. When he looks, it's Qin. He calls her the section chief. She asks to be called Qin. She begins to say that she has bad news. Hao was taken by someone last night. He is shocked by this and asks what happened and who did it. Qin asks him not to jump to conclusions. She says that she helped him find his sister last time, and because of that, he owes her a favor. Qin asks when he can help her. He says anytime. She says she is happy to hear that, and asks him to join the bureau and become her partner. The protagonist says that there are only a few days left for the martial exam. Qin hands him a paper. The protagonist takes it and asks what it is. She starts to leave and tells him to run to the address on the paper. The teacher there will train him so he can easily get into Qing. He is surprised by this. At a house, a woman is with her son at the door, asking Professor Pang to train her son. She would pay any amount. Suddenly, Zhang arrives and says that this is probably the place. He goes straight to the door, and the woman looks at him. The protagonist knocks on the door and says that Qin sent him there. She opens the door and asks if he is the boy Qin mentioned who has great potential. This woman is a professor at Qing Academy. The protagonist is confused by this question. Pang attacks him, but Zhang dodges. She attacks again and he dodges again. On the third strike, she manages to hit him. He falls to the ground, leaving the mother and her son scared. Pang turns to the woman next to her and says that her son is incompetent and asks her to keep her money. She turns to the protagonist on the ground and says that he was able to dodge 2 of her strikes, proving he is indeed talented. Therefore, she will train him. Zhang, scared, thinks that this grandma is no joke. They go inside, and from afar you can hear the protagonist screams, begging Professor Pang to have mercy on him. Night falls and Zhang is already at home. His sister calls him, saying it's time for dinner. She looks at him while he says that the qi enters the dantian and condenses into a mass. He says the dragon snakes along the veins of the serpent where yin and yang intertwine. She asks what he is doing and tells him to come eat quickly. Suddenly he stands up, shouting that he understands everything. His sister is startled and asks if he's okay and what he understood. He says he learned a new technique called the dragon's breath. She asks if it is powerful. Zhang says it is indeed powerful and that tonight he will try to earn some orbs to improve his skills. Feng asks if he is not pushing himself too hard to get into Qing. The protagonist replies that getting into Qing is just the first step. In the magical domain they gather, and Zhang asks if the Dragon King has returned yet. Titan says not yet. He asks if there has been any change of plans. Suddenly someone shouts. The three look to see what it is. The Dragon King and a man are coming. This man is called Cold Wind. Titan says he has finally arrived. The Dragon King introduces Cold Wind to everyone. Cold Wind says he wants to explain his terms right away and says that all the loot that drops will be his alone. The protagonist says it's fine if he can help them get through the 9th floor. Cold Wind joins their team and says they can proceed now that everything is set. Seta asks if he is the only one since there are hundreds of them. How will he do it alone? Cold Wind says that won't be a problem. He guarantees that each of them will reach the final boss. He turns and asks if they don't believe him. He begins to use a tremendous power that envelops everyone. In no time they are all under his protection. A system window appears saying, Green Barrier, Level 1, Effect. targets all allies within a 100-meter radius. All additional effects of the magic orb increased by 100%. Reduces debuff effects by 60%. All additional effects of magic orbs increased by 100%. Unlimited duration. The protagonist is impressed by the power of this magic. Seta is also amazed, saying that it's incredible. Cold Wind says that now that he has proven his worth, they should proceed as quickly as possible. They begin walking through the 9th floor. Zhang asks the Dragon King what Cold Wind's talent ranking is. Judging by his power, it seems to be S rank. The Dragon King says he heard it was A rank. The protagonist disagrees and asks if he is sure about that. The Dragon King insists he is sure, and asks the protagonist to look at Cold Wind's weapon, as it is not ordinary. The system announces, the Natural Blessing Magic Orb. Damage notes, 240 to 400. Special effect, increases the user's talent effects by 100%. Durability, 900 out of 900. Zhang stops and says it's no wonder Cold Wind is so arrogant because of this weapon. His talent can surpass even an S-rank talent. Cold Wind says there are enemies ahead, and that as long as they stay within the barrier, they will receive the buffs. However, if they step out, it's not his fault what happens. Bunny says it is still very scary there. Along the way, there are several adventurers lying on the brink of death. On the other side are the enemies. Cold Wind says he is responsible for support, but killing the monsters is their duty. The protagonist says he knows that. They face the monsters for a moment, and the monsters begin to emit an energy. Zhang asks the first team to attack the red pagans, and the second team to attack the green ones. They fire several arrows at once. Seta faces the monsters and says it's time for them to die. He shoots, hitting the green monster's hand, causing the vial it was holding to fall and break on the ground. The protagonist warns everyone to be careful of the curse. A system window opens saying, Evil Curse. Level 1. Effect, damage received increases by 10%. Under the influence of evil chi invasion, the curse effect increases by 10%. A wave of green energy starts to fill the area. Cold Wind says he will carry everyone to safety. He asks them not to worry and just fight. Seta prepares and says if that's the case, then fine. The Dragon King starts attacking while laughing, saying he can finally fight for real. Yueying also wastes no time and starts attacking them. Autumn and Zhang also start attacking, saying they should finish this quickly. The battle begins in earnest. Cold Wind asks Bunny why she isn't fighting. She says she isn't good at battling, so she never fights. He asks her if she doesn't feel ashamed of reaping what she didn't sow. She sticks her tongue out at him and says he is doing the same. He gets irritated by this. Several arrows start raining down on the monsters again. All the monsters die, and they start collecting the orbs. Cold Wind asks them to send everything to him once they are done. He turns and says that behind this door is the floor boss, the Archbishop. He emphasizes that before entering, he has something important to say to everyone. The protagonist asks what it is. Cold Wind says that since there are many people fighting the boss, he wants more money. Zhang doesn't like what he hears. The Dragon King says they had already reached an agreement before starting, and this is wrong. Cold Wind says he is helping only out of consideration for the Dragon King and his father, because his support is worth millions. This small loot doesn't pay for his help at all. He continues saying there are many people there, and the snakes will be hard to control, especially with several vulnerable archers. Titan says the snakes use lethal venom. If not removed in time, the person could die. The Dragon King asks how much more money Cold Wind wants. Cold Wind says he wants 500,000 per person. They are all shocked by this enormous amount. Everyone says it is impossible to pay that amount. Bunny says it's absurd, and asks Cold Wind if he is willing to throw away his credibility for this. She approaches him and starts shouting that people like him will never have friends. Even after dying, he would continue walking alone on the road to Huangquan, because not even lonely souls would want to walk with a person like him. He is shocked by this. He lowers himself and asks who taught her to use those words. As he yells at her, the protagonist steps in front of her and says that he is being impulsive. It's better if he doesn't do that. However, Cold Wind ignores him and asks again where she heard those words. She says those words were from her father. Cold Wind asks what her father's name is and if it happens to be Cao Yi. Bunny is startled by this and says that her father's name is indeed Cao Yi. She asks if he knew her father. She steps forward and questions him again, asking if he knew her father. He says yes and explains that her father was his leader and master. She is astonished and asks if he was also part of the bureau and if they were friends. This means that he knows what happened to her father and why he hasn't returned yet. He starts to look a bit upset and says that he was saved by her father. She asks him to tell her where her father is and if he is alive or dead. The Dragon King says he heard that Cold Wind left the bureau because something serious happened. He begins to tell that back then they were 7, and her father was the leader. They went to explore the 30th floor with 3 other third-level fighters, and there they encountered the never-before-seen boss of the 30th floor. The protagonist asks if he is talking about Yukiona. Coldwind says yes, that's right. He says they were deceived by her delicate appearance. The entire group was composed of 10 people, 4 with S-rank talent, and all were powerful fighters. However, they were not expecting this. Yukiona used only 1 ability, and 6 people were completely frozen. Coldwind emphasizes that to save the rest of the team, her father stepped in front of the boss's ability and was also frozen. Bunny starts crying desperately, shouting that she needs to reach the 30th floor to find her father. Coldwind tells her not to do that. The reason he is telling her this is precisely so she won't continue with this. He says they are very weak, and if they get there, they would all die quickly. She smiles and says that won't be a problem because she found a friend who is helping her get there. Coldwind is shocked and asks who this friend is and how much he is charging for this. She points to the protagonist and says he is the friend, and he didn't ask for any money for this. He agrees and says he made a promise to her. They are friends and that won't be broken. Coldwind says that out of respect for his former leader and master, he will help them defeat the boss for free. Everyone is astonished by this because minutes earlier, he wanted 100 million to do this. Bunny tells Coldwind that he managed to turn over a new leaf. He says he has always been a good person, but now they need to act quickly because it's getting late. They start to open the door. Coldwind says that as soon as they pass through the door, they will be in the boss's sight, so everyone should pay attention. The boss is standing there with several snakes around him. They begin to enter the boss's room. The boss sees them and tells them to prepare to face his punishment. The boss gives the order, and the snakes start becoming violent. Coldwind says that besides the venom, the snakes also have high attack damage, so he asks the archers to be careful because their defenses are low. The protagonist says they must not let the snakes get close. He asks everyone to aim and shoot. The arrows start flying towards the snakes, and all the snakes begin to die quickly. Coldwind tells Zhang that he is very smart and quick to use this method. He managed to revive the archer class that everyone despised. Autumn helps by freezing the snakes. While the archers continue to shoot their arrows, the snakes stand no chance against them. The orbs fall to the ground. Zhang turns to Coldwind and says that they made an agreement, so he can take all the orbs there. The Coldwind smiles and says that he no longer wanted the loot, so they could share it among themselves. Seda celebrates, saying that Coldwind is a good person. Everyone else thanks him for this. The bunny says that Coldwind's attitude was beautiful. If her father saw this, he would surely feel proud. Coldwind just smiles. The protagonist asks how they should deal with the boss. Coldwind explains that at this stage, the boss's attacks and damage don't pose a risk. They just need to be careful with his dark magic, as it's very strong. Once it hits the target, all attribute points are reduced by 50 points. The Dragon King says this can't be right. From what he saw in the guide, the boss's magic attack zeroes all points instead of reducing them by 50 points. Coldwind explains that when they wrote that, normal levels were between 20 and 30. That's why they set it zeros, instead of reducing by 50 points. This also applies to the effect duration, which is written as lasting until the end of the fight, but it actually ends after 60 minutes. The protagonist says that with Coldwind's protection, they don't need to worry about failing. He points out that in the 3rd phase, it won't be easy, because the boss transforms into a snake demon with extremely high strength and can also use a venom explosion, hitting dozens of people at once. Not to mention the boss can steal 50% of an adventurer's life to recover his own. His group says that's terrifying. Zhang asks everyone to stay calm. Besides having strong attack damage, they have Coldwind's support, so everything will be alright. They agree and prepare for the battle. The protagonist shoots his arrow, hitting the boss and making him angry. The boss starts yelling that they will meet their death and releases a strong aura. Zhang asks Titan to distract the boss and Autumn to control the enemies. Everyone else should attack together. Coldwind starts protecting everyone, and they begin to organize their attack. Yueying and Dragon King advance towards the boss. Dragon King says he has waited for this moment for a long time. Coldwind says the protagonist can stay calm and lead perfectly, even in the face of death. He tells Bunny that she made a good friend. She is happy and says yes, the protagonist is the strongest. He can even summon bosses. Coldwind is shocked by this and asks if she really said he can summon bosses. She says yes. Coldwind trembles and shouts that he never imagined such a powerful talent could exist. He thinks that if he can summon bosses, maybe he could summon Yukiona, the boss of the 30th floor. Everyone starts attacking together. The archers, led by the protagonist, also keep attacking non-stop. The damage dealt to the boss begins to reach high levels. The boss starts gathering his dark magic in his hands. He prepares to attack. The protagonist shouts for everyone to be careful now. Titan steps forward with his shield to defend his companions. He manages to protect everyone but is hit by the magic. The system alerts. You have been hit by the Archbishop's dark magic attack. Titan suffers 2,711 damage from this attack. This makes Titan fall to his knees. Dragon King shouts that the boss's damage is very high. Yue Ying doesn't hesitate and keeps attacking non-stop. However, she is also hit by the boss's attack. Titan shouts for her to be careful. The boss yells angrily at everyone and prepares another attack. Yue Ying is down and says her attributes have been zeroed. She can't dodge. Suddenly, she notices something and looks back, surprised. The protagonist sends his elite general to attack the boss, throwing him away. Everyone is surprised by this. The elite general shouts that to fulfill his master's command, he must kill the boss. Cold Wind asks those hit by the boss's curse to move back and wait for the effect to pass before trying to fight again. Zhang goes to Yue Ying and asks if she's all right. She smiles and says yes, thanking him. Titan tells the protagonist that they won't be able to keep this up for long. Once their attributes are zeroed, they won't be able to fight anymore. Zhang agrees and says he will think of something. The general and the boss were still fighting, but the general's health was below half. The Dragon King shouts to the protagonist, saying his general might die. Yue Ying says the boss's dark magic is very strong. Zhang begins summoning his beasts and says they were right. They couldn't keep this up much longer, so he would try something. The general starts to disappear as the protagonist recalls him. The boss yells for them to come forward and die once and for all. Zhang summons the general again, this time with full health and no magical effects. His companions are surprised by this and ask how it's possible. The protagonist says he suspected this. When he recalls his beasts and summons them back, all debuff effects are removed and their health is restored. The general throws his spear at the boss with great force. The spear travels at high speed, hitting the boss's chest and defeating him at once. The system displays, "Congratulations, your summoned beast killed the Archbishop." They ask if the boss is really dead. They start celebrating, saying the protagonist is truly strong. Suddenly the boss starts laughing and gets up, shouting and asking if they really thought that was enough to kill him. Cold Wind warns everyone to be careful, as the boss has just entered his third phase. They regroup. Zhang summons the frog, and Titan activates his ability to protect everyone. The boss's body begins to change, transforming into the snake demon. The boss starts screaming, saying he will kill everyone there. He attacks, but Titan steps forward again, protecting everyone. The protagonist takes advantage of this and asks all the archers to attack with him. Everyone attacks, including the frog beast, but the damage is minimal. The archers ask what is happening. Zhang says the snake demon's armor defense is very high, but they should continue. The boss attacks with his venom. They shout for everyone to be careful with the venom. Cold Wind starts using his protection and yells for everyone to be cautious, and if they are dying, to take potions. The important thing is not to stop attacking, as the boss is almost dead. The frog continues attacking non-stop. The boss tries to defend against the attacks but fails. The general takes advantage of the long-range attacks and directly attacks the boss. The boss turns towards the general. Zhang says this is bad because the boss's attention is entirely on the general. The boss starts biting the general. Cold Wind shouts that the boss is sucking the general's life. The general manages to break free, but the boss has recovered a lot of his health. He laughs, saying that felt good. Zhang says the general has little health left, and that he has no choice but to let him rest a bit before summoning him again. Seta says that without the general, they will lack major damage, leaving only Yue Ying and the Dragon King. Cold Wind tells the protagonist that he is very strong and skilled, both as a leader and a fighter, but his allies are not keeping up. Zhang says his friends are great fighters. Cold Wind replies that he didn't say they were bad, only that their roles are not correct, and that is a problem. The protagonist asks what he means. Cold Wind begins to explain that they have a tank, 2 close-range attackers, a controller, a healer, and long-range attackers. Everything seems perfect, but there is a hidden problem. There is not enough damage. He explains that in the magic domain, a team is guided by its damage. Otherwise, they won't advance. An ice-class mage like Autumn can control the pace of a battle, but mages are much better at dealing area damage and killing monsters. Currently, the lack of a damage-dealing mage is affecting the whole team. Zhang thinks this is true. Cold Wind says that's not all because the higher the floor, the stronger the enemy's defenses. Therefore, they need more support classes on their team. The protagonist thinks he needs to talk to Titan about adding more people to their team. Cold Wind says he can recommend good people. The protagonist asks how much that would cost. Cold Wind says each of them would ask for $500,000 per year in salary. Of course, those people are A rank. If Zhang wants stronger individuals, the cost would be higher. Zhang says he'd rather not do that because they don't have that much money and he can't fully trust everyone. Cold Wind says Zhang is the leader, so he chooses. But with his current strength, he could only reach the 13th floor at most. Meanwhile, the battle was heating up. The Dragon King advanced to attack the boss, but the boss managed to hit him first. Quickly, Liddy started healing him and got angry, asking if he thought he was a tank too. She said that if he kept taking all the attacks directly, she wouldn't be able to heal him. Yueying also got angry and asked if the Dragon King was going crazy, telling him to retreat a bit. The boss kept laughing and attacking non-stop. Titan managed to contain most of the attack. The Dragon King asked Liddy to keep healing. She continued healing everyone but said she was running out of mana and that they needed to finish this quickly. The protagonist thought they couldn't continue like this. Physical attacks weren't effective because the boss's defense was too high. He asked all the archers to focus on the boss's mouth. When he opened it, they could fire. Seda said that was a good idea because there were no iron scales in his mouth. The boss started gathering venom in his mouth again. Zhang noticed and shouted that it was time. Everyone should aim and be ready. As soon as the boss opened his mouth to spit venom, the protagonist gave the order for everyone to shoot. A rain of arrows headed towards the boss. The arrows caused immense damage to the boss, leaving him on the brink of death. Yueying advanced and shouted for the Dragon King to keep attacking with her because the boss was almost dead. Realizing he was in danger, the boss backed away and coiled up. The Dragon King asked what he was doing. Cold Wind warned everyone not to let their guard down, or the boss would escape. The Dragon King asked how that could happen since they had been fighting him for so long, and yet he could still flee. A smaller snake started to emerge. Bunny noticed and alerted the others. Cold Wind shouted for them not to let it escape, or they would have fought in vain. The protagonist shouted that he would handle it. He shot an arrow with his magic surrounding it, hitting the snake right in the head. He looked at the snake and thought he had almost let it escape. The system appeared again saying, "Congratulations, you killed the Archbishop." Various orbs fell to the ground along with some additional rewards. A portal opened in front of them, while Litty was enchanted with the amount of loot the boss left. Everyone was happy with the end of the battle. Zhang bent down to see what treasures had fallen there. Cold Wind called Zhang. While people were looking at the treasures, the two started to talk. Cold Wind said his job was done and that he should go home, but he wanted to discuss something first. He explained the situation, and the protagonist became thoughtful. After a few minutes, Zhang asked if Cold Wind wanted him to go to the 30th floor to save Bunny's father. Cold Wind said yes, and that he would pay whatever amount he asked. The protagonist said there was no need to pay anything. He had already made a promise to Bunny, so it was his duty to fulfill it. He emphasized that the journey there would be difficult, so he would need Cold Wind's help again. Cold Wind said he would help whenever they needed. Titan said they were finishing collecting the loot and needed to enter the 10th floor. Cold Wind said the last battle was tough for him, so he would leave. He asked Zhang to take good care of Bunny. The protagonist said he didn't need to worry about that. Cold Wind warned that every 10 floors, the difficulty increases significantly, so everyone should be well prepared for that. The protagonist thanked him for the tip. The portal remained open before them. The members started talking about how they never imagined they could reach the 10th floor, and they said it was all thanks to their guild leader. Liddy said she was very tired because the battle against the boss lasted over 7 hours. Yueying asked if they could stop there because the martial exam was coming up soon, and they needed to prepare. Zhang looks at Yueying and wonders if she has discovered his identity, as how else would she know he needs to prepare for the exam? Titan also says he is tired, and that probably everyone else is too, so they should take a break for a while. The protagonist agrees and says everyone should rest. They bid each other farewell. Yueying turns to Zhang and tells him to rest well. He replies that he will rest and see her tomorrow. Before leaving, Zhang looks at his orbs and notices he has 5 high-grade orbs, 7 common-grade orbs, and 4 low-grade orbs. He decides to absorb them all at once. He improves his strength by 1 point, speed by 2 points, and spirit by 2 points. He thinks that now he should be able to pass the martial exam. The next day, at Pong's house, she calls him Little Zazie and says he arrived early. The protagonist notices Chin is there and feels embarrassed, asking Pong to call him by his usual name. Chin just watches this. Pong punches him on the head and tells him to set aside his feelings and focus on what she taught him. Zhang punches the machine with force. The punch is so strong that it makes a loud noise. The machine records 3,010 caddies. Chin is impressed by what she sees. The protagonist is also surprised and asks if he really managed to surpass 3,000 caddies. Chin shouts, asking if this is true, as Zhang only needed a few days to reach this level. He says it was all thanks to Pang's guidance. Pang says it looks like he has learned the art of dragon breathing. She hits him again and tells him that's no excuse to chat, he should continue training. While he trains, Chin says he is really incredible. In just a few days he managed to master dragon breathing. Pong asks Chin how she found Zhang. She says naturally because she has great eyes. Pong says she's almost 30 and still acts like a child. Chin says she went through so much to find a perfect successor for her, and that's how she's treated. Pong says Zhang will indeed be a great successor in the future. After the training, Zhang was about to leave. Chin runs and calls out to him. She says she will be away for the next few days and wanted to wish him good luck in the martial exam. She hands him a photo and tells him to be careful with this person, as he is extremely dangerous. He asks if it's someone from Dawn, and she says yes. He thanks her and says he will be careful. She starts to leave and says she has things to deal with, but if anything happens, he should call her immediately. On the 10th floor they meet again. The protagonist asks what is going on and why they seem disheartened. Seta says that, as Cold Wind had mentioned, the monsters have become very strong on the 10th floor. Dragon King says a man shouldn't say that. Seta shouts and asks why he ran when he encountered a 10-meter-tall Titan carriage. He brushes it off and says he just wasn't ready yet. Seta says she read in the guide that there is a giant creature on the 10th floor. Maybe that was what Dragon King saw. He says that's exactly it. He says the monster was 10 meters tall with 3 monsters on top of it. An archer, one with a machete and another controlling the monster. He asks how they should deal with it. The Dragon King is impressed by what he sees. He says that a single strike dealt 90,000 damage. The protagonist thinks that the man's attack in front of him was truly incredible and fast. The man looks at them and says he finally managed to find the protagonist. He emphasizes that he has been searching for a long time. Zhang asks the man who he is. The man says he came to invite the protagonist to join him, but the protagonist says he is not interested. The man says that the world will be dominated by monsters, and that only by joining him will the protagonist have a chance to live. Therefore, he should think carefully. Zhang asks what would happen if he said no. The man just looks at him. He draws his sword and asks the protagonist if he is not afraid of death. Titan says they are not afraid. The Dragon King says they only do bad things. Yue Ying asks the protagonist not to join them. Jing says that with the strength they have now, they might not be able to defeat him, but they would never bow down. The two stare at each other for a while. The man sheathes his sword. As he leaves, the man says they are a genuine group. He turns and tells the protagonist that one day they will meet again. The Dragon King asks if they will let him leave just like that. The protagonist says they are no match for him. Titan agrees with the protagonist. Zhang says he heard that there is a place where they can improve their equipment. A little farther away, the man stops. In the team channel, the man known as Shu Guang is their leader. He says that, as he mentioned, the protagonist will not join. Mad asks if the leader has already taken care of him, as they cannot leave him in peace. The leader says he did not kill the protagonist. Tomb asks why. Mad says he cannot understand, since if he will not join, he will clearly become an enemy. Mad asks his boss to be careful not to create a tiger that can kill him in the future. Shu Guang says he had his reasons for not killing him. The protagonist's talent is so strong and rare that he must be the only one with such ability. If he died like that, it would be a waste. Mad says that in no way will the protagonist join them, so his talent may be the rarest in the world, but it is useless to them. Shu Guang says he has a plan to resolve this, so everyone can rest easy. The martial exam is almost starting. Mad tells his boss not to worry, as he will go with his men and kill all the students. Tomb tells Mad not to be an idiot, as the teachers should not be underestimated. The protagonist group reaches the blacksmith and comments that someone arrived before them. Liddy says that apparently they were not the only ones to discover this place, and that the people there were familiar. The Dragon King yells that it is them and asks what they are doing there. Chung says that is the protagonist. Layman asks Chung to focus only on his own matters and ignore the rest. A man raises his weapon and shouts that he finally has an S-ranked weapon. The blacksmith says they can give him items that help increase the success rate of the upgrade, but there is a chance the weapon will break. Chung comments that it seems there is a high chance the weapon will break. The Dragon King says that although his weapon is rank A, he could not part with it. Layman tells Cheng to stay calm, as it is just equipment. He is destined for great things and should not get attached to details. The blacksmith comments that Cheng's weapon is very good and that with these materials, it can be greatly improved. He takes his hammer and starts his work. The Dragon King and Liddy were hoping it would fail, but everything went well, and Cheng's system says, "Congratulations, you successfully upgraded your weapon." Cheng takes his weapon and shouts that its rank is now SS. His attack is from 2,700 to 3,800, with a freezing effect. While some people admire Cheng's weapon, Liddy and the Dragon King were angry in the background. The blacksmith calls the next person, and the protagonist approaches with his weapon. Layman sees the protagonist's weapon and says it is rank S, and that they should be careful with this man. Chung says it was pure luck. The blacksmith asks the protagonist if he has any material to improve the weapon's upgrade rate. Jung opens his bag, and the blacksmith is impressed, saying he has dark steel ore, archbishop scales, and even archbishop tendons. The protagonist confirms and asks the blacksmith to use the materials well. Layman comments that these items seem to be from the 9th floor boss. Chung asks if they also received those items. The blacksmith begins his work, and with each hammer strike, everyone trembles. Bunny smiles and tells the protagonist not to worry, as everything will work out. Chung comments that the failure rate is 40% and that the higher the equipment level, the higher this rate becomes. He says that fortunately he managed to improve his, but the protagonist might not have the same luck. The blacksmith raises the bow, smiling, and congratulates Jung. The system message appears saying, "Congratulations, the weapon enhancement was successful. Bloody Ruin Longbow, Hawaii Dwars, SS rank damage, 3,400 to 5,500 special effect 1. When dealing damage to the target, converts 20% of the damage to the user's own health. Special effect 2. Targets hit by arrows suffer a piercing effect, causing them to bleed at a rate of 1% per second for 50 seconds. Durability, 900 of 900. The protagonist is impressed with the damage and says the lowest limit is now 3,400. Finally, he would be able to fight for real. Yue Ying congratulates him. The Dragon King tells the protagonist that he finally has an SS-ranked weapon. Jung says he should also try to improve his. The Dragon King responds that he has never been lucky with anything, so he won't try. Besides, weapons like the Iron Staff are rare, and if it breaks, he won't have another to use. Chung leaves complaining that the protagonist also managed to improve his. Layman asks them to return soon, as it was getting late, and Chung still had to prepare for the martial exam. The protagonist group also says it's getting late, and everyone agrees to leave. The next day at school, someone is shouting that it can't be true. 1,907 was what the marker showed. Professor Lu Wei was noting things down. Strength, 1,907 speed, 2,100 meters in 30 seconds, endurance, 1,624 push-ups in 60 seconds, mental, primary resistance to neural interference, 34 minutes. The examiner is very surprised by this. He hands the exam results to the protagonist and says his performance was far beyond expected. Jung thanks his professor and says he will continue training hard. Lu Wei says the protagonist had not been dismissed. He asks Jung to go home and rest for the exams. The protagonist thanks him again and says he is going. As he leaves, Chao Wei and Lily are arriving. Chao Wei says that's it. The students are enchanted by their beauty. Lily tells Chao Wei that she could take the test ahead. Lu Wei asks for her name. She responds, Chao Wei. The professor says they will start. She sighs and punches the device, scoring 1,566. People are impressed by this. She says this must be the record, and therefore she should pass immediately. Others say she is not as impressive as the previous student. They say the previous student scored over 1,900. Chao Wei turns and asks if someone really did better than her, and if it is true that he scored over 1,900. The protagonist is already arriving at his house. He says he was tired but had finished everything. As soon as Zheng enters, his sister runs to him. The protagonist asks what is happening as she seems a bit upset. Their uncle and aunt are there. The uncle says he needs to talk about something important. The protagonist thinks that after his parents' death, his uncles always kept an eye on the house, which was not a good thing. They go to the living room, and Zheng asks why they are there. His sister says they wanted money. His aunt says it is not quite that. She explains that their younger brother Bo is about to reveal his martial arts school exam results. He meets all the admission criteria for the school. The uncle says they are tight this month and tells the protagonist that, as the older brother, he should show support. Zheng thinks that the school his brother was accepted into is considered the second best, but compared to Qing's school, it is still far behind. His aunt mentions that she saw he received a good reward for helping the police catch a criminal. His uncle mentions it was around 600,000, and they only wanted 400,000. The protagonist says they are right. As the older brother, he should support his younger brother. Feng does not agree with this. Their uncle says that after their parents' death, if it were not for them, their parents might not even be resting in peace. His aunt stands up and shouts for him to give the money as soon as possible. The protagonist leans down and says he also applied to Qing school, and if he gets accepted, he wonders if they would also support him. They are shocked to hear that he is trying to get into Qing school. His uncle starts laughing, saying it is ridiculous. He asks if the protagonist really thinks he can get in there, as it is the best school, and the acceptance rate is less than 1%. His aunt also mocks him, laughing and saying it is absurd. He shows them the exam results and says if they do not believe him, they can look for themselves. This paper is the recruitment list for Qing School, with some names including his. His sister is happy and congratulates him. His uncle and aunt stand up, angry, and shout that it is impossible and there must be a mistake on the list. His uncle says it is clearly a mistake. There is no way something good could happen to a useless person like Zheng. His uncle tells him to stop stalling and give them the money. Zheng says he will not give them anything, even if they were rich. His sister agrees and asks why they should give them their money. Their uncle gets irritated and tries to hit Feng, but the protagonist grabs his hand firmly. Zheng says this is the last time he will warn them. He tells his uncle that if he tries to touch his sister again, he will die. The protagonist squeezes so hard that his uncle trembles and falls to the ground. Zheng tells them to leave his house immediately. They run out, cursing the protagonist and his sister. Feng says she is happy because she always wanted to teach those two a lesson. She mentions wanting to tell her friends about the Qing list so they can celebrate together. The protagonist says it is better not to, as it is a recruitment list, not an admission list. It would be embarrassing if he were eliminated afterward. She says it is impossible for her brother to be eliminated. He asks her to get some food because he has to enter the magical domain earlier today. She asks if he really does not want to celebrate instead of entering the magical domain. He says he needs to use as much of his free time as possible to improve his strength if he really wants to be admitted to Qing School. On the 10th floor, the group is talking and asks Seta how his exam went. He responds that it did not go so well. The protagonist arrives and congratulates Titan on upgrading his shield. Titan says that on the 10th floor, the monsters are starting to get very strong. If he does not improve his defense, he might not withstand it. The Dragon King mentions that Yue Ying's weapon was also improved. Zheng congratulates her as well, and she is very happy. One of the members asks what the plan for today is. The protagonist says that today they will try to face the 10th floor boss. He explains that the boss of this floor is the Sword Master, and his ability Earth Shatter Striker is very strong. The boss has the speed of the wind, a calm mind, and excellent sword skills. If they really want to defeat this boss, they need to be ready for death and survive at all costs. Seta says they first need to deal with these huge beasts. Yue Ying mentions she asked her uncle, and he said they would need 20 shield warriors to surround the beast while the others attack. Titan says they might not be able to find 20 shield warriors at once. The protagonist steps forward and says he has something in mind, but everyone will need to help. They encounter one of the giant beasts. They prepare, and the Dragon King says everything depends on Titan now. He moves forward and asks everyone to be careful. His shield is now Silver Shield Tower rank, S defense, 5,800 to 7,400 special effect. When the target attacks the shield, 10% of the damage will be reflected back to the opponent. Durability, 3,000 of 3,000. Titan and the beast collide head-on. He activates his ability. The Dragon King comments that Titan's new shield can attract the monster's attention more easily. As soon as he manages to distract the monster, they will begin the attack. The protagonist says this is the moment. The Dragon King attacks without fear. Yue Ying also uses her ability and attacks the giant monster. The Dragon King comments that Yue Ying's damage is very high. Zheng aims at the beast and shoots his arrow, which flies very fast, hitting one of the monsters on top of the beast, knocking it back and causing a significant damage of 6,177. The monster falls to the ground and cannot get up. The other archers are shocked by the absurd damage the protagonist caused. The beast gets angry and lets out a very loud roar, knocking the other two monsters off it and starting to run. Titan asks them to be careful as the beast is going crazy. Zheng starts running and says he will leave the two orcs for them to deal with while he leads a team to chase the giant beast. The protagonist joins some archers and says that while the beast is out of control without a specific target, they should pursue it and cause as much damage as possible. The archers start attacking. Zheng asks everyone to attack with everything they have because this beast is a complete tank, with more than 50,000 health. The two orcs are facing the main group's 3 members. Titan catches their attention and asks the Dragon King and Yue Ying to attack with everything they've got. Yue Ying advances quickly, hitting both orcs at once. The Dragon King is paralyzed by the absurd damage she is causing. Titan comments that indeed, upgrading the weapon to S rank makes a difference. The Dragon King jumps to attack, shouting that he also wants to upgrade his weapon. They defeat the two orcs without any problems. Yue Ying says they need to hurry to help the others deal with the giant beast. They start heading toward the protagonist. When they arrive, the archers had surrounded the giant beast. Yue Ying thinks they need to do something to draw the beast's attention. Otherwise, the protagonist could be in danger. Zheng thinks he needs to finish this soon, so this time he wants a critical hit. He aims his bow and begins to unleash its power. Jung fires and hits the beast's head, causing 10,577 damage. The monster screams in pain. The protagonist thinks it's over. Yueying is shocked by the protagonist's damage and says it is terrifying. The beast dies, leaving many orbs. Jung asks everyone to clear the battlefield. Titan tells the protagonist that his damage is enormous. The protagonist agrees and says he has another surprise. Yueying asks what surprise that is. Jung begins to summon a beast and shouts that his surprise is his giant beast. Seta is impressed, saying he can summon even that huge beast. Titan says the protagonist never stops surprising everyone. The protagonist says that now, with this beast, Titan won't need to take all the damage. He asks Seta to climb up and keep an eye on the enemies. They start walking with the giant beast. The Dragon King comments that with Jing's talent and strength, they are practically invincible. The protagonist says that as soon as they kill more of these beasts, everyone will be able to ride one. That way, they will have an army of giant beasts. They continue walking. Seta warns that there is another giant beast ahead. Jung says he wants to test his beast's strength and commands it to move forward, aiming his arrow at the enemies. He starts shooting and hits one of the orcs above, killing it with just one arrow. He commands his beast to move faster. The two giant beasts face each other. The protagonist does not hesitate and keeps advancing. His beast hits the other beast. With the impact, the orcs fall off the enemy beast. Titan takes the lead and asks the Dragon King and Yueying to attack again. The two leap together to attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist commands the archers, asking everyone to aim at the enemy beast. The arrows are shot. Jung stands up and says he will finish this now. He looks at the beast and says he will give it a new life. He hits the beast, causing 5,011 damage, defeating it. The Dragon King starts laughing and says that now he can also ride a giant beast. They continue walking through the 10th floor, collecting more and more beasts, until they have a small army of giant beasts. A group of people comments about the protagonist, saying they heard that an adventurer was able to control an army of giant beasts. The Dragon King loves this and shouts that riding a giant beast is incredible. The protagonist says that now they can head for the boss. They arrive at the entrance to the boss's chamber, and the protagonist says that everyone must be prepared because this might be the most powerful opponent they have ever faced. Everyone agrees. Jung says that the magical domain guide clearly states that to defeat the boss of this floor, they need the resolve to face death and fight for life. He asks Seta to take all the archers to a good position and support them from afar. With everything decided, the doors open, and they start to enter. In front of them was a giant red beast lying down, and on top of it was the floor boss. They stand face to face. The orc swordsman is looking directly at them. He smiles and stands up, grabbing his sword. He says that all the fools who entered his territory will be killed. Titan comments that the boss is too fast, and everyone should stay behind his shield. Suddenly, the boss disappears from where he was and appears in front of Titan, saying that humans are just dead souls before his sword. He attacks, but a small explosion occurs. The protagonist says, 3 seconds. The boss attacks again. The Dragon King comments that the boss's attack cooldown is very short, almost non-existent. Jung asks everyone to stay alert, because the time between the boss's attacks is 3 seconds. The Dragon King observes that the protagonist is really one step ahead of everyone, analyzing each movement carefully. Jung aims his arrow at the boss and shoots. The arrow flies quickly towards the boss, but he manages to cut it in the air. This was the protagonist's plan. He orders the Dragon King and Yueying to attack immediately. The two jump to attack, but they also miss. The boss says that was unnecessary. The Dragon King asks if the boss can also teleport. The boss uses his 1,000 broken corpses ability. Jang notices and warns everyone to be careful. A tornado starts to form. The Dragon King comments that the boss is very fast and his abilities have no cooldown. How are they supposed to fight against this? Litty shouts that the giant red beast was also attacking them. The giant red beast charges quickly at them, attacking one of the protagonist's giant beasts and unbalancing the archers. The boss jumps to attack once again, and another explosion occurs. Titan defends and shouts that they need to find a way to win because, at this rate, they won't be able to attack. The protagonist tells Seta and the archers to control the giant beasts to deal with the red beast, while he takes care of the boss. Seta responds that he will handle it. The red beast continues attacking the giant beasts. The protagonist calls the archbishop, who appears and starts using his dark magic, firing at the floor boss. The boss observes and tries to cut the spell with his sword. Everyone is shocked because the boss's sword really cut a magical attack. Liddy comments that the boss's sword is very powerful. Yueying says that her uncle mentioned that only adventurers of Grandmaster level or above can cut magical attacks with physical attacks. She didn't expect this boss to be like that. The protagonist says he didn't expect it either. Litty asks them to think of something quickly because the boss was coming again. The boss jumps towards Jung, saying it is time for him to die. The protagonist looks up. Titan moves quickly and stands in front, defending against the boss's attack. Jung takes the opportunity to aim at the boss. Titan asks how long they can hold on like this. The Dragon King calls the protagonist and suggests they might need to retreat. Jung agrees and thinks they need to regroup to come up with something. The boss says they shouldn't even think about running away. They hide behind Titan's shield. Titan asks everyone to leave, saying he will hold off the boss. Yue Ying shouts to the protagonist that his archbishop is being attacked. When he looks, he sees his archbishop receiving a fatal blow. Yue Ying laments the loss of the archbishop in such a way. The protagonist gets angry and says this isn't right. The only way to beat the boss is to face him head on. The archbishop starts emitting dark energy, and his body begins to change. He stands up, and the system announces that the archbishop transforms into the demon serpent. The protagonist calls the elite general and shouts that everyone will enter and fight. The archbishop starts moving. The two of them attack the boss head on. The boss advances without fear. They collide with attacks. The boss starts spinning rapidly. While the two keep the boss's attention, Titan says it's time for everyone to attack together. They leap towards the boss, and everyone attacks him together. Yue Ying pauses for a moment and starts to think. The protagonist asks what happened, why she lost focus in the battle. She apologizes and says she realized that the boss's movements aren't perfect and that she found a weakness. The protagonist asks what the weakness is. She says the boss doesn't dodge while attacking, and he takes a lot of damage when hit. Jung starts to notice and shouts that it's true. He doesn't dodge when attacking. The protagonist remembers that the magical domain guide says the only way to face him is head on. The boss continues attacking everyone. He lands a very strong blow on the elite general. A system window appears saying, "Your summoned centaur general has been killed." The protagonist gets angry at this and shouts that the boss killed the general. He yells for the Dragon King and Yue Ying to find the right moment and attack with him. Yue Ying asks him not to attack like that because his defense is low. The protagonist continues his attack and leaps, aiming at the boss. The boss notices him and turns, saying that the protagonist's courage is admirable, but it won't save him from death. The boss tries to hit him, but the protagonist dodges and says that just taking the damage head on wouldn't work. He has to rely on his speed and fight. Jung looks at the boss, and the boss turns, asking how it's possible that a human could dodge his attack. The protagonist aims closely at the boss and tells the other two to attack now. The two attack the boss at the same time. The protagonist looks at the boss and fires his arrow, hitting him squarely. The boss kneels and tells the protagonist that he has won. Shortly after, he falls to the ground with the arrow embedded in his back. The Dragon King asks if they won. The boss starts to disappear. The system appears saying, "Congratulations, you successfully killed the swordsman." Jung says that's right. They killed the swordsman. Everyone starts celebrating. Bunny says this is a dream. They finally reached the 11th floor. The protagonist looks at the boss's body and comments that to conquer him, he had to sacrifice the general. Jung calls back the swordsman. As soon as he appears, he kneels and says he will obey his master's command. The protagonist asks the swordsman to prove his strength by ordering him to kill the giant red beast. The red beast was still attacking the other beasts and killing them. The swordsman says he understands. He leaps and attacks the red beast. With just a sequence of blows, he defeats the red beast. Seta comments that he fought against the red beast for a long time, but the swordsman managed to kill it in an instant. He says that the damage from this guy is something out of the ordinary, and in this way, the protagonist becomes an invincible person. The portal opens in front of them, and they all stand there, looking at the portal. The protagonist asks what happened, and if there were any deaths. Seta says that 3 archers disappeared, and upon checking the list, their names also vanished. He comments that it seems they had more bad luck than good. Jung says that the magical domain has always been a brutal place. People who enter there must be prepared for death, so they shouldn't blame themselves for it. The protagonist asks Seta to investigate and find out the families of the 3 members who were killed and give them a good amount of money from the guild fund. Jang calls everyone and says it's getting late. They fought for 6 hours, so they should open the 11th floor soon. The Dragon King comments that he is excited to be going to the 11th floor. The protagonist says that the journey ahead is still very long. As soon as they enter the 11th floor, they ask what kind of place it is because it looks like a port. There were several boats and a sea before them. The protagonist says that the battlefield on the 11th floor is an open sea. They say they will have to get on a boat and head to the final destination. Titan comments that everyone seems tired, so he suggests returning tomorrow. The protagonist says that he might not be able to enter the magical domain in the coming days because he has some things to take care of. Yue Ying says that he doesn't need to worry, as she also won't be able to enter in the coming days. The Dragon King says he will also have things to do. Liddy comments that she is impressed that they don't want to spend money to outsource issues related to academy applications. The protagonist thinks that the exams will last a few days and didn't expect that everyone there would also be taking the exams. This means they would soon meet in real life as well. Titan agrees and says they will wait for everyone to finish the exams before doing anything. He was going to leave now because he was very tired. The next day, in the city of Xinguhui, it was a beautiful day. Zheng finally arrives at the entrance of the Qing Martial Arts School. Suddenly, someone calls out to him asking for help along the way. As he turns around, he sees a woman with her eyes blindfolded. She says her eyes are not in good condition. This woman is named Rotong. Zheng says it's no problem and that he will help her. She thanks him and introduces herself, asking his name and if he is a freshman too. He introduces himself and says he is a new student. He comments that everyone says the Qing school test is very difficult and eliminates almost all the students, so he was worried. As they walk, some people start to question what a blind person is doing there. They say it is a mistake to give a spot to someone like her because how will she fight monsters in the future? The protagonist tells her not to worry about that. If she proves herself with her strength, she will truly have the right to be there. She smiles and thanks him for the words. They reach a line where registrations are being made. A man asks them to form a line. As soon as the protagonist looks at the man, he immediately notices that he looks like the Dragon King. The Dragon King points at the protagonist and asks why he is looking at him that way. He asks for the protagonist's identity and tells him to get in line. He takes Zheng's identity and tells Titan to take him to dormitory number 13. Titan gets annoyed and asks him not to use his magical domain name there. Titan goes to the protagonist and says hi, explaining that he will take him to his dormitory. He also offers help to carry his personal belongings. The protagonist thinks that Titan's real name is Diwang and the Dragon King's is Guan. He thanks him for the kindness but says he can carry his things himself. With that, they head to the dormitory. As they walk, Diwang mentions that the dormitory where the protagonist will stay is just ahead. He tells Zhang to rest and that in 5 hours, they will have a meeting in the auditorium. The protagonist acknowledges this and keeps it in mind. The two say their goodbyes, and Diwang thinks that all of this feels a bit strange because Zhang seems very familiar to him. At the meeting, Zhenlong asks everyone to be quiet and applaud the school director, Qing. Director Qianqiu expresses his hope that all students will be trained to become pillars of the country, as this is the goal of the school. People were complaining that the director's speech was long, but as soon as he finishes, they express their gratitude for the speech. Zhenlong thanks everyone there for meeting Qing's admission criteria, but emphasizes that this does not mean they are officially Qing students yet. Zhenlong then announces the rules for this year's test, still based on elimination, in an area outside the city covering approximately 200 hectares. The students will have to survive alone for 72 hours. The test starts today at 8 o'clock. Zhenlong stresses that no one can carry anything, including but not limited to food, water, communication devices, and weapons. He says this is to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the test. Within this area, he says there are 26 markers. If a student can retrieve a marker within the 72 hours, they will become an official Qing student. Zhenlong mentions that emergency packages will be dropped throughout the 72 hours to help overcome difficulties. Getting one of these packages depends on luck and strength. He states that there are no restrictions in this test. Students can use their talents and strength as much as they want. If they manage to return with the marker, they will pass the test. Zhenlong declares that killing each other is absolutely prohibited. Cameras are placed everywhere in this area, so they should follow the rules. He says that if someone breaks these rules, not only will they not be admitted to the school, but they will also be sent to prison. One student raises their hand and asks if there will be monsters in this area and if the student's safety will be guaranteed. Zhenlong replies that they have investigated the area and found no monsters, so everyone can rest assured about that. The teacher explains that if anyone wants to quit the test, they just need to find a surveillance drone, which will then remove them from the test. However, this would be considered as giving up on the test. Zhenlong says that if there are no more questions, everyone should hand over their belongings and head to the buses outside, as they will take them to the test area. The students wonder why they have to hand over their personal belongings and why they cannot bring weapons. Others remark that this is just how strict they are. As the students walk, they bump into Rutong without concern. Zhang holds her by the arm and offers to help her get on the bus. She smiles and asks if he is Zhang, saying she is fine. Qianqiu notices this and asks if the student's name is Zhang. He mentions that some time ago, his aunt Peng had talked about a new disciple named Zhang. He asks Shi to check on this for him. She agrees to check, though she is quite impressed. as she did not expect Professor Pang to accept another disciple. The buses depart for the test arena. Zhang mentions that it is dark and foggy outside. Rotong comments that it will rain soon. He is surprised and asks how she knows this. She replies that she heard thunder a few kilometers away. Rotong explains that although she cannot see, she has very good hearing. She claims she can hear more than 10,000 different sounds at the same time, and with this, knows everything happening around her. She says that at the front of the bus, there are 2 students who have formed a group and are helping each other in the test. Another girl in the 9th row is complaining because she did not have enough food for dinner. The protagonist looks at her, impressed, and suggests that perhaps they could work together. He would be her eyes, and she would be his ears. She is happy, saying that it's a good idea. She tells him that he is a good person and emphasizes that no matter if she passes this test or not, she will do everything she can to ensure he passes. The buses finally arrive at the location and the students begin to get off. The teacher says that this is the test area and that everyone is free to move around. He asks everyone to pay attention to the information that will be provided through their communication devices. The protagonist and Rotong start analyzing their surroundings. The teacher announces that the first batches of emergency supplies and markers have been dropped. He emphasizes that red represents markers and yellow represents emergency packages. The information is updated every 8 hours. After the explanations, the students start running to begin the test. They shout to be as fast as possible. Rotong asks Zhang to run ahead, or he will miss out on a marker. He doesn't need to worry about her. The protagonist says that they won't go after markers now, but rather the emergency packages. As they run, she asks why he wants to do that since the markers are more important. The protagonist explains that while the markers are indeed more important, there are still 72 hours left. If they don't have enough resources, they won't last that long. Zhang asks her to trust him, as the test has just begun. After walking for 8 hours, the protagonist says that probably all the markers have already been found. He suggests they find a place to hide and rest until the next batch of supplies is dropped. Rotong mentions that there is likely an underground chamber 15 meters to the left. They start walking towards the chamber. They find something, and she confirms that it's it. As soon as the protagonist clears the entrance, they see a staircase. He asks Rotong how she managed to find that. She says she heard the sound of rats underground and imagined there could be a good space there. The 2 enter, and Zhang comments that her hearing is more sensitive than a radar. The protagonist informs her that the location of the second batch has been updated and that one of the batches is very close to them. Zhang asks Rotong to wait inside while he goes to get the emergency package. She agrees and asks him to be careful. The protagonist reaches the location and sees that the package is still there and intact. He starts running to get the package, but just as he is about to reach it, an arrow comes his way. Zhang notices it and dodges the arrow with a leap. Someone asks if he wants to die. 2 people appear, and one of them says that the package is theirs and that if the protagonist takes it, he will have to face the consequences. Zhang observes that not only are they 2, but they also have weapons, so it would not be a good idea to confront them directly. However, he needs to take the package. With a leap, the protagonist grabs the package and starts running. The 2 guys begin attacking him but fail to hit him. Within seconds, the protagonist manages to hide in the forest. The 2 guys are irritated and comment that Zhang is very fast, questioning how many points he must have in speed. Night falls, and the rain begins. The protagonist finally reaches his hiding place and announces his return. As soon as he enters, he finds another person inside. Rotong is happy that he returned safely, and the protagonist asks who the other woman there is. She looks at him surprised and asks if he is really Zhang. The protagonist looks at her and asks who she is, as he doesn't remember her face. Chao Wei says she can't believe he is Zhang, the person with the highest score in the school test. She says she wants to challenge him right there to prove it. However, in the middle of this, her stomach growls. The protagonist sits by the fire and starts opening the package. He comments that it's compressed biscuits again, and that if they ration it, the package could last until the end of the test. Rotong mentions that she is very cold and would like hot water to drink. Chao Wei hears this and says she has a lighter, which she would trade for biscuits. Zhang says he can give her a biscuit, but afterward, she will have to find food on her own. Chao Wei refuses, saying that 1 biscuit is not enough. In the end, she relents and makes the trade. She starts eating the biscuit and says that if she had known this test was so torturous, she would never have entered. The protagonist asks Chao Wei if she won't leave now that she has gotten some food. She gets irritated and asks why she should leave, as this isn't his house, and he can't expel her. He tells her that if she doesn't leave soon, the trouble she brings could get them all killed. Rotong interrupts them, saying someone is coming. Suddenly they start hearing voices outside. 3 people enter. A woman smiles and says there really are people here. A man asks where the marker that appeared nearby is and says they should hand it over immediately. Chao Wei points to the protagonist, saying he has the marker. He thinks she's quite mean. The man asks everyone to stay calm, saying he doesn't want to make things difficult. He asks the protagonist to hand over the marker so no one gets hurt. Zhang says he doesn't have the marker and warns that if they come closer, they'll get hurt. One of the men charges at the protagonist. Zhang advances on the three. Quickly, he strikes the first man and, without wasting time, continues his counterattack, hitting the woman and the other guy. He looks at the three and tells them to leave before he gets really angry. The three run away, saying the protagonist's speed and strength are unreal. Zhang picks up the marker the three left behind and thinks that this is how they are. Rotong approaches and says those people were despicable because they already had markers and wanted to take others. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers something and turns to Chao Wei. She looks scared and says he's a grown, strong, and respectful man and wouldn't fight a woman. He says that if she hands over her marker, he'll forget all of this and won't fight her. She screams, asking how he dares to do this, saying she won't hand over anything without a fight. She thinks that the protagonist is very fast and strong. If he really fights, she'll have to find a chance to escape as quickly as possible. Rotong warns him that this woman is very strong and suspects she might be from the Liu or Tang family, so she asks him to be very careful. As soon as the protagonist hears this, he asks Chao Wei if she knows Yue Ying. Chao Wei says yes. She is her cousin, but they call each other sisters. The protagonist sighs and says that if that's the case, he won't make things difficult for her. He tells Chao Wei she can leave. Chao Wei looks at him and says that after all their arguing, in the end, he is a friend of her cousin. She asks the protagonist what kind of friends they are, if he has any special relationship with her, and if they are a couple. Zhang gets angry and yells at her to stop talking nonsense and leave immediately. As she leaves, Chao Wei laughs and says that if he got this angry, there must be something suspicious between them, and she'll investigate it thoroughly with Yue Ying. After that, she leaves. Ruo Tong and Zhang are left alone, feeling a bit awkward. The protagonist changes the subject, saying that now that they've been discovered, they need to pack their things and find a safer place to stay. They leave, and Zhang comments that the rain is still light, but they need to hurry to find shelter. The protagonist was planning to hide the entire time, and when the time was almost up, he would go after a marker. But now that he has one, he can't hide completely. Suddenly, Ruotong warns Zhang to be careful, as about 100 meters north, someone is approaching. The protagonist asks if it's really just one person, and she says yes. The person seems badly injured but still alive. He asks her to stay there while he goes to check the situation. She tells him to be careful. In another place, in a tree, a man is badly injured. Yue Ying is trying to take care of him. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives, startling them. She screams, asking who is there. As she looks more carefully, she is surprised to see him and asks what he is doing there. She says there's a complicated situation. 5 students have been killed, and she doesn't have time to explain everything. She says they need to go back to the bus stop right now, which is the safest place. The protagonist agrees and asks if it was caused by monsters. She says no, it was some people of unknown origins, and the details are still unclear. She says she needs to run to take care of some things and tells him to stay safe. She reports via the communicator that another student has been killed, and the culprit hasn't been found. She yells for all tests to be immediately stopped, and for all examiners to return to the bus stop. Shortly after, the protagonist receives a notification on his communicator, informing him that the test is over. He thinks the situation must be very serious and that they should head back. While they're running, he hears someone shouting for help. Rotong says that to the right, there's a man and a woman, and the woman is injured. Zhang says they will check it out. Up ahead, Chao Wei is cornered by a guy approaching with a machete. He tells her not to worry because in a few seconds, she won't feel any pain. From a distance, the protagonist shouts that bullying a girl is nothing to be proud of. The man turns to see who it is. The protagonist is already leaping towards him with a flying kick. The man dodges and looks at the protagonist. Chao Wei calls him brother-in-law and says he finally arrived and looks even more handsome. The protagonist tells her to stop joking, that even when she's almost dying, she still makes jokes. The man says things just got more interesting because now he can kill 3 people at once. Zhang prepares himself, thinking that this man is at least above the first level of the demonic realm, possibly approaching the second level. He needs to act quickly to have a good chance of winning. He asks Chao Wei to take care of Rotong and leave immediately. The protagonist charges at the man, who tries to dodge. The man is startled by the protagonist's speed and technique. He asks the protagonist who he is and if he is a disciple of Pang. The two face off. Zhang yells that if he knows his master's name, he's not a simple person, but must die under the dragon breath technique. It will be quick. The protagonist says he has now condensed the technique, using all his energy to enhance his power and speed. Victory or defeat depends on this strike. Zhang advances very quickly towards the man. He is left speechless, asking if it's really the dragon breath technique. The protagonist lands a punch on the man's face with such force that it throws him far away. Zhang thinks the power boost was surprising, but his body isn't ready for it. 2 of his fingers seem to be broken. The man lies on the ground, motionless. The 2 girls return, and Rotong asks if the protagonist is okay and if he needs any help. He says they need to leave immediately in case this guy has partners. Chao Wei comments that her brother-in-law really is incredibly strong. At the bus stop, several students are there. They're being told to get on the buses as quickly as possible so they can be counted. In the midst of it all, Chao Wei shouts for Yue Ying. As soon as Yue Ying sees them, she asks if Chao Wei is hurt and if it's serious. She replies that she's injured, but it's minor. She was close to death, but her brother-in-law did very well. Zhang asks who she means by brother-in-law, and the 3 of them look embarrassed. Suddenly, noises are heard in the bushes, and a student screams, saying it's a demon, a monster from the demonic realm. A giant monster appears, laughing and saying it found food because it's starving. Yue Ying shouts for everyone to get on the buses immediately. Di Wang tells everyone there to be responsible for protecting the students. He asks Yue Ying to inform Zhenlong about what's happening. He picks up a shield from the ground and starts running to the front. Yue Ying tells him to come back, saying he can't handle this alone. He responds that they can't worry about that now. They must protect the students. He asks her to ensure everyone gets out of there safely. The monster charges at him, but he manages to defend himself with his shield. The monster attacks again, but this time Di Wang realizes he won't be able to defend himself. Zhang doesn't waste any time and helps his friend by landing a kick on the monster's face. Di Wang sees this and asks the protagonist what he's doing there, being a rookie, as he could die since that was the demonic realm. The protagonist says that Di Wang reminds him a lot of a friend of his, and that's why he wants to help. The monster attacks again, throwing Di Wang's shield away. Yue Ying appears behind the monster and attacks it as well. She jumps back, shouting that the monster's skin is very tough. The monster goes after her, but the protagonist becomes furious as no one touches her. He starts releasing his aura again, shouting for her to get away. Angrily, he charges towards the monster. He leaps and kicks the monster's face, breaking its teeth and making it fall. With just one blow, he defeats the monster. Yue Ying asks if that is the dragon breath technique and comments on how strong it is. Di Wang says that the kick was so powerful that it defeated the monster in one go. Suddenly, a person appears on top of the monster, congratulating them for enduring a fight against a mid-level monster. This man was the masked figure from last time. They ask who he is. The masked man says they don't need to know who he is. The only thing they need to know is that the dawn of victory will be theirs. Di Wang points a finger at him and yells, saying he is Shuguang, and asks how he dared to attack students. The masked man now turns into Wolverine and says that a small group of brats will die here today. He prepares to attack and starts moving. He hits Yue Ying and Di Wang. The protagonist notices this and shouts for Yue Ying to be careful. She prepares to defend herself. The protagonist realizes she won't make it and without thinking twice, steps in front of her. He catches the masked man's attention and manages to dodge his strike. The masked man asks Zhang if he wants to be a hero. If that's the case, then he'll help by killing him first. The protagonist gets angry and, even without being able to do much, doesn't give up on protecting Yue Ying. Suddenly, Professor Zhenlong arrives, releasing a strong aura. Quickly, Zhenlong steps in front, protecting everyone. Zhenlong looks at the masked man and says he is Shuguang, asking how he dares to do this and if he wishes to die. Several policemen arrive at the scene. Shuguang says Zhenlong really lives up to his reputation, as his skills are incredible. Shuguang emphasizes that he could play with all of them. Zhenlong charges at him, yelling that he won't escape so easily. Shuguang bids everyone farewell and says they'll meet again soon. He jumps, dodging Zhenlong's attack. The monster attacks, but Zhenlong defeats it again with a punch, climbing on top of the monster, enraged. However, Shuguang uses his ability again and disappears, leaving several bats behind. Zhenlong becomes even more furious. He returns and asks the security team and senior students to count the students and take them to the academy to treat the injured. After that, on the 11th floor, everyone gathers. As soon as Zhang enters, he shouts upon seeing the Dragon King. The Dragon King says that he finally entered, as it had been days since they last saw each other, and he already missed him. The protagonist feels pain in his hand, and the Dragon King notices it. He asks what happened, and if he hurt his hand. Zhang says it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Yue Ying arrives with her cousin, She says the Titan won't be able to enter because he's injured. Autumn asks what happened. The Dragon King explains that there was a small problem with the rookie's tests, and the Titan got hurt and is in the hospital. He will probably need a few days to recover. Arrow says that without the Titan, it will be difficult for them to fight. The protagonist looks at the two and thinks that this girl looks a lot like Chao Wei. He calls Yue Ying and asks who the person with her is. Yue Ying smiles and says that this is a good friend of hers who wants to join them on their adventures. She introduces herself, saying her name is Birdie. She says she's a rookie and asks them to take good care of her. Yue Ying thinks Birdie is there just to add drama again. The protagonist greets her and thinks that, without a doubt, she is definitely Chao Wei, the queen of drama. Arrow tells their leader that everyone is present, so they can depart. The protagonist says they will leave now. Birdie asks Yue Ying why her guild consists of so many archers, and why the guild leader's face is covered. Yue Ying scolds her, telling her to speak more quietly. They start approaching one of the boats, and quickly, everyone boards and begins their journey. Yue Ying says she doesn't understand why Birdie had to join them when she already has a guild. Birdie replies that she was just curious. She says she heard Uncle Liu mention a promising candidate in the realm of magical dominion, and that's why she's there. Birdie says she's going to help evaluate this person to see if he is worthy of Miss Liu. Yue Ying yells at her to stop talking nonsense, emphasizing that they can't believe everything their uncle says. Birdie says she also heard their uncle say that Asura has extraordinary talent, possibly an S or SS rank. She asks if he is better than her because she also has SS talent. Yue Ying responds that she doesn't know, because she's never seen the two fight. Birdie looks at him and says she would only enter a fight with him if she knew she could win. Meanwhile, Bunny calls the protagonist and says she has always wanted to ask him something. She asks why he entered the magical dominion. He says he's doing it to ensure a good life for those he loves, and that when the time comes, he will leave and live a life of peace because, for him, being close to his family is the most important thing. Birdie interrupts the two and tells Asura she has a request. He asks what she wants. She says a good person like him wouldn't refuse her. The protagonist says that no matter what she wants, just ask. Birdie smiles and asks for a friendly fight, but the protagonist immediately refuses. Birdie goes to him and says that if they fight, she'll tell him a secret about Yue Ying. He asks what secret that would be. She says she'll tell him what she likes. The protagonist says he has no interest. Birdie says she knows the color of the clothes she usually wears. The protagonist turns away and says he doesn't want to know. Birdie is confused and asks if he doesn't want to know about Yue Ying, thinking she is helping. He says she is confusing things, as they are just good friends. Birdie responds that such close friendship between men and women doesn't exist. He looks at her and says she can think whatever she wants. Bunny just observes, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the archers point and shout, saying they see a pirate ship. A large ship is heading towards them. One of them says nothing about this was in the Magical Dominion Guide. Others comment that the guide was written over 10 years ago. While they argue, the ship gets closer and closer. The Dragon King says this is exciting because the first time he goes to sea, he encounters pirates. Asura asks everyone to stay calm and gather by his side to fight. The ship gets closer and closer. They shout that the ships will collide. Suddenly, one ship crashes into the other, and the pirates start attacking them. The pirates are very fast and within seconds start breaking the formation of the archers and surrounding them. The protagonist asks Arrow to lead the archers and focus on attacking. Asura calls the archbishop and orders him to use his dark magic. The archbishop obeys his master and starts attacking them. The protagonist tells Arrow that they need to try to get rid of the pirates as quickly as possible. Arrow says he understands and asks everyone to concentrate. They fire their arrows. Several pirates begin to fall, but after a few seconds, they start getting up again. Asura yells for everyone to be careful. He thinks that if it continues like this, he may have to call the swordsman. Bunny comments, looking at Birdie's clothes, that she is a mage and asks why Birdie isn't helping in the fight. Birdie responds that such a small fight isn't worthy of her participation. She says that despite appearances, her ability is the highest among everyone there. Bunny says it's not the time to brag and claims she also has an SSS rank ability. Birdie responds that it seems Bunny doesn't believe her, so she'll show her. One of the pirates attacks Birdie, saying no one could steal her from him. The Dragon King tells her to run and asks why she isn't moving. Yue Ying reassures the Dragon King not to worry about Birdie, as she can handle herself. Birdie looks at the pirate and uses her ability. A magic circle appears under the pirate, who screams and asks why he can't move his body. Birdie approaches him, smiling with a knife in hand, and says she increased his gravity by 100 times for 100 seconds, so he wouldn't be able to move. She starts striking the pirate multiple times while he screams in pain, begging for help. Bunny comments that Birdie's behavior is not normal. The protagonist remarks that her talent is indeed powerful. Once someone is hit by it, they'd be completely at Birdie's mercy for the next 100 seconds. Suddenly, a pirate in the mast shouts, asking how a bunch of trash who don't even know their own strengths dare attack his companions. He says he's thinking about how to feed them to the sharks. The pirate jumps down, startling everyone. This is Captain Jack. He fires, hitting one of the archers. People are scared because this captain is the boss of the 11th floor, but he wasn't supposed to be here, waiting instead for someone to challenge him at the fortress. They say they are in a big group, and the captain is alone. They just need to handle him correctly to defeat him. The archers advance. The Dragon King tells Asura they also need to rush over there. The protagonist suggests they should watch first because this boss isn't supposed to be here. In a game, a false boss usually appears, or when the battle reaches a certain point, he simply flees. The archers keep advancing towards the captain. He grabs a rope and asks if they are really trying to catch the great Captain Jack, claiming they are still too young. He starts swinging and shooting multiple times at the archers. Quickly, all the archers fall. The Dragon King is impressed and comments that the captain's damage isn't very high, but his shooting rate is very fast. The protagonist wonders what would happen if he shot and hit the captain's rope. He starts aiming at the ropes, saying they are swinging in the air, so he needs precision and must shoot at the right moment. Asura fires and cuts the captain's rope in half. The captain starts falling. As he approaches the ground, he turns and lands on his feet. He says the protagonist's attack was good, but not very useful. He starts laughing and says it's time to show them the true power of Captain Jack.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.
He looks at his parrot, and the parrot starts flying with red eyes. Suddenly it begins to change color while saying it will have some fun with them for its master. The adventurers start running scared. The parrot grows enormous and grabs two adventurers. It throws them to the ground and heads towards the Dragon King and the bunny. The Dragon King shouts that the bird is coming too fast, and the bunny asks what they should do. The protagonist says they don't have much time, so everyone should prepare to fight. He asks Birdie how many targets her ability can trap. She says only one. Asura tells her to restrain the bird and informs everyone that Captain Jack is his responsibility. Birdie runs and starts using her ability, telling the two not to stay there. The bird falls to the ground, screaming that it can't move. Meanwhile, the protagonist already has his archers aiming at Jack. The captain says this day will be remembered as the day they almost captured Captain Jack. Smoke starts to appear around him. Yueying shouts that the captain is going to escape. The captain returns to his ship and says they need to come after him. Asura asks everyone to rest well because their next destination is the sea fortress. Sometime later, they arrive at the fortress and shout, saying it was built on the back of a giant turtle. In the fortress, there were several pirates with cannons. The protagonist says that this time the guide was correct. The fortress was on a turtle with thick, solid walls and several cannons around it. The protagonist emphasizes that if anyone wants to see the captain, they will have to enter the fortress and reach the interior. However, this is difficult because there is only one way, through a rope ladder surrounded by pirates. He says that getting close to the rope ladder is already challenging because the pirates would shoot with the cannons, and even if they climb up, they will still face many fully armed pirates. His companions ask what they should do. Asura tells them to just look and analyze everything for now because there were many people in front of them. The protagonist looks at the wall and asks how many meters they think it is. They say about 10 meters, and he responds that this is enough because he can get through without using the rope. Suddenly, Yueying looks to the side and realizes that Chung is also there. Liti gets irritated seeing him. He approaches and calls Yueying his fiancée, saying it's a coincidence to see her there. Birdie asks Yueying if she is really engaged to the Chen family. She says no, and emphasizes that she has her own choices about her marriage. Chung asks her to join them because he has a good team, and they will be able to clear the floor quickly, but Yueying refuses and asks him to stay away from her. Chung gets irritated and shouts, saying that if she wants to stay with those people, he won't stop her, but when they are married, the treatment will be different. The Dragon King gets angry and says he will kick Chung's face to knock out at least 2 or 3 teeth, but Yueying asks him not to start a fight because she will take care of her own matters. Birdie stands by her side, and the protagonist also stands by her side, asking her to stay calm because he will always be there for her. Yueying looks happily at Asura and wonders if she said something wrong. She thinks the protagonist increasingly resembles someone she knows in real life, but she is still unsure who he is. The war between adventurers and pirates begins. The adventurers advance fearlessly, while the pirates defend their fortress without hesitation. They start firing the cannons and bombarding the battlefield. Asura and his team just observe. Seda says it's that crazy Cheng trying to attack the fortress. A shield barrier is raised in front of him. The cannonballs hit the shields and are thrown away. The protagonist says they have joined forces to break the city's defense. The Dragon King says they are at a disadvantage in this part because they only have archers. Litty says that to make money, the fairy hired a large number of adventurers and that these shield warriors are her employees. Meanwhile, the fairy shouted to her warriors that they were doing a good job and needed to keep it up until they reached the city. Chung was still irritated, saying that Yue Ying was stupid because when they were fighting the final boss, they still wouldn't have climbed the wall. Layman commented that Yue Ying and Asura were getting closer and warned his master that if he didn't take action regarding the marriage, there could be complications in the future. Chung responded that the Qing Martial Arts Academy was closed and he couldn't leave, but when the time came, he would go to the Liu family to propose marriage to her. The protagonist said it was almost time and that they should start attacking too. However, the adventurers asked how they should attack. He prepared and said he would show them how they attack. Asura used his ability and summoned his giant beasts. Seda smiled and said he had forgotten about the giant beasts. The Dragon King commented that with these beasts, they wouldn't need to fight the adventurers for the rope. The protagonist climbed onto one of the beasts and asked everyone to prepare for the attack. The pirates continued attacking the adventurers who were lying on the ground, too weak to fight. The adventurers looked at the beasts and asked what those were and how they were appearing there, especially with people on top. The adventurers said it was the work of the archers and wondered how they got so many, finding it incredible. Another guy commented that it was even more amazing than the pirates' defense because the archers managed to reach the top without the slightest difficulty, seeming like something divine. The pirates also wondered what those were but decided to shoot. Asura ordered his archers to attack. A rain of arrows hit the pirates, who started running and abandoning the defense. The protagonist asked everyone to be careful because there were people below the giant beasts, and they couldn't step on them. Litty was in control of one of them, advancing forcefully. She turned to the side and shouted to the fairy that she would be crushed. The fairy screamed, saying that Litty was crazy, and asked if she really wanted to crush the fairy. Suddenly, an explosion occurred due to an attack from the giant beasts. Some pirates began to die, and their orbs started falling. Asura asked his companions to enter the city now. He urged everyone to hurry and kill the boss of this floor as quickly as possible. Chung was left speechless seeing this. He got very angry and started running, shouting that he couldn't believe it and needed to hurry and defeat the boss before that idiot Asura. But as soon as he got close to the wall, some pirates jumped at him, leaving him scared and unable to do anything. Suddenly, some sword marks appeared. Layman had quickly defeated them all. He asked Chung not to be impulsive, but Chung shouted and said that no one should try to stop him, because today he would fight Asura to the death. Chung, almost crying, said that the protagonist took his woman, so he would kill Asura. Layman asked Chung to calm down. He emphasized that Chung's skills were indeed incredible, but Asura could summon giant beasts. Not to mention he summoned 5 of them at once. Cheng got even angrier and asked if they should just stand there and watch while others took the boss. Layman said it was good to know the enemy first, and suggested they just observe how they would deal with Captain Jack. Cheng smiled and said this time he would be as smart as they were. Inside the fortress, the captain shouted that they had indeed broken his barrier, so he would kill everyone to feed his pet. The birds started flying again. The protagonist shouted for everyone to be careful and asked Autumn to take control. Quickly, Autumn took the lead and started using his magic. He began to freeze the bird, which screamed that the damned humans were trying to stop it. Asura asked Birdie to take care of the giant bird while he and the rest dealt with the boss. The protagonist called the Archbishop, while the captain jumped all over, shooting at them. Asura told the Archbishop that everything depended on him now. The Archbishop told Captain Jack that he would suffer divine punishment. The Archbishop's magic tried to hit the captain, but failed. The Dragon King commented that the high dodge rate of the boss made everything more difficult, even for the Archbishop. Therefore, he and Yue Ying would try hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist thought that although the captain's movements were fast, they still seemed predictable. He believed he could anticipate his moves. He started aiming and gave the order for the Archbishop to attack. Meanwhile, Layman and Chung were observing everything. Layman said that Asura was indeed different, but Cheng responded that he wasn't all that, and that he would kill him right now. Layman asked him to be calm and not act now, letting the boss handle them first. Captain Jack began spinning and shooting even faster. One of the captain's strikes hit the Archbishop, killing him. The Dragon King laughed and asked if the protagonist was really going to do that. The Archbishop took his demonic snake form. Asura shouted for everyone to focus on the boss immediately. The serpent and several arrows flew towards the captain. The attacks hit the captain, who screamed in pain. Chung couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were almost killing the boss. He needed to get out right now and kill Asura. Layman warned Chung once again, telling him not to approach, because the boss on this floor was not easy to deal with. Captain Jack said he was angry now, and that everyone there would have a slow and miserable death. He started laughing a lot, and everything began to tremble. Asura asked what was happening, and told everyone to be careful. Yue-Ying also couldn't understand why everything was shaking so much. Suddenly, the Kraken appeared, grabbing some adventurers. Giant tentacles took over the place. Litty screamed, asking what that disgusting thing was. Captain Jack laughed and introduced one of his favorite pets, the Emperor Giant Octopus, Kraken. The Kraken began to move. The protagonist said he really had a giant octopus. Yue-Ying asked everyone to be careful and avoid the tentacles at all costs. The Kraken started attacking everyone there. The Dragon King commented that the damage the Kraken received was very low. Asura stepped in front of the bunny to protect her, and said that this was only the 11th floor, and the boss was already so strong. He said it was time to reveal his secret weapon. He called the swordsman, who knelt before him, awaiting orders. The protagonist ordered him to kill the Kraken and the captain. Without hesitation, the swordsman advanced and attacked the Kraken with his sword intent ability, cutting the tentacles into several pieces. The Kraken tried to attack him, but he was extremely fast and cut all the tentacles without difficulty. All the adventurers started celebrating because the swordsman was extremely powerful. Yue-Ying thought she wanted to learn how to use a sword like him. Chung thought it was unfair that Asura could even summon the swordsman. Layman commented that Asura, being only on the 11th floor, was already very strong and brought extremely powerful innovations, making him a dangerous and unpredictable person. The captain became even more irritated and asked for the Kraken to fully appear. The entire sea began to tremble, and the Kraken emerged from the depths. The Dragon King said that if they managed to cut the Kraken into sashimi, it would be worth the sleepless nights. The protagonist asked everyone to stay alert and not fall into the sea, and told the swordsman to decide. The Kraken faced the swordsman, who feared nothing, and advanced without any fear. He used his abilities and attacked the Kraken with terrifying speed, managing to reach the Kraken's head and cutting it several times. Asura shouted for the swordsman to focus on Captain Jack now. The swordsman said he understood and started attacking the captain. Jack began shooting, but the swordsman didn't stop. Jack screamed, and the swordsman cut him in half. The captain fell to his knees, saying this was impossible. A system window appeared, saying, "Congratulations, you killed Captain Jack and his pets." Everyone started celebrating the captain's defeat, as they could now move to the next floor. The portal opened in front of everyone. The protagonist went to the fallen orbs. Seta approached him and said he wanted to talk, but that he shouldn't misunderstand. Asura asked what he meant by that. Seta explained that he would like to take some guild members for a while. The protagonist asks why. Seta responds that after what Asura did there, the archers feel unworthy because their attacks were not very effective. He emphasizes that he would like to go back a few floors to train them and then return to fight alongside their leader. The protagonist smiles and says he doesn't think anyone there is a burden or holding him back, so they don't need to carry that guilt. Seta says that even though Asura thinks that way, as they advance, they become less and less effective in battles. He assures that they do not intend to leave the guild or betray Asura, as it is their home. They just want to improve, and if they encounter any significant difficulties, they would contact the leader for help. The protagonist says that if that is their thinking, then he respects everyone's choice. He asks them to take care of themselves, and if anything happens, to ask for help in the guild chat immediately. Seta thanks him and says for the protagonist to move on to the next floor, while he would take the archers to lower floors to fight monsters and improve their skills. They say their goodbyes, and the protagonist says he will wait for them further ahead. Seta thanks him once again and asks them to also be careful. Layman watches all this and says that the boss was killed and they should go back and wait for him to respawn. The fairy and the others are already heading to another floor. Chung, still angry, says that sooner or later he will kill Asura. As they leave, Layman comments that Asura's speed of improvement is something out of the ordinary. If they don't find a way to deal with him as soon as possible, it could become an endless problem in the future. The main team of the protagonist enters the 12th floor, a completely different place, set in space. The bunny comments that this floor has such a beautiful sky. Litty says the stars are beautiful too, and she loves it. In front of them were some strange monsters. Asura says that the monsters there are elemental creatures, and that physical attacks won't affect them. Only magical attacks that counter their element will be effective against them, otherwise they won't take any damage. Yue-Ying explains that it's true. If the monster is of the fire element, they must use water or ice to deal with it. If it's of wood, they need to use fire. In the team, they currently only have 2 mages, Birdie and Autumn. Autumn can use water-based magic, able to fight against fire. Asura says that Birdie's magic is gravity, which has no attribute. Although she can hit all monsters, it won't deal any damage to them. He explains that they currently know magical elements such as fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, unassigned, and undead. And based on this, they only have ice that can deal with the fire creature. The protagonist says they will have to find other elemental mages to help them. Based on this, he decides they should stop there for today and rest. Yueying comments that it's not easy to find so many elemental mages like that. The protagonist points out that, besides all this, the Titan is still hospitalized, so they should wait for him too. In the Qing Academy office, Qin talks to Director Qianchu, saying that this time she was entrusted by Director Dong to help the university in investigating this matter. Qianchu says he is relieved and asks her to thank Director Dong for him. Qin says that if anything happens to the university, she will take full responsibility. Zhenlong asks Qianchu what they should do about the entrance exams for the students, because if these more than 100 students remain on campus, it will greatly affect the order of teaching. Qianchu says he has already spoken with Qin, and the tests will continue as usual, with results out in 3 days. Those who should stay will stay, and those who should leave will leave. Zhenlong is surprised and says he is worried about other incidents like the previous ones. Qin tells him not to worry so much because Director Qianqiu asked for the Bureau's help and used professional equipment to test the new students. Zhenlong, still worried, shouts, asking what kind of equipment this is. She explains that it is a virtual combat system called VCS, which the National Security Office specifically uses to train newly recruited fighters. The virtual combat system tests 10 people at a time. In the system, candidates can face simulated monsters similar to those in real combat for their tests. Among the people, Chao Wei says she was placed in the 9th group and asks Rotong which group she is in. She replies that she is in the 11th group and asks where the protagonist is. He says he is in the 3rd group. Rotong gets excited and says that it will soon be his turn since the 2nd group is already being tested. Zhang confirms, but comments that he didn't expect Chung to be in the 2nd group. Chung defeats a level 15 monster, leaving everyone amazed at his strength as he broke a record. They announce that the 2nd group's test is over, and Chung exits, feeling full of himself. Rotong explains that in this test, monsters from levels 1 to 15 correspond to those in the low-level Devil's Cave, those from levels 16 to 30 to the monsters of the mid-level Devil's Cave, and those above level 30 to the high-level monsters. She comments that Chung is so powerful that he defeated a level 15 monster, and the protagonist looks at her. Chung leaves thinking that he has already trained with this system, and therefore, he will be first. Chao Wei tells her brother-in-law that now it is his turn and wishes him good luck. As they cross paths, Chung thinks that this time he surpassed that piece of trash. The protagonist thinks that Chung shouldn't celebrate too soon. He should just watch and see. Zhang sits down, and Qin asks him not to disappoint her. He says he will do his best. He puts on the equipment and focuses only on the test. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees a monster in front of him. He looks at his hand and comments that this is how the system works. The monster starts running towards him, but he easily dodges the attack and punches the monster in the face, throwing it away. People are impressed with his strength. Rotong asks if the protagonist won, and Chao Wei says she can't see, so she doesn't need to hurry. However, she says that Zhang is doing well, and that Rotong doesn't need to worry. A level 9 monster attacks the protagonist. People continue to comment on how strong he is because he is already at level 9. However, others say not to get too excited, as it is still only level 9. If he wants to surpass Chung, he still has a long way to go. Zhang continues to fight and defeat the monsters. He thinks it is a bit tiring, and the dragon's breath takes a lot out of his body, so he won't use it unless necessary. A level 10 monster appears attacking him. He advances and continues to attack, but the monster manages to dodge his attacks. Chung thinks that level 10 monsters already have basic intelligence. If a person is not familiar with their fighting style, they can be difficult to handle. He thinks that now it's just a matter of waiting for the protagonist to die. Zhang thinks that it is indeed difficult to deal with this monster if you are not serious. He jumps on the monster's neck and starts using a technique. Qianqiu recognizes the technique and says it is the soft force technique. He says that it looks like Zhang is indeed Peng's disciple. Qin says that's right. After all, he is Zhang. Time passes, and the protagonist continues to defeat the monsters. People scream as he just reached a level 16 monster. They say that all the others were defeated between levels 7 and 8. Only Zhang and Chung were able to get there. Now it will depend on Zhang being able to defeat this monster, because if he does, he will be the strongest in the academy. However, people don't believe he can do it because the monster that appeared in the test is of that level and is extremely powerful. Chung is seething with anger, saying that the protagonist has no chance of defeating such a monster. Zhenlong wonders if the protagonist can really defeat this monster and break the academy's record. He comments that if the monster is indeed the same level as the real monsters, then Zhang has no chance. Qin hears this and asks if he wants to make a bet. He asks what they would bet on. Zhang is already quite tired and says this takes a lot out of his body. It was already difficult to defeat the level 15 monster. However, the level 16 monster has already appeared in front of him and starts attacking him. He shouts that he won't give up and will do his best there. The monster manages to defend against the protagonist's attack, surprising him. The two collide head-on, and the monster kicks Zhang away. He falls to the ground and thinks he can use Dragon Breath once or twice, but needs to save it for critical moments. They both stop and begin to stare at each other. People start getting irritated and ask why he doesn't give up if he's not going to fight. They say it's pointless because he's not as strong or fast as a mid-level monster. Rotong continues to cheer for him, shouting that he can do it. Chao Wei also shouts, saying he can't give up now because he still needs to become her brother-in-law. The monster focuses on the protagonist and starts advancing very quickly. Zhang focuses on the monster's movements and at the last second dodges the attack. He grabs the monster's arm, saying the most important element of the soft force technique is Tai Chi. He strikes the monster, throwing it backward, but within seconds, he manages to get behind the monster again, grabbing it by the neck and squeezing. A system window appears saying, "Congratulations, you have defeated the level 16 monster from the Devil's Cave. In 5 minutes, the level 17 monster from the Devil's Cave will appear." Qin says he made a great move, and that she wasn't wrong, and it looks like Zhenlong is going to lose the bet. He just laughs. People celebrate, saying he is truly incredible and can now hold his head high. Chung approaches the stage, irritated, and shouts that this is impossible, that he can't lose to such trash. Qin steps in front of him and asks what he is thinking of doing, reminding him that the test isn't over yet and that he can't go up on stage. Zhang remains focused on the test, and the level 17 monster appears in front of him. The protagonist shouts for the monster to take him seriously and do something interesting. The monster advances, and the protagonist jumps to meet it, saying he will go all out. The monster disappears in front of him, and he asks what is happening. He hears a voice saying the test is over, and that he will soon leave the virtual space. He asks if it's really over. A countdown begins, and he says he finally found a way to overcome his weaknesses, and now it's over. Qin removes his equipment and says he did a great job and defeated the level 16 monster from the Devil's Cave. With this performance, he wouldn't have any problems with the National Security Agency tests. He stands up and looks at the people shouting his name and celebrating his achievements. Ruotong and Chao Wei guard him as everyone wants to approach, asking how he managed to do that. People start running towards him, asking if he is accepting disciples. They would even cook for him if he wanted. He asks what's going on. Chao Wei asks how he doesn't know what's happening. He was able to reach level 16 and had to be pulled from the test, so everyone there became his fans. He leaves the crowd and says he's very tired and will sleep a bit because he needs to enter the magic domain later. Ruotong runs to him, asking him to wait a moment. He stops and asks if she needs anything. She says she's stuck on the 11th floor and asks if he can help her tonight. He says he can help without any problems and asks if her eye problem doesn't interfere and make everything dangerous in the magic domain. Chao Wei shouts that she can't stop the people and says she will take Ruotong to the dormitory. Before leaving, Ruotong says she is wearing a sky blue mage outfit in the magic domain. He says he will look for her. As he leaves, he wonders how she knows the color of her clothes if she can't see anything, but thinks someone may have told her. After a few hours, on the 11th floor, the protagonist looks for a person dressed as she described and wonders if it's her. Her name is Melancholy Sky. He goes towards her and asks if she is Ruotong. She smiles and says yes, asking if he is Zhang. He also says yes, and says he will take her to defeat the floor boss. Since she can't see, she just needs to follow him. She says she didn't mean to hide it, but she can see things in the magic domain. He turns, shocked by this. She blushes, saying she's sorry. He thinks that this means she knows his true identity now. She apologizes and says she won't tell anyone his identity. The protagonist asks her to please keep this secret, as she is the only one who knows, and it would be a big problem if it got out. She says she understands and asks him not to worry about it. He says it's all right, and that he trusts her. The protagonist opens his message window, and the Dragon King sends a message saying that Titan will join today. Asura asks if he is well. The Dragon King says he hasn't been discharged yet, but he is doing very well, so they will return to the 11th floor to help him defeat the boss. The protagonist says it worked out well, because he had a friend who also needed help, so they should do it together. Asura says his friends will arrive in a few minutes, and he will introduce them to everyone. After a few minutes, they arrive. As soon as they arrive, the protagonist introduces his new friend, Melancholy Sky, and says she wants to adventure with them. She asks them to take care of her in the future. The Dragon King says that if she is Asura's friend, they will protect her with their lives. Yue Ying looks at them jealously and wonders what kind of relationship they have, and if they could be a couple. Birdie also looks at her and thinks she looks very familiar. Asura says that since everyone is there, they should quickly clear the 11th floor so that tomorrow everyone can continue on the 12th floor. As they head to the ship, the protagonist asks about Titan's health. He replies that he is fine and that the doctor is already arranging his discharge. At sea, they ask why everything is so quiet this time, where Captain Jack and the pirates are. The protagonist says that last time it was something unexpected that shouldn't have happened, and the chance of it happening again should be very low. The Dragon King comments that this time it wasn't as exciting. They reach the fortress again and use the giant beasts to pass, just like last time. The giant beast starts running, and Melancholy holds onto Asura. The bunny gets angry and yells at her to take her hands off her older brother, saying she can't touch Asura. He asks them both to stop moving back there. Melancholy apologizes, saying it's her first time riding a giant beast and she's not used to it. Melancholy comments that Asura is truly incredible for being able to summon beasts of this size and asks what his talent is. The bunny crosses her arms and says he is so incredible that he can even summon bosses. Melancholy is impressed by this. The protagonist asks everyone to focus and fight as quickly as possible to finish soon. They jump towards the boss, and within minutes, they defeat everyone again. The Dragon King comments that he didn't expect them to defeat the boss so quickly. Yue Ying says that this time it was very easy. The protagonist thinks that his 10 slots are already occupied, and there is no space for another Captain Jack. Asura opens his system screen, which says, Summoning Art Rank, SSS level, 1 experience, 517 1,000ths. Cost 10 vitality. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: after killing a target, you can summon a copy of the target. The replica is identical to the original, has no time limit and can level up. The maximum level is 5. Notes: Level 1. Summoning Art can summon 10 copies. At level 2, 30. At level 3, 50. At level 4, 100. And at level 5, 500. He thinks that his summoning art level is still 1, and his experience is already halfway. He hopes to reach level 2 as soon as possible to use 30 summons. The gate opens again, and the protagonist tells them to enter. The Dragon King comments that even if they enter, they still don't have elemental mages, so they won't be able to fight. Asura says they still lack fire, lightning, and earth mages, and need to find a solution soon. Titan mentions he knows a fire mage, but she is stuck on the 10th floor with her team and can't help. Liddy asks if they should post on recruitment forums, but people there are greedier than she is. Melancholy suggests that she might be able to help. The Dragon King asks if she has mage friends and what their specializations are. She replies that she doesn't have mage friends, but her ability is elemental attachment, which allows her to imbue weapons with elemental attributes. Liti is happy and asks if she is a support mage. Titan says she is a gift from God for them. Asura celebrates, saying that with elemental attachment, they can fight with their own weapons and clear the 12th floor. The protagonist says it's late again, and even if they go to the 12th floor now, they wouldn't have much time. So he suggests they leave now and come back strong tomorrow. He also mentions that the guild's warehouse has many orbs and he will get some to distribute to everyone so they can level up and enter with full strength the next day. The Dragon King agrees, saying it's a great idea, and that besides, tomorrow there will be a leveling test for the new students, and he and Titan will have to help. The protagonist decides they will end the day there, and later send the orbs to everyone in their mailboxes. They say their goodbyes and leave. The next day, they are back at the academy. Zhenlong says the next test is the placement test, where students can form groups or go solo. The person next to him is Tianyang, the elite class teacher. The protagonist wonders where Qin is and if she finished her work and left. Zhenlong tells Tianyang that even though he is the elite class teacher and can choose any student, he still needs to preserve his image. He explains that his test is straightforward. When they are ready, they can find him in the small auditorium next door, where he will personally train with each of them. Ruotong says she would like to form a team with the protagonist. Chao Wei shouts, saying she also wants to, fearing that Ruotong might be held back because of it, and not reach the elite class. He is confused, asking if they didn't have a bad relationship. Chung arrives with 2 friends. and they tell the girls to stop dreaming because they won't get into the elite class. Another one says they should follow Chung instead of Zhang. After that, they leave, laughing. Chao Wei says she wants to see Chung get beaten up. The protagonist asks her not to worry and to let him take the test first. As soon as Chung and his team enter, within seconds, they are defeated. Chung asks if this guy is really a teacher because his leg seemed broken. The spectators are astonished, saying it looked like a duel between life and death, and Chung was utterly humiliated. Many no longer wanted to participate. Chung feels embarrassed and shouts that he is the youngest son of the Chen family, and it is an honor for the martial arts academy that he came to study there. Yet they had the audacity to do this to him. If it weren't for his grandfather, he wouldn't even be there, as he wanted to study in the United States. Zhenlong tells him not to be so arrogant. While his family is indeed honored there, it doesn't mean he could enter the academy just because of that. Chung shouts that he doesn't care about that. He would study abroad. Zhenlong tells him to leave and calls for the next group to enter. Zhang calls his two friends and says it's their turn. They enter the mat and face Tianyang. Chao Wei looks at Tianyang and says he is drunk. How could he be her future teacher? It's disgusting. The protagonist says the teacher managed to defeat Chung in seconds. He is not an ordinary person. Tianyang asks if they are ready and says there is only one rule. If they can touch his body, it is considered that they passed the test. However, they must come at him with everything, as he will too. Rotong says she can hear the energy flowing through the teacher's body, and it is very powerful. Zhang says the drunkenness is just an illusion, so they should stay close to him. They advance without fear. Tianyang says they fight very well together, but he grabs Rotong's cane and throws her on top of Chao Wei. The protagonist changes his attack and tries to hit him from behind, but Tianyang notices and dodges with some ease. The protagonist keeps attacking and tries to kick him, but Tianyang dodges again. He says they are indeed stronger than the previous students, but if they want to touch him, they have a long way to go. Zhang asks if they are okay. Chao Wei says yes, but notes that the teacher is very fast. At this rate, they won't be able to touch him. The protagonist says he has an idea. He suggests that if he and Chao Wei attack together while Ruotong tries to predict the teacher's movements, they might succeed. While they are talking, Tianyang thinks they are different from the others. He will play a little more with them. On the second floor, Shi asks Qianchu why Tianyang is fighting more slowly. Normally, he finishes fights very quickly, but this time he is analyzing the students more. Qianchu says either he is in a good mood or he saw something interesting in these students. They should wait and see. The protagonist continues fighting the teacher, but still cannot land a hit. Zhang thinks his speed has reached its limit. Even with the dragon's breath, he still can't hit Tianyang. The teacher asks the protagonist's name and says his speed is really decent, but he still needs to work harder. While the protagonist is fighting Tianyang, Rotong is counting the movements. Chao Wei asks if she has discovered anything, but she just tells Chao Wei not to disturb and run to the fight. She starts advancing, and Rotong shouts for her to attack on the left. Tianyang notices this at the last moment and manages to dodge, surprised and asking if she managed to predict his movements. Rotong shouts for her not to stop attacking. The teacher realizes that Rotong was predicting his movements just by listening, so he needs to attack her. He advances to attack and says he will get rid of her first. As soon as he gets close to her, she smiles and says he lost because of that, leaving him surprised. Suddenly, Zhang appears between them using his soft force technique. Qiangchu shouts for them to attack together. The protagonist manages to grab one of his legs, and the other two come over the top. Tianyang releases a strong aura that pushes them back. Zhang is astonished by such a powerful aura. Qianchu enters the mat and says they did very well since they made Tianyang use the wind shock. This test was very exciting. Tianyang agrees, saying that this year's test was worth it because the three of them were very interesting and worth the effort. Shi approaches them and hands out 3 badges, congratulating them on passing the test. They will join Class A and be in Professor Tianyang's class. Chao Wei shouts that only Class A students are qualified to wear the gold chest emblem. Now she can go back and show it to Yue Ying. Ruotong says she is really happy and excited about this. The 3 leave the test room, and everyone is astonished by what they're seeing. Some say they thought the group would also be disqualified, but they ended up being the first Class A group in the entire school. The students become a bit more competitive, as Class A usually has only 5 members, and 3 spots are already taken, leaving just 2 remaining. Zhenlong informs the protagonist that the test is over and he can return to his room and rest, as tomorrow at 8 in the morning, they will have a Class A session. Chao Wei calls her father and says she just passed the class test and is now a Class A student. She asks what present he intends to reward her with. Rotong asks the protagonist if they are going to the magical domain realm tonight. He says yes, They will try to clear the 12th floor of the magical domain realm tonight. Later, on the 12th floor, as soon as they enter, their group arrives together. The Dragon King says they finally arrived and asks Melancholy to quickly show her elemental ability, or he will go crazy. The protagonist also asks her to demonstrate her skill. She starts using her magic and infuses the Dragon King's weapon. A system window appears stating, "Your weapon has been infused with the thunder element for 30 minutes. He starts laughing and asks if this means that for the next 30 minutes, his attacks will have thunder power. Melancholy confirms, but notes that her talent has a small flaw. She cannot control which element she will use, so her enchantments are all random. Asura says it's not a problem, and if the element she manages to use isn't what they need, they will wait until she can use it again to clear the entire floor. Melancholy uses her ability again, this time on Yueying's weapon. Yueying is happy, saying that now her weapon has the fire element. The Titan's shield gets the water element. The Dragon King says they can now go out and fight the monsters. The protagonist runs ahead and says they got lucky, because basically all the elements were distributed. As they walk, Liddy looks to the side and sees some people fighting, remarking that they must be very wealthy because they use enchant scrolls to add elements to their weapons. The Dragon King says they can't afford something that costs 100,000, and that Melancholy's talent is more powerful than those equipments. Suddenly, a monster appears in front of them. Asura takes the lead and asks everyone to be alert, as it's a fire elemental monster. The monster attacks, and the Titan steps in front with his shield, defending everyone. He says it's time to counterattack. The Dragon King jumps and strikes the monster, but his attack doesn't cause much damage. Autumn takes the opportunity to use her ice, attacking alongside the Titan and dealing significant damage to the monster. Asura is impressed that the elemental attacks really cause immense damage to the monsters. In a short time, the monster is defeated, and its body begins to disintegrate. Autumn says that the elemental counter makes everything easier than she imagined. The Dragon King asks what kind of monster he could test his thunder element on. The protagonist suggests he try it on a wood element monster. Up ahead is the Elemental Lord's palace. The protagonist says this trip was quicker and easier than he imagined, but everyone should remain alert for the boss fight. As they get closer, some people are standing there, wondering why the boss hasn't revived yet, as it's been a long time since it was last killed. They thought there might be a problem in the magical domain. However, without the boss reviving, they couldn't ascend to the next floor. A group of people said they had heard of bosses from the 26th floor appearing on the 6th floor. Maybe this is the end of the magical domain. How could this happen? The Dragon King said it was hard to believe this information, as the appearance of bosses from higher floors in the domain realm seemed quite unusual. Asura mentioned that it was a very unlikely possibility, but with so many people stuck there, if they waited in line, they probably wouldn't have a chance to fight the boss today. They wondered what to do, as it was still quite early. The protagonist suggested they could go back and fight elemental monsters to learn more about them and possibly get some loot. The Dragon King agreed and said they needed to do it quickly because his element would expire soon. Suddenly, Asura saw some lightning ahead and said something was happening and they needed to check it out. As they headed towards the lightning, they encountered some adventurers saying the boss had appeared outside, but something was wrong because he should be inside the palace. Out of nowhere, the boss appeared before them. The Dragon King shouted that this boss was huge. The Elemental Lord stood before them. The protagonist wasted no time and told his team to get ready and ordered Birdie to use her gravity ability. She began using her magic, and the boss was immobilized. The Titan took advantage of this opening and attacked the boss but caused no damage. He was confused. They all started attacking, but no one could inflict any damage on the boss. The Dragon King asked how they should fight if none of their attacks were effective. Asura suggested that maybe this boss had no elements. Yueying was a bit confused by this. The boss started attacking some adventurers nearby. Suddenly, he turned towards Yueying and attacked her too, but she managed to defend herself. She and the Dragon King moved back, and she warned them to be careful and not advance yet. Birdie said they needed to come up with a plan quickly, as her ability wouldn't hold the boss for much longer. The protagonist said that if the boss had no element, then there was no elemental advantage to exploit. He asked Melancholy if there was any way to change the element of its body. She said she would try. He asked what she would do. She replied that she didn't know yet, but she would try something. She got closer to the boss and started using her magic. Fire began to rise over the monster's body, and it assumed the fire element. The Dragon King was impressed, while the Titan said the plan was perfect. Asura remarked that Melancholy was really smart, and noted that the boss's element had changed to fire, so now they could attack. The Titan took the lead while Autumn used her magic to attack. This way, they began to inflict damage on the boss. The protagonist cheered because it was really working and asked Birdie to hold on a little longer. Autumn continued attacking and said that the boss's health had already dropped by a third. They just needed to keep going, and everything would be fine. The boss started moving again, and the Titan warned them to be careful. Birdie said something happened, as her magic was no longer working on the monster. The monster's body began to change color, and Asura asked what was happening. Melancholy said it seemed the boss was changing the element of his own body. The Titan commented that the boss's body changed, and their attacks were ineffective again. The protagonist noted that the boss's attributes had also changed, and if he switched to an element he had an advantage with, he would deal even more damage. He mentioned that the boss started changing his element again, this time to metal. Asura called Yue Ying and said the metal element was weak against fire, so she had a good opportunity to attack the boss. Without thinking twice, she used her ability and went after the monster. Yue Ying managed to hit the monster, causing tremendous damage. The Dragon King stood still, amazed by the incredible power she displayed. However, the boss got angry at her and turned to try and catch her. She dodges his attack, and the Titan steps in to protect everyone. She comments that the sword was a bit slow. If it were the swordsman, he would have landed 3 more attacks. The Dragon King is getting furious, wondering when the boss will change his element again, because his thunder element is running out. The boss tries once more to hit Yue Ying. This time he lands a full hit, sending her flying. Asura runs to help. As soon as he holds her, he asks what's wrong with her, why she was so distracted. She looks at him and says she has a request. The protagonist asks what she wants. Yue Ying says she wants to learn how to fight with the swordsman. He says that's easy. She can train with him anytime she wants, but first, they need to defeat this boss. While they were talking, the boss advanced on them. Birdie yells for them to stop flirting and be careful, because the boss has now changed to the lightning element. Asura says his bow and arrow are earth element and perfect for this. He aims and shoots right at the monster's face. The monster dodges a bit, but the arrow hits its chest, causing no damage. The Dragon King can't understand and asks why the arrow didn't hurt the boss. Suddenly an explosion occurs right where the arrow hit, causing tremendous damage to the monster. They scream, asking why they were causing such strong damage to the monster. Asura says he didn't expect to cause so much damage, but he landed a critical hit. The boss looks at them, and the Titan asks everyone to stay behind him. He manages to defend against another of the boss's attacks, and says that as a shield warrior, his role is getting smaller since he doesn't deal damage. It would be much better if he had some kind of taunt talent to draw the boss's attention to him. The protagonist tells him to hang in there and attacks again, causing more damage to the monster. The Dragon King laughs, saying they are almost defeating the monster. Its health is down to a third. As the boss is nearly dead, Yue Ying looks back and says they have a problem. Several people are there. Birdie says they came to steal their boss. The Dragon King gets angry and asks who dares to do this, but Asura says he has an idea. He starts summoning his beasts. Several beasts begin to appear. Everyone starts attacking the boss, and the protagonist tells them to finish this quickly. The people who came to steal the boss are scared by the number of beasts, especially the giant ones. They ask where all those bosses and beasts came from. They think this is some kind of error in the magical domain. They say that with so many bosses in one place, they should behave, or they will be killed in seconds. Asura jumps and sends the boss to hell. He shoots another arrow at the boss's head, blowing it to pieces. The adventurers just watch in shock. The system says, "Congratulations, you killed the Elemental Lord." Asura stops and looks at everyone, saying, "It's done." They start approaching the loot. The Dragon King says the boss dropped a lot of stuff. Among the items, the protagonist picks up a necklace. The system says, "Grade A Elemental Necklace, Spirit plus 17. Special effects, none. Durability, 900/900ths. Without thinking twice, he offers the necklace to Melancholy, saying it has plus 17 spirit and is perfect for her. However, she refuses to accept, saying she can't do that. Asura emphasizes that it was thanks to her that they achieved this victory. The Dragon King agrees, saying that thanks to her spectacular skill, they managed to clear the floor and defeat the boss without much difficulty. While they are talking, Yue Ying calls the protagonist and says she just discovered a very serious problem. He asks what the problem is. She looks around and says she can't find the portal to the 13th floor. The other adventurers are shocked. They don't know what's happening. Melancholy asks why there isn't a portal. The Titan says it could be because the magical domain is having issues. Birdie is also very irritated by all this, feeling like they fought for nothing. The adventurers there start talking about having a friend on the 19th floor, who mentioned there was no portal there either, and no one knew why. People begin to panic, thinking something significant might be happening, like the closure of the magical domain. Without the magical domain, many would be without money, and worst of all, they couldn't evolve to fight the monsters from the Devil's Cave, which could mean the end of the human race. The Dragon King asks Asura if they could leave, given there's no portal, and if something really is wrong with the magical domain. If they stay inside, it could become dangerous. Yue Ying says she will also leave and talk to her uncle, as he might know something. The protagonist says everyone should leave immediately and keep an eye on the news. This will probably be resolved in the coming days. The next day at the academy, people are talking about the magical domain being in absolute chaos. Even the guide had disappeared. Now they can't even choose which floor they want to enter. Even the shops were closed. Amidst the crowd, Chao Wei calls Zhang to hurry up, as it's almost time for the Class A lesson. The other men there wonder who this woman shouting so early is, and comment on how beautiful she is. The protagonist shows up looking sleepy, saying they were told classes were at 9 o'clock and it's still 8. Chao Wei gets furious with him. She tells them to move quickly because 5 students were chosen for Class A this year, and she wants to see who the other 2 are. She grabs him and starts running. He says he hasn't even had his breakfast. She says it's not important. He can have lunch later and it will be fine. Right now, they need to get there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in Class A, 3 people are already there. One of the students goes up to Ruo Tong and says she's also in Class A and introduces himself as Junyang. She introduces herself in return. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives with Chao Wei. Ruo Tong immediately senses his presence and asks if he's there. Zhang enters the room, and Junyang stands up to greet him. They introduce themselves. Junyang points to the guy at the back table and says he's Chiu Yu, but he doesn't say anything, just keeps reading his book and ignoring everyone around him. Chao Wei asks Junyang how he passed the test, mentioning that the drunk professor is very strong. Even with 3 of them, they struggled to pass. He smiles and says that Professor Tianyang is indeed very strong. To hold him in place, Junyang says he used all his strength to the point of having a nosebleed and a headache for days. They ask Junyang what he means by holding the professor in place. The next day, in the classroom, Professor Tianyang says he has set up a training program for each of them. He tells them to get their equipment and train for 24 hours straight. Chao Wei is shocked and asks if they won't be able to sleep. Tianyang becomes irritated and yells at her, asking if the monsters would let her sleep, or if the enemies would let her sleep peacefully. He says they would kill her while she was sleeping. Junyang asks why Zhang isn't there. Tianyang tells them not to worry. Zhang is undergoing special training since he is Peng's disciple. Chao Wei asks what kind of special training that is. Elsewhere, a lot of water is falling. The protagonist is under all of this, shouting that the stone is very big. He begins to use the dragon breath technique, but even so, he can only move the stone 2 or 3 meters. He yells that it's impossible to push it. Behind him, Professor Tianyang suddenly appears, telling him to take a deep breath. He says that 10 minutes have passed, but the protagonist has only managed to move the stone 2 or 3 meters. He asks if this is all Peng's disciple can do. The protagonist becomes irritated and starts to concentrate more, thinking about what his teacher said. He remembers that the dragon breath technique is related to lung capacity. Master Peng had mentioned that the dragon breath technique is related to deep breathing. A month later, on a plane, the blonde fool, better known as Chung, says that his mother had already prepared everything for him. As soon as the plane lands, someone will be there to pick him up. A man next to him asks why his mother didn't send a private jet to take him. It's an insult to his status to fly on a plane with so many low-level people. Chung says that his mother didn't want to draw too much attention to the case, since it is not right for one of the 4 great families to send their children and grandchildren to study abroad. The man looks at his watch and tells Chung that tonight, Colonel Andrew, Deputy Director of the Huaguo Security Bureau and leader of the Razor Operations Team, would like to discuss Chung's future with him. He is happy with this news, as being in the Razor team would be great. While he is on the plane, he thinks that he will make Qing Academy, Professor Tianyang, and especially Zhang and Yue Ying pay the price sooner or later for everything they did to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is already holding the stone with one hand while answering the phone. He asks his sister why she is calling so urgently. She smiles and says she wanted to tell him that Dr. Yang called to say there is a new artificial kidney and she will undergo a replacement surgery in a few days. He is happy and says that's great. He asks her to stay calm, that when the time comes, he will be there with her to accompany everything. She takes the opportunity to tell him one more thing. Yesterday afternoon, her class teacher guided them to the domain realm. He is surprised by this and asks if she really entered the magical domain. She says yes, but the domain realm was still chaotic. Even the guides were missing, and her class was not able to awaken their talents. She asks what his name is in the domain realm. The protagonist says that the domain realm is really in a chaotic state, and if she enters again, she needs to be very careful. He says he will send his name later. She says she will wait and says she misses him very much. His arm starts to tremble, and he says he is in the middle of training. He tells her he will ask for a leave from his teacher to accompany her during the surgery in a few days. She says okay, and the protagonist accidentally pushes the stone too hard, breaking it into several pieces. He says he accidentally made a mess, so he needs to call quickly. After that, he decides to enter the magical domain. As soon as he enters, he looks for Yue Ying, who is also there. She says he entered early this time. Asura tells Yue Ying that he needs to resolve something in a few days, so he won't be able to train swordsmanship with her. Yue Ying asks if something happened and if she could help with anything. He says it's fine, it's something he can resolve on his own. He asks her to hurry and start training. She stands in front of the swordsman and says that today she will defeat him. He tells her to move the sword with the wind, and by doing so, she will defeat herself. They begin to fight, and the swordsman says she has many distractions. She tries to attack him, but he defends and says that to defeat him, she needs to abandon all her previous sword arts. She says she will not give up. The protagonist watches them fighting and says she has been training for a month already and is still as motivated as the first time. Elsewhere, Feng is lying on the surgery bed. The doctors say they will give her anesthesia first, so she should relax and not be afraid, just like the last times. Feng thanks them and says she hopes that after this, she will never have to get on a surgery table again. The doctor says she is nervous, which is why her heart rate and blood pressure are rising. She needs to relax and talk to the doctor a little. Feng thanks him again and says she is now 18 years old. A few days ago, her teacher allowed them to enter the magical domain realm. Yang is impressed, congratulates her, and asks what talent she awakened. She smiles and says that currently, the domain realm is not functioning normally, so they were not able to awaken their talents, but she is hopeful. She says she wants to be as amazing as her brother. Yang asks if Zhang's talent is that powerful. She responds that yes, her brother's talent is SSS rank. She starts to sweat and says her eyes are getting heavy and she is very sleepy. The doctor is impressed and says it's the first time he's heard of someone awakening an SSS rank talent. He comments that her brother is really powerful and asks for his name in the magical domain. Feng says he is not an unknown person, so she can reveal her brother's name in the magical domain. Almost asleep, she says her brother's name is Asura. Yang shouts as soon as he hears the name. He removes his mask and starts laughing, saying this is a very pleasant surprise. The people with Yang say they can't believe it and ask if he will still do that to her. He turns and says no, Feng is too valuable. He asks them to find someone to take her away because he will use her to negotiate with Asura. Meanwhile, outside, the protagonist is apprehensive, pacing back and forth. He says his sister will be fine, nothing can happen. Suddenly his phone rings. He answers angrily and asks who the hell is calling him at this hour. It was Chin, yelling at him and asking why the hell he wasn't answering her calls. She screams at him not to let his sister undergo surgery because the doctor is no good. He is stunned and asks her to speak more clearly about what she means. She screams again, saying that this Yang is the leader of Shuguang and that he can't let his sister have the surgery because it is too dangerous. Zhang becomes even more furious. He drops the phone and starts running into the room. He bursts through the door, and one of the doctors says the surgery is in progress. He can't enter. The protagonist says, "To hell with that," and orders the doctor to get out of his way. He tries to punch the doctor, but he defends. The doctor jumps, and his mask falls off. The protagonist sees that he is Hao. Hao looks at Zhang and says he has gotten stronger again, but he comments that the stronger the protagonist is, the better, because not killing him would be very boring. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, leaving people scared and shouting that there is a fight in the hallway. The protagonist continues attacking, enraged, saying he doesn't care who is in front of him. People start running, commenting that the two fighting were not human. One punch from them created a hole in the wall. The two security guards start running, saying that if they go there, they will die. It's better to wait for the police. Hao smiles and says that since he lost last time, he has been training every day to beat the protagonist. He takes out a knife and says that Zhang's sister is already undergoing surgery and he won't be able to save her. The protagonist begins to use his dragon breath and says he will kill Hao. He advances at incredible speed and punches Hao in the stomach, throwing him hard against the wall. Lying on the ground, Hao asks what kind of technique that is. Zhang raises his foot and says that before killing him, he will tell him so he doesn't get lost in hell. Before he can kill Hao, an explosion happens in front of him. He looks surprised at the door. It was Yang. He smiles and says he asked the protagonist to wait quietly outside. Hao, all injured on the ground, asks for help to defeat Zhang. The doctor thinks that the protagonist's power is as strong as that of the magical domain, something out of the ordinary. Zhang, still angry, yells, asking where his sister is and what they did to her. Yang tells him to calm down. that his sister is fine, but if he wants to see her again, it's better to do what he's asking. The protagonist shouts, asking what they want him to do. Yang says it's something simple. He just needs to enter the domain realm at 8 o'clock tonight. They will exchange something. Zhang asks how he should do that, as the magical domain realm is unstable and he is stuck on the 12th floor. Suddenly a spear comes toward the doctor. He dodges and starts laughing, saying that Qin was also there. Today was really a different and hectic day. She comes running, furious, saying that today Yang would not escape. He laughs, asking if he really would not escape, and shows a scroll, telling her not to be so sure about that. The doctor calls the protagonist Asura and says that today, at 8 o'clock at night, the dead zone will open and they should meet there. The protagonist shouts, asking what he wanted from him and why he needed him. Yang says it's all because the protagonist is the only person in the world with an SSS rank talent. Smoke fills the place, and Yang manages to escape with the teleportation scroll, taking Hao with him. As soon as they manage to escape, Qin, surprised, asks Zhang if he really awakened an SSS rank talent. He remains silent. Elsewhere, inside a room, Feng is tied up and surrounded by some people. Suddenly the door opens, and Yang, along with Hao, enters the room. Yang says that his identity has been revealed, so they can't stay there for long. As soon as he gets what he wants, they will move to another place. Hao enters and collapses on the sofa, all battered. The whole group is surprised by this, commenting that he had been hiding in Tiangfeng City for years. Why was he exposed suddenly? Hao says it's because there is a different person this time. He comments that they will go to the dead zone tonight. Yang tells a woman that the boss will be all hers, but she needs to keep him alive until he gets what he wants. She says she understands. Yang tells her and the fat guy to stay out of the boss's update point and not let anyone interfere. If necessary, they can kill some people. They celebrate, saying they understand. Hao yells at Yang, saying he needs to help him kill Zhang. However, Yang says that Hao's injuries are very severe, so he should stay there and take care of Feng while he deals with the protagonist himself. Yang says they still have some time left and asks everyone to get ready, because this time, he doesn't want anything to go wrong. A few hours later on the 12th floor, the protagonist enters and thinks that the dead zone has really opened. He uses his invitation, and the system opens a window and asks, "The dead zone has been opened. Do you want to use an invitation to enter? Yes or no?" Suddenly his whole group arrives, shouting for him and saying he entered much earlier. The protagonist asks why they are there. The Dragon King says they heard that Yue Ying was secretly practicing with him, so they all entered today to see it. Asura says that unfortunately, he won't be able to help them today because he has an urgent matter to attend to. Yue Ying gets angry and asks what is so urgent, saying she wants to help. The Dragon King asks him to explain what is going on, as he seems apprehensive and in a hurry. The protagonist sighs and says that his sister was captured by the Shuguang Guild. They are all extremely shocked by this and ask if it's really true. Asura confirms and says they want him to go to the dead zone to meet them. The Dragon King starts trembling with rage and shouts, asking if they really kidnapped a girl and if that is something a man would do. He says he will accompany Asura. The Titan agrees and says that Asura is like a brother to him, and if someone in the family is having a problem, he won't stand by doing nothing. Of course, he will go too. In the end, everyone agrees to help. The protagonist thanks everyone for that. Asura takes out several dead zone invitations and says that it is very dangerous. If anything happens, he hopes everyone can protect themselves. The Dragon King says they are ready, and he shouldn't waste time. Yue Ying urges them to hurry, as the most important thing is to save Asura's sister. With everything settled, they all use their invitations and go to the dead zone. They arrive at a strange place called Horror Amusement Park. As soon as they enter, Birdie gets goosebumps and asks what that scary music playing is. Melancholy asks if this park is the dead zone, saying it's her first time doing this, and asks if those adventurers are foreigners. Titan confirms, saying that adventurers from all over the world can enter the dead zone. The Dragon King says they don't need to be afraid of anything because they are many, and no one will mess with them. The protagonist tells them to follow the people, as that must be the entrance to the park. As they begin to enter, the protagonist receives a message. He opens it to read. Qin sends a message saying they are waiting for him at the park entrance, and asks him to hurry. He replies that he is already on his way. Immediately after, the Shuguang Guild also sends a message asking him to head to the central stage of the park, where they will be waiting. The protagonist also says that he is on his way. He shouts to everyone that they will first go to the entrance to meet a friend of his, and then they will enter the amusement park together. They start walking to the entrance, where Qin is standing, waiting for them. As soon as the protagonist finds her, he says he's ready and has just received a message from Yang, telling them to meet at the central stage of the park. Chin asks him if those people with him are friends because they don't seem very strong. Asura says yes, they are there to help, but if the situation gets out of control, he will ask them to leave. She says their opponent is not an ordinary person. Yueying asks her not to worry so much, saying they can take care of themselves. Chin says she's fine with that and will now show the way. They start walking through the park. Birdie looks around and says these monsters are disgusting. Chin begins to attack and shouts for them to quickly defeat the monsters because they don't have time to waste. The Dragon King says he knows that, but wants to see how strong these monsters from the death zone are. One of the monsters attacks him, and he shouts, saying the monsters here have extremely high attack power. Meanwhile, Chin attacks one of the monsters, causing frightening damage. Yueying is impressed with the attack, saying the damage is immense. Birdie agrees and asks Asura where he found such a formidable person. Up ahead, a group of people is complaining that the main stage entrance is closed and they can't get in. The adventurers are angry, saying the towers won't let them in. One of them says they should all attack at once, but another guy says that's crazy, because the first man who attacked was killed by several lightning bolts. As soon as the protagonist arrives, he asks what's happening and why everyone is standing there. The people keep complaining, saying they were the first to arrive, thinking they could kill the boss, but it was all for nothing. As Asura looks up, he sees several giant towers in front of him, shooting lightning and killing people easily. Chin warns everyone that those are Thunder-type security towers, and tells everyone to stay away because the tower will attack anyone who gets within its range. The protagonist says there are several towers together, and if they attack one, they will be targeted by the others, and could die easily. Yueying asks how the people of Shuguang managed to get in there with this many towers. The Dragon King is also curious and asks if it's possible that they are behind this, but Chin tells them to be quiet, because they need to find a way to pass, to save Feng. Suddenly, the protagonist sees a person in the middle of the towers. This person calls him and says their leader has been waiting for him, so he can enter. The man emphasizes that the towers won't do anything to the protagonist. This man is called Chubby. He starts laughing and says only Asura is welcome there. The rest can't enter. He warns them not to try to force their way in, as they could be killed by lightning. Without thinking twice, Asura says he will go in alone, but Chin grabs his shoulder and says if he goes alone, he will have little chance of winning. He just starts walking and says he has no choice. He needs to save his sister. The Dragon King asks what they should do because they can't just watch the protagonist die alone. The people standing there start getting irritated, shouting that they can't believe it. A man just passed through the towers and entered, and they can't just stand there and let that happen. Everyone starts running towards the towers. As soon as they enter the tower's range, they begin to be attacked by all of them. Chin looks at this and says they can't run in, as the thunder attack not only deals massive damage, but also has a chance to paralyze the target. If they get paralyzed there, they would be electrocuted to death. Litty gets irritated and says no one can withstand more than a dozen towers together. Chin starts to wonder what she should do. If she just runs, she will be easily killed. Suddenly, Melancholy says she has a plan. Yueying and Chin turn to her and ask what it is. On the other side of the towers, Asura asks Chubby if he was the one who created those towers. He says yes, that's his talent. He can summon towers to help him fight. Even a powerful adventurer would be killed if they entered the range of so many towers. The protagonist says it's incredible. He didn't think such a talent could exist. Chubby says it doesn't even compare to the protagonist's power. From what he's heard, Asura can even summon bosses. He's practically the boss of summoners. The protagonist says that soon he will be able to see it. Up ahead was the Gravekeeper on top of one of the monsters, with Shuguang beside her. He turns and says that Asura has finally arrived. He welcomes the protagonist and says that today he will witness the birth of a miracle. The protagonist gets straight to the point, saying that he's there, so Shuguang should release his sister. Shuguang claps his hands and asks Asura to wait a bit, as their show hasn't even started. He calls a woman, saying it's her turn. A woman starts entering the center of the stage. Her name is Kaiyun Juewei. As soon as Asura looks at her, he shouts the name Yueying. She asks if he knows her sister. The protagonist is confused by this and asks if she is really Yueying's sister. Shuguang interrupts them and says they should finish the conversation there because it's not nice to keep the audience waiting. Kaiyun Jueye grumbles and prepares, apologizing to Asura. She slams her hand on the ground and begins to glow. Upon touching the protagonist's body, he asks what she is trying to do to him. The system appears, warning. Kaiyun Jueyue is using her talent ability on you. The protagonist wonders what her ability is and what she is doing. Shuguang touches his shoulder and tells him not to move, or his sister's life will be in danger. Asura begins to wonder what he should do and what his sister is doing. Meanwhile, outside the realm of the magical demon, a man watching over Feng was yelling at her, saying that if she didn't stop fooling around he would hit her. However, she yelled back, saying she couldn't take it anymore, and if he didn't let her use the bathroom, she would do it right there. The man gets irritated, saying she's disgusting, and sends her to the bathroom immediately. He pushes her to the bathroom, shouting that she only has 5 minutes. She sits on the toilet and sticks her tongue out at him, thinking that 1 minute was enough for her to run to the demon realm. She disappears from the bathroom and appears in the demon realm. As soon as she enters, Feng wonders if it really is the demon realm. However, she thinks she's not completely out of danger yet and decides to send a message to her brother to try to rescue her. She opens the system and sends a message saying, "Brother, it's Feng. I escaped to the demon realm." Suddenly, a fairy appears in front of her, welcoming her. The fairy says she will be her guide there. Feng is happy, shouting that the spirit guide has finally appeared and now she can awaken her talent. The guide says she now needs to choose her appearance for the realm. Feng says she would like a pink dress to match her face mask since her brother warned her that the demon realm is dangerous. The fairy uses her abilities and soon provides the clothes for Feng. Her name in the demon realm is now Taoji. The fairy asks if she is ready for them to activate her talent. The fairy asks her to place her hand on the crystal so her talent ability will appear. Taoji concentrates and places her hand on the crystal. A strong light begins to shine. While everything is happening, she thinks she is very nervous because she wants to know quickly. She is sure it won't be as good as her brother's, which is SSS rank. She thinks she is being very unrealistic. It will probably be a C or D rank, at most an A rank. The guide congratulates her, saying she is finally awakened. Back with the group, Yueying asks Melancholy if she has thought of a solution. The Dragon King asks her to say it quickly because he is going crazy standing there doing nothing. She says she has been analyzing the defense tower and the people it attacked. From what she noticed, if they can get the lightning element, they should be able to neutralize the tower's attacks. Qin asks how. She explains that, although the elements are random, if a person has the lightning element. Qin interrupts her and says it seems viable. However, even with the lightning attribute, they wouldn't be able to neutralize all the damage since there are many towers. Ordinary people can't withstand it, so they will need healers to accompany them. Liti shouts that she has ample healing power. The Dragon King yells that everything is set, and they need to run. Qin ends up agreeing with this plan since they had neither time nor choices. Melancholy begins to cast her spell, and fire appears on Qin. She looks at her body and says that this isn't lightning. Melancholy says that in 60 seconds she can use it again, so the next one has to be ready. Yueying says she will be next. Melancholy uses her ability again but misses again, getting the ice element. The Titan says it's no problem. He tries too, but gets earth. Birdie gets the wood element. Yueying starts to worry, asking what they will have to do since they don't have a single lightning element. The Dragon King shouts for them to try with him as they still have a chance. Melancholy concentrates as much as possible and uses her ability again. The Dragon King's staff begins to shine brightly, and he shouts in celebration that he got the lightning element. Meanwhile, on the other side of the towers, the protagonist was glowing. A yellow flame surrounded his body. The system notifies him saying, "You received a message from a friend. Check it." He opens it and sees it's a message from his sister saying she escaped to the demon realm. He thinks he needs to find a way to rescue his sister. The flames start to move and return to Kaiyun Juaiwei. She says that the ability has been cast. The protagonist wonders what was happening there since there was no change or adverse reaction in his body. What did she do? Shuguang asks her if it worked. She says yes, but the situation is different from what they imagined. He grabs the book, irritated, asking what was different. When he looks, the system appears saying, Skill Book of the Clone, Summoning Art, Ranking, SSS, Damage 0, Effect. Upon learning this skill book, you will gain a new innate ability. Notes: 1. This skill book is a consumable item. 2. The student must possess an SSS ranked talent ability. 3. If the student already has more than 5 talent abilities, the new ability will randomly replace one of the existing ones. When Shuguang sees that it's necessary to have an SAS ranked ability to learn another, he gets irritated. He repeats this phrase several times and says that it's not possible. Kaiyun Jueyue asks if he's okay. He gets very angry, shouting that it's not possible. He destroys the book, yelling that he wanted to clone that SSS ranked ability so he could create and control an army of invincible bosses. Asura says it's a real shame because things don't always end the way people want. Shuguang looks at him and says his life is also coming to an end. Shuguang says he can't let an enemy with such a strong ability live, so he has to send the protagonist straight to hell. The Gravekeeper asks if she can kill him because she wants to write the first name of an SSS ranked adventurer on her body. Shugwang says that should work, so he will give her 10 minutes to kill him before her spell ends. She thanks him and says she will take good care of Asura. She starts walking with her beast, laughing and saying he's her victim number 342. The protagonist looks at her and asks what that was. Suddenly, a massive explosion happens. The Dragon King appears, full of lightning on his body and full of rage. He yells, saying he found Asura. The whole team starts coming with him. Chubby yells that it's impossible. How did he get through the defense? The Dragon King tells him to shut up because those trash towers are already in pieces. Chin goes to the protagonist and says they received the location of his sister and already sent people there, so he doesn't need to worry. He thanks her for that. Asura turns and tells the Dragon King that he likes his new hairstyle. The Dragon King, pissed off, says, "Screw you." Yue Ying asks what they did. The protagonist says they'll talk about it later. He remembers the woman from earlier and tells Yue Ying that there was a woman there a little while ago who looked a lot like her. Her name is Kaiyun Jueyue, and she said they are sisters. Yue Ying is shocked and screams, asking if her sister was really with Shugwang. Chin shouts for them to leave it for later, as the Dead Zone boss is in front of them. The Titan asks why the boss has an enchantment status over its head. The Gravekeeper says the show is about to start and asks if they are ready to die. The beast she is riding is called the Scary Clown, and he is the Dead Zone boss. Chubby says they are many, so he will help her. He starts shooting at people. The Gravekeeper says that except for Asura, he can choose anyone there. Titan steps in front, telling everyone to be careful with the bullets. The Dragon King says he doesn't care about anything. He will keep hitting everything. The protagonist starts summoning all his beasts, saying that if they are going to fight, then he will test his firepower. The Gravekeeper says everyone is very excited, so she will give them a nice surprise. The boss snaps his fingers and says, "Surprise." Suddenly, several gift boxes start to appear. They fall near them. The Dragon King asks what the hell that is. The system appears saying, "Terrifying Magic Box Level 1 Effect. Sends a terrifying magic box to all hostile targets." The box randomly contains one of 4 bombs. Explosion, freeze, sleep, silence. Chin shouts that this is the boss's ability and that they need to get away as quickly as possible. The boxes start exploding. Several bombs fall into their hands and also explode, hitting everyone there. Liti was silenced and couldn't use her abilities. Melancholy had her feet frozen, and Yue Ying fell asleep. The only ones left were Asura and Chin. He says he was silenced, but he has already summoned his beasts, so it doesn't matter. She says the boss really has a terrifying ability. The Gravekeeper starts laughing and shouts that they lost their numerical advantage and asks if they think they can still win. Before she even finishes speaking, an arrow comes her way. She manages to dodge, but the arrow still grazes her, causing 4,755 damage. Asura keeps aiming at her, completely irritated with all this. He says whether they have a chance to win or not, it's simple to find out. She just needs to try her luck, and she'll have the answer. She runs to the back of the clown, scared, thinking she didn't expect the protagonist to have such high damage. She commands the clown to attack Asura. The boss starts laughing and charges, telling the protagonist he doesn't have a ticket to be there. Asura commands his beasts to protect those who are asleep or frozen. Chin steps in and says he can leave the boss to her. Chin charges with everything and attacks the boss, who screams in pain, saying it hurt a lot. Asura wastes no time and orders the Archbishop and the swordsman to kill the Gravekeeper to end the spell. The Archbishop starts using his magic while the swordsman advances, shouting they need to move their swords like the wind. The Gravekeeper screams, asking the protagonist if those were the beasts he had, as they were too weak for her. With just one blow, she hits the Archbishop. As soon as the Archbishop dies, he enters the second phase, transforming into a snake and wrapping around the Gravekeeper's body. However, she manages to escape and lands another attack on the Archbishop, causing significant damage. The Dragon King asks Liti to heal the Archbishop, but she says she still can't. The Titan says their damage is too great. While the battle is happening, Shugwang and Kaiyun Jueyue watch everything from afar. He laughs and says it's very interesting. The fight was intense. Kaiyun Jueyue asks Shugwang to spare them. He asks why he would do that since the Gate of God was about to open and the demon realm and that world would become one. As he is the servant of God, he needs to help by eliminating all fools. She is surprised and asks if it will really become another world. People start waking up from the boss's ability. Chubby tells the Gravekeeper that they need to finish this quickly because people were waking up. He tries to hit the two, but the Titan steps in front, protecting them from the bullets. Asura commands Birdie to control the Gravekeeper, while Yue Ying looks for an opportunity to attack. She comes running, saying that archers are trash, and that's why she was going to take his head. He leaps, and his body starts emanating energy. The Gravekeeper is impressed with the speed Asura is showing. He turns and says that now is the time. Birdie uses her ability and manages to stop the Gravekeeper. She screams, asking what ability that is. They combine their attacks and charge at her. Just as they are about to hit her, Chubby manages to grab her. Chin uses her SS-ranked ability, Overlord Spear. The boss screams in pain, saying it hurts a lot. The protagonist is impressed by this. He says her ability caused 110,000 damage, which is terrifying. The boss falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Chin tells the Gravekeeper that her clown is finished and now it's her turn to die. She starts laughing, saying they shouldn't be in a hurry because the clown still has one last interesting ability. The clown starts trembling and getting up. Several cards are launched. The Gravekeeper apologizes for ruining all their efforts, but the final act will make up for it all. Birdie notices that everyone's names are written on the cards. Chin says this is the death card, and that anyone whose name is written there will surely die. They can't believe it, saying this can't happen, that they don't want to die yet. The cards start moving, and the Gravekeeper screams that the lottery is starting. Who will be the first to die? She tells the protagonist that it doesn't matter who is chosen, he'd better be prepared. The boss picks a card, and the first name that appears is the Toad's. Suddenly, from the sky, black hands appear over the Toad. The hands grab the Toad and he explodes. The system appears for Asura saying, "Your beast Toad has perished." Chin asks the protagonist what he was waiting for, that he had to kill the Toad immediately. He grabs his bow and arrow and says that the clown will pay with his life for the Toad's death. He fires an arrow that pierces one of the cards and hits the clown right in the forehead, causing absurd damage. The Gravekeeper screams at the clown's death. Several system screens appear saying, "Congratulations on killing the clown. Announcement to all. The Death Zone boss was killed by Asura. Congratulations to him." People are impressed by this, commenting that the Death Zone has been open for a short time, and that in less than 2 hours, the boss was already killed by the same person who killed the Death Butcher last time. They start talking about how strong and incomparable Asura is. Meanwhile, Chubby says that since the clown was killed, they need to get out of there quickly. The Gravekeeper says he can escape. The protagonist shouts not to let them escape. Chin starts running, asking where they thought they were going. Chubby uses the random teleportation scroll and disappears, saying he would see her later. The Gravekeeper says she will only play with them up to this point for now. The Gravekeeper tries to dodge the protagonist's arrow, but is grazed again, causing enough damage to knock her to the ground. Chin wastes no time and continues advancing, saying that now it was her turn. Asura, from a distance, asks if the Gravekeeper still thinks she will escape. Suddenly, someone blocks Chin's attack. She asks what that was. As they look, Shugwang is there, saying that it was not yet her turn to deal with his friends. The Gravekeeper apologizes, saying she failed. He asks her to retreat and leave the rest to him. The protagonist asks how he appeared there so suddenly because, even at the fastest speed, it shouldn't be possible. Chin says it is probably a talent ability he has. Shugwang looks at the two and tells the protagonist he should be intrigued, asking how he appeared there like that. Shugwang emphasizes that he already said he would not let Asura leave alive. Chin says the clown is already dead, and that the protagonist can leave now and not fight this guy. Suddenly, Shugwang appears in front of the protagonist, startling him with that speed. Shugwang creates a die in his hand, saying the rest can leave, but Asura should stay. Chin shouts, telling the protagonist to be careful. Shugwang throws 2 dice up in front of the protagonist. The system appears saying, "Death bet level 1 effect. Cast a death bet on yourself and a target, lasting 15 minutes. Notes: 1. If one party dies, the bet stops. If both parties are alive when time runs out, both will die. 2. The bet is not limited to space and is equally effective in the real world." Yue Ying wonders how such an ability can exist. The Titan says he wanted to bet the protagonist's life. Shugwang starts laughing and says he keeps his word. Within 15 minutes, only one of them can survive. He says today, he will have killed whoever dared to let him live. Tomorrow, when the gates of the gods open, it will be the end for people like the protagonist. Chin wastes no time and attacks, saying he was fooling everyone with those idiotic words, but she would not waste time and would kill him first. Shugwang dodges and says her goal was very good. Yue Ying calls everyone and tells them to fight too, as together they can handle this guy. The Titan says they cannot stop during the 15 minutes until they manage to defeat that person. Asura looks back and says the defense tower is failing and more people are arriving there. He thinks that if he summons the clown there, it will be difficult to control. The people there shout, saying it was really Asura who killed the clown, and as they see better what is happening, they notice that the protagonist team has a bureau member with them and are fighting against the leader of the Dawn Guild. They start cheering for the protagonist. However, Shugwang is extremely strong and can dodge all attacks with ease. Asura asks Birdie to control Shugwang, but she says he keeps teleporting and she cannot hit him. The protagonist turns to Autumn and tells him to find a way to slow down Shugwang. The ice manages to reach Shugwang, but he says it does not matter how many people come with those low-level abilities. It is very easy to handle everyone. Asura shouts for Birdie to act now, and she manages to hit, leaving Shugwang paralyzed. Chin comes jumping with Susanoo active, shouting for Shugwang to die. The people watching are enchanted by her talent, saying it was a privilege to see people like her fighting with their incredible talent abilities. Birdie shouts for them to attack now, but Shugwang is very calm, and the protagonist sees that he still has a die. Suddenly, Birdie's ability seems to lose its strength, and he can raise his hand, creating a giant shield. He says the holy light is with him, so the ants will die. Susanoo's spear clashes with the shield. The protagonist watches and asks how many abilities Shugwang really has, because the Overlord's spear is an SS rank ability, and ended like that. Chin is shocked by that. Liddy asks what that golden shield really is. The Titan responds that the shield is really incredible, as it withstands up to 110,000 damage. Shugwang says he is amazing and mentions that he still has other abilities he hasn't used, but the bet's time is running out, and maybe Asura won't get to see the rest. Yueying starts attacking, saying she refuses to believe the shield can defend against all their abilities. The protagonist shouts that they can try an experiment and sends his swordsman. Shugwang says that using such low-level bosses is sheer stupidity. It seems he is just like his dumb sister, two pieces of trash. Yueying shouts for Shugwang not to insult the protagonist's sister, saying he will die for those words. The swordsman and she start attacking, but nothing penetrates the shield. Shugwang says the combined abilities attack is really good. Birdie shouts, saying she can't hold him there much longer, and that they need to execute a plan right now. Yueying says they will try again. Asura says that, apparently, Shugwang's shield isn't absolute defense, so they could break it if they pooled all their strength. They all start attacking simultaneously. Asura shoots his arrow, and as it hits the shield, it manages to pierce through. Yueying shouts that they finally broke through the shield. Chin says, now is the time to end this. Shugwang gets irritated, saying that at first he only wanted to kill the protagonist, but now he has changed his mind. Now he will kill everyone right there. He starts gathering dark energy. Kaiyun Zueyue arrives behind him, shouting for him to stop. Yueying recognizes her and shouts for her sister. Kaiyun Zueyue bows her head, apologizing to her sister. Shugwang shouts, saying no one can stop him. Everyone will die for facing the judgment of death, so he will show his final ability. Everything starts to go dark, and the people there begin to scream, saying they can't see. The protagonist tells everyone to stay alert because this isn't normal darkness. He asks everyone to gather and stand back to defend better. Suddenly, a scary face appears in the darkness, asking which of them will face God's judgment first. Shugwang starts attacking, and someone shouts that he is coming from the 6 o'clock direction. The melancholic gets scared and says it's wrong. It's actually from 10 o'clock. Shugwang manages to land an attack on Chin's shoulder. The protagonist asks everyone to be careful and protect the melancholic. He asks the melancholic to identify the direction. The protagonist thinks she can hear very well, and thus identify where the attack is coming from. Birdie calls the melancholic. Shugwang thinks he has never seen a person with such sharp hearing. He will have to finish her off soon. Chin calls the protagonist and says his clown ability is almost over, and it is highly likely that Dawn will be the target. Asura shouts that if that's the case, then he will lure him out. Asura tells Yueying and the swordsman to get ready. She asks the protagonist to be careful. Shugwang appears and strikes the protagonist, taking 62% of his life. He shouts that now is the time. The two attack together, but the swordsman is hit and dies. Yueying says that when the sword dies, the swordsman also dies. Shugwang says he warned before that these low-level bosses make no difference to him. He appears above Yueying, shouting that they are all going to hell. The protagonist sees this and shouts for her to be careful. Yueying starts thinking, and wonders if this is goodbye. She still has so much to say to Asura. Everyone starts running toward her, trying to save her. At the last second, a ray of light passes, protecting Yueying. When she looks, she sees her sister in front shouting. Yueying asks what she is doing. Kaiyun Zueyue falls to her knees and begs Shugwang to stop and let them leave. He starts shouting, calling Kaiyun Zueyue a fool and asking why she did that. Without strength, Kaiyun Zueyue starts to fall to the ground while Yueying holds her in her arms, shouting for someone to save her sister. However, Kaiyun Zueyue says it's no use and asks her sister to live well. Chin starts shouting at Shugwang, saying that he was the one who started all this. She asks him to stop the death bet immediately, surrender, and confess his crimes, stating that this is what Kaiyun Zueyue wanted with her actions. Shuguang starts to go mad. He screams that he would never surrender, that he had just accidentally killed the person he loved most in his life, and that it was all their fault. He declares that everyone there would pay with their lives. Yueying also loses control and charges at Shuguang without thinking twice, screaming that she would kill him and avenge her sister. The protagonist begins summoning his beast and asks everyone to protect themselves. The clown starts to appear before him. The entire group rallies to protect the protagonist as he summons the clown. Shuguang continues attacking them all, screaming that he would send everyone to hell. The clown is finally summoned and announces that the next show is called Death's Design. He spreads all the cards around Shuguang. Shuguang creates a holy light shield to protect himself. The clown says that having only one person in the show is very boring. The answer is revealed, and today's lucky one is Shuguang. He moves his shield upwards, trying to prevent the hands from reaching his body. He asks if it really was the end for him. The hand continues to approach him and quickly closes, delivering a punch that breaks the shield easily and hits him, throwing him to the ground with great force. The dust from the impact begins to spread. A system window appears saying, "System alert, death bet cancelled." The Dragon King rejoices, shouting that they won. On the ground lay several items that Shuguang had. Qin says she will take his belongings to the department for investigation. Maybe they will find some clues. As she bends down to look, she sees a card labeled, "Permission to communicate with the Gate of God." She wonders what that could be. Asura approaches and also asks what this is, a kingdom of gods, and why he had never heard of it. Qin says she needs to report this situation to the head of the Eastern Office as soon as possible. The protagonist mentions that Shuguang had several skill books with him, and it looks like he killed many people. Qin says they need to gather these things and go back to study them. The death zone is almost disappearing, and they need to leave immediately. Yueying is quite upset, saying that she doesn't believe in destiny, but now she feels that destiny is indeed at work. The protagonist goes to her and says that sometimes we have to learn to let things go. It's an inevitable part of life. Yueying says she hopes that in another world, her sister can live a happier life. The protagonist tells them to hurry and return to the Demon Kingdom. They should meet at the first floor altar. People start cheering with happiness, saying that Asura is truly incredible. He managed to defeat the Death Zone boss twice and still managed to overcome and defeat Shuguang. The protagonist's group says that he and Yueying fought very well. At the first floor altar, the protagonist's sister calls him, overjoyed. Everyone begins to gather there, and the protagonist thanks everyone for the great help they provided today. The Titan says that thanks are unnecessary because Asura has already done so much for everyone without a second thought, and this is the least they could do. He also emphasizes that they should go out to rest a bit. Qin agrees, saying that they managed to defeat Shuguang, but it was extremely exhausting. Everyone starts to leave. Qin also says that she is leaving now because she needs to go back to help with the investigation. If she learns anything, she will let them know. Taoji asks her brother who the people who kidnapped her were and where they are. The protagonist says to return home, and he will tell everything calmly. He asks what talent she drew, and she starts mocking, saying she won't tell. He gets angry with her. Meanwhile, in California, Chung was training with a boy. Two guys arrive and tell him to stop training and get ready because next week, they will return to their country. Chung asks why he should do that, as he wants to stay there and train as much as possible to achieve his goal of entering the second-level fort in the Demon Realm. The man says that the Triennial Youth Demon Realm Stronghold Exchange Conference is approaching, and this time their country is hosting it. He needs to send Chung and a few others to participate. Chung asks what this conference is and says he's not interested. He wants to keep training. The man tells him there's a message from his family, saying his fiancée is getting very close to someone named Zhang. Chung takes a punch to the face, throws his gloves to the ground in anger, and shouts that he will return to China. He jumps out of the ring, thinking that a woman can really mess things up. That stupid pig. Chung's security team informs everyone to prepare, because they will also return with Chung. In Japan, a woman apologizes to Junichiro, saying that Miss Takahashi is not available to meet him today, and thus she apologizes. The man says that in that case he will visit another day. The woman returns to Takahashi, saying that Junichiro has left. Takahashi says Junichiro is a cabinet minister, and still very useful for the Dawn organization. She then asks the woman to keep Junichiro company tonight to make up for what happened today. The woman agrees. Takahashi tells her she can leave and not let anyone else in. As soon as the woman leaves the room, Takahashi begins speaking with two men, asking why they were urgently seeking her. One of the men says that young Novo is dead. Takahashi is shocked and asks if he's really dead. They say that from what they saw, it was someone named Asura. This person is very strange and powerful, capable of summoning bosses. If the envoy of God finds out Yang Nuo was killed, he will be furious. The other man warns Ilyich not to mention the envoy of God's name, as it makes him nervous. Ilyich says that while the envoy of God is sleeping, one of the 5 leaders of the Dawn organization was unexpectedly killed, and the envoy of God once granted a pass to Yang Nuo. Takahashi says the only way to resolve this situation now is to complete Yang Nuo's mission and activate the demon realm in China. According to her information, this Stronghold Exchange Conference will be held at the Devil's Cave location. She states she will ensure her people are placed in the Stronghold delegation in Japan, and by then, they will see who is capable of receiving the envoy of God's reward. She says she will do everything possible to complete this mission, or the envoy of God's judgment will not be a joke. Ilyich hopes this will really help resolve the situation. The other man says that from what he knows, the people from Country M will also be present at the exchange conference. In the hospital, the protagonist asks how Feng is feeling. She says she already feels she could be discharged. He tells her to stop being silly and stay put to recover properly. The professor and the entire Class A visit them. Tianyang says that it seems Feng is recovering well, so he can be more relieved. The protagonist is surprised to see everyone there, and Feng greets them all. The professor says that now Zhang could attend the conference. He asks what conference this is. Chiou says there's no way the protagonist doesn't know about the International Youth Demon Realm Stronghold Exchange Conference. He explains that it is held every 3 years, and this time it is in their country. Tianyang gets angry with the protagonist and says they all better prepare well and together so they don't embarrass him at the exchange conference. Rotong says she heard that the winner of the first place at the exchange conference can receive a mysterious reward. The professor says they should leave now because they still need to train. The whole group agrees. As everyone is leaving, the protagonist calls Chao Wei and asks her to wait a minute. She turns and asks if there is a problem. He asks if she knows what Yue Ying is doing now because yesterday she came there and said some inexplicable words, as if she was saying goodbye. Chao Wei asks if she didn't say anything because she was getting married. The protagonist is shocked to hear this and shouts, asking if it's true. Chao Wei says yes, her fiancé is Chung, who returned to the country and proposed marriage. The grandfather of the Liu family accepted that Yue Ying would marry him. The protagonist says he now understands why she was acting so strangely and asks if she agreed to this. Chao Wei says that if she knows her cousin well, she wouldn't have agreed, but if she didn't, she would be expelled from the family. Zhang asks when the wedding is supposed to take place. Chao Wei says it seems to be today. The protagonist becomes very worried and shouts to his sister that he will be right back. He grabs Chao Wei's arm and starts dragging her. She asks why he is doing this. He starts running and asks her to take him to the Liu family's mansion because he will stop this forced marriage. At the mansion, many people are already there for the wedding. On a sofa, the patriarch of the Chen family and the patriarch of the Liu family are talking. Mr. Chen apologizes to Mr. Liu for not informing him earlier because he was involved with some things. He asks if Mr. Liu will blame him for this. Mr. Liu says he is a high-ranking official in the service of the country, so he can't blame him, unlike himself, who is stuck at home, dying of boredom. Mr. Liu calls a man named Tong and asks what is happening with Yue Ying. He must find her and tell her to hurry. Suddenly, she starts coming down the stairs, and people go up to her to introduce her to her future in-laws. She looks beautiful, but she is not very enthusiastic. She descends and apologizes to her grandfather, saying she has decided not to marry Chung. Chung's mother starts shouting at her, saying she doesn't know what she's talking about and doesn't know how lucky she is, as there are countless women who want to marry her son. She says she agrees to this only because the patriarchs of the families arranged it. Otherwise, she wouldn't want such a woman as a daughter-in-law. Her grandfather stands up, shouting at her, asking if she wants to drive him crazy as she is acting like her mother and sister. Yue Ying shouts back, saying this is her choice and he shouldn't drag her late mother and sister into this conversation. He shouts back, saying she doesn't have to want anything. Either she marries Chung today, or she can leave the Liu family, as he doesn't need a granddaughter like her. She says she doesn't care about that and will leave the family right now. Her uncle tries to calm her, asking her not to be impulsive. She bows, thanking her grandfather and her entire family for raising her, but from today on, she will give up her family identity and cut ties with the Liu family. Mr. Chen tells Mr. Liu that he needs to discipline his granddaughter. Otherwise, the Liu family's reputation will be ruined by her. Her grandfather shouts for Wei-san to take care of family matters. Suddenly, people start looking back, confused. Wei-san approaches her with a whip in his hand, apologizing. The mother of the foolish blonde starts laughing and says that the Liu family has strict rules and that those who are excluded from the Liu family will have their arms and legs broken, but she doesn't know if it's true. Wei-san tells Yue Ying that she already knows that those who leave the family can no longer use the family's martial arts. She says she knows, and asks him to do what he needs to do. Uncle Liu tells his father that he only has one granddaughter, and that if she takes those lashes, she might die. He begs him to stop this. The patriarch says he can't let the Liu family be disgraced and shouts for the punishment to be carried out. Wei-san shouts, "Steel whip to administer the punishment," and prepares to strike. She closes her eyes, waiting for the blow, but someone grabs the whip with his hand. "It's the protagonist, my dear listeners," Wei-san shouts, asking who he is and how he dares interfere with such a punishment. The protagonist says he is Zhang. The guests start asking if he isn't that extremely strong person from the demon realm and why he is there. The people covering the event start saying to film this because he is an extremely strong person from the demon realm and is there to protect Yue Ying. The protagonist hugs her and says that as long as he is alive, no one will lay a finger on her. Yue Ying looks at him with embarrassment, thinking that he appeared there suddenly and hugged her in front of everyone. Mr. Liu asks who he is and why he is there. Chung starts getting irritated and shouts at the protagonist, asking how he had the courage to come there and try to steal his woman. The protagonist calls Mr. Liu an old fool and says that it has nothing to do with him because from today on, he will take Yue Ying with him. Mr. Liu orders Wei-san to advance on the protagonist and kill them. Without thinking twice, Wei-san prepares to do so. Yue Ying says that Wei-san's divine whip is extremely powerful and asks the protagonist to leave and not worry about her. Zhang asks what the hell she is talking about. He came there to take her with him, and no one will stop him. If necessary, he will fight everyone there. He says he only needs to hear one thing and asks her if she wants to run away with him. She smiles and says yes. Wei-san strikes at them. Zhang, still looking at her, grabs the whip without even looking and says that her wish is his command. But first, he will deal with that guy. Wei-san attacks again, but the protagonist easily dodges. Mr. Liu asks if the protagonist is Pang's disciple. Wei-san says he will give the protagonist a piece of advice. He should kneel and apologize to the patriarch of the Liu family. Otherwise, even if Pang were there, he would die just the same. Zhang says that old man talks a lot and never stops for a minute. Yue Ying shouts for the protagonist to be careful. Uncle Liu thinks that Zhang's iron chain dragon formation is complete for now. Wei-san attacks once more and shouts that he wants to see how the protagonist can break his formation. Zhang asks him who said he wants to break anything. He starts to release his aura and says that in his whole life, he has always kept control of his anger. But now he is really furious about all this. Wei-san tries to attack the protagonist, but he dodges and punches Wei-san in the stomach, throwing him several meters back. Everyone is impressed by this. Mr. Chen shouts, saying that the protagonist broke Wei-san's iron dragon formation with just one punch. Mr. Liu asks if this is the dragon's breathing technique. Suddenly, someone enters, shouting that the backyard is on fire. The guests start running, and some of them shout for the men to help put out the fire and protect the heads of each family. Wei-san shouts for everyone to stay calm. The guests should leave first. Mr. Liu shouts, asking what is happening and how someone dared to set fire to the Liu family property. The old man points at the protagonist and says that it was him, but the police are coming, and he wants to see where the protagonist will escape now. Zhang starts getting very angry. Yue Ying notices this and tries to pull him away. The old man keeps shouting at the protagonist, asking how he had the courage to come there and act that way. Uncle Liu tells the protagonist to take Yue Ying and leave quickly, because if the bureau people arrive, it will be too late. The protagonist grabs her and says they need to leave immediately. While running, Yue Ying asks how Zhang managed to get there out of nowhere and if Qiao Wei told him anything. The protagonist says no, he came there on his own and that he would never let her marry that blonde jerk. Yue Ying stops and asks why, since she means nothing to him. Zhang looks at her and says that maybe it's a bit late to say this, but she is the person he loves, and that's why he wouldn't let her be with anyone else. Yue Ying is shocked to hear this. The police arrive and order the two to stand still. The protagonist says that even if they are from the National Security Bureau, they can't arrest them like this. The man says the protagonist has been breaking into houses, setting fires, hurting people, and lastly kidnapping Yue Ying. The protagonist gets angry and shouts that this is absurd, that he didn't kidnap anyone. The police officer shouts back, saying he can talk all he wants once they get to the bureau. The chief orders his officers to handcuff the two. The police tell Zhang not to resist unless he wants to disobey the bureau's orders. Yue Ying asks what they are going to do now. The protagonist says it's obvious. He is going to beat everyone up. Suddenly, someone yells for them to stop. When they look back, they see Qin. The police officer tells her he received orders from his superiors to arrest those two people. Qin says she will take the two with her and that he can report this to his superiors. The officer says that if she takes them like this, he fears he won't be able to explain what happened perfectly. She says that those two are the people Director Dongfang wants to receive and asks if he really wants to interfere with that. The man is shocked and says he wouldn't dare to interfere with such a thing. She goes to one of the cars and asks the two to get in the car with her. As they drive away, Chin tells the protagonist that he really is a brave man for breaking into the Liu family's house and kidnapping their eldest daughter. Yueying says things didn't happen quite like that. Zhang gets angry and says this is a false accusation, that he was saving Yueying because otherwise she would have been beaten to death by her own grandfather. Chin says that unfortunately, it's not enough to just be the hero, that she will be able to suppress all this temporarily, and that the next step depends on his performance at the Youth Demon Kingdom Exchange Conference. Yueying asks if he is really thinking of participating in that. Zhang remains silent. Chin says all his luggage is in the trunk of the car and that they are heading straight to the airport. She emphasizes that if he doesn't get first place at the exchange conference, it's better if he doesn't come back. He is surprised by this. She explains that if he doesn't get first place, neither she nor the director can save him, and if he returns, it means he will be eating prison food. A man is walking through the streets, thinking that sooner or later he will kill the protagonist with his own hands and thus avenge his uncle. He sees two police officers and quickly hides. His phone rings. He looks at the number and is happy, thinking it might be his uncle. He looks at the phone and sees that it really is a message from his uncle. The message says, "How, when you receive this message, I must already be dead. Do not fight for me. Dedicating myself to God is my wish and honor. Besides you, I have no family in this world. Now I am telling you all the secrets. You must do what I say and go to 89 Wellow River Street, Dongshan City." Hao has a grim expression as he reads the message. He goes to the place mentioned, but when he gets there he wonders if he got the place wrong because it is completely empty. He opens the door and enters, looking around. He says there's not even a ghost there, that everything is empty. A cat meows. Hao looks around and asks if anyone is there, but he sees no one and says that the noise must have come from somewhere else. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "I regret the death of your uncle." He turns around startled and sees a cat looking at him. Hao is very scared and screams that there is a talking cat there. The cat says he is the person Hao was looking for and that the cat's body is just an avatar he controls. Hao asks if he is really the divine messenger. The cat says he could call him that, as Hao's uncle arranged for him to come there one day. The cat asks Hao if he is ready to serve God. Hao says that if it makes him stronger and allows him to seek revenge for his uncle's death, he would follow anyone. The cat says making him stronger is quite simple, but he needs to complete the task his uncle couldn't finish. Hao says that if he really gets stronger, he is willing to do anything. The cat raises its paw, and a blue light begins to emanate. The cat says, "Believer in God's name I give you strength." The light begins to hit Hao's body. A system screen appears in his mind saying, "Unlocking completion." The bar is almost complete, and as it loads, Hao screams in pain. The bar stops at 85%. The cat says that even with just that, he is quite fortunate. The divine messenger says that now he can unlock his talents from the demon realm with 85% of his maximum power. Hao asks if he heard that right, if he can really use his powers from the demon realm. The cat asks if he wasn't clear enough, and says that if Hao doesn't believe his words, he can test it himself. Hao begins to release his strength and punches the ground, breaking it and creating a hole. He screams, saying that this power is really incredible. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, breaking the walls. The cat asks Hao not to get so excited and to stop breaking the hideout. Hao laughs and shouts, asking the divine messenger to let his most devoted servant take him home. A week later, on a beach, a helicopter arrives with the entire Class A inside. Chao Wei is impressed by the beauty of the place. They start walking around and say the place is really beautiful, and there were several foreigners as well. While walking, someone calls out to the protagonist. When they look, it's Chung. Chao Wei gets annoyed and says he is very persistent. Chung smiles and tells Zhang not to get too full of himself just because he took his woman, as they will have plenty of time to play around. The protagonist says that for fighting, he only has 2 times, day and night, and that Chung can come at any time. Suddenly Shu arrives, asking if the protagonist and his friends are the representatives of Qing Academy, as she will take them to their rooms. Chao Wei says that woman is Chief Shu, and that they need to follow her. The protagonist passes by Chung, who gets angry, saying that sooner or later he will make the protagonist suffer. The protagonist looks at him and says he just needs to choose one of the 2 times he mentioned. Chao Wei tells Zhang not to worry about that trash. He isn't crazy enough to do anything in public. The protagonist asks Shu about the process for this year's exchange conference. She says the process for this year is the same as previous years. mainly divided into two events: individual combat and practical team combat, both in elimination rounds. She emphasizes that this year, their country is hosting the event, and because of that, Daxia has increased the cash prize for first place, reaching a total of 50 million. Everyone is astonished by that amount. Junyang shouts that they need to win first place no matter what. Shu says the high cash prize will also attract even stronger opponents. She heard that this year, the delegations from several countries are all elite. The 5-time champion country is led by Duncan Austin this year. He is currently the strongest man in the demon realm of the 5th level. Everyone is amazed by this strength, as the 5th level is terrifying. Shu continues, saying that it's not just country, but also White Bear, Fusang Yin and Yang, and several other countries have sent formidable figures, and therefore none of them should be underestimated. Inside the hotel, she gives everyone their cards and tells them to rest well. The protagonist says he is not tired and found the beach beautiful, so he will go back to take another look. Junyang says he is thinking of doing the same thing. They could go for a walk together. As soon as they arrive at the beach, many people are having fun and running around. Junyang is impressed and says that this place is like paradise on earth. He says they need to put on swimwear and have some fun too. Zhang says he just wants to sit there, but if Junyang wants, he can go ahead and have fun. Suddenly, a woman named Chihiro from the country of Fusang approaches and asks if the protagonist can apply sunscreen on her. Zhang greets her and calls Junyang, saying she needs help with the sunscreen. Junyang gets excited, promising to apply it all over her body. She gets irritated, grabs the sunscreen from him and says she changed her mind and doesn't want the sunscreen anymore. Zhang says there are many people around, and he wants to relax a bit, so he will head back to his room. While returning to his room, he notices some people wearing caps and strange clothes for a beach. Additionally, they are all acting suspiciously. That group of people starts walking to some unusual places. One of the guys says it's just ahead, while another asks why they need such an isolated place. A third guy says this mission is no joke, so they need to be as careful as possible. They reach a cave and say it has started, and they better go in quickly. The protagonist follows them and hides, watching what they will do. He thinks these guys must be plotting something. Inside the cave, several fires illuminate the environment. On the altar are Hao and the Divine Messenger. The group kneels before them and asks why the Divine Messenger risked coming there personally when he could have given this task to any of them. The protagonist hides, watching everything. The cat says this mission is very important. He received information that many other people are also coming there with the same purpose, so they cannot make any mistakes. The people shout that they understand. The cat says he also chose another leader for Daxia, and this leader is the person standing before them. The cat asks them all to go back and inform their chiefs that they are all servants of God, and that God will take care of them. The group shouts, "May the light of God shine upon us." The Divine Messenger asks them to return and organize themselves properly. The protagonist notices that the person there is Hao. He wonders if those people could be from the dawn. He also wonders how there can be a talking white cat there. It's all very bizarre. As the meeting ends, Hao asks the cat why all those people are so devoted. The cat says it's very simple. They all want the pass to God's gate, and with it, the ability to travel to the realm of God. Hao asks what realm this is. The Divine Messenger says it is the place every mortal dreams of. The cat emphasizes that if Hao completes God's tasks, he will also have the chance to know the realm of God. The cat says they need to deal with the person hiding in the corner. Hao shouts, asking who is there. The protagonist steps out, saying his actions have been discovered and that the National Security Bureau team is on its way, so he can't escape. Zhang tells him to confess everything and say the purpose of the Dawn people gathering there. The Divine Messenger says the protagonist is indeed brave, but he can't deceive the Divine Messenger with such a lie. The cat asks Hao if he wanted revenge. Well, now is the perfect time. Hao starts to release his power and says to the protagonist that he didn't come looking for Zhang, but the protagonist chose to come to his death. Hao shouts, saying he will finally kill him. Hao charges at the protagonist, but Zhang dodges and says this is the power of the demon realm. Hao continues attacking. His punches destroy everything they hit. The protagonist realizes this and thinks Hao's strength has increased 1,000,000 times. He wonders what to do about it. The protagonist takes some distance. Hao starts screaming again, telling the protagonist that this is where he will die. Suddenly, a giant rock starts to fall towards Zhang. He is terrified, thinking he needs to do something because he can't die there. Suddenly, someone touches his shoulder and says, "Follow me." He and a few others start fleeing through a hole in the cave wall. Hao asks how this is possible, as Zhang has escaped again. The cat tells Hao not to be in a hurry, because they will see each other again. A bit away from the cave, they stop running. The man says they are now safe. The protagonist asks who they are. The man introduces himself as Saul and says the little girl is the prophet and they are the Salvation Army. Zhang says he has heard of this organization. It means they are sworn enemies of the dawn. Saul confirms this and says they saved the protagonist because of his identity. The protagonist is confused and asks what identity. The prophet says the protagonist is her father. Zhang is shocked and asks if this is some kind of joke because he isn't even married. So how could he have a daughter? The little girl says she isn't joking. Her name is Zhang Yiliu, and she is the protagonist's daughter. Her mother is Yue Ying. She says she knows the protagonist has 3 moles under his foot. Zhang is even more shocked, shouting that there's no way this could be true. Suddenly, a leaf appears out of nowhere. Yiliu continues, saying she knows his talent is SSS level summoning. The protagonist asks if she is a time traveler. She says no, but before the protagonist died, he sent her back to become the prophet and lead the Salvation Army to protect the world. Zhang says the more she talks, the more confused he gets. He asks what she is talking about and how he died. She explains that it wasn't just him who died, but the entire world was destroyed, and humanity along with it. In the year 3021, all the devil caves around the world were activated. The messengers of God awakened, and humans and demons went to war. In 3029, humanity killed the boss Zeus of the 100th floor of the demon realm, successfully opening the gate of God and the passage to the realm of God. But what awaited humanity was destruction. After opening the gate of God, the demon realm fully merged with the real world, and the people of God descended to the real world, plundering the planet's resources. Humanity became cattle, and the creatures of the blue star suffered. That same year, Zhang established the Salvation Army to fight against the people of God and save humanity from destruction. The protagonist was revered as the savior of the world. In 3035, when the human race was about to win the war, the king of the realm of God, unable to defeat the protagonist, sacrificed millions of his own people and used an SSS-class forbidden spell on Earth, completely destroying it and killing all of humanity. At the moment of destruction, Zhang used time travel to send his daughter Yiliu back to become the prophet and save the world from this terrible end. After hearing the whole story, the protagonist says that the year 3021 is exactly the year they are in now. Yiliu confirms this and says that the cat he saw before is the divine messenger. Zhang says all this is too much information for him to understand at once. Yiliu says it's okay. Accepting it all at once is indeed complicated. The protagonist says he will return to the hotel and rest a bit. He will accept it gradually. He says his daughter is very beautiful, and if this is true, it means his genes are still very good. As night falls and they arrive at the hotel, Chao Wei looks at him and asks how he can leave for a long time and come back with a girl. Yiliu says hello to everyone and says her name is Yiliu and she is... The protagonist interrupts her, saying she is his younger sister. He says he will introduce her to everyone, but she says there's no need for introductions because she recognizes everyone there. She says that this is her aunt Chao Wei. She was very beautiful when she was young. Next to her is her aunt Rotong, who is also beautiful. Now she understands why someone carries her photos. She points to Junyang, calling him Uncle Lin, and says he used his mind to control the shot put when he was young. And this one here is Uncle Chu Yu, with an IQ of 210, she says. She adds that her father always spoke highly of him, and mentioned that if he hadn't died so young, humanity would have fared much better. Everyone is shocked by this. Zhang grabs her, covers her mouth, and laughs, apologizing, saying that his sister has been watching too many time travel dramas and isn't quite right. He tells her it's better to stay quiet because if she keeps talking, who knows what problems might arise. Chao Wei asks why the protagonist's whole family acts so strangely. Rotong says it's already 8 in the evening and asks if it's not better for them to enter the demon realm. Zhang agrees, saying that's true, and everyone agrees to enter. At this moment, Rotong hopes that the demon realm returns to normal soon. Yiliu says that once the divine messenger awakens, the demon realm will also return to normal, and that the protagonist must remember to protect her mother at all costs. Chao Wei asks what his sister is talking about, and the protagonist says it's nothing important. After all this, they enter the 12th floor. As soon as he enters, he apologizes and says he's late. Yue Ying runs up to him, saying it's okay, and asks what is happening at the conference. The protagonist says it's a long story and that he will explain everything in detail later. The Dragon King tells them to stop flirting as they need to rush to the boss. He read on a forum that the demon realm has returned to normal and the stone gate has appeared. They will be able to move to the next level. Yue Ying says that's great. They look towards the portal and see that it has indeed appeared. The portal is closed with a loading bar on it. The protagonist's group asks what's going on, and if they have to wait until it reaches 100% to enter. Other people say they've already tried and couldn't pass through the stone gate. The Dragon King gets irritated, saying they had hopes for nothing. The protagonist looks at the gate and thinks that his daughter said once the divine messenger awakens, the demon realm will return to normal. However, it seems the divine messenger hasn't awakened yet. While the protagonist is looking at the gate, Yueying touches his shoulder and asks what he's thinking. Zhang says there's nothing for them to do there, so it's better that everyone does their own thing as he has many things he wants to tell her. Yueying smiles and says she also has many things she wants to tell him. Birdie looks at the two and says that people in love are really scary. She says she will leave since they have nothing to do there, and she needs to prepare for the arena contest tomorrow. Melancholy says she will leave too. Meanwhile, on the beach, Hao and the cat are sitting on a rock. The cat seems a bit strange. Hao notices the cat has a red aura and asks if he's okay. The cat tells him not to make a fuss because there are still 30 hours left before his real body awakens. He says he will break his connection with the cat's body. The divine messenger warns that they won't be able to talk for a while. Hao asks if he can command the organization as he pleases since the divine messenger won't be there. The cat suggests he keep his pleasure under control. Hao remains silent and thinks he doesn't care about planet Earth or the kingdom of God. One way or another, all of this will become his. A red system screen appears saying, Equipment operation, normal. Vital signs, stable. Expected time to awakening, 29 hours, 52 minutes, and 9 seconds. At the hotel, Yiliu is knocking on the door. The protagonist opens the door and she smiles, grabbing his hand and leading him somewhere else. At the arena, several people are already gathering. As soon as the protagonist arrives, she says today's contest has 4 rounds and a certain level of risk. Although she hopes everyone will make it, she doesn't want anyone to get seriously hurt and asks everyone to do their best. Qiao Wei asks the protagonist why he only arrived now. Qiuyu is about to enter the arena. Everyone goes to the stands. Ruotong shouts for everyone to look because Qiuyu is in the arena. Shu says that he is going up against Su Tu, the #1 in East Asia in head domination. Qiuyu is in danger. Jiang Tu, more commonly known as Gong Tao, as pronounced in Hokkien and Cantonese, refers to black magic that was used in Southeast Asia. Zhang tells them not to worry because from what he knows, Qiuyu will definitely surpass his opponent. He won't fight in a normal way. The two face each other for a moment. Su Tu asks Qiuyu if he is ready. Qiuyu lowers his head, smiling, and tells the judge that he forfeits. The judge shouts, asking if he is sure about that. Qiuyu says yes. Qiao Wei stands up, shouting and asking what's going on, how he is going to surpass his opponent if the match hasn't even started and he has already forfeited. Yiliu starts laughing and says that her uncle's decision is very sensible. The protagonist also laughs, saying that knowing when to retreat is true wisdom. Shu looks at them and says that Rutong, Qiao Wei, and Junyang are in the next round, so they need to get ready. Shu turns to the protagonist and says he will enter in the 4th round, and his opponent will be Chung. She heard that Chung is going through special training, so he shouldn't underestimate him. Qiao Wei tells Zhang that he has to teach the bleached blonde a good lesson. He smiles and asks them not to worry. The judge announces that the 2nd round will start soon. The participants should prepare. Chung is training while saying that this time, he will make sure the protagonist has a miserable death there. Junyang's fight begins. Qiao Wei's fight also starts. Rotong's fight begins as well. The rest of them watch until it's finally Zhang's turn. He stands up and confidently heads to the arena. Qiao Wei beats up her opponent. Junyang also wins his fight, leaving victorious. Unfortunately, Rotong loses her fight. Chung's captain says it's finally time to see the results of the special training he went through. Chung tells his captain not to worry because he will easily defeat Zhang. Nothing can stop him since he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The two meet in the arena. Chung takes off his shirt and says he has been wearing that vest for almost a year. He only takes it off to shower, and today he will take it off. As he throws the vest on the ground, the protagonist notices and thinks that the vest weighs several tons. Indeed, Chung has gone through rigorous training. Chung jumps and shouts that the protagonist will die. Zhang sees this and thinks that Chung has indeed become stronger.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.
Zhang uses his dragon breath technique just before Chung can hit him and dodges the attack. Chung continues his assault, laughing and saying it's amazing, but he wonders how long the protagonist can keep dodging. Qiaoyu comments that Chung is moving too fast and that Zhang might be in danger. Shi is impressed to realize that Chung has been wearing a titanium vest throughout the entire training. She wonders how wealthy he must be to afford such a thing. Qiao Wei starts to get impatient and asks why the protagonist doesn't fight back already, saying it's driving her crazy. Yiliu tells her not to be so anxious, as this isn't her brother's real opponent. Chung keeps attacking, asking the protagonist if his strength is speed. He suggests they compare now, but Zhang is dodging all the attacks. So far, he hasn't been touched in the fight. However, Chung begins to irritate the protagonist, provoking him and asking him to stop running and try to hit him. Zhang reaches his limit and says that if that's what Chung wants, then he will have it. Suddenly, Chung disappears from the protagonist's sight with incredible speed. However, Zhang predicts where he will appear and slaps him across the face, saying that slap is for Yue Ying. While Chung is still in the air, the protagonist kicks him, saying that kick is for himself. The kick sends Chung flying, but Zhang is too fast, and with his dragon breath, manages to appear behind Chung before he even hits the ground. Shouting, he says that punch is for both of them. The protagonist's punch is so strong that it drives Chung into the ground. Zhang lands on the ground and stands in front of Chung, who is lying in pain. The protagonist looks at him and says that comparing Chung's speed to his own is like comparing a snail to a leopard. The referee shouts, declaring the winner of this round to be the outstanding representative of Qing Academy, Zhang. The audience goes wild, amazed at the speed the protagonist displayed in the fight. Some say they could barely see how he won. Dorothy sees this and comments that she knew Chung was completely useless and that they shouldn't have given him the big chance to participate in this event. Henry, from Chung's team, says that the protagonist has no skills and that he will defeat Zhang himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang is returning to his team's bench. Shi comments that he was amazing and did a great job. Qiao Wei shouts and celebrates, saying her brother-in-law is incredible, and that seeing Chung beaten and humiliated in front of everyone was very satisfying. She promises that when they get back, she'll tell everyone about it. Zhang asks if Rotong and Junyang are okay. Qiuyu informs him that Junyang suffered severe injuries and won't be able to continue. The semi-finals are now between the protagonist and Qiao Wei. The next fights are announced. Qiao Wei will fight Henry, and the protagonist will fight Jirawa. As soon as everyone sees this, Shi warns that Henry is a terrible guy and asks Qiao Wei to be very careful. They head to the arena, and the fight begins. Henry throws several punches in a row, telling Qiao Wei that if she doesn't give up now, he won't hold back anymore. However, she manages to dodge all the punches. People comment that she doesn't stand a chance against him, even if she persists. However, Qiao Wei charges forward, yelling at him to stop trying to make her give up. As soon as she enters his reach, Henry lands an extremely powerful punch to her chest, sending her flying back. Seeing this, Shi panics and screams. The protagonist wastes no time and enters the arena, catching her in his arms. He slides out of the arena, glaring at Henry. He stops next to the arena, and the medics come running. He shouts, asking how she is, but she doesn't respond. Henry approaches them and tells the protagonist that he'll be waiting for him in the arena. The referee shouts that the winner of that round is Henry. Immediately afterward, the second semifinal match begins. The referee announces that it's now Zhang against Jirawa. Before the fight starts, the protagonist begins to put something in his ears. Jirawa laughs and asks if Zhang really thinks that blocking his ears could prevent his hypnosis. The protagonist ignores him and comments that Shang's taste in music is pretty bad. Jirawa begins to use his hypnosis abilities. Suddenly, Zhang starts seeing eyes on the palms of Jirawa's hands. He wonders if they were already there, or if he's under some kind of hypnosis. Jirawa looks at the protagonist and says he's worried about the kind of terrifying opponent Zhang could be, but he fell into hypnosis like a fool. Jirawa begins to say, "Zhang, an expanse of darkness surrounds you, and you walk slowly." Suddenly, the protagonist sees himself completely chained, with the Sharingan appearing there. Zhang wonders where he is and why his body isn't responding properly. Suddenly, Qiuyu warns through the protagonist's earpiece that he has been hypnotized. He must maintain deep breathing and perfectly control his heartbeat. Jirawa continues using his abilities, telling the protagonist to walk very slowly. He says this fight was easier to win than he imagined. Just as the protagonist was within his reach, Jirawa leaps, preparing to end the fight. However, Zhang delivers a powerful kick to Jirawa, sending him flying backward, saying that this is for what he did to Rotong. Before Jirawa could react, the protagonist charges again, landing a punch to Jirawa's spleen, nearly breaking his arm, securing the victory. Qiuyu says she didn't expect the dragon breath that the protagonist uses to so easily break Jirawa's mental powers. That was truly incredible. Shi says thank goodness Qiao Wei didn't suffer any fatal injuries, but now everything is in Zhang's hands. Qiuyu mentions that the final against Henry is going to be tough for the protagonist. The final match finally begins. Henry says the protagonist indeed has some skills, but this is where it ends. He says it's not too late for Jang to give up. The protagonist, full of anger, replies that at first he was planning to let Henry leave there alive, but that's not possible now since Henry hurt his friend, and for that, he will have to pay. Henry charges without a second thought, saying the protagonist is extremely weak. Jang notices that Henry is even faster than Chung. The two clash in mid-air, but the protagonist feels pain in his arm. Henry says that until now, no one has dared face him head-on. The protagonist was the first to do so. Sure notices the pain the protagonist is in and says this is bad because Zhang's arm might be broken. The situation doesn't look good. He should give up. Chiu mentions that Henry is certainly terrifying, but Sure still doesn't understand Jang. He will never admit defeat. Henry looks at the protagonist and sees that his arm is trembling. He asks Jang how he plans to fight with just one arm. Jang thinks that this is only the beginning of the fight, and that if his arm is already broken, he's at a clear disadvantage. There, he starts using his dragon breath to enhance the activity of his cells and heal faster. Henry notices this and charges, shouting that Eastern martial arts are truly incredible, but they are nothing compared to his. Zhang admits that Henry's strength is truly frightening, and because of that, he can't try to fight him head-on. Using his speed, the protagonist manages to get behind Henry and seals his wrist with the dragon breath technique, so he can't use his powers. Sure says that was a great idea Zhang had. If he can use this opportunity to defeat Henry, it will definitely be his best chance. Chiu tells her to stop trying to make it sound so easy. Henry starts smiling and asks the protagonist if he really thought that would be enough to restrain him. Zhang keeps advancing, thinking he can't give him any chance to counterattack. The protagonist lands a frontal punch. Henry just blocks with his arms. The protagonist's punch managed to make Henry bleed and injure his arms, but Henry laughs, saying the protagonist is stronger than he thought. But then, Henry begins to unleash his power and shouts, telling Jang to feel lucky for experiencing the full power of the Aries serum. The protagonist steps back and watches as Henry's body starts to completely change. His arms grow enormous, and his nose, eyes, and mouth begin to morph. Zhang looks at this and asks, "What the hell is this? What is this guy injecting?" Henry jumps, laughing, and says he's going to crush the protagonist's skull. Zhang dodges, thinking that this guy isn't human anymore. Henry's attack causes an explosion in the arena, making it impossible for the audience to see what was happening. Chiu is stunned, saying that it's impossible, that strength was beyond human capabilities. As the dust begins to settle, a large hole appears in the arena, and a roar is heard. Henry had transformed into a monster. He laughed, saying that now no one could defeat him. The protagonist is shocked by this as the two face each other. Zhang shouts, asking if that was a monster from the Devil's Cave. Henry's team is also surprised, wondering how their captain turned into a monster. Dorothy says it might be the Aries serum, she shouts, asking if the Aries serum could be made with monster blood. She notes that Henry is a lunatic. The referee announces that there's a monster in the arena and that everyone must leave the area immediately. People start to enter the arena. Yilyu comes running and asks the protagonist if he's okay. He says he is. The event guards begin using their weapons to contain the monster. Zhang says he never could have imagined such a situation. Clearly, Henry used something before entering the arena. Yilyu grabs her father and says that place is dangerous. They need to get out of there quickly. Shuri agrees, saying they should leave immediately and let the administration team of the Magic Dome handle everything. They need to take care of the protagonist's injuries right away. Elsewhere, a person is looking at the planet, saying everything was going well because about 90% of the Devil's Caves had been activated. Now they could continue with their master's plan. He turns and says he will force humanity to follow a path of destruction. He asks the humans to do their best and reach the 100th floor to satisfy his master's hunger and thirst. In the hospital, the three were in the same room. The protagonist tells Chao Wei that her injuries are severe, so she needs to rest well. Junyoung smiles and says that, in the end, Zhang is still the strongest of them all. The doctor tells the protagonist that he has finished dressing his wounds and, fortunately, it wasn't anything serious. The protagonist thanks him. The doctor then says that Zhang's body is behaving strangely. He had a serious injury, but his bones and muscles are healing so quickly that the injury has become something minor. Sure tells them that those who are injured should stay there and rest. She needs to leave and meet with the organizers to see what's going on. The protagonist stands up and says he's fine, so he will go with her, but she tells him he should rest as well. Suddenly a scream is heard. They both turn around, startled. Sure asks what was happening. A huge monster had invaded the hospital. Yilyu clings to the protagonist and says that it's a mutant monster from the Devil's Cave. The monster begins to destroy everything inside. Zhang wonders how so many monsters started appearing at the same time. He shouts that they need to get everyone out of there and regroup on the beach. While everyone is running, the protagonist stops and begins to fight the monster. He shouts that they should leave quickly while he holds off the monster. Chao Wei yells that he won't be able to do it alone, but Zhang shouts for them to get out of there quickly. Suddenly, another monster appears, breaking through the hospital wall. He continues holding the monster's back and shouts for Sure to stop being foolish and get everyone out of there. She grabs everyone and screams that they need to leave immediately. As they are running, Zhang picks up a giant rock and throws it at the monster's head. Yiliu, terrified by what is happening, calls the protagonist Dad and begs him to run too. Sure notices this and asks what father she was talking about, since the protagonist was her older brother. Everyone manages to get out of the hospital, which was collapsing. People start screaming that they are lost because there are too many monsters. The monsters begin to surround them. One of the monsters charges at the protagonist, but he manages to land a punch right on its face. Chiu Yu asks what they should do because it seems like waiting for death is becoming their only option. Zhang says that the number of monsters is only increasing, and he fears there might not be a single safe place left at this point. Yiliu shouts that even though they're at a disadvantage, they need to fight with everything they've got. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning passes between them, and a spear pierces through one of the monster's heads. When the protagonist sees this, he smiles because he knows who it is. He shouts, calling for Qin. She appears with an army of people. Everyone is surprised, saying that it's the Magic Domain Administration team. She lands on the ground in the classic hero pose and says they're all very lucky because their landing spot was right there. Zhang smiles and says she's their savior. She replies that now he's learned to call her Miss. They start running as she tells them to get on a truck that will take them to the beach, where there's a plane waiting to get them out of there. As they run, the protagonist mentions that people are injured and that it won't be easy, but Qin urges them to be as fast as they can. A monster attacks her. Zhang yells, but notices that she won't be able to defend herself, so he steps in and saves her. Several monsters start appearing again, and among them, there's a very large one. Chiu Yu trembles with fear and says that it's disgusting. Qin says that the giant monster is terrifyingly strong. She asks the protagonist to get everyone out of there and head for the sea. Zhang looks at the monster and tells Secretary Sure that the students are now in her hands because he's going to stay behind to help stop that giant monster. Without thinking twice, he leaps, planning to use his dragon breath to maximize his speed and avoid getting caught. He shouts to Qin that he'll take care of the giant monster alone and asks her to handle all the smaller ones. Qin yells for everyone to get out of there quickly and stop wasting time watching the protagonist stay behind. Yiliu screams again, calling the protagonist Dad. Chiu Yu tells her that her father isn't there, that they need to leave quickly, and starts dragging her. He shouts for Zhang to be careful because he needs to survive at all costs. The protagonist begins punching the monster's face repeatedly with terrifying speed. He thinks he needs to find out where the creature's weak spot is. The monster tries to attack him, but the protagonist dodges. He says this is expected from a high-level monster. It's pretty fast. But as Zhang looks down, he realizes he didn't completely dodge. The monster managed to wrap around his leg. The creature starts coiling tighter and pulling him in different directions. Qin shouts, asking the protagonist if he's okay. She notices that he isn't doing so well and defends herself from an attack, asking him to hold on just a little longer. The monster begins to squeeze Zhang. He starts trembling and says he doesn't know what to do because he can't move. As he's being crushed, he thinks of his sister and Yue Ying, saying that maybe he won't be able to take care of them anymore. The monster continues to grab every part of his body. Meanwhile, on the beach, people are shouting that they have money and connections, trying to get ahead in line to board the plane. The guards yell for them to move quickly. They emphasize that the plane was sent to transport special envoys from their country and that there's no room for the people of Great Jia. The crowd gets angry. Chiu Yu says there are too many people there and that the plane doesn't seem to be an option for them anymore. He asks what they should do. Suddenly they hear a noise, and people start to panic and scream. Several monsters are coming their way. The crowd descends into chaos, shouting that the monsters are approaching. Shar yells that they are facing a life-or-death situation and that they need to fight the monsters with everything they've got, or everyone will die. People start getting angry, and some shout that if they had known this would happen, they would have stayed home instead of participating in a stupid contest. Others say it's too late for regrets. The protagonist was still being pulled and choked by the giant monster. The monster looked directly at Zhang, getting face to face with him. The protagonist wondered how this was possible. It felt as though a human was invading his mind. The monster placed him on the ground, and several other monsters began to crouch beside the protagonist. He was confused, asking himself what was happening, as it seemed the monster was communicating with him. One of the monsters responded telepathically, saying, "Yes, human, your consciousness is reading my thoughts." Chin saw everything from a distance and asked him what was happening and why the monsters weren't attacking. The giant monster said it was willing to obey the protagonist's orders. Zhang was baffled by all of this. Chin approached him and asked how he managed to get the monsters to stop attacking. He replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed that he now had a new army since they were all under his control. Chin, still confused, told them to stop talking about it there and to leave as quickly as possible. Zhang said he would regroup with everyone at the beach and ordered his new little monsters to stop any other monsters that tried to attack them. The monsters began to follow the protagonist's orders, saying they hear and obey his command. Meanwhile, on the beach, everyone was frightened and lost. Char was arguing with the guards, saying it was clear there was more space on the plane, so why weren't they letting them board? The guards kept insisting that the plane was prepared for their country's special envoys, not for the people of Great Xia. Another guard told her to back off, warning that if she took another step, they would shoot. Qiuyu started shouting, saying that Great Xia would never let this slide. The rest of the crowd began shouting the same. The monsters were getting closer, terrifying Sure. She screamed for everyone to be careful because the monsters were coming back. People started running in a panic. Suddenly, Yiliu became happy, saying her older brother was returning. The protagonist, along with Qin and the giant monster, were walking calmly. People began wondering why there was a group of monsters behind them. Some people panicked, saying they needed to leave immediately because another group of monsters was approaching. Zhang ordered his giant monster to clear a path for him. The monster began attacking the smaller monsters, quickly defeating them all. Qiuyu asked what was happening, as they had managed to subdue an entire group of monsters. Yiliu ran into the protagonist's arms while he said it was a long story, but somehow, he managed to control the giant monster and the others, who, apparently, were the big one's minions. Sure said there wasn't time to talk, as more monsters were coming. They needed to find a way to escape. Yiliu called the protagonist Dad once more, and said that those evil soldiers weren't letting them board the plane. Zhang became furious and ordered the giant monster to start tossing everything aside. The monster began attacking the soldiers, and moments later, they managed to get on the plane. The rest of the people run toward the plane, shouting that the soldiers were being attacked by monsters. Qiuyu yells at the protagonist to hurry up just before getting inside. Zhang, in a telepathic communication, speaks to the giant monster, saying that the plane wouldn't have room for him and that he should find a safe place to stay. He promises that, in the future, they would meet again, and the monster responds that it understands. As the island was being destroyed, everyone was shouting for the plane to take off, searching for a safe place. The planes begin to leave the island, carrying everyone away from danger. 3 days later, at the protagonist's house, Feng tells her brother that she was terrified just hearing about that year's event because it was extremely dangerous. Zhang mentions that he is worried about the boy's story regarding the invasion of the Devil's Cave, which has come true. Monsters appeared out of nowhere, and everything seemed to be connected to the demon realm. He suspects that this is a bad omen and emphasizes that the world is becoming increasingly dangerous, so he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Yiliu, calling Feng aunt, says that she also needs to get stronger, because in the future, she proved to be very reliable. Feng, all happy, curiously asks what else happens in the future. The protagonist interrupts, saying that they should stop talking nonsense and let the future unfold naturally. He then asks his sister to finish eating, stating that once she was done, they could enter the demon realm together. Feng, excited, asks if he was serious, if he would really take her to become stronger. The protagonist confirms, saying that regardless of what the future holds for them, the important thing now is for her to grow stronger and more mature. After that, they enter the demon realm on the first floor. There were many people there, and as they recognized the place, they began to appreciate the demon realm more. People were commenting that the violent Godzilla, the crazy soldier, had reached 187,551 points, taking first place in the ranking. As soon as they entered, Feng looked around and asked where the protagonist's friends and her future sister-in-law were. Asura replied that they were exploring the 12th floor, emphasizing that he was only there to help her climb, and for that reason, she should take it as seriously as possible. Feng agreed and said she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly to learning from him. Suddenly, Asura heard someone shouting his name. When he looked, he saw Seta approaching. Asura asked what he was doing there, and Seta explained that he heard Asura was helping his sister climb, so he decided to join in as well, along with some guild members. Seta announced that he and 566 members of the Archers Guild were there to greet the guild leader. The people around were astonished to see so many archers together. but soon noticed by their clothes that they were not beginners, which raised the question of why they were on the first floor. A man observed that they all wore cloaks, indicating that they must belong to some organization or maybe were organizing a group event. They commented that Asura seemed to be the leader and that he was the strongest among them all. The protagonist greeted the group, saying they didn't need to be so formal. Asura praised Seta, acknowledging his efforts in taking care of the team and still managing to recruit more members. Seta smiled and replied that it was just his duty as the guild's vice leader. He also mentioned that, in the past, archers were despised, but now that they were united, no matter what floor they were on, everyone looked at them with respect. Asura agrees with them. Taoji clings to her brother, impressed by it all. She comments that he is really cool, noting that she didn't know her brother had a guild and with so many members. The protagonist responds that it's nothing, saying that in the future they would need to be even stronger. Seta, excited, shouts, encouraging everyone, saying they needed to help Taoji climb the floors as quickly as possible. Asura takes the lead and thanks everyone. After some time, they were already halfway through the first floor, and some monsters began to appear. Seta shouted that they should deal with them quickly. All the archers began firing at the same time. The arrows hit a rabbit, defeating it instantly. Right after that, a lava turtle appeared. Without hesitation, the archers aimed at it as well, and seconds later, the lava turtle was destroyed, leaving several orbs as rewards. Seta called Taoji over, explaining that her brother had to handle an emergency on the 12th floor so they would help her level up. He handed her an orb and told her she needed to use it to improve her attributes. She thanked him, saying that they were all very strong, defeating the monsters in seconds. However, she mentioned that she would like to try killing a monster as well. Seta agreed, stating that she needed to gain a sense of real battle. He pointed to a monster and asked her to try defeating it while they would protect her. Taoji, excited, said she would try right away. She aimed at a lava turtle and unleashed her power, but barely caused any damage. Surprised by the little impact, the turtle turned to attack her. Taoji screamed, saying she couldn't accept defeat and that she needed to kill the turtle. Suddenly, some men appeared, saying it looked like she needed help. The men quickly defeated the turtle. They commented that the turtle dropped some items, and the group's leader said it was a D-grade armor, which he would give to his girlfriend. Taoji shouted, saying that they had stolen her monster and should give the drop back to her. The leader started yelling, asking if she was serious. He said they were the ones who killed the turtle, so the loot was rightfully theirs. The others agreed with the leader, saying that if it weren't for them, she might be dead. They claimed that she was being both ungrateful and rude. The leader also said that she was just a rookie who didn't understand the rules of that place. Then they turned around, saying they were off to find their next monster. Seta approached Taoji, who was irritated, and she commented that those men were nothing but thieves, emphasizing that people inside the realm weren't usually that bad. Seta said they were just a group of despicable bastards and told her not to worry, assuring her they would teach those men a lesson. Taoji was confused by this. Seta called her, saying they were going to face the boss. Some people were waiting, and the portal opened, revealing a shadow wolf. The men charged at the shadow wolf, but a rain of arrows came down on it, hitting the wolf and killing it instantly. The people were irritated, complaining that the monster died before they could do anything. They said that a rain of arrows was overkill, since just one would have been enough to take down the wolf. Seta approached Taoji and asked if she had already taken the key, explaining that she would advance to the second floor as soon as she passed through the stone portal. She thanked him for that. The men were furious. Seta called another group member and told him to stay there with some others, saying they should kill the boss as soon as it respawned. He was to repeat this several times so that those fools would learn what happens when they mess with the guild leader's sister. The men were shocked by this. The bullies from before started yelling, asking if all those strong archers were her henchmen while begging her to let them pass. They apologized, saying they were wrong and promising they would never do it again. Taoji asked Seta what he thought about letting the matter go. He asked her to ignore it and let Backstabber play with them for a few days so they would learn their lesson. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, the protagonist arrived, apologizing, explaining that some things had caused him to be late. Titan responded that he didn't need to apologize because they knew he was helping his younger sister. Seta had already informed them by message. Asura approached Yueying, holding her hands, and mentioned that he had heard her third uncle had taken her away. He says he was worried that her family might cause problems. Yueying explains that her family didn't care that she stayed at her uncle's house, as her grandfather had already announced to everyone that she was no longer his granddaughter. She emphasizes that she was very happy to hear that, and Asura responds that as long as she is well, nothing else matters. Birdie interrupts, telling them to stop being so mushy because she had something to announce to everyone. Excited, she says that next Friday is her birthday, so she's inviting everyone to join her at her house, emphasizing that no one could say they were busy. The Dragon King smiles, saying that was great, and Liddy comments that it would be a good opportunity for them to get to know each other better, as many didn't know each other outside of the realm. Birdie points at everyone, saying she wanted to see their real faces. The protagonist then asks if anyone else noticed the new power ranking feature in the demon realm. Titan responds that he did, noting that among the top 10, only 2 were from Great Jia, while all the others were foreigners. Asura comments that he checked the rankings, and except for one member, none of them made it to the top 500. Titan says that they only made it to the 12th floor, so their strength couldn't be compared to professionals who reached the 20th or 30th floors. Birdie mentions that while Asura's talent is extremely powerful, even he didn't make it to the top. The protagonist says it's possible that the rankings are based on personal strength. He explains that the art of innovation is indeed powerful, but it doesn't enhance physical strength, which is probably why he isn't among the top ranked. However, he states that it doesn't matter because what they really need is to get stronger as quickly as possible. Titan agrees, saying that the demon realm is stable now, so they need to enter the 13th floor. The Dragon King gets excited, saying he can't wait to see what it's like, as it has been a year since he last entered the demon realm. On the 13th floor, several mountains with dragons ahead await them. There are 2 types of dragons on that floor, fire and ice dragons. The final boss is the Dark Dragon King, and the guide of the magical domain says that the Dragon King's body covers the entire sky when he's flying. The Dragon King, however, doesn't care who the boss is, saying that the dragon wouldn't be able to stop them. He says they need to hurry because it had been a long time since they fought monsters together. They begin to advance, and suddenly a dragon fires a blast of flame at other adventurers, sending them all flying. Birdie comments that those people were falling to their deaths, saying it was certain death, and emphasizing that she wasn't ready to die yet. Titan comments that the path leading to the mountain peak is risky and difficult to cross, especially with the dragons constantly attacking from above. He notes that this floor won't be easy to clear. The Dragon King observes that with dragons attacking from the sky, there is no safe place for them to avoid the attacks. He mentions that a single strike would be enough to kill them without even knowing what hit them, and asks how they were going to get through. Determined, Asura says they could leave it all to him. The Dragon King asks if he already had a plan. The protagonist mentions that, as things are, it's hard to avoid the dragon's attacks, so he would use that to their advantage. Asura states that he will kill a dragon and turn it into one of his subordinates, so it can protect them from the sky. The protagonist notes that they still need to find the dragon's weakness and figure out a way to lure them down. Melancholy suggests they try attacking the dragon's wings, as with broken wings, they wouldn't be able to fly. Asura thinks it's a great idea, and says they will try that. Titan mentions, however, that the only ranged attacks available are from the protagonist and Autumn. Asura asserts that once the dragon gets close, its fate will be sealed. Yueying notices that one of the dragons is distracted and warns them that they shouldn't waste any time, suggesting they cross the bridge as quickly as possible. The protagonist agrees and asks Titan to take the lead. Titan understands and starts running ahead, shouting for everyone to follow him. They quickly manage to cross the first bridge. However, as soon as they cross, Birdie notices a dragon heading toward them. A huge fire dragon with flames in its mouth approaches. Some people start running, while Titan takes position and asks the group to stay behind him. The people who were running scream that they are doomed because a single attack from the dragon causes continuous burn damage. The dragon attacks with its flames, and even with the shield, Titan still takes significant damage. The dragon flies past them, and Titan comments that a single attack was already extremely powerful. Asura looks at the dragon, aims his arrow, and asks if the dragon really thought it could escape. He fires the arrow, which travels at incredible speed, hitting the dragon and causing critical damage, making the dragon scream in pain. The dragon crashes to the ground with a loud thud. Asura shouts for Autumn to act quickly and freeze the dragon. He begins using his abilities, creating a hailstorm. The protagonist yells that this is their chance, that they need to attack before the dragon flies again. The Dragon King and Yueying charge forward to attack, and the Dragon King comments that now is their time to shine. They start attacking the dragon, dealing massive damage. The people around are impressed, commenting that the protagonist's group managed to defeat a dragon, while they could only scare one away. They say that the archers are extremely strong, and that they should have invited archers when forming their teams. As they talk, the protagonist shouts that it's time for the dragon to die, and attacks again, causing even more damage. The Dragon King remarks that with this fire dragon by their side, they no longer need to fear the other dragons. Asura looks at the dragon's body disintegrating and says, "Rise and protect us from the sky." The dragon begins to revive, just as strong as before. Everyone is amazed. Titan laughs, saying that this is great, and noting that they need to hurry and get more dragons like this because, with such bodyguards, everything would be easy. The adventurers around are astonished, shouting that it wasn't possible, that their leader had just summoned a dragon. They comment that such an ability shouldn't exist because it's too overpowered. Another man says that it was that guy Asura who summoned it, emphasizing that he's a dangerous and extremely strong man. Sometime later, they already had 3 dragons protecting the group. Everyone was happy, saying it was great to have so many dragons on their side because now they had the best of both worlds. They comment that the peak ahead is where the boss is, and they should hurry to finish everything at once. The protagonist says that with the dragons they have, there are 7 in total, 3 fire dragons and 4 ice dragons. He asks if that's enough to fight the boss. Yueying comments that it seemed like there were several people around the boss's area. Titan says he heard that the dragon boss specializes in nightmares. They look at the people who are scared, seeing something. Ahead of them, the dragon boss stands still. It is gigantic, so much so that even normal dragons seem small beside it. The people are terrified, asking if that's the dragon boss, trembling in fear, and saying that it could defeat 10 humans with a single strike. Yueying says the dragon boss is at least 20 meters tall. Titan asks the protagonist if he's confident. Asura replies that he's not because the dragon boss is too big, and with a single move, could throw them all far away. Birdie asks what they were going to do, if they were going to give up on this floor. The protagonist says no, that they weren't going to give up, but that they needed a plan. He points to something and asks what it was. A basket of eggs was in front of them. They comment that it seemed to be dragon eggs. The Dragon King says he's not sure, but it looks like the dragon boss is a female. Asura says they need to write an article about this, but before fighting the boss, he wanted to give something to everyone. The Dragon King asks what it is. The protagonist opens his inventory, showing several books, and explains that he had wanted to give out those grimoires earlier, but the instability of the demon realm and problems at home made him delay it. The Dragon King asks if this means they will now have 2 abilities. He comments that he can't learn any S-rank abilities, so he wants to learn the A-rank Berserk ability. Titan looks at one of the abilities and says that the Shattering Roar is perfect for him, so he will take that one. The specifications of the S-rank Shattering Roar ability are as follows. Level 1, Experience 1 out of 1,000. Consumption, 120 MP. Effect, a roar is directed at enemy targets within a 30-meter radius ahead, reducing their damage by 10%, while forcing them to attack each other for 3 minutes. At level 5, the ability reduces opponents' damage by up to 80%, forcing them to attack each other for 20 minutes. Yueying comments that none of those grimoires are good for her, but the SS rank private domain is perfect for the protagonist, and asks if he wants to learn this ability. This SS rank ability, private domain, is as follows. Level 1, Experience, 1 out of 1,000. Consumption, 500 MP. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Effect, creates a domain with a 10-meter radius around the user while the domain's condition is applied. All who enter the domain must obey its condition for 30 minutes. The domain's conditions are as follows. 1. The damage dealt by magical and physical attacks can be increased or decreased by 50%. 2. Magical and physical defense attributes can be increased or decreased by 50%. 3. Maximum HP can be increased or decreased by 50%. 4. Movement and attack speed can be increased or decreased by 50%. 5. The damage caused by abilities can be increased or decreased by 50%. Important, the user cannot move while creating the domain, otherwise the spell will fail. At level 1, the private domain creates a 10-meter radius domain around the user. At level 5, it creates a domain with a radius of 1,000 meters around the user. The protagonist reaches out to learn it, saying this will allow him to control the enemies around him. He thanks everyone and says he will learn the ability. Liddy asks why he's thanking them since he is the most powerful among them and should learn as many powerful abilities as possible. Everyone starts agreeing, saying he's the best and that the stronger he becomes, the better it will be for everyone. The system pops up saying, "Congratulations, you have successfully learned the private domain ability." Titan comments that now they are ready and can face the dragon boss. While preparing, some people begin mocking them, saying they want to fight that boss with such a small number of people. They remark that it seems like it's their first time there. Another man says they don't look strong, so the boss's first breath will have them trembling. Asura hears all of this and replies that they'll try now. He warns them that he'll use his dragons to attack first while the others gain time to take the lead. The boss notices them and begins roaring loudly. The protagonist commands all his dragons to attack simultaneously. The dragons charge at the boss with everything they have. The boss roars again, and all the dragons start unleashing their fire and ice breaths, dealing significant damage to the boss. The Dragon King laughs, saying that watching the dragons fight is amazing. Titan comments that while the dragons can deal some damage, they are far from making a considerable impact. Ice begins to accumulate on the boss, and Autumn shouts that the boss is freezing, telling them to seize the opportunity. Everyone charges, but the boss starts gathering energy, and its body begins to glow, making it immune to spells. Everyone is confused. Yueying notices something strange and asks the others to look as well. The protagonist grows worried. Several dragons begin flying, emerging from a hole in the sky. The Dragon King asks where they came from. Yueying responds that the boss summoned them, worried, and asks what they should do now. The Dragon King comments that Asura's dragons are surrounded, and they need to come up with something before they're defeated. The protagonist, determined, says that if that's the case, he calls for the clown and says it's showtime. The clown starts laughing, saying it's been a long time and that he missed all those kids. People look at the clown, shocked, saying he's the boss of the death zone, but they had seen a video where the boss had been defeated. Others shout that it was Asura who summoned the boss, emphasizing that he is the great ray of light from Jia. The clown throws his cards, and several magic cubes appear on the dragons. The boss, irritated, watches. Titan notices something strange and says this is bad because the boss is preparing to attack. Asura then tells Birdie to suppress the boss. She replies that she already noticed and begins using her gravity suppression ability. The boss is paralyzed, and Yueying shouts for everyone to take the chance. She and the Dragon King charge at the boss. The protagonist starts aiming at the boss and tells the clown it's time to finish this, ordering the clown to handle the dragons. The clown, laughing, tells his master he understands. He then uses his Box of Horrors ability, and the boxes begin to explode, dealing massive damage to the dragons. The boss, once again, uses its spell immunity ability, breaking free from Birdie's control and starting to fly. Autumn warns that the boss is at half health and shouts that if they keep attacking, they can win. Liddy, however, comments that the boss is now in the sky, and their attacks won't work. Asura notices something is wrong and shouts for everyone to get out of there immediately. The boss unleashes an immense flame attack, and at the last second, everyone manages to take cover behind Titan, who defends the group with his abilities. The clown, irritated, shouts that the fire is ruining his clothes. Asura says he can't let the clown die. Yueying shouts for everyone to be careful as the boss is attacking again. This time the boss uses its ice breath, freezing everything around. Titan defends the group once again, but this time suffers heavy damage. He tells the protagonist they need to act fast. Yueying shouts that the clown has been frozen. The clown, shivering, says he's freezing to death. The protagonist yells for Liddy to help the clown. Yueying shouts again, saying this is bad because the boss is preparing another attack. Titan says the boss is about to use Breath of Darkness, which is even more powerful than the previous attacks. The boss unleashes the Breath of Darkness, covering the entire area. Yueying says they have no way to escape since the blast covers the entire combat zone. Autumn asks if waiting for death is their only option, and everyone is terrified, thinking this might be the end. While everyone is worried, the protagonist refuses to accept this. He thinks there must be a way out. Determined, he grabs his bow and shouts to everyone, saying he's not sure if it will work, but he won't give up. The protagonist fires his attack directly at the boss's eggs, breaking one of them and dealing over 11,000 damage. The boss halts its attack and starts focusing on the eggs. Everyone is saved from the blast, and the Dragon King starts laughing, saying he couldn't believe the protagonist even thought of that. Asura comments that now the boss is furious. The clown, enraged, shouts that the creature used fire to ruin his clothes and then ice to freeze him, so now he's going to kill the dragon right away. Asura tells the clown to seize this chance and not let the boss escape. The clown starts holding the boss, while the Dragon King and Yueying also attack. He jumps and uses his ghost puppets, and the boss tries to attack, but the puppets cling to the dragon, dealing significant damage. Liddy and Bunny are horrified, saying that the clown's method is terrifying but very effective. The boss becomes enraged and uses the thunder roar. Everyone screams to be careful because it's the Rory roar, so loud that it's driving everyone crazy with the noise. The puppets also begin to fall apart due to the roar, and they shout that the boss has started flying again. Liddy jumps and says that if it's flying, they just need to do it one more time. She throws a knife and breaks another egg. The Dragon King comments that she's always full of surprises. Bunny, sadly, says that her dream of raising a dragon hatchling has been destroyed. The boss, extremely enraged, breathes fire at them again. Titan steps in front once more, using his abilities and telling everyone to stay alert, as he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Suddenly, Titan's shield shatters into pieces, sending him flying. He falls next to the protagonist, saying that the boss's breath broke his shield. Seeing this, Asura says this can't go on any longer and that they need to do something. With rage in its heart, the boss charges at them with full force. Everyone is frightened, and Liddy asks what they are going to do. With no other choice, Asura says they should leave, and he'll handle the rest. He starts creating a magic circle in front of him. Everyone is shocked, asking what he's planning and if he's really going to use it. Yue Ying screams, begging Asura to stop, saying it's too dangerous. The boss continues advancing with flames in its mouth, and the protagonist shouts that he'll show who the leader is. He uses his private domain ability. Titan realizes that the protagonist is using the private domain, which means he plans to face the boss alone. The Dragon King comments that it's too dangerous for him to do this by himself. The protagonist thinks that his friends must stay safe no matter what, and that he needs to handle the situation. A system screen appears, asking him to choose one of the domain's conditions. Asura selects the fourth option, which says, movement and attack speed can be increased or decreased by 50%. The boss is affected by this condition, and its movement and attack speed are reduced by 50%. The protagonist slams his hand on the ground, creating a portal, and a dragon appears beneath him. He calls out to the boss, saying that now they'll have their final showdown. The dragon hits the boss with an ice breath. Asura shouts at the boss, saying that with its speed reduced, it can't avoid the protagonist's attacks. The protagonist lands another ice attack, dealing a critical hit of over 17,000 damage. Asura yells for his dragon to attack again, and he leaps, falling in freefall, declaring that he's in charge here, and that now is the time for the boss to die. Outside, everyone is worried. The Dragon King asks why the protagonist hasn't returned yet. Yue Ying, extremely concerned, orders him to shut up immediately while she starts thinking and praying that nothing happens to the protagonist. Suddenly, the Dragon King shouts that it's over. A system screen appears saying, "Congratulations, Asura. You successfully defeated the Dark Dragon King." The protagonist was staring at the massive boss's body on the ground. The Dragon King shouts, saying that Asura is truly incredible. Yue Ying runs over, grabs him while crying, and says that he scared her so much. With tears in her eyes, she asks the protagonist to talk to her before doing things like that. The protagonist apologizes, saying everything happened so quickly, and he had no choice, but now he's safe and sound. The people around start shouting, unable to believe what they just saw. They comment that the dragon boss was a nightmare of a monster, but Asura beat it down. They emphasize that the protagonist is truly out of this world. Asura and his group approach the boss, and Bunny is amazed by the amount of loot the boss dropped. The Dragon King bends down, picks up an item, and asks the protagonist what it is. Asura responds that it's a strengthening talisman, pointing out that it's a great item. The system displays, "Strengthening Talisman, SS grade, 0 damage. Special, enhances an S rank or lower item to the next rank." The protagonist tells them to quickly gather the items, and they would divide everything later, as there are many people around. They should head to the altar of the next floor, where it would be safer. The Dragon King, excited, shouts, "Grandpa has arrived!" Passing through the portal, they reach the altar of the 14th floor. Everyone is amazed because it's a vast forest. According to the Magic Domain Guide, the entire 14th floor is a forest, and numerous tree men live within it. Asura spots some creatures ahead and says they must be the tree men. He explains that he heard they possess extraordinary strength and usually stay together. They can also insert their bodies into the ground and disguise themselves as large trees. If an adventurer enters their attack range, these creatures will use their branches to ambush them. Asura explains that the tree men are the main monsters on that floor, and notes that even the floor boss is one of them. The protagonist comments that the best way to defeat them is by using fire, which means they'll have to rely on melancholy. He asks if she could imbue them all with fire elements. She replies yes, but warns that her magic is random, so all she can do is cast until the element they want appears. Titan comments that it's already late, and that it would be difficult to fight another battle without resting first. So he suggests they return the next day and rest well during the night. The Dragon King agrees, saying he's getting sleepy. Liddy sighs, saying that the Dragon King is the most eager to fight monsters, but also the first to want to go back. The protagonist agrees, saying he's exhausted after the intense fight against the dragon boss, and that he also wants to rest. The others begin to leave, and Yue Ying runs to Asura. asking if they could stay a little longer because she wants to talk to him. The protagonist holds her hand and says she can take as much time as she wants. The next morning at the protagonist's house, Feng shouts, overjoyed, saying that she's now on the 6th floor. Zhang approaches her and asks why she's up so early. Feng says it's thanks to Seta and the other members, emphasizing that they are all incredible for carrying her the whole time. She mentions that if she hadn't asked to rest, they would still be climbing floors. The protagonist tells her not to forget to thank everyone when she sees them again. Zhang sits at the table, and his sister says she'll thank everyone when she returns to the demon realm. She asks which floor the protagonist is on. He replies that he just completed the 13th floor and is currently on the 14th. Feng says she only has 8 floors left to catch up to him. Zhang gives her a light tap on the head, saying she needs to stop thinking about the demon realm for a bit, because the national exam is just a few days away, and she needs to focus. She responds that she already knows, looks to the side, and asks if Yiliu hasn't woken up yet. Suddenly, they hear a scream. The protagonist, worried, asks what's going on. He opens the door and sees a woman in the room. Irritated, the protagonist asks who she is, but the woman prepares to fight, shouting for him not to harm the prophetess. Yiliu gets up, shouting that the man is her father and that everyone should stop. The woman approaches the protagonist, greets him, and introduces herself as Gao Ying. She explains that she was sent by Thor to protect the prophetess, saying that from now on, she will stay by Yiliu's side at all times. The protagonist, surprised, asks if that means she's going to live in his house. Zhang comments that having a woman like her living in the same house as a man like him wouldn't be very convenient. Ying dismisses the concern, crossing her arms, and says she will go wherever the prophetess goes because she is important to their future, and Ying must protect her, even at the cost of her life. The protagonist thinks that this woman is very stubborn, and that it's only going to cause headaches, but then he reflects that Ying could take care of Yiliu while he's in the demon realm. With a smile, he says it's fine if she stays there. Yiliu jumps on the bed, ecstatic, saying that she'll finally have someone to play with her at the amusement park, because there are no more parks in the future. After settling that, the protagonist enters the demon realm. As soon as he arrives, Titan comments that the protagonist looks terrible. Asura responds that being a young father is tough, and that in any case it's complicated to explain, so they don't need to worry. Autumn says that another group broke a record by completing the 38th floor and entering the 39th. The Dragon King comments that they are progressing very quickly, and Autumn suggests that they also need to hurry. Asura agrees, saying they need to speed up as much as possible. He asks Melancholy to start using her powers to imbue them with the fire element. Melancholy replies that there's no need to rush, and that they should come one at a time. She asks who will go first. The Dragon King runs up and says it will be him. On her very first try, she manages to get the fire element. 10 minutes later, the protagonist shouts to everyone that it's time to move. As they walk through the forest, they comment that it's very easy to get lost there. In the middle of the walk, Bunny is captivated by a flower that was emitting a delightful scent. After she smells the flower, Asura shouts for her to be careful. However, it is too late, and she begins to faint. This would last about 100 seconds. Litty runs to try to purify her. After a few minutes, the bunny girl starts to wake up, still sleepy and confused, asking what happened to her. The protagonist tells her that the forest is full of danger, so she shouldn't touch anything like that. After that, they continue walking while commenting that it was strange because several adventurers had entered that forest, and so far they hadn't seen any on the way. Asura says that the forest is quite large, and the trees obstruct the view. Even if they aren't far away, it would still be difficult to see. Suddenly, he hears footsteps and asks everyone to be on alert while looking carefully to see where the noise is coming from. They are shocked by what they see. Some adventurers are being attacked by monsters. The protagonist says that those people would attract the Ents and tells everyone to be careful from that point on. Yueying asks if they are going to attack, but Asura says no. They would waste too much time with the Ents, emphasizing that it's better to go directly to the floor boss. Suddenly, they hear more screams in the distance of the forest. Yueying says that the forest is very large and reminds her of a labyrinth, asking where they would find the boss. The Dragon King agrees with her, noting that it would be great if they could reach the top of the trees. The protagonist says he has a good idea. The two are happy about this. Asura touches the ground, invoking his beast, the Black Dragon King. A large portal opens, and the enormous dragon starts to appear. In seconds, the great boss stands before them, and the Dragon King begins to laugh, saying that this is incredible. Impressed, Birdie asks if they are going to fly to the floor boss. The protagonist says that's exactly it, emphasizing that flying would make it extremely easy to find the boss. They climb onto the dragon and start to fly. with Asura commanding the dragon to fly more firmly. While flying, the melancholic girl clings to Birdie, screaming that it's very high. Birdie tells her that she is very scared, and that one day she will take her to the Ferris wheel to train that fear. Titan points to the ground, asking what that is. A giant tree stands right in front of them. Yue Ying asks if that could be the god of the tree. The protagonist says it's still hard to say and asks the dragon to fly closer to the tree. The dragon begins to fly closer, and as they approach the tree, they start to see some Ents there, and say that this could be the world tree, as only it should have such a large body. On the forest floor, a group of adventurers is fighting against some Ents. Asura says that those people are quite strong and suggests they should descend to take a better look. The people continue to attack the Ents, and the person in the black hood is called Risaka. He asks the Radiant Light to clear the area with her flames. The Radiant Light says that this team is incredibly strong, noting that this time Risaka will win. He touches her head, asking her to clear the entire battlefield. The Radiant Light says they shouldn't underestimate the Ents, as they are strong too. However, she says they need to win because she heard a rumor that after defeating the tree god, they would receive an SS level staff, and she really wanted that. Suddenly, a large shadow looms over the place, leaving both of them curious. They look up and are shocked, shouting that it is the Black Dragon King and that everyone should find shelter. The Radiant Light asks why the boss of floor 13 is there. Looking closely, she notices that there are some people on the dragon's back. Risaka is incredulous, asking if there are really people capable of subjugating the Dragon King and using him as a mount. As the dragon gets closer, people start saying that it is Asura. They say this is truly amazing and wonder how he manages to do that. Some people shout that they saw a video of him killing the Dragon King on the forum, highlighting that it was a fantastic fight. Liddy is happy about that, saying that the feeling of being watched by so many people is incredible. Titan asks her not to get carried away by it, and the protagonist looks down at the people and says that there are several people there. Apparently they were waiting for something. He says he will observe them first. One person shouts, saying that the tree god has appeared. A huge tree stands in the middle of the Ents. Behind the tree, there is a portal. A man hiding tells his team to stay close to him because they cannot lose to Risaka. This man is called the Drunken Song. The Radiant Light sees him and says that is the Drunken Song and his team. Risaka says he expected this, asking everyone to be ready and to enter the hollow of the tree immediately. Meanwhile, in the sky, Titan tells the protagonist that this is the floor boss, the tree god. Asura says there are two teams fighting for the boss, emphasizing that they need to follow them immediately. The Dragon King starts to laugh, saying he is very excited and wants to see who dares to steal their boss. The protagonist says that the hollow of the tree is small and that the Black Dragon King wouldn't be able to enter, so they have to descend. As soon as they reach the ground, the protagonist tells Titan to lead the way, while the Dragon King watches everyone's back. He warns that inside the hollow of the tree, everything will be dark, so they should stay together and be careful. They enter and begin to walk through the place. Suddenly, a root grabs the Dragon King's staff. He asks what that crap is. An Ent appears before him, screaming. The protagonist notices this and tells everyone to come back to help. The monster attacks them, but they manage to dodge. Asura shouts for everyone to use their fire attacks, as this will defeat the monster faster. Yue Ying attacks, dealing good damage. She looks back and notices that something is happening to the Dragon King and asks what is wrong with him. The Dragon King is surrounded by a poisonous mist and is losing health. The protagonist screams, warning Litty that the Dragon King is poisoned and she needs to detoxify him immediately. She runs to the Dragon King and begins to use her healing magic. While she heals the Dragon King, the fight continues. Titan says he will distract the monster and everyone should attack it together. Asura aims with his bow and fires his charged flame arrow, hitting the monster's forehead, dealing such high damage that it defeats the monster with just one shot. Yue Ying is impressed by the protagonist's damage. Asura says that the Ents really have no defense against fire. They crouch down and start to collect the orbs. The protagonist says they need to be quick, as they have to find the floor boss before the others. Titan says the two groups from earlier are nowhere to be found inside. While they're collecting the orbs, Yue Ying asks which path leads to the boss. In front of them, there are 4 different entrances. Titan looks at that and says that if they separate to explore, it would be very dangerous. However, if they don't separate, it will take too long. He is confused and asks what they should do. Asura says he has an idea and summons the clown, telling him to let his ghost dolls explore the paths. The clown says it's quite dark and begins to summon his dolls, sending them through the portals, telling them not to be afraid of the dark. The whole group is happy about that. The Dragon King says the protagonist is truly amazing. As with so many dolls exploring the paths, they don't have to worry, even though there are many paths. They ask how the protagonist came up with that idea. He smiles and says he just thought of it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the two groups are before the tree god. The drunken song says they found the tree god first, so Risaka lost and should leave. Risaka tells him to shut up, emphasizing that he will only win if he defeats the tree god. After a few minutes, the protagonist's group arrives there, and Yueying says she expected this. The two groups arrive first. Asura tells her not to worry, as the floor boss won't be easy to deal with, so they will hide and observe for a bit. While the two groups were arguing, the roots on the ground began to make noise and shake. The drunken song shouts for his team to be careful with the poison and tells them to take the potion immediately. They start to drink it and gain resistance to the tree god's poison. Risaka's group says that the other group came prepared, questioning what they should do. Risaka tells them not to worry, as the true terror of the tree god is not its poison. They just need to wait and see. The protagonist's group comments that the drunken song is a high-level assassin, as his attack techniques are very solid. Asura agrees but points out that the boss still has a lot of health. They should wait a bit longer to see. The drunken song continues attacking the tree god, telling his team to hold on and keep the boss staggered. He keeps attacking over and over. The radiant light tells Risaka that the boss's health is dropping fast. However, he tells her not to worry, as the tree god isn't that easy to kill. The drunken song starts laughing while continuing to attack the boss, saying that he is in great shape today. His group says he is truly amazing, managing to fight the boss to the death. Some people mention that they recorded a video and will post it later, as it will be a hit. The Dragon King says that the assassin's weapons have fire attributes, and he is attacking non-stop. Therefore, his damage is extremely high. Titan says they can't summon the boss now, even if they wanted to. All they can do now is wait for the next one. The drunken song delivers another series of blows, knocking down the tree god. He starts laughing, saying that they finally did it. His group begins to celebrate, saying that this was what they expected from their captain. The Dragon King comments that the assassin's damage was quite high this time. He didn't imagine they would kill the tree god so easily. Asura says that this isn't right, as the system announcement hasn't appeared yet. Risaka tells the drunken song not to celebrate too soon, as the tree god may not be dead yet. The drunken song gets irritated and asks what he is talking about. However, they hear some noises and look back, seeing several roots coming toward them. He screams for his fire mages to burn those things to death. They start to attack together, but some Ents appear from the flames, running and screaming toward them. The mages are frightened, saying there are too many of them, so they can't burn them all. The Dragon King starts laughing, saying that several Ents are growing from the boss's body. The protagonist says he expected this, as the tree god isn't that easy to deal with. Birdie says the Ents are scary and disgusting. The drunken song tells his group to keep fighting, as those are just a bunch of Ents. Suddenly, the roots begin to entwine, and some flowers start to appear from them. They begin to come to life, and several eyes appear from the tree trunk, leaving the entire group frightened, shouting that a monster has appeared. The tree god begins to attack them with several spikes, hitting them squarely and impaling several members. As everyone is being hit, the leader of the group screams for them to protect themselves, as the boss's attacks are very powerful. Everyone is lying on the ground. Some are screaming for the mage to heal the people who are dying. Some flowers begin to sprout from the ground. Those flowers rise up and start shooting at the group. They shout for them to kill those flowers quickly, as they won't stop shooting poisonous thorns. Unable to do anything against this, the drunken song yells for the entire group to run away from there as fast as possible. As they run, Risaka shouts at them, saying they lost once again. The drunken song tells him to stop being arrogant, as he really failed, but that doesn't mean Risaka can defeat the tree god. The radiant light says that the others fled, and questions how they should attack the tree god. He says that it's fine if no one attacks the tree god in 10 minutes. He will return to his original form, and then they would attack him. He thinks he spent 300,000 for a professional to help them. The protagonist arrives and asks if they were fighting against the tree god, because if not, they were going to solve the problem. A man from Risaka's group asks if that man is Asura. Risaka confirms that yes, that is the great Asura. He emphasizes that he will leave the boss to the protagonist. The Dragon King smiles, saying that the protagonist really has some fans. The Radiant Light questions her brother, saying they arrived there first. Besides, they spent 300,000 on a professional, so why should they let that group attack first? Risaka says that if Asura wants to fight, they can't stop him. Seeing this, the protagonist suggests they could team up. He proposes that Risaka provide the guide, and after they finish killing the boss, Risaka's team could choose the drop first. They are happy with this, and Risaka says it's indeed a great idea. They will accept it. They join forces, and the protagonist says they will start, asking Autumn to freeze the boss. Risaka also begins to use his powers, stating that they only have to kill the main body, reminding everyone to be careful of the wooden spikes and the arrows that come from the ground. The attacks start coming close to the tree while the radiant light begins to conjure her fire magic and fires a strong fire attack, hitting several ents at once. The protagonist comments that her talent is truly incredible. He asks Birdie to stop the boss, as it was about to use its abilities. She starts using her skill to control the boss. Taking advantage of this, Titan runs in, saying he will distract the boss. Yueying charges in alongside, shouting for Risaka to tell his entire team to attack at the same time, warning that Asura should deal the final blow, as that way he could summon another beast. He agrees and tells everyone in his team to prepare to attack. The protagonist also gets ready with his fire-covered bow. Just as he's about to attack, he notices something is off, as there is someone there. The drunken song is hiding there and jumps out to try to steal the boss. People are shocked to see him trying to steal the boss like that. He attacks the boss, laughing and thanking everyone for their help. He knocks down the boss and starts laughing. The Dragon King gets irritated by this, saying he is stealing the boss and taking credit for it. Risaka says that the drunken song is a despicable person. He starts laughing, asking what they will do about it, claiming that as soon as he finishes collecting the things, they will meet again. Before leaving, he tells Risaka that he won the bet, so they shouldn't forget what they talked about earlier. Risaka says that Trash even has a scroll ready to escape. Suddenly, something emerges from the body of the tree god. The drunken song grabs it, wondering if it was a reward. Suddenly it starts to grow larger and begins to attack him. Several flowers appear at the tips of the roots. The protagonist calls for everyone to fall back. It grabs the drunken song, who only screams desperately. The radiant light asks what that is and questions her brother, as he had said that the previous form was the final form. Risaka says that the professional had claimed that to him, but he doesn't know what is happening. Asura tells them not to think about that now, just to be careful and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the drunken song is being completely engulfed by the boss. A giant flower appears where the drunken song was. The tree absorbed him, using his body as a weapon. This frightens everyone. The protagonist says that the drunken song was possessed by the boss, and emphasizes once again that everyone must be very careful. The boss starts to laugh, looking at everyone there. Asura tells the people to fall back, and to avoid being caught by the roots. The roots start grabbing some people, saying that no one could escape. Everyone will die. The protagonist's group begins to retreat. He shouts that they must get out of the hollow of the tree as he knows there is an exit. Even outside, the roots were pursuing them. As they ran, the radiant light asks her brother what they should do, questioning if the specialist he hired is really reliable. The entire tree starts to come to life and declares that no one could escape, as they are intruders who dared to irritate the world tree, and everyone would face death. They scream that the whole tree has come to life. They ask if it is fused with the boss. Asura says that no matter how big it is, it's still a tree. He calls the Black Dragon King and orders him to burn everything. The dragon flies in and unleashes its attacks against the tree. The dragon's attack is extremely powerful and begins to set the tree ablaze. The radiant light asks if she is seeing things, as the Black Dragon King is burning the entire tree. The Dragon King starts to laugh, saying that Asura is truly different from others, as the dragon's attack was incredible. The tree god begins to burn, screaming that it is on fire. They wonder if the tree could extinguish the flames on its own, but the protagonist reassures them that they don't need to worry, as the Black Dragon King's fire cannot be extinguished. He says that now is their chance, so they should focus on fire attacks and defeat the tree quickly. He asks the melancholic girl to grant him fire attributes. Everyone starts attacking at the same time, shouting that they can't believe they can't burn that old tree. The dragon continues to attack and burn the tree, which screams that it is on fire from all sides. The group begins to celebrate, saying that this is truly gratifying. Asura orders his dragon to finish this immediately. The dragon starts attacking even more and bites the tree's roots. Everything calms down for a moment. The Dragon King asks if the monster is dead since the roots have been eaten by the dragon. He questions whether there is still a parasite inside the tree. The protagonist says that nothing should remain, as the dragon's fire is so strong that it can melt steel. Titan asks why they haven't received a notification of the boss's death yet. Suddenly, the system appears, congratulating them for successfully killing the tree god. They celebrate, saying that the boss has finally fallen. Litty screams, asking where the loot is. Inside the belly of the Black Dragon King, something starts to glow, and they say that the loot and everything else was swallowed by the dragon. Apparently, he is going to lay eggs. Everyone is surprised by this. The bunny girl gets excited, asking if she could have a baby dragon. Risaka's group approaches the protagonist and says that, although there is no loot, they still managed to move on to the next floor, thanking the protagonist. As this is thanks to the great Asura, Risaka asks if they could take a picture together. People start shouting, saying they also want a picture with the great god Asura. The Radiant Light gets annoyed, saying that those guys are just a bunch of sycophants. Birdie goes to her cousin and says that it's really amazing. It now makes sense why Yue Ying challenged her whole family for the protagonist. Yue Ying asks Birdie not to say anything about the family within the domain. Risaka starts laughing, saying that within 24 hours, the protagonist's dragon eggs will hatch. If she wants one, she should beg the great god Asura. Maybe he will let her keep one. She says she won't beg anyone, as she doesn't want a baby dragon, since they would be a real headache. The protagonist approaches the portal and says it's getting late, so they will go up to the next floor. The whole group gets excited about this. The Dragon King says he will finally reach level 15. As soon as they enter the next floor, the scenery is completely different. They are amazed by the whole place. It is made of steel and machines. Asura says the guide told him that this floor is entirely mechanical. Even the monsters are mechanical. The boss is a steel titan, a giant mechanical man. Titan smiles and says that mechanical monsters are highly resistant to magic. Therefore, this floor focuses on physical attacks. The Dragon King shouts, laughing, saying that finally his weapon will have good use. While they were talking, Yue Ying walked to the edge of the wall and asked them to look down. Some adventurers were having fun, riding some machines. The Dragon King said that looked like a lot of fun. He suggested that they should buy one and play with him later. Liddy said she didn't want to do that because the Dragon King drives terribly. This irritated him. The protagonist said it was getting late, so they should go back and rest, and they would meet again at the same time tomorrow. They agreed and began to leave. Before leaving, the protagonist told Yue Ying to rest a bit earlier, as they could see each other every day when they returned to school. She said it was fine and confirmed that she would be waiting for him. Outside, on top of a building, Hao was with some people. They asked him what he wanted with them, as they had no time to waste. Hao said it seemed he would have to correct their arrogant attitude, as if he educated them, it would be easier to give orders. One man cursed Hao, asking how he dared to give orders to someone. Hao looked at him, and using his powers, slammed the man's head to the ground with extreme ease. The other two were shocked by this incredible strength. The fat one asked Hao to calm down. Hao looked at them, releasing his power, and said that from now on, he would be the leader of everyone there, and therefore they must obey his orders. The first guy, lying on the ground, agreed. Hao said he would make Jiang pay for all the crimes he committed. Meanwhile, in the National Security Department building in Tianjin, a man was talking to Qin, saying he already knew she didn't understand why he hadn't handed over the evidence to the supreme leader yet. He emphasized that the power of the Chen family is very great, and the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families, was also conspiring with them. So even if the leader wanted to take action, it would be difficult to succeed. Qin said that if that's the case, they should get rid of those 2 tumors as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the Daxia country would be in danger. Her boss asked her to wait a little longer, as the right moment was almost there. He asked if she had mentioned the student named Zhang, as he was in Tianjin. She said his sister was taking the exam, so the protagonist would also be there. She confirmed that she had arranged accommodation for the 2 of them. Her boss looked out the window, saying that the protagonist had won the exchange meeting, and alone, faced the entire Liu family. He emphasized that the protagonist is a true talent. Qin asked if her boss wanted to meet the protagonist. He said the Zhu family would be throwing a birthday party in a few days. She should take him along. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's new home, Jiang was preparing food. His sister woke up and asked why he got up so early. The protagonist said that the exams were approaching and asked if she wasn't going to study more. He said he needed to enter the demon realm early as the dragon egg was about to crack. Feng got excited, asking if he was really going to have a pet baby dragon. She noted that she also wanted one. He got annoyed with her, saying that she should focus only on the exams for now. Ying appeared, and the protagonist called her for breakfast. She said she didn't want to, as the prophet was still sleeping, and she needed to protect her all the time. The protagonist thought she was really a strange person. Sometime later, on the 14th floor, some people were on top of a tree. The protagonist arrived and asked Yue Ying how the dragon eggs were doing. The 2 girls were looking at the eggs when she walked over to the protagonist, happily saying that the dragon eggs were doing well. Asura said that was good and asked if she was tired. She replied that she wasn't, as Birdie and the bunny girl were helping her keep watch over the eggs. Suddenly, the bunny girl screamed, saying that one egg was cracking, and the baby dragon was about to be born. The three of them looked at it, enchanted, and suddenly, a little dragon hatched from inside. The bunny girl was completely enchanted by this and asked the protagonist if she could adopt it. The system appears to her, asking if she would like to adopt a fire dragon as a pet. Asura says yes, and affirms that she would be the dragon's master from now on. She picks it up in her hand, very happy, and thanks the protagonist for this, saying she will name it Dragon Fruit. The system appears stating, Fire Dragon Hatchling, Level 1, Growth Value 1 out of 100, Life 150, Attack 20 to 50, Defense 100, Abilities, Fireball. Birdie picks up a little dragon too and says she will adopt that blue one because it's cute and must be the child of an ice frost hatchling. The third dragon is different from the others, having a dark color. Birdie asks why it is so different. She says that it's probably a dragon like Asura's, a black dragon. The bunny girl is impressed, asking if that hatchling would become a black dragon king when it grows up. Suddenly, the dragon king and Titan arrive, saying they were beating up some people and heard them talking. They ask if the eggs have hatched. The protagonist confirms they have and tells them to gather everyone, as he wants to explore the 15th floor. Titan tells Asura to hurry up and clear the area, as he will need several orbs to feed the little dragons. Birdie is shocked, asking if the hatchlings eat orbs, stressing that she doesn't even have enough for herself. Asura replies that raising pets is very expensive and tells the three of them to rest, as they've spent a lot of time caring for the eggs. She says they will explore the 15th floor with the protagonist. Birdie smiles and says she really is tired, noting that she will rest a bit since she has to gather some orbs to feed that little one tomorrow. Yue Ying approaches the protagonist and says she isn't tired and wants to explore the 15th floor with him. The Dragon King says he is also excited to take a look. With that, they head to the 15th floor. They were on the back of the Black Dragon King, saying they were easily clearing the floor. They commented that that dragon was worth 100 people, considering how much he helps. People on the ground started shouting, asking what that was flying above. While the people fought the monsters on the ground, they flew without difficulty. Titan said those adventurers were driving war cars and fighting against robots. The Dragon King said those cars looked like a lot of fun. Suddenly, one of the robots punched one of the cars, sending it flying. The protagonist noted that the robot's attacks are quite strong. He asked the dragon to fly lower because he wanted to get a good look. The dragon began to descend rapidly, and the people screamed in shock, saying that the Black Dragon King was in the 15th layer. Some people said it could only be the god Asura, as he is the only one in the world capable of doing this. They remarked that the people with the protagonist looked like families and asked if one of them was their friend. Suddenly, several crosshairs began to appear on them. They asked what that was. Some drones appeared, stating that thieves had been detected, and according to the laws of the Titan, the penalty would be death. The drones began to fire at them. The shots started hitting them, causing heavy damage. Asura ordered the dragon to fly higher and distance itself from those drones. They began to fly very high and asked if they could take a look at the floor boss before descending to fight. With that, they headed straight for the steel fortress. As soon as they looked inside, they saw a very large robot and wondered if that could be the Steel Titan. The protagonist said that it probably was, as that must be the floor boss. The Dragon King told Asura that if he managed to capture that boss, they could fight anything. The protagonist smiled and said they first needed to defeat that big guy. Suddenly, the robot noticed him, and the Dragon King asked if it was looking at them. The protagonist said it was impossible for the Titan to see from that far away. Suddenly, a red light ignites on the Steel Titan. It raises its hand, which transforms into a truck, and begins to gather energy at its tip. Asura exclaims that it can really see them. The Titan announces that the boss is going to use the cannon to try to take them down.
The Steel Titan fires at the dragon. The attack grazes, causing 18,822 damage. The protagonist is shocked, as even a non-direct hit dealt such an immense amount of damage to the Black Dragon. Asura tells the Dragon King to go, since they aren't with the full team today. Additionally, the Steel Titan's attack is terrifying. It's the same attack from before, heading towards the dragon, and the protagonist asks the Black Dragon King to dodge. They manage to dodge, and when they are finally safe, the protagonist plans to return and leave things as they are since they managed to take a detour around Steel City and found the boss. With this in mind, he intends to come back tomorrow when everyone is together. Sometime later in the real world, the protagonist and his sister are at the exam location. Zhang tells his sister to give her best. Xiao Feng is very excited and tells her brother not to worry, informing him that she passed since Yiliu told her last night. Zhang gets annoyed that the little brat is revealing everything from the future until Xiao Qin suddenly appears calling the protagonist. He is surprised to see her there, and she responds that she is also one of his sister's teachers, so it's natural for her to be there. However, the reason she's there is different. Zheng asks about this reason. She then shows a recording from the magic domain. These are images from undercover agents there. Xiaoqin informs him that people from there are already starting to venture into unknown floors, then shows a monkey-type monster defeating several adventurers. The protagonist comments that this is terrible and asks if the monkey killed the entire group. She responds that they don't know the details yet, as they've only received this video. At this moment, the protagonist starts to walk away, and Xiaoqin asks where he's going. Zheng answers that since she is there, he feels more at ease, and asks her to not forget to help Xiaofeng on the way back. He informs her that he's going back home to prepare to enter the magic domain. Zheng leaves angrily, thinking that he needs to prepare himself, as the further he advances in the magic domain, the closer he will be to the truth. He thinks about the divine messenger in the dawn, wondering what these people are planning. Back in the magic domain on the 15th floor, the protagonist is there and wonders why none of them have arrived yet, until suddenly, a dark dragon hatchling appears and begins to fly in a direction. The protagonist starts following it until he finds his team. Yue Ying comments that this dark hatchling is amazing, as it found the protagonist immediately. Asura points out that he didn't expect the little dragon to know how to fly, as he thought its wings couldn't support its weight. The bunny shows her dragon, named Fruta, and explains that it also just learned how to fly, explaining that flying is a dragon's instinct, and they quickly learned it. Birdie laughs, asking what kind of name that is, saying that his dragon's name is prettier, and it's called Blue Fairy. Back to the protagonist, he says that now that everyone is here, they won't waste any more time and will prepare to leave and do their best to get past this floor. He then calls the Black Dragon King. Already on the dragon, the protagonist mentions that he sees people. Someone from the group says they passed by there yesterday, and that the monsters are incredibly strong, so everyone should be careful when the time comes. Below, there were many people driving tanks, and the protagonist uses this to say that they'll do it quickly and head straight to the boss. The people down below look at the dragon and wonder who that guy is, realizing they're heading straight for the boss. However, when they recognize the Black Dragon King, they understand it's Asura who's there. Upon arriving at the boss's arena, they see that the Steel Titan isn't there, and even wonder if some adventurer arrived before them and dealt with the boss. So, with this doubt, they plan to descend and investigate the situation. After descending, the protagonist and his group get off the dragon. Today, the dragon comments that this is strange, as that giant robot suddenly disappeared. Yue Ying says that it doesn't seem right, as there aren't any smaller monsters there either, until at that moment, a huge shadow appears behind them. The bunny turns around and asks if that's the steel giant they're looking for. The Titan has transformed into a type of aircraft. This surprises the group, as besides being a humanoid, it can also transform into an aircraft. And this is its other form. The robot begins to attack with lasers, causing destruction in the arena. The protagonist tells everyone to run, and Tita grabs his shield and tells Asura to get everyone on the dragon while he stays in the rear. Many lightning attacks are being fired at them. The ground is no longer safe. Titan tried to hold on with all his strength, but an attack from the Steel Titan was relentless, dealing almost 20,000 damage. And thanks to Titan's HP regeneration, he was able to withstand the attack until, at the last second, the protagonist calls the shield bearer and asks him to hold his hand. Titan continues attacking while the dragon moves away. The protagonist says they can't keep going like this and need an opening if they want a counterattack. Yue Ying suggests using some steel structure as a shield. Asura thinks it's a good idea, so he orders the dragon to go faster since the attacks are getting closer. But with that, the dragon loses control, crashes into a wall, and falls to the ground. Everyone dismounts, and Asura shouts for them to hide as the Dragon King lost a lot of HP, so he had to retreat, understanding that the boss's damage is enormous. Asura says that the Black Dragon King just faced the boss but lost half of his HP. Birdie asks about the clown, and Titan emphasizes that the clown's defense is even weaker, and he might end up getting killed. Looking at his inventory, the protagonist says the only thing left is the tree god, though its form hasn't changed yet. Birdie asks if giving water and fertilizer to the tree will make it grow. The system indicates that it's a remnant of Ascension, a host. After activating it, the protagonist says he understands, as back then, the tree god took control of singing loudly to the drunk man before transforming into a tree with a human face. With that, he gets an idea. He will put the tree on the Steel Titan. Yue Ying asks if that's really what he's going to do, to which the protagonist confirms, and Titan takes the opportunity to ask how they will get close to the boss. Asura responds that it's pretty obvious, since if they attack from the sky, the boss will probably return to his humanoid form. In front of the group, there were some spiders and other robot-like humanoid creatures. The protagonist says that first, they need to eliminate those robot spiders if they want to pass. The Dragon King agrees and asks Titan to activate aggro, while Yue Ying and he take care of the rest. It doesn't take long for the spiders and the others to notice the group. While the monster's attention is on Titan, the Dragon King moves forward saying he wants to see how resistant those beasts are. He tries to strike a robot on the head, but the robot easily blocks his weapon. The Dragon King realizes the monster called for reinforcements. Asura summons the clown to help. Yue Ying asks Birdie to use the suppressor gravity. With that, she quickly destroys several robots at once. The Dragon King and she use a combined attack, dealing over 15,000 damage. Meanwhile, Titan blocks some attacks, noting that their combined attack is terrifying. He then asks the Dragon King to do that more times, as the boss might discover them at any moment. It doesn't take long for the boss to start attacking them, and at that moment, Yue Ying was in front, face to face with the Steel Titan. The protagonist panics and asks her to be careful, but uses his incredible speed to pick her up and run. Asura asks if she's okay, to which he confirms she is. He then summons the Black Dragon King, saying they can't last much longer there. He calls for the Titan and asks everyone to attack together from the ground, while he goes with the dragon to find an opportunity to defeat that beast. Yue Ying asks the protagonist to be careful since he could become an easy target in the sky. After that battle, they finally manage to defeat the Steel Giant, and with that, he sees that in his inventory he has the head of that Titan. Lich asks if it's just a head until the system announces that for the head to grow, pieces are required. The protagonist realizes it's like that tree and needs a special method to restore it. Yue Ying points to a door, saying it might be a mechanic area. Asura thinks for a moment and says he will go in to check, and Yue Ying goes with him. Lich, from the back, asks where they're going, and Yue Ying replies that she's going with the protagonist to restore the Titan. Asura says that since the boss has been defeated, the place should be safe, and asks her to wait for them outside. With that, they enter the structure until they come across several robots, and one of the robots announces that this is workshop number 18. The protagonist realizes that this place is indeed a factory specialized in producing parts. He then summons the Steel Titan, and quickly, the little robot detects a damaged machine. Asura asks if the Titan can be restored there. The little robot analyzes and responds that the estimated repair time is 5 hours, 33 minutes, and 41 seconds. The protagonist then asks it to start quickly and calls Yue Ying to go to the next floor. As they were leaving, Titan waited for them, and Asura asked if they had finished sorting the items, because if so, they could move on to the next floor. Titan answered that yes, everything was ready. He showed a rank S hammer. This was the Steel War Hammer. It had damage ranging from 5,500 to 7,150. Its special effects were that it increased attack damage by 50% and reduced attack speed by 15%. Its durability was 4,000. The protagonist thought it was really good, as it was an excellent weapon for a tank like Titan. The shield bearer was happy as he never imagined he would have a rank S weapon. The Dragon King behind them laughed and said that with Asura leading, they would all have rank S weapons one day. Lich suddenly arrived asking if they should go to the next floor. The bunny behind them seemed a little worried as this was already the 16th floor. With that, they headed toward the portal. The bunny thought about how they were already on the 16th floor and, as she got closer to her father, asked him to wait for her. The protagonist noticed how she was feeling and told her not to worry, assuring her that everything would be fine. On the 16th floor, Asura noted that the place seemed frightening. Titan and Yue Ying agreed, pointing out that the monsters here would be of the undead type and that the final boss would be a vampire count. However, the protagonist asked them to stop there and said that they needed to rest and they would continue the raid the next day. So, they said their goodbyes. But just before the protagonist left, a message arrived for him. It was a distress call from Maple. The protagonist asked what was going on and if she was in danger. Maple replied that she wasn't, but Arrow had lost his life fighting the final boss. The protagonist was shocked by this news and said that he was going there right away. Back on floor 10, Asura arrived asking Gordo what was happening. His sister, with tears in her eyes, was happy that her brother had arrived. She began to explain that they were doing fine at first, but then a boss appeared and its attack was insane. 10 archers were killed instantly. She explained that Arrow stayed behind to delay the boss but ended up being killed by the Swordmaster. This was the elite class Swordmaster boss. The protagonist approached his sister and gently patted her head, telling her not to worry and that he would handle it. He then asked her to take everyone to a safe place, assuring her he would deal with it alone. The group members were impressed, seeing that the protagonist was going to face an elite Swordmaster alone. At that moment, the protagonist began summoning one of the beasts, and the Black Dragon appeared, surprising everyone present. It didn't take long for the dragon to attack, launching a fire attack at the boss. The Swordmaster managed to dodge the attack, but the insane power behind it impressed everyone with the protagonist's abilities. The dragon and the Swordmaster faced off until the Swordmaster launched an ability called Silver Moonstrike. The Black Dragon was able to dodge, and looking at the ability, the protagonist realized it was a new skill and understood how powerful an elite boss could be. Maple, from below, urged her brother to hurry, saying that in 20 minutes, brother Yijian wouldn't be able to be revived. He had forgotten about that, so he began summoning another creature to save time. From the ground, the Steel Titan began to emerge, a completely massive and powerful summit. His sister and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing as the creature was ridiculously large. Moreover, it seemed that the Steel Titan was enveloped with the Tree God. Asura ordered his summons to finish off the boss as quickly as possible. The Steel Titan said he understood and raised his foot to stomp on the boss, but the Swordmaster managed to dodge. He began launching several attacks with his blade, but the Steel Titan didn't take any damage, surprising the group members. At that moment, the Titan, along with the tree, used a combined skill, and, by the will of nature and steel, the Swordmaster would be judged. However, these attacks were ineffective, as the Swordmaster was able to cut through all of them. But due to the sheer amount of projectiles, the Swordmaster was eventually hit, and, like a cockroach, the Steel Titan stomped on him, finishing the battle. It was then announced that the protagonist had eliminated the Orc Swordmaster. Everyone starts celebrating as the guild leader managed to defeat the Orc in one strike. Quickly, his sister appears in front of him, asking where Yijian's body is, and it doesn't take long before she starts using her ability to resurrect him. With that, Yijian comes back to life, which leaves everyone around stunned. Now Tu feels a bit embarrassed, telling the leader that he failed and couldn't protect everyone. Zhang tells him not to say that, as the enemies were really strong, and warns him that on the next floor, he will take care of his sister. The protagonist thanks everyone for their hard work. However, they do it because they enjoy it, and they say his sister is the little son of the team. Asura emphasizes that this night was full of dangers, and since it's already late, he asks everyone to go back to rest. The next day, Xiao Qin arrived early at the protagonist's house, which frustrated him, as he wanted to sleep a little more. But she complains, pointing out that the sun is already in the sky and he is still sleeping, highlighting that there's something important today. He asks what happened, but she tells him to look for himself. However, before that, he has to change clothes because he's still in ragged clothes. Still a bit sleepy, he asks if he really has to change clothes as he hasn't brushed his teeth yet. Xiao Qin says she'll give him 5 minutes and will be waiting in the car. Soon after, at the Zhu family property, many people were gathered, as today is Zhu Bin's 70th birthday, and all the elites from the great Xia would be present. The protagonist thinks it's very troublesome and says he won't go, but Xiao Qin explains that someone wants to see him. As soon as they arrive, Chen Feng sees them. The protagonist is surprised that this guy is still alive. The blonde man starts yelling at the protagonist, asking who he thinks he is and how dare he appear at the banquet. Zhang responds that if Chen Feng can, he can too. Chen Feng gets even angrier, saying that he already stole his wife, ruined his face, and humiliated him in front of the whole world. And for that, one day, he'll make the protagonist pay. Just then, someone in the car tells Chen Feng not to cause trouble today and to follow the rules. Xiao Qin calls Zhang and tells him not to waste time. They begin to enter the mansion, and the woman takes the protagonist's hand and tells them to go somewhere else. She then leads him and tells Elder Zhu that she brought the person she mentioned. Zhu Bin asks the young man if he is Zhang Se. The protagonist bows, greeting the two elders. Zhu Bin laughs, saying that the young man's talent is remarkable. Dongfang also says that everyone witnessed his presentation at the exchange conference, where the young man brought great honor to his nation. Zhang says that representing the country in battle and bringing glory is his duty. Dongfang explains that Xiao Qin recommended him to the National Security Bureau and asks what the protagonist thinks about that. It's obvious he's interested because if he can serve the country, he'll be absolutely willing. Zhu Bin emphasizes that joining the National Security Department is serving the nation, but Xiao Qin intervenes, saying that's not necessarily true, as if someone becomes a director, it may not be the case. Dongfang tells the woman not to say nonsense, but Zhu Bin tells him not to worry, because if Su Yuewen wants to become a director, he will never agree to that. Dongfang tells Zhu that today is his birthday, so they won't discuss national matters. Xiao Qin highlights that unfortunately some people want to stop talking about it. At that moment, some people arrive. It was the head of the Chen family and the deputy director of the national security, Su Yuewen. Zhu Bin greets them, while Xiao Qin and Zhang go elsewhere. The protagonist says that if there's nothing else there, he would like to return home, as he doesn't fit in this type of event. Just then, he notices a familiar figure. Meanwhile, the girl tells him to wait a bit longer because someone very important will arrive soon. Suddenly, everyone's attention turns to one place. A man with 2 bodyguards appears. The protagonist recognizes him as the leader and is impressed by the influence Elder Zhu has. Xiao Qin smiles, pointing out that the Zhu family is a pillar of that nation and its power runs deep. The leader approaches the birthday person and wishes him a long and prosperous life. But at that moment, the protagonist starts yelling, saying that something bad is about to happen and that the leader is in danger. Suddenly, a masked man appears, attempting to attack the leader. The man strikes one of the bodyguards, throwing him away. He prepares again, now aiming at the leader. However, he gets scared when he sees what's happening, as the protagonist arrives with incredible speed and stops his punch with just one hand. They stand face to face and Zhang begins to laugh. The masked man recognizes the protagonist and says that sooner or later he will die by his hands. But before he can say anything, the man jumps out of the window trying to escape. Dongfang asks his security to prepare an interception, as he wants to see who dares attempt an assassination there. The leader approaches the protagonist and thanks him for saving him. Zhang feels a bit embarrassed but emphasizes that protecting him is his responsibility. The leader asks everyone not to worry and to go back to enjoying the banquet. Xiao Ken asks who the assassin was. The protagonist answers that, if he's not mistaken, it was Zheng Hao. She remembers him, as she heard that he's now in the Dawn organization. Dongfang laughs and explains to the protagonist that now that he's saved the leader, he'll be famous. He gives a big smile, and the protagonist feels confused by this information, as it's the last thing he wants. Elsewhere, Hao is shouting as, once again, Zhang ruined everything. He was in a house with Su Yuewen and Kai Zi. The head of the Chen family says that rushing won't help and that now that everyone is on alert, Hao needs to stay quiet and make sure he won't be exposed. Hao tells him not to worry, as no one will catch him. He emphasizes the agreement they made. If he eliminates the leader and helps these two become directors of the National Security Bureau, they will have to legalize the Dawn organization. Su Yuewen replies that he always keeps his word. Back at the protagonist's house, his sister shouts that he's on TV. Recently, at the Zhu family banquet, the esteemed leader was attacked by terrorists from the Dawn organization. In a critical moment, a young man named Zhang Zi successfully repelled the assassin and saved the leader. Xiao Feng, seeing this, was happy, while the protagonist's daughter said that he's now famous. However, the protagonist was worried, thinking that he won't have time now, and asks his sister to stop watching and get ready, as they'll be entering the magic domain. She gets all happy about it, and it doesn't take long before they enter the 11th floor. She's impressed with the sea and asks if they're going to take a boat to find the boss. The protagonist answers that they don't need one, as he has a faster transportation method. Then he summons the black dragon. Seeing this, the people there are shocked by the size of the dragon. Xiao Feng thinks it's amazing, and the protagonist tells her to hold on tight as they need to leave the area as quickly as possible. On the boat, Captain Jack was defeating several adventurers until the dragon arrives, and both he and the others on the boat are terrified. They approach the boat, and the protagonist summons the master and tells him to deal with the captain. Quickly, he attacks Captain Jack, but at that moment, the Kraken appears. Even with difficulties, the swordsman master slices the tentacles as if it were nothing, and soon defeats the captain. The adventurers there are impressed by how fast the swordsman defeated the captain. They return to the dragon, and the protagonist tells his sister to get ready, as he's going to collect the loot while they head to the next floor. Xiao Feng tells Zhang that his efficiency is amazing, as when she was with Yijian, they took weeks to pass the first 10 floors. Asura explains that it's just a matter of experience and strategy, emphasizing that there are many stronger than him. When they arrive at the boss's location, the girl notices that there are already people fighting the boss and, excited, asks if they're going to wait for the next one. The protagonist says they'll just observe first. While the boss attacks, everyone there starts shouting for help as the protagonist tells them to wait, since he noticed that they've only just begun the fight against the boss. But progress is too slow, and at this rate it will take 10 hours to defeat him, so he decides to take care of it. An adventurer, while protecting his allies, tells everyone to be careful, as the boss is about to use his ability. But when he looks to the side, he notices something approaching and asks what that is. At that moment, 2 steel titans appear, stunning the adventurers. The robots begin attacking the boss, and they realize it's Asura. With that, they understand that those giant robots are his summons. One of them says that when Asura makes a move, there's nothing left for them to do, so they'll have to wait for the next spawn. It doesn't take long for the steel titans to finish off the boss. With that, the protagonist tells his sister to go ahead to the next floor, as he'll clean up here, and quickly move to the 14th floor. On the 14th floor, the protagonist and his sister arrive, and Yue Ying greets them, saying that Xiao Feng has improved a lot. Birdie then asks why everyone is there and if they weren't supposed to be on the 16th floor. The Dragon King asks her not to mention that, as those monsters are disgusting. Lich confirms, saying that the zombies have decaying bodies with worms crawling all over them. Asura understands and says they will take his sister to this floor together, and then they will clean up the 16th floor. Meanwhile, at the location where the boss was, some adventurers were being attacked until the protagonist arrives with his 2 dragons. The Steel Titan already notices him approaching. The dragons begin to destroy several robots, while 2 Steel Titans charge at the boss. There are laser beams everywhere, and the Dragon King gets excited seeing the 2 giants fighting the boss, finding it all very fun. From atop the dragon, the protagonist asks the Black Dragon to put some fire in the middle of everyone, and it doesn't take long for the boss to be defeated. It's even notified that the protagonist eliminated the Steel Titan. He wonders what happened until a message arrives congratulating him, as his summoning skill has reached level 2. He's happy because now his skill has evolved. Titan is impressed and asks Asura what that golden light was. He replies that his skill reached level 2, and now he can summon 30 followers. The Dragon King is impressed, as now the protagonist can summon 30 followers at once, and with that, the next floors will be much easier. They board the dragon and decide to clean up the battlefield and move on to the next level. On the 16th floor, Xiao Feng gets scared, as that floor is terrifying. Suddenly, Birdie starts shouting, but it was just because it was her birthday. So, she takes the opportunity to invite everyone to her birthday party, which will be that evening. Yue Ying asks the protagonist if he's going to her birthday party, emphasizing that she wants to drink with him until they drop. Zhang smiles and responds that he will. Birdie is happy as she will finally see the real Asura. However, at that moment, the protagonist says that, since it's getting late, everyone should leave and rest. The next day, Yu Liu's nanny says she will have to leave for a few days as the Salvation Army headquarters sent a message that the Dawn organization has started moving again. Zhang understands, says it's fine, and that he will take care of her. Yu Liu calls her father and asks if her mother is going to the birthday party today. He replies that yes and asks if she wants to see her mother. All excited, she confirms, as she only has memories of her mother from when she was just 3 years old. The protagonist laughs and says that he will take her to the party and that soon, he and his sister will take her shopping for some clothes. Yu Liu gets very excited, as she will finally see her mother. Sometime later at the Tang Mansion, the protagonist arrives and is welcomed very well. He enters with his sister and daughter and soon meets Yue Ying. The protagonist points out that she looks beautiful today. Yu Liu runs happily towards her, excited to finally meet her mother. Yue Ying is a bit confused, and the protagonist tries to explain, but Xiao Feng is the one who ends up explaining that Yu Liu is her daughter with his brother. This leaves the girl completely confused, and she asks if they're joking. Xiao Feng laughs and says that this little girl came back from the future and that, in fact, she is their daughter. Zhang tells her that he will explain everything in the afternoon because it's a complicated story. At that moment, a man arrives greeting them. It was the Dragon King, Titan, Autumn, and Lich. They have finally met.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.